Sister Dianna Ortiz. With Patricia Davis. Party. 1 The Dark 3. 2 Coming Home 9. 3 The American 14. 4 The Rules of the Game 37. 5 Our Lady of Peace 51. 6 The Second Abduction 65. 7 The Second Woman 86. 8 Breaking Out 102. Part 2. 9 Tsukasa 119. 10 Back to the Garden 145. 11 The Embassy's Cross 164. 12 Into the Other World 193. 13 A Leave of Absence 217. 14 Everardo 244. 15 Starving Next to the Palace 270. 16 Torn Secrets, Torn Skin 296. Part 3. 17 Fire and Silence 331. 18 The Vigil 353. 19 Whitewash 383. 20 The Interview 400. 21 Walking Out Through the Third Door 427. 22 The Length of the Light 446. Preface. In November 1989, while working as a missionary in Guatemala, I was abducted by security forces and taken to a secret torture center in the capital city. So I entered a world from which few return. This book is the result of a promise I made: I will never forget you. I will tell the world what I have seen and heard. I spoke to the dead and dying people not lucky enough to have politicians and journalists flooding the phone lines, outraged about their disappearance. Outrage in Guatemala in 1989 was a luxury too often reserved for foreigners. Guatemala's president at the time admitted that the security forces carried out almost 60 disappearances a month that year for political reasons. People who were considered threats to the status quo were abducted and tortured at a rate of nearly 2 a day. The president acknowledged that the majority of the victims were women. After disappearing, people almost always ended up dead. But I was different. I was an American. And on that November day in 1989, I escaped with my life. I've tried to honor my promise in the years that have passed, speaking out in various ways. I've filed lawsuits, I've given interviews, I've testified in depth before investigators of 6 different agencies, and I've held vigils. But this is the first time I've dared to write a book. Although for more than a decade people have been telling me I should write my story, I simply couldn't. I wasn't ready emotionally. Even now, the process of reviewing my life and examining how the torture changed it has been wrenching. As well as pain, my old friend fear has shadowed me through each stage of this book. Every time I have spoken publicly about what happened to me in that secret prison in Guatemala, I have relived the experience. During the writing process, I have felt more in control. I haven't traveled into those memories and relived them. But the risks in writing are greater. The words are on the page forever. Every answer I gave to the torturers was wrong, they tortured me more. And I learned that my words, even the truth, can betray me. I'm not alone in that knowledge. As Adrian Rich, in North American Time, observes, I am writing this in a time when everything we write will be used against us, or against those we love, where the context is never given. Though you try to explain, over and over. Point 1. Words are found responsible, she says. All we can do is choose them or choose to remain silent. I don't have the right to be silent. For some reason I survived. I have to let the people who were being tortured beside me know that I haven't forgotten them. And as long as I am alive, I have to use my life to work against the practice of torture. Although I would like to be in the classroom, teaching children, I hope I am making the world safer for them by teaching people about what torture is and what it does. Maybe I survived simply because I am a US citizen. But because of that very privilege, I have a huge responsibility. The US government funded, trained, and equipped the Guatemalan death squads, my torturers themselves. The United States was the Guatemalan Army's partner in a covert war against a small opposition force, a war the United Nations would later declare genocidal. I am answerable for what my country has done and is doing and is likely to do, as the world's only superpower. I have a responsibility to be vigilant and to speak out. I am but one of millions worldwide who has ascended from the torture chamber. In that place of unspeakable evil, again I was lucky. I found kindness and community. Another woman reached out to me. She told me to be strong. I would like with this book to reach over differences in experiences, to reach out and tell whoever might read my words to be strong. A black blindfold holds every wavelength in the spectrum of light, holds it and keeps it pressed against the head, as if to say, don't forget. Even if you can't see the light, it's there. Acknowledgements. I can't possibly thank everyone whose kindness, love, and generosity have led me to this place in my life and the book that has resulted. But I want to mention my family, who have my greatest thanks for loving me back to life. I love you infinitely. I am also deeply grateful to Patricia Davis, whose talent as a writer and poet and whose generosity of time have made this book possible. More than words on paper, she gave me the most precious of all gifts, her lasting friendship. From the moment we began working on this project, she dared to journey with me into the past, a past filled with horror and pain. With compassion, Patricia listened, and when all seemed dark, she helped me to see that underneath the blindfold of darkness and fear there was still veiled light and hope. Quite simply, without Patricia, there would be no book. I owe a deep debt of gratitude to Sister Alice Zachman for the long sabbatical while the book was in progress, endless encouragement and support, and unconditional, infinite, healing love. I am also grateful to Mary Fabry, for always being there, to Zeepel and Malin, for their faithful commitment to the oppressed peoples of the world, to Vianney, for the countless rides, well-timed snacks, ever-present support, flowers, jokes, and the willingness to help in any way at any time, in short, for being a real friend. To Robert Ellsberg, all my thanks and admiration. More than an editor, he is a friend and an advocate, and his selflessness and dedication to the message of this book have helped restore my faith in men. Production coordinator Catherine Costello and copy editor Hank Schlau rounded out the wonderful, supportive Orbis team. I am grateful to our agent, David Lubel, for his unbelievable patience, good temper, faith, encouragement, and understanding, to the Mount St. Joseph Ursulines for supporting me, praying for me and the Guatemalan people, and reintroducing me to Angela and the Ursuline way of life, and to Harold Nelson, for being willing to do any kind of research, giving good advice, being a good listener, a good talker, and a wise, loyal, reliable friend. Joe and Marie also have provided constant, never-failing witness and friendship. I am grateful to Anne Butwell for reading draft after draft, making encouraging remarks and helpful suggestions, and always being available for advice and back rubs. To Jennifer Harberry, many thanks for everything. The members of the Assisi community have been instrumental and have my gratitude and respect for their witness for truth and justice. This book would not have been possible without the help and friendship of Naomi Perriant, who read various drafts with the sensitivity of a poet, the eye of a novelist, and the dedication and support of a good friend, poets Henry Taylor and Myra Scleru, at American University, who were kind, caring, and supportive before, during, and after this process, Shelley Summerlin Long and Ryan Moore, who volunteered countless hours of mind-numbing research, reading, tabbing, and ordering thousands of pages of declassified documents, and Alex and Meredith, for excellent research and constant support and friendship. Without the Marjorie Koffler Center, I wouldn't be here today. My lawyers, Paul, Sean, Michelle, Anna, and Margaret, were there for me during difficult times. Pat, Juanita, Dennis, and Pat Ash also have my gratitude, for opening their home to survivors of torture when we had nowhere else to go. I would like to thank Anna C., me Hermana, Wise Healer, and the following survivors for all the healing that knowing them has brought me: Monica, Lords, Orlando, Kifa, Munawar, Aisha, Ani, Fikadu, Yanira, Mary, Rigo, Otto and Eloisa, Ileana, Martin, Emmy, Carlos A., Adriana, Kaya, Julio, Catherine, Lenny, Blanca, Maria Luisa and Jorge, Aidatu, Charles, Fatima, Dun, Elisa, Carlos M, Julia, Ibrahima, Gloria, Nuris, and Jorge, Win, Marta, Richard, Say Naomi, Elizabeth, Dave, Rosa Pu, Hugo, Mr. Ban, Liesel, Jamie, Daraja, Lori, Dr. Mahari, Marine, Kadir, Mehdi, and Layla Zana. I can't mention the names of everyone. From each of you, I draw strength and hope for a better tomorrow. Remember, you're not alone. I also want to mention Miguel Soils, Ani Pichan, Digna Ochoa, and those who were in the building with me. Your spirit lives on. I will forever carry you in my heart. Lastly, I thank my God for always being there, even when I doubted her presence. Chapter 1. The Dark. The man with the Rambo t-shirt and the gun and grenade in his jacket grabs my arm. The dark cloth the men tied over my eyes after putting me in the car has left me blind. But I know this man's grip, and as he sinks his fingers into my flesh, he starts to hum the same song he hummed as he pushed me through the hole in the wall behind the convent and forced me to walk before him along the river. The air outside the car is cold, musty, and there's a tangy, metallic odor I can't identify. The floor when I step out feels like smooth concrete. The men's boots clap across it as we walk, then a door opens. Echoes of sounds I cannot make out shiver in the air. A moist palm grabs my wrist and guides my hand onto something cold. I jerk back. But the hand is on my fist again, prying my fingers open. A slender cylinder is beneath my fingers. Escaleras, says a voice. A staircase. My hand is around a banister. I take a deep breath, and I reach out my foot. I'm descending. At the bottom of the stairs, the men stop me. I hear the turn of a knob and feel a rush of air. The door shuts behind us. Where are you taking me? I am asking for the third time, but still they are silent. At the bottom of the stairs, the man releases his grip. The Guat man, I name him short for the Guatemala City man. On the sidewalk in Guatemala City a few months ago he took me by the arm, hard, and forced me to walk with him. Are you a student or a teacher? He asked. We know who you are. We know where you live. He even knew my name. He's speaking to the policeman now. I can't understand what they're saying. They walk off together and I become aware of other voices. I hear men laughing. Then a man and a woman screaming. By tilting my head up, I manage to glimpse from beneath my blindfold a pair of dirty, scuffed boots. They belong to the campesino, the dark-skinned man with the matted hair and a bad eye. I can hear him breathing beside me. The other two have left me with him. I can't help but feel a kinship with him, maybe because he's Mayan, like the children I've been teaching in the mountain village of San Miguel, or maybe because, standing next to the Guat man in the garden this morning, he looked young and slight. He wasn't the one pointing the gun at me and demanding that I go with them. He, too, seemed to be following the Guat man's orders. He had to run ahead and flag down a bus when we came to the end of the path along the river. And I noticed he didn't have a gun. Alone with him I can pray. Please, God, let this be a dream. The concrete floor here is rough and footsteps scrape toward me and I know I'm awake. I hear the rasp of heavy breathing. A hand grabs my wrist. The policeman. I can see the stained blue cuff of his sleeve. He leads me, and we walk what seems a long way. The other men are with us. I can hear their boots echo. The screams are loud now and ricochet off the walls. The skin pulls taut on my face and my hands. Keys jangle, and a lock turns before me. Welcome to your palace. The policeman laughs. I begin to lose control of my knees. Please, if you let me go, it will be like this never happened. I won't tell anyone. The policeman shoves me across the threshold. Someone takes my arm and guides me to a chair. Sit, he tells me. Through the crack between my face and the blindfold I see a brown hand with chewed nails on my wrist. I obey. The policeman's voice is behind me. Jose, he says to the campesino. You're her bodyguard. The policeman and the Guat man leave, slamming the door behind them. The silence that follows shatters my ears. Even the screams have stopped. What seems an eternity passes. Then I hear Jose's soft, country lilt beside me. Don't be afraid. You should rest. You have a long day ahead of you. I'm going to remove your blindfold. Keep your eyes closed, and don't turn around. I feel his knuckles against my head. Now I am going to leave you for a while. I want to beg him not to go, I want to throw myself at his feet. No, I will not let him know how scared I am. I have to think positively and seem to be strong and in control. But I beg. Please don't turn off the light. I have been given orders to keep you in the dark. And with that, night falls, the door scrapes shut, and locks. The room is pitch black and the silence is white. Panic builds inside me. I become aware of a buzzing. A fly. It has come to comfort me. It sits on my leg, my head. It buzzes around my face and stays on my hand as I stand up and grope my way through the dark. I pad my palms along the damp stone wall. The stone changes to metal, and I feel a knob. I try to twist the knob both ways. It won't turn. I continue my walk. All is silent except for the fly, whose buzz is as steady as breath. Drunk with blindness and the thick air, I wobble into the center of the room and collide with a metal desk. I tug the handle's two drawers, both locked. Exhausted, I feel for my chair and fall back into its arms. A rescuer on a sturdy white horse gallops into the night before me. He leaps through the wall, a Mayan with a bad eye, and sweeps me off the hard chair. Would that be too much to ask, God, when I've devoted my life to you? Or simply a voice at my ear, I'm sorry, Madre, we made a mistake. You are free to go. Or a holy spark of human mercy in the breast of one of these men. Madre, you are so young. Whatever you did in San Miguel you did with good intentions. Remember us in your prayers. And then I would emerge into the light and go back to the garden with its scent of dewy grass and wet leaves. A scream hangs in the air. God, I don't want to die, I tell the silence that follows. This morning, before going out to the garden, I prayed with Sister Darkin. I asked for guidance on whether to stay in Guatemala, in spite of the death threats I'd been getting. The military was on a rampage. Students, unionists, priests, nuns, teachers, anyone working for change was viewed as a threat and targeted for repression. I closed my eyes and let the Bible fall open where it would. Then I handed it to Darkin, who read. Thereupon, Nebuzaradan and the officials and the nobles of Babylon had Jeremiah taken out of the quarters of the guard and entrusted to Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, to be brought home. And so he remained among the people. From that last sentence, I made my decision. I would stay with the people of San Miguel, not cede to fear and flee because I had the passport and the means, luxuries the villagers would always lack. God's will had seemed clear. The Good Shepherd didn't lead his sheep into traps, but took them safely through the valley of death. I shouldn't be afraid. Jesus didn't have that experience, though. In the Garden of Gethsemane, waiting for the soldiers, he prayed that the cup would be taken from him. It wasn't, and as I start to remember all his followers who died horrible deaths, too, I remember that Jesus prayed a second time in the garden, if this cup cannot pass without my drinking from it, let your will be done. Chill bumps rise on my back. I shouldn't be praying for my life. I should have faith in God's will, whatever that might be. I should be praying for the people screaming. Your will be done, I say aloud. Like a reward for adopting the right attitude, a hopeful thought strikes me. The people screaming must be Guatemalans. I'm an American. Footsteps approach and a key clinks in the door. Keep your eyes closed. I am going to blindfold you again. It is Jose. If they were going to kill me, they wouldn't care if I saw their faces. Madre Dianna. Jose's voice is in front of me. A chair scrapes on the floor and then creaks with his weight. Madre, I can save you. I have nothing against you. His voice is soft. God has answered my prayers. I knew it would be Jose, the quiet campesino, who would save me. They tell me you are a nun. Is that true? He continues before I can answer. I go to church every Sunday and read the Holy Bible every day. Since you are a nun, surely you must know if God forgives people for the sins they have committed. He sighs through my silence and raps on the metal chair. I don't like my work. But I have a wife. I have children. You understand? Do you know what it's like to see your children go to bed hungry and hear them wake up, throwing up worms? Sometimes we live at the expense of others. He pauses. I am going to tell you a story about a village that used to be. He makes a harsh, forced sound he must mean as a laugh. We were fighting the subversion, you know, up north in the quiche. The colonel said a village was helping the guerrillas, supplying them with food and troops. He draws his breath in. So we gathered all the villagers together in the church. We told them we needed to have a meeting. They all came to the center of the town, and I ordered all the boys between 7 and 12 years old to assemble on my right. I gave them each a can of gasoline. I told them to pour it over everything in the village. The air seems thicker. I start to breathe through my mouth. A little boy held onto his mother's skirt and refused to move, and an old man came forward. He said, "Let me take the boy's place. I'll do it." I was the commanding officer. I couldn't allow exceptions. I went over and slammed them both in the head with my rifle butt. The boy's head broke open like a ripe watermelon and his mother shrieked. I said, "Get to it," and no one dared disobey. The villagers watched as their sons and grandsons and brothers doused their homes and cornfields. "Cheer up!" I shouted at them. "Like the sweet little priests, we are only sprinkling your homes and cornfields and animals with holy water." He laughs again, a hoarse, tight laugh that dies in his throat. We took the women to the chapel. I hate to tell you what we did to them. Tears press against the insides of my eyelids. Old women, young girls, very young. Pregnant women. His chair creaks again and for a moment I feel that he is next to me, his breath hot on my skin. But his voice resumes from its position a few feet away. Then we brought everyone into the chapel, locked the door, bolted the windows, and set the church on fire. The blaze spread across the entire town. He stops. Even the fly is quiet. Why is he telling me this? We burned the animals, even the dogs and the donkeys. What I cannot forget are the screams. And the children. The children were crying, "Mama." I hear a sob. A second later his hands are on my thighs, clinging, his head is on my knees, I feel his tears seeping through my blue jeans. I stiffen against his weight. I can still smell their flesh burning. It was almost like the stench of burned rubber. I can smell the charred bodies. I can hear the screams, just like the screams that have echoed through my cell. I feel, behind the dark of my blindfold, that I am in that village, watching. I did not want to do it. I have nothing against you, Madre. Can you forgive me? I am your friend _____, you must forgive me. The sudden volume, the desperation, the authority in his voice, I start to shake all over. Don't you understand? I had no choice. Please. His voice is soft again, wheedling. Forgive me, Madre. If you, a nun, can forgive me, maybe God, too, can forgive me. He wants to buy my forgiveness. If I sell my forgiveness for my freedom, if I'll buy my freedom, forgiving him for what he did to others. I don't have the right to do that. He shouldn't be trying to buy it, and I'm not the right person to ask. He wants his actions condoned, his past actions. And maybe his current work, too. He will have to ask forgiveness from God and from the people who still writhe and scream in his soul. I remain quiet. Jose rests on my knees for a moment, then drags himself up. I feel his stare. I am sorry, Madre. I could have saved you. If you had forgiven me, I could have saved you. He scuffs across the concrete and the door slams shut. Chapter 2. Coming home. You're home now, Dianna, the woman beside me says, nudging me out of my daze. You're safe. I keep my eyes on the black shapes growing larger outside my window as the plane dips down for the descent. This could be Guatemala, the dark mountains, and, below them, lights like swollen stars, constellations burning on the ground. The woman has been crying since Miami, where she picked up a newspaper as we changed flights. She peels out a section to put into her bag. Out of the corner of my eye I watch her, leaning my cheek against the curve of the window, letting the cool plastic soothe the bruise. I read the headline, U.S. nun released. I want to tell her it's not true. I wasn't released, I escaped. But it hurts my jaw to talk. Anyway, is it even her business? I barely even know her name. Sister Fran. That's it. I study her tall, slim figure, the flowery skirt, the lined, tanned face. She has referred in the past few hours to San Miguel. She has talked about visiting me there and has asked about the children I taught. I remember nothing before the last 48 hours, nothing before the glint of a gun in the morning light and the Guatman's voice behind me. Hola, mi amor. We have some things to discuss. All I have told any of the other women, the members of my community, I guess is what they could already see for themselves. I was abducted. They told me they knew that much. Sister Darlene, the only one whose name I remembered, said she found my shawl hanging from the bushes at the back of the retreat center garden. She and a lawyer from the Guatemalan Archbishop's office wrote up a statement in Spanish as I relayed the bare minimum of what happened to me, sitting on the bed at the Marinolle house. Darlene, Fran, and a few of the other sisters saw the cigarette burns on my back, so they know what happened while I was detained, at least that part of it. The statement also, I think, says I was abused in my dignity as a woman. But no one ever needs to know anything else. I have been experimenting with different ways to sit. When we were over the Gulf of Mexico and the clouds relaxed their grip on the blue, I began to sleep. I must have slumped into the seat. I awoke to fire on my back. So now I have stayed awake, listening not so much to Fran's words as to the modulations of her voice, studying her sharp profile occasionally, the honey tones of her hair, and the dark liner that forms a path above her lashes. We wait for the other passengers to get off. I have told her not to touch me, and when she lifts her fingers to my elbow to help me stand, she draws her hand back. She's learning. I am not who I seem. Standing in the aisle, I wrap the strap of my small print bag around my hand. I can't carry it over my shoulder, but around my hand the strap is painless. My wrists are scraped from the rope. Fran motions for me to stay and starts to walk the other way. You and Sister Elaine are going out the back way to avoid the press, she says. Don't worry, Dianna. Going out that way, y'all won't see any reporters. I'll deal with them. They're a mixed blessing. You probably owe your life to them, really. If the news of your disappearance hadn't been spread so far and wide, you might never have been released. She catches sight of my face. I mean, you might have been disappeared for longer. Longer than 24 hours. Breathe, Dianna. Reporters. Have they gotten the videotape? A man my torturers referred to as Alejandro and the chief threatened to release the tape to the press if I didn't forgive my torturers. It was a tape the torturers made of me during the most awful moments. And I didn't forgive them. I didn't and don't. Another woman has joined me in the aisle. Tired of memorizing faces, I just notice that she, too, has blonde hair. We exit the plane, and the bitter chill shocks me. This is not Guatemala. The sign on the building in front of us says Albuquerque International Airport. I start to veer toward the door of the building, but she stops me. This way. We're going to see your mom and dad. Mom and dad. Only the words are familiar. No images come to my mind. She approaches a police car parked on the runway, puts our suitcases in the trunk, and holds the door open for me. Adrenaline shoots through my muscles. This time I'll run. But I just stand there, frozen. Come on, Dianna. It's to avoid the reporters. It's just airport security. When he turns toward me, the man in front is not the heavy-jowled policeman whose pitted face hung like the moon over my nightmare in Guatemala. I get in the car and grip the cold metal handle of the door. This time there is no blindfold. This time I have some control. In spite of my bravado, doubt begins to gnaw at the edges of my mind and fear leaves my hands so cold that I lift them to my face and breathe on them when no one is looking. Who are you? Where are you taking me? The blonde woman smiles uneasily and tucks her hair behind her ear. You've been through a lot, Dianna. I know things are a little cloudy right now. He's the airport security officer. I'm Sister Elaine. I'm your friend. I'm your friend. That's what Jose said. The police car pulls to a halt, and the blonde woman ushers me into a small blue Chevrolet. Sister Fran is waiting in the car, along with yet another woman. I soon lose track of the turns to the left and right. I only want to close my eyes, raw from lack of sleep. But I stare at the passing streetlights and try to capture the conversation. None of the words stays in my head long enough for the sense to be clear. After what seems hours, the car finally slows and then stops in front of a well-lit church. The large cross on top of the building casts a shadow that bends across the sidewalk. Suddenly, I feel almost safe. Thankful for the half-light, I put the palm of my hand on the seat beneath me as I get out. I feel only smooth, dry leather. Good. No one will have to know anything. The women lead me into an adobe house, through a foyer that smells like fresh bread and lemon cleaner and on into a sitting room, where Fran invites me to make myself at home in a tweed chair. The TV is quiet and dark, but the room is so bright that the pulse pounds in my eyes. A buzzer jolts me out of my daze, then footsteps ring on the concrete, then they are here, a human herd. A small woman with red, curly hair stands in front, twisting a ring on her finger, and a short man with dark eyes, dark skin, and wavy black hair, streaked in places with grey, clings to her arm. A young man and woman hover behind the couple. The woman in front falls onto me. Mi hijita, she chokes my daughter and breaks into sobs, pressing her fingers into the wounds on my back. I clamber to my feet. Then the man closes in on me. As I try to back up, the seat of the chair hits me just above the knees, and he throws his thick arms around me. A familiar smell on his breath. Cigarettes. I feel the stings again in my back, all over my shoulder blades. I smell my flesh burning. The young man and woman bend toward us and stretch out their hands. Behind them is yet another young woman, stretching out her arms. I am trapped. Suddenly I am in the corner of the room, watching myself curled under the stack of bodies. These people must be your family, I tell myself. Keep your mouth shut. Pretend to know them. But why don't I know them? Could they be imposters? Has this been staged by the torturers? Have I finally gone crazy? If you have, no one must know. I am back in their arms then, and something inside me is curling up slowly, like paper lit at the edges. Someone's tears are on my cheek. My Nana, the red-haired woman says. She smells like green apples, her cheek against my neck. She switches to Spanish. You've come back. Come on, Nana, one of the younger women says, sweeping her palm across the ridge of her cheekbone. Let's go home. I comb the room for details. On the refrigerator are pictures a young child has made kernels of corn glued onto red paper cut in the shape of a rose, a snowman made out of popcorn beneath a sky of paper snowflakes. Amber is scrawled in big unsteady letters at the bottom of the pages. I trace the white lace tablecloth with the tips of my fingers as I study the walls. Near a calendar, a small white crucifix hangs among wallpaper lilies. I have kept my toes curled in my tennis shoes for the past 3 days, I realize, as I feel them finally go slack. Since I escaped, everyone's eyes have been on me, full of questions. The papal nuncio, the lawyer from the archbishop's office, the U.S. ambassador, the nuns and friends I am supposed to know. But these people are busy with dinner and seem to think I belong here as much as the table or the chairs. Barbara, has Amber eaten? I can make her a tortilla. The small red-haired woman, my mother, is washing jalapeno peppers at the sink. She had some macaroni earlier, but she might eat something now, the young woman answers, pulling her long dark curls in front of her shoulder with one hand. At dinner, I choke down a bite of tortilla with salsa. Barbara, Mom, Dad, and Amber, who must be Barbara's child, I guess, from the way Barbara watches over her and tells her to drink her milk, talk among themselves, with only furtive glances at me. Barbara starts to clear the dishes, and I get up to help, relieved to have something to do. As I take his plate, Dad pushes back from the table and reaches for a pack of cigarettes on the counter behind him. He pulls one out and puts it to his lips. A match swishes into flame, then an orange glow burns through the smoke. It moves back and forth from his mouth like a breath. A hand is on my shoulder. Nana. Barbara is standing beside me. You look exhausted. You need to rest. Barbara guides me down the hall. Let me put something on that cut, she says, examining the side of my face. She leaves me in a bedroom and returns with a tube of medicine. Her fingers brush my cheekbone and I wince. No. I'll do it. Later. All right. You do your face. But let me take care of your back. She wants me to take off my shirt. Come on, lift up your arms and I'll pull. I can only look at the floor. I keep my hands folded before me. Come on, this will help you. You don't have to take off your shirt, then. Just lift it up. Or if you want, get a towel. I peer around the corner into the adjoining bathroom. A large pink towel hangs from the shower rod. I go in and shut the door, then emerge with it wrapped around me. I'm okay. They didn't do anything to me. She starts first on my upper shoulders. To calm myself as the burns reignite, I stare at the photos on the dresser. There's one that must have been me, a young girl in a black and white habit, smiling with excitement. I feel the tears come, scalding the open cut on my cheek. I start to adjust the towel and it falls to my waist. Barbara gasps. She has seen them all of the burns. She sits down on the bed. Oh, my God, Nana. Oh, my God. What have they done to you? She is crying. I sit down beside her on the bed and clench my fists, looking at the little half-moons my nails leave imprinted in my skin. Barbara finally wipes her face and says we have to continue with the medicine. Just close your eyes and put it all over, I tell her. Don't look. I'm afraid I'll hurt you that way. How about if I look away most of the time and just glance to get my bearings? No. Diana, come on. It's nothing to be ashamed of. What they did to you is not your fault. Hey, I'm trying to help you. I'm your sister, remember? Your favorite older sister. Hey, best friend. She smiles and puts her fingertips, warm and sticky with ointment, on my hand. I pull my hand away. Chapter 3. The American. I remember little of my life before the age of 31, when I was tortured. Now and then, as I heal, random memories return. Those glimpses, which I could count on my fingers, are all I have of my childhood, my studies at the convent, my early years as a teacher in Kentucky, and my 2 years in Guatemala. But by talking to people who knew me, I've managed to reconstruct a picture of who I was. Before I was tortured, pulling away from anyone, especially a member of my family, was something I rarely did. My life centered on being connected to others. In my early years as a nun, I was reprimanded, in fact, for being too close to my family. My religious family was supposed to come first once I had made my final vows. But my parents and sisters and I continued to call and write each other often, and my mother sent care packages as usual, heavy with jars of salsa and other Mexican food unobtainable in Maple Mount, Kentucky, a tiny, rural community a couple of hours' drive from the Indiana border. I had lived there since I was 17, bearing homesickness and culture shock with the support of my family and my friends at the convent, like Alicia, who took me to her family's home for the holidays when I couldn't afford to fly to New Mexico. I toughed it out because I was sure of my vocation. According to my family, I received my calling early on. My dad when I was little went around the dinner table, asking each of us what we wanted to do, and I piped up that I wanted to be a nun. I was 6 years old. From that day on, my family tells me, I was resolute. According to Barbara, in junior high and high school, other girls would tease me, crossing themselves when I walked by. When junior year came, and other students at my public school were talking about careers and colleges, I went to visit a sister I had seen at church who was the principal of the local Catholic school. She happened to be an Ursuline, and the Ursuline Mother House, or U.S. headquarters, happened to be in Kentucky. I asked her how I could become a nun, and she invited me to visit Mount St. Joseph, the convent in Maple Mount. I went to the girls' school there for my senior year, then 14. On to Brescia, a Catholic college in nearby Owensboro, where I received an education degree. My junior year in college, I requested to make temporary vows. I was devout and eager. But by all counts, I was also naive. And I was sent out instead to gain more life experience. I lived with a few older sisters in a nearby town, talking to them at night about their lives and working by day in a daycare center. In working with the children I discovered that teaching was my passion. Unfortunately, I had a certain brand of religious naivete that my year of teaching didn't resolve. A companion of mine, Sister Lorraine, told me that every time I got in the car, she would insist that I put my seat belt on, and I would refuse, with an argument that drove her mad. Jesus will take care of me. For my feast day I chose the Feast of the Good Shepherd, Jesus as a careful and conscientious tender of the flock. I suppose when I went to San Miguel, I felt called to emulate the Good Shepherd, tending to the needs of the villagers. Meanwhile, I assumed I was under his care. I've been told I was interested in missionary work from the very beginning of my time at Mount St. Joseph, or the Mount, as we called our convent and mother house. I talked to Luisa, an older sister who had worked in Chile, and I visited the mission there before the Ursulines closed it. Working in another culture drew me, perhaps because as a Hispanic I believed that every culture had its own richness and wisdom. I also welcomed the opportunity to learn more about the Hispanic culture, including the Spanish language. My parents, who were both Mexican immigrants, spoke Spanish to each other at times but spoke English to us to make sure we would learn it. As a consequence, like many Chicanas, I could understand some Spanish, but I never learned to speak it. I wanted above all to work with the poor. We were given instruction in all aspects of the Church's work and all current theological interpretations. Liberation theology, the idea that the Church should be involved in helping the oppressed and the poor move toward justice and equality, especially piqued my interest. During a meeting with the parents of kindergartners I was teaching in Kentucky, I showed a film on poverty in the Third World, and I had my 5-year-olds writing letters on human rights issues to President Reagan. My nickname there was the Radical Teacher. My nicknames at Mount St. Joseph had nothing to do with politics. The other sisters affectionately called me the Prima Donna and Lady D. The sisters teased me for my modesty. And I was persnickety about little things. I kept my clothes perfectly ironed, I held my pinkies out when I ate, my pinkies just stick out naturally, and I made a fuss each week when we had to take the laundry from the infirmary, which housed around 100 elderly and ill sisters, to the big washing machines across the grounds. Week after week, I would pick the sheets up by the very corners, hold them as far away from myself as possible, and say, "Oh oh yuck, oh oh yuck, oh oh yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck." The other sisters were more stoic. From letters I wrote while I was in Guatemala, I know how much I longed to stay connected to my friends in Kentucky, and especially to Nancy, my spiritual director. September 19, 1987. Hola Nancy. ¿Cómo está usted? Yo soy muy perfectamente. Well, dear, what do you think of my Spanish thus far? Yes, I'm doing well but also experiencing homesickness. Nancy, we finally arrived in Guatemala City. Maureen and I left Texas on Monday evening and arrived in Mexico City the next afternoon and immediately caught a bus to Guatemala. So far, our trip has taken us 6 hours. Although the journey has been long and tiresome, I have met many interesting people and I'm also becoming more courageous when it comes to speaking the Spanish language. On our journey to Guatemala I met several men and women and we tried to converse with each other. At one point, the air conditioner on the bus was not working and the heat was simply unbearable. I asked one of the fellows a question in Spanish. In my mind I was asking him if he was finding the heat unbearable. Little did I realize that I asked him if he had the hots. Nancy, I'm sure you can imagine how embarrassed I was ____ if that wasn't bad enough. I walked into the men's bathroom. I'm learning to let go of my pride and perfection, and in the midst of that, I'm learning how to laugh, really laugh at myself. Since we have been in Guatemala City, Maureen and I have been working on getting our visas. This process is so complicated. Anyhow, I managed to get my photograph, and find my way back to Casa Bonito on my own. I excitedly said to the others, "Otra Victoria, another victory." The victories are small but treasured. Nancy, it's strange. The faces of the many children that I have taught flash through my mind as I quietly ponder the beauty of these small victories. Jesus is so good. Several Franciscan sisters from Maureen's community are visiting us this weekend. They are stationed in El Salvador. It's been great to meet lots of missionaries. Perhaps seeing them together is what causes me to experience a little bit of homesickness. I do miss you and all our sisters, but I'm more convinced that God is calling me to live with the Guatemalan people in a lifestyle consistent with their mode of life. I eagerly await the day when we arrive in San Miguel Acatán. I have heard numerous stories of the political situation in Guatemala, some not so pleasant. A 3-year-old child was killed several weeks ago and that really hit the core of my very being. It's hard to understand why an innocent child's life is destroyed. One can see the fear in the eyes of the people. Nancy, I wonder if this fear will ever cease to exist? It's very important that fear does not control the person, but how can that be when fear permeates the lives of innocent victims? I'm finding myself asking too many questions. Someone told me to be extremely careful not to ask these questions to the wrong people. Who are the wrong people? Life sure can be complicated and can often appear to be bleak. Many of the people are faith-filled and believe that every aspect of life in Guatemala will improve in time. As they so beautifully say, God is alive and walking with us on our journey of faith. Take good care of yourself and know that you are often in my thoughts and prayers. Carino, Lady D. I also wanted to connect with the people of San Miguel. That process was a slow one. The people were careful and mistrustful. Mimi, an Ursuline who had worked in Chile before moving on to San Miguel, told me Chileans wear their feelings on their sleeves. They tell you exactly what is going on, whereas the Miguelinos would tell a story about some horrible event and give you the impression that it happened a long time ago. Then you'd find out that it happened the year before. The people in San Miguel, who were almost completely indigenous, had no reason to be open. For 500 years they had been betrayed by the visiting foreigners. According to Mimi and other sisters, when I first arrived in San Miguel, the people there told me, "Everyone who has come here has left us." They were referring to missionary priests of the Maryknoll order, who had started a clinic, a furniture and rug-making cooperative, and a school there in the 1940s. Although the clinic and a bit of the cooperative were still functioning 4 decades later, the school had closed in the mid-1970s, with the spiraling violence of the Civil War. Churches were closing all over the Guatemalan countryside at the height of the war. Priests and other religious workers were hunted down and assassinated by the army, which saw them as communist sympathizers and allies of the guerrillas because of their work among the poor. A few years later, as soon as conditions allowed, 2 members of the School Sisters of Notre Dame traveled to San Miguel to teach the children and run the clinic. The nuns realized that the people of San Miguel desperately needed help. The literacy rate in the village was 1 in 10. Nearly 80% of the children under 5 were malnourished, and 1 of every 10 infants died. In those respects, San Miguel was a typical Mayan village. The sisters stayed for several years, but in 1980, one had to leave to have surgery, and the other took a leave also, to avoid the danger of remaining unaccompanied in the village. By the time they were ready to return, the fighting was too intense. They never went back. "You're not going to abandon us, too, are you?" the villagers asked me. "No," I said. "I will never leave you." February 8, 1988. Dear Nancy, I've been in San Miguel for 2 months and much has happened during this short period. Upon entering the town of San Miguel, one is surrounded and of course greeted by women and men, and yes, numerous children who are as lively as squirrels. Some speak Spanish but the main language is a dialect K'an-Jobel. There are presently more women than men, many widows and women whose husbands or sons have had to leave the country. Those who remained in San Miguel have survived the bombings, massacres and harassment from both the military and the guerrillas. The children of San Miguel are precious. I started meeting with a group of youngsters, ages 9 to 12, on a regular basis. It's like teaching 5 grades at one time. I had 16 students on the first day and since then the enrollment has doubled. Basically, we are concentrating on learning skills needed prior to first grade, e.g., recognizing letters, sounds, numbers, cutting, writing, etc. Mind you, most of the instruction is done in Spanish. Sometimes the language is a barrier for the children. Most of them speak K'an-Jobel, but I have one 12-year-old boy who understands Spanish fairly well, so he translates for me. Starting on Saturday, I'll have a helper on a regular basis. Her name is Elena and she's a gem. She speaks both Spanish and K'an-Jobel, so she'll be able to translate for me. Nevertheless, I'm trying to memorize a few phrases in their language. I've been practicing the following phrases. Today we are going to learn to recognize the letter B, J-A Tananak Hajcu Kui Jun Letra Spib. The next phrase is much more difficult than the above. Today I'm going to read you a story in Spanish, then Elena will translate it in K'an-Jobel. Tananak Hajba Lir and Jun Historia Yin Castillo Y9 Elena Haj 9 Yin Ha Ti Bicho. Now Nancy, let me hear you repeat that phrase. That's what I call a tongue twister. I'm really not focusing my attention on learning K'an-Jobel. I think learning Spanish is a challenge in itself. Working with the youngsters is of greater importance. Today I think more about what I can learn from the children and the people of San Miguel, and less of what I think I can teach them or offer them. They open my eyes to the riches that they have to offer in spite of their youth, in spite of their circumstances. One of our major concerns in San Miguel is the return of Guatemalan refugees who fled their homeland during the violence and who now reside in refugee camps in Mexico. Many of them want to return to their homeland but are reluctant. The reasons for this reluctance are very clear. 30 years of military rule has left that Guatemalan countryside in shambles. Despite earnest assurances by the Cerezo government, the refugees' safety is still very much in doubt. We, the people of San Miguel, and the Church on the diocesan level are trying to formulate a plan in which we can reach out to our brothers and sisters. Living in the midst of a people who have suffered tremendously and who continue to be victimized by the powerful is causing me to have a conversion of heart. Many of my so-called precious values are not as important as they were in the past. I don't understand the mystery of this conversion. But I do know that it is one way of being in solidarity with the poor and oppressed of our world. As far as community is concerned, I would have to say that we have an ideal setting. At times I marvel at the wisdom that Mimi and Darkin have developed through the years. Maureen and I have lots to learn from them, and they in turn have lots to learn from our youthful spirits and ideas. We usually start off our day by praying together. We reflect on the daily readings or whatever comes to our minds/hearts. Nancy. I feel like I'm really learning how to pray. If that makes any sense at all. We work with 2 priests, Ephraim and David. They are responsible for 6 parishes plus all the neighboring aldeas. They have their hands full. Nancy, it seems like I have said enough for the time being. Know that I think of you daily and keep you in my prayers. Also, I'm still praying that you will be able to visit us sometime. Take care, and may you continue to draw strength and trust from the one that wills us to live in peace. You are loved. Kila. Dianna. It seemed that everyone in San Miguel Acatan had a relative, friend, or acquaintance who had been disappeared or murdered. From 1979 to 1981, 7 massacres took place in the area. People in San Miguel told this story. The military came in and said to several women, "Make tortillas for us. If you don't, you'll be killed." So the women made tortillas for the army. Then the guerrillas came in and cut the women's heads off. I wanted to do anything I could to help the people rebuild their lives. In spite of my nicknames at the Mount and my reputation for being easily grossed out, in San Miguel nothing was too hard for me. Mimi, Maureen, and Darkin said I was in my honeymoon period. Darkin wrote letters home complaining that the mattresses were as hard as boards when we slept at houses of parishioners in neighboring villages. I raved about everything except the head lice. Once I got over the disgust, though, I realized I had shared in what the villagers experienced regularly, and I had been blessed with one more link to them. No wonder I was happy. I was doing exactly what I wanted. Fran remembers visiting my classroom and finding 60 kids who had been in public school all day still working as hard as they could. Some of the children were at the blackboard, some were in a corner with clay, some were at their seats doing puzzles I had made. One girl was sitting by herself, reading a book. Fran went over to her to hear her read. The girl straightened her back, blushed with pride, and read. When my torturers interrogated me, they showed me photographs of myself during my first week in San Miguel. I realized then that I'd been under surveillance since my arrival 2 years earlier. Mimi, Darkin, and Maureen, I'm sure, were also photographed and monitored. All of us were considered possible subversives. Although in 1986 a civilian president had been elected in Guatemala, following decades of military rule, the army was still firmly in control, and the church was still suspect. At the Second Vatican Council, 1962–65, and the meeting of the Latin American bishops in Medellin, Colombia, in 1968, the Church made a commitment to work toward social justice on behalf of the excluded, poor, and underprivileged. The Guatemalan army, accordingly, considered Catholics to be allies of the guerrillas, as Guatemala's Truth Commission would find years later, and therefore part of the internal enemy, subject to persecution, death, or expulsion. 1. The bishops in Guatemala, in spite of the risks, spoke out on behalf of the poor. In 1988, they issued a joint pastoral letter criticizing the unjust distribution of land, an act which exposed them to more attacks and suspicion. Land reform was one of the chief aims of the guerrillas' struggle. But the church in Guatemala knew that conditions had to change. 90% of the population lived in poverty, over half in extreme poverty. Although more than 65% of the population was Mayan, a wealthy minority of European descent ruled the country in a system of virtual apartheid. 2% of the population owned 2/3 of the land. Religious workers not only came into the range of the army's counterinsurgency strategy by trying to improve the lives of the poor, they also helped strengthen Mayan cultural and community ties, since the Catholic Church was often the social center of Mayan villages. In the army's view, Mayans were natural allies of the guerrillas, and the Mayan people, their cultural identity, and whatever helped them maintain it should be wiped out. Point 2. I had no idea that teaching the children to write in Kanjobal could be seen as subversive. And then there are the musings about the human rights situation that I included in my letters home. I didn't know mail was routinely opened and read. Guatemala was no longer ruled by a military dictator. Even if I had known that mail was inspected by military intelligence officers, I wouldn't have thought that reporting the latest human rights violations would get me into any trouble. Tuesday morning, June 6, 1988. Dear Nancy, I'm writing this letter at 4:30 in the morning. 30 minutes ago we had what they call a guerrilla scare. Bombas were set off and whistles were blown to call all the men from town and our neighboring aldeias to gather at once in the main square. Mimi says, this is probably the work of the commanders and there are no guerrillas in the area. Another scheme created by the commanders to exert their power. I'm looking out my window as I'm writing this note. Although it's dark, I can clearly see men with sticks in their hands. Dogs barking and mules braying, and in the far distance a crying child can be heard. Right now a group of men are headed toward the river. It's difficult to say how many men make up the group. Spoken words can be heard, due to the distance and the sound of the wind. I am unable to decipher what is being said. What are the thoughts and feelings that are going through the minds of the people? Since the Golpe, the military attempt to overthrow the present Cerezo government, which occurred a month ago, our pueblo has been permeated with a gigantic cloud of fear. So many rumors are floating around and the tension is so thick that it could be cut with a knife. After this guerrilla scare, the people will be even more frightened. Nancy, please tell me why the poor are constant victims of oppression. Why is it that God permits oppressive people and structures to manipulate the poor and keep them from knowing true liberation? I know God should not be held responsible for the wrongdoings or actions of the world, but why can't God intervene and do something? So many questions and few answers. How difficult it is to be a people of faith in times of darkness, in times of oppression. Life is indeed a living hope of promise and pain. I'm going to end this note now. Simply had the desire to talk to and with you. This letter is the closest means of communication. Let us pray for each other, that God will teach us, the poor, and those who are constant victims of oppression, how to be people of faith in times of darkness. Hope you are doing well and are enjoying your summer vacation. Adios, Dianna. The next year brought only new questions. In January, I began receiving death threats. January 29, 1989. Dear Nancy, during the past several weeks I have found myself attending courses, community meetings, visiting aldeias, and praying with people who are sick and some who believe they are being possessed by demons. In addition, we have one crisis after another, e.g. boys robbing girls, men beating their wives, problems with alcohol, people going north, and the list goes on. There must be a full moon out or something in the air that's bringing to birth all of the above. These past few weeks have been overwhelming. Just today, the Zona Milita sent orders to the commandantes to proceed with their annual roundup where they force young men between the ages 18 to 25 into military service. Unfortunately, areas where poor and indigenous people live are the prime target for these roundups. Several young boys who are quite active were taken by force but later released. Maureen and I went to talk to the chief, the man in charge, about this ordeal. According to the Guatemalan law, they do not have the right to force young boys, who have not reached the prime age of 18, into military service, nor do they have the right to come to the pueblo and just pull young boys off the street. I must be learning to become more assertive. I'm not so sure if this is good or bad. I asked the chief if these roundups were done in all the pueblos. He was reluctant to give me a direct answer and said it was a common practice. I proceeded to ask him if this procedure was a common practice in Ladino communities. He didn't respond to my question and became angry. In case you are interested, Latinos would not put up with this type of treatment. Because they are more educated, they know the law and are able to stand up for their rights. Nancy, it's so disgusting, our people are so afraid to stand up for their rights and are once again being taken advantage of. No one seems to do anything. A few complain, but the majority quietly sit back and allow the system to oppress them. This sounds terrible for me to say, it's like the road is being paved for more oppression. I suppose it's much easier for me to be critical of the system and to express my views than it would be for an indigenous of Guatemala. Since I am a gringa, I'm supposedly safe. Who knows? Nancy, I would like to share something with you. I received an anonymous letter stating, "You are going to die in this country, return to your country." It was written in Spanish. I received this note a short time after Mimi left to the States for her home visit. I shared this note with Efren, our priest, and the others. We think it might be the commandante, or someone playing a joke. Dear old Jimenez, the sacristan, thinks it was written by someone who is trying to protect me. He seems to have such a positive attitude towards life in general. I wouldn't mind having such an attitude. Back to the note, I haven't allowed it to upset me nor interfere with my work. In fact, I had forgotten all about it, that is, until today. This morning's encounter with the round UPS has sort of made me feel uneasy. I do not fear for my life, I just don't want to bring harm to our people. Perhaps I better learn to keep my opinions to myself. Please don't worry about me. Blessings of peace, Dianna. Attempts to intimidate us were nothing new. As Mimi recalls, there was this guy in the town who was always accusing the church of being communist and subversive. He was with the military, working for them. Before you started getting the threats, the bishop got an anonymous letter about us, saying we were having undercover meetings with the guerrillas in the parish. I feel sure there were either guerrillas or guerrilla sympathizers in the area, just like there were military spies. We had youth meetings, music meetings, and catechetical meetings, which were open to the public. We never discussed what side anyone was for because that wasn't the topic of the meetings, and besides, anyone with guerrilla connections or sympathies would have been secretive about them. We could have met with people who were guerrillas and we wouldn't have known it. But now, I was being singled out. And it didn't make sense. Maureen had returned to the United States for health reasons, leaving only 3 of us, and Mimi and Darkin were older, more experienced, and much more outspoken than I was. They worked with the teenagers and adults and were teaching them about human rights and their rights under Guatemalan law. I was only working with the children, teaching basic literacy. Mimi and Darlene had had many more run-ins with the mayor and the military than I'd ever had. They were the more logical targets. But things were changing in Guatemala, including the army's strategy. The human rights situation had to appear to be improving. The guerrilla umbrella organization, known as the Guatemalan National Revolutionary Unity, URNG, had won international support for a negotiated settlement to the civil war. Oscar Arias, the president of Costa Rica, was interested in helping the URNG and the army reach a peace accord to end the war, which had lasted nearly 30 years, and the URNG had also approached the United Nations about mediating a possible dialogue. The space for the government to avoid peace negotiations was closing, and the government realized that it would have to fight a political and public relations battle on the international stage. The Guatemalan army, as a consequence, changed its tactics. With the government under an international spotlight, selective violence became its new modus operandi. Mimi and Darlene and I were confused about why I was targeted. We had no inkling that the army had devised a new strategy. But the U.S. ambassador to Guatemala, Thomas Struck, explained the strategy in a later declassified analysis he sent to Secretary of State James Baker. That the victims are generally unknown in wider society means a more muted reaction both locally and abroad. It makes the question why more difficult to answer, and many non-political explanations, e.g., common crime, can plausibly be put forward to explain the victimization of a relatively anonymous person. While the victims are not figures of wide renown, they are well known within the small groups comprising the left. The bolt from the blue strike against one of their members causes a ripple of terror to go through those groups. He wasn't even the most important one in our group. If they are willing to get him, nobody is safe. Forcing many members into hiding or exile, or at least into abandoning whatever immediate project the group had. Point 3. Under the old schema, Mimi or Darlene would have been the more likely target. I might have stayed on in San Miguel if Mimi or Darlene had been abducted, reasoning that I was safe, since my work was only with children. But by targeting me, the Army wiped out the whole missionary program. April 11, 1989. Dear Nancy, thanks so much for your letter. As usual, it was good to hear from you. Once again, thanks for bringing joy into my life. Nancy, I'm getting along fairly well. But since my last letter to you, I have received 2 other anonymous letters. The person who is writing these letters is evidently trying to convey the same message: do not walk alone, someone wants to rape/kill you. I've been so busy during this month that I haven't had time to let the notes upset me. Life goes on. The people in our pueblo and aldeas have started to burn their land, which indicates that planting season is just around the corner. The rainy season will be our constant companion for the next 4 months. Since pastoral work is slow during the rainy season, I'm planning to study Spanish for 3 weeks in the city. There is a language school in Guatemala City that concentrates both on improving one's Spanish skills and increasing one's awareness of the political situation in Guatemala. Living in a remote area like San Miguel, one has the tendency to forget that life, with all its joys and pains, exists elsewhere. The name of the school is the Oscar Romero Institute. To allow students to learn more about the culture and struggles of the indigenous, the Romero Institute arranges for room and board with members of the Mutual Support Group, GAM, an organization for family members of people who have been disappeared, or others who are working for social change. Si Dios quiera y la Virgen, if God and the Virgin wish it, I will come to experience and to know the reality of the Guatemalan people on a deeper level. We talked about the threats with Efren. He pointed out that foreigners simply were not being attacked anymore, as they had been in the early 1980s. But after I got the third threat, Mimi, Darlene, and I went to Huehuetenango to talk to the bishop. He agreed that the threats were probably nothing to take too seriously. Someone in San Miguel might be mad at me for some reason and trying to get even. But the bishop did say we should be careful, keep track of each other's whereabouts, and not go anywhere alone. In Guatemala City, where I went to study Spanish, I had to go places alone. But I learned more about how to live with the threats. The school where I was studying, which was committed to helping students understand the social situation of Guatemala, had arranged for me to stay with Miguel Solis and Rosa Pu, members of GAM. By staying with them, I was able to learn more about the political situation in Guatemala and also able to afford them some protection, since foreign witnesses, at least in theory, could not be killed without consequences. GAM members were receiving threats regularly for marching and lobbying to demand that the army reveal what had become of their loved ones. You took them alive. They would shout, walking down the main avenue to the National Palace. We want them back alive. The previous year GAM had begun a campaign to discover clandestine cemeteries, where victims of army massacres were buried. So far in 1989, a GAM member had gone into exile after being abducted, and the GAM office had been strafed with machine gun fire. Miguel was a small, gentle Mayan who had several brothers who had been disappeared, kidnapped by army death squads. Like many GAM members, Miguel regularly received death threats. I looked to Miguel for guidance. He instructed me in the fine points of Spanish and in the practical and political realities of life in Guatemala, and he educated me through the courage I witnessed as he walked out the door alone and faced each dangerous day. As the days passed, the danger grew. The civilian government was becoming increasingly militarized. The Minister of the Interior had resigned in May, after the army had attempted a coup, and as a result of army pressure, he was replaced by a general. The civilian chief of police, meanwhile, was replaced by an army colonel who was a former member of military intelligence. Then, in June, a national teachers' strike exploded, and at the end of the month, workers in the electric company, the post office, and the public health sector joined in. In mid-July, employees of various other government and private concerns joined the strike. Passing by the demonstrating teachers one day in July, I stopped to talk with a few women I knew who were members of GAM. A couple of days later, as I was on my way to class in the morning, I had the sensation that I was being followed. I crossed the street. Behind me I heard a voice, "Dianna." It was a man's voice. I looked back and didn't see anyone I knew. I kept walking. Half a block later, my arm was grabbed by a man with a mustache. I couldn't get away. It was my first encounter with the man whose grip I would come to know. Mimi remembers how she reacted when I told her how he grabbed me. When you got accosted on the street in Guatemala City, we knew it wasn't just San Miguel. It was somebody who could control your movements anywhere. I said, "Okay, you've got to go right now. Right now." And you didn't like the idea. But, finally, you went. You just didn't feel like it was right to leave. You had a commitment to the people. And you said, "They can't run away." I remember saying, "Dianna, they do run away. Most of them have run away. They can and they do. But you just felt like going home was totally against your commitment to those people." At the end of July, I returned to the Mount, on the condition that I would just go away for a while, until things settled down. By September the strikes had ended, and it seemed that, at least in that respect, things in Guatemala were settling down. In August, however, the GAM office was destroyed by a bomb. Luckily, no one was injured. But 10 student leaders were abducted and disappeared that month, and grenades were thrown at the House of Peace Brigades International, a group of people from all over the world who accompanied Guatemalan human rights activists and others at risk of attack. After August, the violence increased. But that didn't matter. I had promised I wouldn't leave, and I'd seen Miguel and many other Guatemalan friends live and work through the danger. As an American citizen I had some protection. Lorraine, the sister I argued with each time I refused to buckle up, has told me we had a conversation my last day at the Mount. I told her about several of the recent atrocities in Guatemala. "You said you were afraid," Lorraine remembers, "but you said you had to believe that God would protect you." The Leadership Council, the Major Superior and other nuns elected to office knew about the threats I'd been getting, but they respected my right to decide for myself what I felt called to do. I went back. Mimi feels there were signs we should have picked up on, even before I got to Guatemala. "Somebody cancelled your reservations back to Guatemala. You got to Miami and you weren't on the list, the reservation had been cancelled by somebody else they didn't know from where. I think it was basically the Army's way of saying, 'We know you're coming back.' You and I had been in contact over the phone about the fact that you were coming back for." I arrived in San Miguel in the middle of September. Within little more than a month, another threat came. At that point I was frightened, I could no longer hide or deny it. Darkin and I heard about a Bible workshop in Antigua, a picturesque tourist mecca near Guatemala City. The workshop would be held in a walled convent filled with English-speaking foreigners like ourselves. We figured we couldn't be much safer. There I would have some time to rest and think about what to do. We were spending a few days in Guatemala City before the course started, staying at a house for missionaries, when a threat was slipped through the mail slot. This time the words were not handwritten but cut out from a newspaper and glued to a piece of stationery. "Eliminate Dianna. Raped, disappeared. Murdered, decapitated. Leave the country." Darkin and I met up with Mimi and went to talk again with the Bishop of Huehuetenango, missing the first few days of our Bible workshop. While we were in San Miguel, meeting up with Mimi, another threat came for me. Only 4 days had passed since I'd received the threat in Guatemala City. "The bishop advised you to leave," Mimi remembers. "Everybody advised you at that time to go. But the bishop said if you didn't go, you'd have to make the threats public. Publicity could afford a measure of protection. Since everyone would know that I'd been threatened, anything that happened to me couldn't so easily be explained away as a simple case of common crime. But I thought about my parents learning of the death threats. If I publicized the threats and they heard about them, I might as well go home because they would beg me to, or if they didn't beg, they would silently suffer. They had already lost one child, my brother Brian, who was killed by a rubber bullet a policeman shot at his heart, thinking he was one of the Hispanics participating in a riot. I decided to keep quiet about the threats, at least until I had made up my mind about staying or going. If I stayed, I knew I would have to make the threats public. But out of respect for the people of San Miguel, I wanted to tell them about the threats before the news came out in the papers or on the radio. Even though the threats were addressed to me, I believed they were attempts to intimidate the whole community. And I didn't want to be part of that plan. I didn't want to share the threats with the community unless I had to. If I were going to leave, I didn't want to say anything about being threatened. The retreat center was a place I could untangle my thoughts and pray for discernment. Someone had evidently found out I was in Guatemala City, but I didn't think anyone would know about my stay at an obscure convent retreat center in the small town of Antigua. Once again, we underestimated the eavesdropping capabilities of the Guatemalan government. Father Dan Jensen, of the Maryknoll Order, was organizing the course and remembers how the arrangements were made. I received a personal visit from Sister Claire McGowan, who was a psychologist, I believe. She wanted to know if I could, despite the late date, receive 2 more applicants for the renewal program, Sister Dianna Ortiz, OSU, and Sister Darkin Chmielewski. Since time was short, rather than use the postal system, I sent a telegram to their address in San Miguel, in which I said in Spanish that they had both been accepted, despite the late date, and that we would be expecting them on the 12th of October at the Posada de Belén in Antigua. I heard nothing more from them. The date of the opening of the renewal program arrived, and Dianna and Darkin did not show up. I figured that they had changed their minds, and so we began the course. Then 2 days later, Darkin and Dianna arrived. They seemed flustered and asked if they might be able to take part in the program. They had not received my telegram at their home in San Miguel Acaton. It wasn't until later that we realized the non-arrival of the telegram was significant. It had been intercepted, of course. That's how the army knew where I was. Accordingly, a letter was waiting for me at the Posada de Belén. Siga del País, it said. Leave the country. The convent secretary, not knowing of anyone by my name who was there for the renewal course, threw the note away. When she heard that I was missing, she remembered the note, fished it out of the wastebasket, and gave it to Darkin. Father Dan Jensen remembers that Darkin and I had 2 requests, for security reasons, that we be allowed to share a double room and that our room not be in the front of the building. Father Jensen had already assigned us each a room in the front of the building, facing a tiny park. Darkin explained that Dianna was nervous about people who might be in the park, Father Jensen recalls. He agreed to move us to one room, facing the inside patio. Father Jensen's immediate impression of me was that I was a rather fragile person who weighed about 90 pounds. He noticed that my Spanish was limited and that I seemed extremely shy and hesitant. He says I spoke with a little girl voice and seemed vulnerable. Darkin, he remembers, was a strong woman, a take-charge person, sure of herself and outspoken. Mary Matthias, who was the major superior of my order, has told me I called her long distance from Guatemala to talk about the decision I had to make. She asked me if I was afraid, and I admitted that I was. She suggested that perhaps I wouldn't be able to carry out my work effectively, given the fear I was experiencing. I pointed out that in every retreat I had ever been on with her, she spoke of how we had to pick up our crosses and carry them and walk the road Jesus walked, in spite of hardships and fear. I told her that she was the one who had given me the courage to return to Guatemala and continue my mission. Matthias was silent. Years later she admitted that she felt I was holding her responsible for my decision. I think, in reality, I was asking for clarification. Isn't this the difficult road I'm supposed to walk? Wouldn't it be antithetical to my life as a Christian to refuse to walk it? Father Jensen says I seem to lack energy and need a lot of sleep, and my participation in classes was sporadic. I would absent myself from classes and meals to rest and to pray. On occasion I would mention that I was afraid of the men in the park. Father Jensen put that down to a sense of paranoia coming from the threats I'd received in San Miguel. I consulted with Father Jensen twice about whether I should stay in Guatemala, knowing that he himself had received threats in Guatemala in 1981 and 1982. On both occasions I cautioned you to take the threats very seriously, he recounts. But I also told you that you were the only one who could make the ultimate decision to stay or to leave Guatemala. I told you that if you were to leave the country, it would be a decision with which you would have to live for the rest of your life. I've had to live with my decision to stay and all its consequences, on myself, my family, and my friends. Nothing would ever be the same again. I would never again so easily reach out to another person or let another person reach out to me. The first person who tried to help me after my torture was an American. I can barely remember him without slipping back into that moment. I'm curled up on the cement floor, blindfolded. The men are about to rape me again. Hey, Alejandro! Come and have some fun. One of them calls. One recognized the name. They've mentioned it before. They said Alejandro was their boss. Shit. A new voice responds, in perfect, unaccented American English. Then he switches to Spanish, which he speaks with a marked American accent. You idiots! Leave her alone. She's a North American, and it's all over the news. Alejandro removes my blindfold. He is tall and fair-skinned. Are you an American? I ask him in English. Why do you want to know? He understands me but insists on answering in Spanish. Bring her clothes. He calls. He helps me on with my t-shirt and sweatshirt and tells Jose to go for water. Jose returns with a plastic pan of water and a rag. I take a sip. Alejandro tries to wipe my face. I jerk away from him and wipe it myself. I clean my hands. One notice Jose has changed clothes. He is wearing a clean blue denim shirt, just like Alejandro's. Come on, let's get out of here. Alejandro leads me down the long hallway. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a mistake, he says. You must forgive them. They had the wrong person. They thought you were Veronica Ortiz Hernandez. His hair is brown, curly, and darker than his beard and his eyebrows. I begin to suspect he's wearing a wig. He has on large, dark glasses. What will happen to the other people in the building? Don't concern yourself with them. He takes me up the stairs. There are 2 landings. We go through a door and into a garage. In the garage there is space for about 15 cars. He motions me into a grey Suzuki Jeep. I notice that it has a wavy black horizontal stripe on the outside, near the door, and it's in good shape, almost new. A rabbit's foot hangs from the rearview mirror. I'll take you to a friend at the U.S. Embassy who can help you leave the country. As we pull out of the garage, light dazzles my eyes. I make out a couple of open iron gates. We go through them and turn right onto a main road with large buildings. My attention is on Alejandro, whether I can trust him. He's told me to forget about the other people in the building. The torturers said he was their boss and they obeyed him. He told them to leave me alone. They did. He ordered the Guat man and the policeman out of the room. They left. He told Jose to bring me my clothes and some water. Jose did as he was told. Alejandro knows I've seen the torturers' faces and his face too. He's taking me to kill me. A tape of classical music is playing. It stops, and he turns it over. On his left finger, a wide, gold wedding band gleams in the light. The sun is low. It's twilight or early morning, one guess. I sit forward to protect my back. My bums are throbbing. Look, you have to forgive those guys, Dianna. They made a mistake. They didn't make a mistake. The death threats were addressed to me, Madre Dianna, not to Veronica Ortiz. We tried to warn you with the threats, to prevent this, but you wouldn't leave. I stayed because I have a commitment to the people. I have a commitment to the people, to liberate them from communism. Your commitment is different because you don't respect human life. All this time I've been speaking Spanish. He's been responding in Spanish, with grammar worse than mine, beginner mistakes, like using a feminine article with a masculine noun. But now he switches to English. Well, you know, we have the photos of you, and the videos. Those could be embarrassing. Breath stops. He is American and the torturers have told him about what what they filmed me doing. Now he's threatening me with blackmail. Does that mean he won't kill me? Or will he change his mind, even if I promise to keep quiet? Is he just playing with me? One block around. The traffic has picked up now. I catch sight of a sign, Zone 5. There is only one place in Guatemala with zone signs, and that's the capital. I'm in Zone 5 of Guatemala City. Up ahead is a red light. Alejandro slows, and soon we're at a dead standstill. I open my door and I jump. Then I run as fast as my legs will take me. I can't see him when I look back. After several blocks, while I'm glancing over my shoulder, I nearly collide with an indigenous woman. "You're the one," she says. "Sister Dianna." She must recognize me from the news. I escaped. I'm running. She takes me by the arm, quickly, looking around. "Come with me. You'll be safe." She guides me into a little house, and sits me at a table. She disappears for a minute and soon comes back with chamomile tea and a plate of beans and tortillas. I'm not hungry or thirsty. Body is numb. Why tears are the only living part of me. They keep spurting and coursing and burning. The woman has a statue of the Virgin of Guadalupe, with several candles before it. She tells me to rest and pray. I continue to sit. I sip some tea. But praying is out of the question. She brings some water to wipe my face. As she brings the cloth up to my cheek, I jerk away, remembering Alejandro. "It's okay, now, I'm not going to hurt you." I let her wipe off the scrape. She tells me again to rest, but all one can think about is getting my passport and leaving Guatemala before Alejandro and the others catch up with me. M31 passport is at a travel agency in Zone I Haters Travel, near the Plaza Central. Darkin and I left our passports there, locked in the manager's desk, before going on retreat at the Posada de Belén. If we had to leave the country quickly, we reasoned, the travel agent would have our passport numbers already and could make our flight arrangements quickly. We could pick up our passports with our tickets. "I have to get to Zone 1 to get our RVY passport," I tell the woman. She tells me what bus to take to Zone I, and she gives me the change one need. She walks with me to the door of her house, looks carefully out, and points me to the bus stop. "Don't tell anyone anything about me," she says. I understand. To give any details that could allow the authorities or army to find her would put her in danger. The rules were simple in Guatemala, and after decades of dictatorships, everybody knew them. She helped someone they had wanted to kill. They would punish her for that. The bus comes almost as soon as I leave her house. I ask the driver to tell me when we get to the stop near Haters Travel. The driver knows the place, and one get off at the right stop. Once inside the travel agency, I ask to use the phone, and I get in touch with Darkin. Before long, a group of people I don't recognize comes to pick me up, several women and a man in a jeep. After we've gone for a while in silence, one of the women asks, "Were you raped?" "No. One just want to leave the country. I don't want any complications." The next 3 days were a blur. They took me to the Marinol house, where, according to Darkin, I bathed every hour or so. Between baths, I lay on my stomach on the bed. Guatemalan police officers were at the door downstairs. We were in a room at the back of the house, so I didn't know that the police had come to interview me. The Maryknoll priests sent them away, refusing to be intimidated. The police didn't have a warrant. The police chief, accompanied by his agency's public relations director, vowed to return with a warrant. Luckily, I was spared those details and others that the priests were discussing how easily a grenade could be lobbed over the low wall around the house, for example. Already the phone lines had been cut. They decided to move me to the Vatican Embassy, where the papal nuncio lived. Officially, once we were on that property, we were not in Guatemala, and the police had no jurisdiction. The building had good security, too. At the nuncio's, I was looked after well. My clothes were washed, no one thought not to wash them, especially since I wasn't being clear about all that had happened. The nuncio prepared a special meal for us. And within 3 days, I was home. In New Mexico, I went through photographs with my 6-year-old niece. I pretended I was testing her. "Hey, Stephanie, do you know who this is?" She told me the names and relationships of everyone in the family. I memorized them. A neighbor, meanwhile, called and told my mother that a suspicious-looking man had been driving slowly by our house and photographing it. Sister Fran was staying with us for a while, helping my family and me through what must have been a crisis. My family seeing me so beaten up and changed, the local press wanting interviews, occasional strange phone calls. The strange phone calls and the photographer weren't mentioned to me. Neither were the clicks that the sisters at the Mount had begun hearing within 12 hours of my abduction whenever they used the phone. Afraid the phones were tapped, they now conversed circumspectly with Fran about anything to do with me. I was oblivious to the danger the sisters perceived in New Mexico and at the Mount. And they were kind enough to let me drift off into my own numb world. But one day when barely a week had passed, Mary Mathias called and told me I needed to get my back examined. From the statement I'd released, the community was aware of the people I'd heard screaming in the building, the people who were left behind. The sisters felt compelled to act to protest the tactics of the Guatemalan government, at the very least, and perhaps to prosecute. My back was evidence. 2 doctors in Guatemala had already looked at my back, but they sneaked into the papal nuncio's residence. They were terrified to be mentioned by name, much less to participate as witnesses in a suit against the Guatemalan security forces. "Dr. Gutierrez won't hurt you," my mother told me, watching my hands shake as I buttoned my coat. She turned to Fran, who was going with me to his office. "He's good. He's been our family doctor for years." I tie on a gown. When Dr. Gutierrez pulls it open to look at my back, I feel the torturer's eyes on me again. He looks and looks. My ears wait for the rasp of a match. He finishes, finally, and wants to examine other parts of my body for burns, chest, stomach, legs. I can't allow it. I refuse. Dr. Gutierrez writes up the statement the community needs for legal purposes, saying that he found 111 second-degree circular burns on my back. That should be something the White House is interested in seeing investigated, Kentucky Congressman Carol Hubbard tells reporters. But the White House has not even made a statement of concern about my abduction and torture. The White House has made no public reference to it at all. So the sisters have hired a lawyer, and I have to go back to the Mount to provide more information about what happened to me during those 24 hours. 5. One feel almost comfortable with my family now, and I don't want to leave. But I pack my suitcase, hoping that at the Mount, I will remember people and be, once again, a person with a past. I don't recognize the driveway that leads to the mother house or the pastures and buildings we pass on either side. The Victorian guest house Mimi and Darkin and I are staying in is as foreign to me as my parents' house, although people expect me to know where things are. After we settle in, we go to the dining room for dinner, and everyone stands and applauds. I'm baffled, overwhelmed. If these holy women knew what I had done in that basement prison, they wouldn't let me near them, much less applaud. Dozens of women come and throw their arms around me. Some choke on sobs. They tell me how worried they were. They ask me how I am. My voice knots in my chest. I don't know who they are. Chapter 4. The rules of the game. They've taken my sweatshirt off and are explaining the rules. We're going to ask you some questions. If you give an answer we like, we'll let you smoke. If we don't like the answer, we'll bum you. The rules are unfair, I venture. They bum me. They ask me my name, age, and place of residence. The anticipation is worse than the burns wondering if this answer is good enough. But for every answer I give, they bum me. Every time I am silent they bum me. They ask me the same questions again and again. My throat becomes raw from screaming. They remove my blindfold. Someone holds my head so I can't turn around. It takes my eyes a little while to adjust to the light. They show me some pictures. The first is of me in San Miguel during the festival 2 years earlier. The army was in town during the feast, I remember. A soldier asked me to dance and Mimi came to my rescue. "We're nuns," she said. "We don't dance." "Do you know who this is in the picture?" they ask. "It's me." They bum me. "And who's this?" "This one was taken in the village of Yalej during Lent of 1988. I wasn't there often, but I remember that when I was there the army was also there." Me. They bum me. The next picture is one of me at the teachers' demonstration in Guatemala City. Again they question me. I identify myself. They bum me. The one after that is of me with a group of people from the Bible course, visiting the ruins in Capuchino. It must have been taken just a couple of days before I was kidnapped. It's so useless to tell them it's me. Why don't I just stay silent? Either way I'll get burned. But still I answer. And am burned. Then they show me a photo of an indigenous man holding a gun. "Who's this?" I don't know him and I tell them so. They bum me. They show me a photo of an indigenous woman holding a gun. "This is you." 37. They insist. She bears no resemblance to me. She's an indigenous woman with long hair. It isn't. It's not me. They bum me. Just get it down on paper, I tell myself this the last time I will ever have to remember. With the help of Paul Sorev, the community's lawyer, I write a 15-page affidavit. The Guatemalan government and the U.S. State Department have claimed for the past 2 months that with no direct statement from me, no first-person affidavit, they cannot investigate. It takes about 10 meetings with Paul, sitting in his little office where many refugees have told their stories of persecution and fear, seeking help with political asylum cases. Paul questions me gently. If I can't answer, he waits, letting Mimi and Darkin comfort me. When I tell him we can start again, he pushes his wire-rimmed glasses up on his nose, strokes his beard for a moment, and tries to find an even gentler way to ask the same question. But each time I remember what happened, I smell the torturers, hear their laughter, feel their hands. Once I have to run out the room and vomit. Finally, with Mimi and Darlene's support and Paul's help, I finish the affidavit, and Paul makes sure that Guatemalan government and U.S. Embassy officials receive it by January 1990. Several weeks later, newspapers arrive from Guatemala with information about my case, and Mimi and I sit down to read them. On the front page of one is an article headlined, "What Happened to Dianna Ortiz Was Self-Kidnapping." My ears start ringing. According to General Carlos Morales, the Minister of the Interior, what happened to Dianna Ortiz was a self-kidnapping and in no moment did police authorities have anything to do with this incident, and for this reason the government has closed the case. 1. How could I have kidnapped myself? What does that even mean? I explode finally. I'm angry, truly angry, for the first time since the torture. I've shut the anger away because when I expressed anger with the torturers, they punished me. Now it floods me. Don't let it get to you, Dianna, it's the typical stuff, Mimi says. Like remember, 3 bodies are found on the side of the road and the government says the men killed each other? How can 3 men kill each other? Even Mimi, the person I'm closest to, doesn't know that I remember next to nothing about Guatemala. Sometimes when she's looking away I study her dark, shoulder-length hair, her soft, dark eyes and long eyelashes and try to remember her. What you need to do, Dianna, is get better, she continues. Get strong so you can fight back. For a few days I am resolute. I write. The memories of the woman and man being tortured with me continue to haunt me. How many times I have yearned to close my ears to the oppressed people of Guatemala, to forget forever the persecuted and the agonies of the tortured. It's not feasible to forget. My experience has marked me for life and the sufferings of the Guatemalan people have become my sufferings in reality, they have become our sufferings. During the past week, I have seen a dramatic change in myself, particularly in wanting to denounce the hideous injustices that are a daily practice of the Guatemalan government. I thank God and the cries of the thousands of oppressed people of Guatemala are awakening within me the sleeping silence and are breathing courage within me, a courage that is allowing me to take control of my life and that is allowing me to free myself from the fear that seeks to paralyze me and to silence me. Brave words. But I also remember the policeman's words, if you live to tell about this, if you somehow manage to survive, no one will believe you. In March, Paul and Sister Fran lead a religious delegation to Guatemala City to push for a full investigation of my case. I consider going along. But the Guatemala desk officer at the State Department, Deborah McCarthy, says the U.S. Embassy won't be able to guarantee my safety or keep the Guatemalan police from detaining me for questioning. So Fran and Paul go without me, inviting 2 prominent religious leaders to join them, Marie Dennis, the Maryknoll Justice and Peace Office's Associate for Latin America, and Father Joe Nangle, Justice and Peace Director of the Conference of Major Superiors of Men's Institutes. Mimi, Darlene, and I spend that spring in Mexico. I've decided I'm fine and should go back to missionary work, this time with Guatemalan refugees who have fled across the border. I plan to forget what happened to me in Guatemala. But the people, the language, and the fact that we can see the mountain of San Miguel in the distance on a clear day are reminders, unpleasant ones, of November 2nd. The Guatemalan army has been known to cross the border. Forgetting the case is impossible, too. Fran and Paul visit us in Mexico on their return from Guatemala to report on all that happened there. We meet in a restaurant in Mexico City, and Paul whips out a newspaper and holds it up for us to see. A large picture of the delegation is on the front page, beneath the headline, Church Demands Investigation. We made our point. Paul is beaming, eager to fill us in on all the details. President Cerezo agreed to form an independent commission to investigate your case, Dianna. What that means is, first of all, we can get to the truth. The government may not have the power or desire to investigate, but the commission will. It will include Archbishop Panados, the Vice Minister of the Judiciary, a human rights official yet to be decided, and myself. Second, you won't have to go before a Guatemalan court to prosecute, so you won't have to be up on the witness stand. Me, on the witness stand, talking about what they did to me? I'd never even imagined it. I had no idea that I might have been asked to do that. I would have refused. When I was working with Paul on my affidavit, he said the case would never be tried in court. He'd sounded sure about the commission. But it must have been touch and go for a while. Paul thumps the edge of the table with his fingers. It's good news. I return his smile. Maybe the commission can prove I'm telling the truth. Paul passes on more good news. President Cerezo read my affidavit avidly when they met with him, as though he'd never seen it before. Then he said he had no reason not to believe me. The police, he said, had concluded my case was a self-kidnapping because they couldn't find anyone to support my version of events and they couldn't come up with any motive for this having been done. That night, when he was interviewed on television, Cerezo stated again that he had no reason not to believe me. President Cerezo's attitude took the delegation by surprise. A few days after my abduction, Cerezo had made a statement to the Guatemalan press acknowledging that I was abducted, although he had refused to admit that state security forces were involved. This was an act perpetrated by extra-governmental groups not under the control of the authorities. By January, though, Cerezo had aligned his story more closely with the army's. He told America's Watch my case was invented to embarrass the Guatemalan government at the February meeting of the United Nations Human Rights Commission. Now, Cerezo suddenly said he had no quarrels with my version of events. The delegation also met with Defense Minister General Hector Gramajo and Minister of the Interior General Carlos Morales. Both had told the press in November that my abduction was a hoax. In January, Defense Minister Gramajo told an America's Watch investigator that I wasn't abducted but had sneaked out to meet a lesbian lover. The gash on my face resulted from a lover's spat. As for the cigarette burns, he said he didn't believe they existed. Gramajo called my accusations a big injustice to Guatemala and its security forces. America's Watch considered Gramajo's version to be pure invention and indicative of the extraordinary lengths the military leadership will go to deflect exposure of its secret practices too. Paul confronted Gramajo with the statements he had made, and Gramajo took them back. Paul got him to put his retraction in writing. This note serves to confirm our conclusions in our talk today that in reference to the case of Sister Dianna May Ortiz, specifically in reference to my impression that her motives for leaving the hotel she was in were due to matters related to amorous deception, I agree with you that the evidence in the hands of investigators are not conclusive to support this impression, much less to affirm practices of sexual deviation, lesbianism. Gramajo continued to insist, however, that my abduction was a self-kidnapping. Morales wasn't familiar with my affidavit. He didn't seem to have read it, but he also continued to maintain that I had staged my own kidnapping, although he refused to give any evidence to support his claim. His position was that the investigation was closed, and if we wanted further action, we would have to go to court. From Ambassador Strzok, Paul tells me, pulling some letters out of his briefcase and putting them on the table before us. Before I tell you about our meeting with him, I want you to get an idea of the dialogue we've been having. I glance through the pages, and stop at this sentence: Sister Dianna's refusal to be interviewed or to give any direct information to investigators from any agency has seriously complicated efforts to find the criminals and solve the crime. Paul, I just wrote a 15-page affidavit. The ambassador was saying they couldn't investigate because they didn't have a first-person statement. Now they have it. And now they're saying they can't investigate because I won't be interviewed. Paul sighs. I keep reading. The investigation, according to Strzok, has also been hampered by a lack of any evidence that could be used in court. But the evidence includes the T-shirt I was wearing, which the men burned me in for a while before removing, 2 separate doctors' findings, since one of the Guatemalan doctors was now willing to allow his name to be used, and the 6 threatening notes I received. Anyway, we don't plan to pursue the case in court but before the investigative commission. Another paragraph catches my eye: had we been able to retrace Sister Ortiz's itinerary in the hours or even days immediately following her reappearance, we might have been able to effect the rescue of the persons being held. The indifference to the fate of those undergoing torture is inconsistent with the January 3 affidavit's reference to a commitment to a suffering people. 3. Murderer, the policeman hisses again in my ear. Now more people are dead because of you. I sink my teeth into my lip to keep it steady and try to reason with the policeman's voice. There was no way I could have retraced my itinerary or, as Strzok asked, made a map backtracking my route from the point of my arrival in Zone 5 to the location at which the affidavit indicates I was held. My affidavit didn't indicate any location at which I was held. I had no idea where I was held. I wouldn't know the place I was held until I saw it, and every cell in my body remembered it. And Strzok had met with me himself the day I escaped. He didn't ask me a single question about the place I was detained. Strzok in the letter also asked for information about the indigenous woman who helped me after I escaped from Alejandro. Please ask Sister Dianna to provide her name and address. He wants her name and address so he can give it to the Guatemalan army, I tell Paul. And then she can disappear. The woman asked me to forget her name and where she lived, and I have buried that information under a rock in my mind. And then, about Alejandro, Paul begins. My heart speeds up at the mention of the name. I wrote to Strzok and the State Department asking for photographs of U.S. citizens in Guatemala so we could try to identify him. Deborah McCarthy, the desk officer, said that was too broad a pool of people, so I narrowed it down. And this was the ambassador's response. He points to a paper. You saw fit to make a specific reference to Americans assigned to the embassy, the military, or to any police training programs. As the personal representative of the President of the United States, directly responsible for the supervision and coordination of all United States government personnel and activities in Guatemala, I find the insinuation that U.S. government personnel in Guatemala are involved in any kind of human rights violations against anyone to be insulting, absurd, and ridiculous. The fact that this allegation is couched in the most cowardly and indirect form of innuendo makes it no less reprehensible. This charge constitutes a scurrilous smear on the good names of the fine Americans who serve their country in this mission and brings sadness and consternation to them and their families. In my opinion, it is an offense against the Eighth Commandment. It raises the most serious questions about the credibility, sincerity, and motives of those who conceived and are attempting to spread it. Point 4. When we met with him, he was even angrier about it, Paul tells us. He berated us for accusing U.S. Embassy personnel of being involved in your torture. I explained that you never said Alejandro was an embassy employee, just a man who said he had a friend at the embassy. But the ambassador said that even the statement that a man with ties to the embassy was involved was an insult to every mission employee. He asked me if I would write a public statement saying that we were not trying to impugn any mission employee. So I said I would. According to Paul, the meeting was tense from start to finish. It began with a 20-minute tongue-lashing, where the ambassador read from prepared notes, criticizing the Ursuline order for not cooperating with the embassy, not trusting the embassy, and making outrageous statements in the press about the embassy's lack of a statement of outrage on the case. For a statement of outrage, the ambassador said the delegation members should read the State Department's 1989 Human Rights Report, which mentions my case but expresses not the slightest bit of outrage. He also mentioned his remarks at the Rotary Club, in which he criticized the Guatemalan government for ongoing human rights abuses, but did not mention my case at all. Finally, Strzok argued that he was presented with affidavits on both sides of the case, the witnesses' affidavits and mine, and he did not know whom to believe. I stopped Paul right there to ask him what witnesses Strzok means. Paul takes a deep breath, straightens his glasses, and starts to update me on the police investigation. It's been closed, he says. It was closed in March. The police concluded that no kidnapping occurred. The State Department and embassies seem to be accepting the police version. Even back in February, Deborah McCarthy wrote me that 2 people saw Sr. Ortiz at or leaving the retreat house by herself. Paul didn't need to tell me what was missing from that sentence. It was the word the embassy and State Department officials were always using when they spoke about my case, allegedly. Paul pulls Deborah McCarthy's letter out of his file and holds it out for me to read. Subsequent to Sr. Ortiz's departure, McCarthy wrote, the police interviewed all the drivers of the intercity buses in Antigua. None remembered having seen Sr. Ortiz board a bus 5. I suppose McCarthy was using data Ambassador Strzok had sent her. From cables that have since been declassified, I know that in a document sent to the State Department, dated November 1989, Strzok insisted that there was some new information, the police had interviewed all the drivers. But that information is never reflected in any police report, we received copies of all of them. What the November 13, 1989, police report actually says is that several bus drivers were interviewed. The police's initial findings, reported in the Guatemalan press, stated that no signs of a struggle were found. Initially, said the press report, the authorities are saying it's a plot of several religious leaders and Dianna Ortiz to hurt the prestige of the Guatemalan government. According to the newspaper account, the police were claiming that, while no signs of a struggle were found on the first day of the investigation, on the following day, November 3, a watch, a Bible, and shawl were found in the garden, which someone had placed there intentionally to make the abduction seem more real. 6. The police later dropped this contention, after learning that Darlene had reported finding my shawl to embassy officials on November 2. Paul and Fran talked through the police reports with me. I didn't see how Strzok could believe the police. They were not known for their honesty. And I found it strange that Strzok could be so convinced by the witnesses for the police. In early November, the police said they had interviewed all Posada de Belén employees, and none of the employees had seen anything. They claimed to have only one witness, who was a glue-sniffing vagrant and petty thief. By February the police claimed to have two witnesses, one of whom was supposedly a Posada de Belén employee, who supposedly was interviewed by police on November 2. He told the police he had seen me walking alone in the garden with my Bible. The police, in the analysis section of the report, added to his testimony, they insisted that I was walking toward the bushes and seemed to be looking for a way out of the garden. In the November police report, the first witness, who identified himself as Carlos Achtam Asturias, stated that on November 2, at 8:30 a.m., he was walking along a little street next to the banks of the Rio Pensativo, when he saw that in the bushes a young woman with the same physical characteristics as the disappeared was trying to exit, and that she went toward the street that leads to the exit of this city, with the destination of the capital city. In a statement only days later, Achtam said that as he was returning to his home around 8 o'clock he realized that among the bushes which are located in the back of the Posada de Belén, a young woman with the same characteristics as Dianna Ortiz was emerging. He only observed her from behind because she was already looking for the road to the capital city, where the buses pass. If he only saw me from behind, how could he know my age, eye color, or skin tone? The witness also was mistaken about some of the clothes I was wearing. He said I was wearing white leather sandals, when in fact I was wearing white tennis shoes. Darlene, in her description to the police the day I was abducted, made the same mistake. She said I was wearing white leather sandals. Darlene also omitted the length of my hair in her description. She said only that it was curly and coffee-colored. The witness described me in Darlene's exact words, saying my hair was curly and coffee-colored. But he took a guess about the length. He said my hair was long. I'd had it cut short when I started getting the death threats. Mimi had laughed. "Yeah, that's really going to throw them off, Dianna. They'll never recognize you now." If nothing else, the haircut should have proved that the witness was lying and that the police had fed him Darlene's description. That, in turn, should have raised the question of motive. Why would the police have provided him Darlene's description? Could they have concocted this witness to cover up a crime the military or one of their own had committed? But the U.S. Embassy and State Department seemed blind to that possibility. I just kept wondering why Strzok didn't believe me and asking myself what I could have done differently, how I could have been a better kidnap victim. Embassy Political Affairs Officer Lou Anselm was at the embassy meeting with Paul, Fran, Marie, and Joe. He had a statue of two nuns on his desk, Fran told us. And you know what he said? "These are my do-gooder lesbians." Later, during the meeting, Anselm sat back in his chair. He said, "I'm tired of all these lesbian nuns coming down to Guatemala." "What did the ambassador do?" Mimi asked Fran. "Nothing. Just sat there." The meeting went on. The religious delegation had gone to Guatemala, not only to push my case forward, but to support and thank the church leaders who had defended me from the Guatemalan government's attacks, at great risk to themselves. The repression against church leaders had intensified steadily in 1989. Sister Patricia Denny, an American Maryknoll nun, was forced to leave the country in October after receiving serious threats and escaping an abduction attempt by armed men. Bishop Quezada Torrefio, a well-respected church official, said Army officers were visiting rural priests to gather information about them and their parishioners and noted that the Army was trying to control religious activity. Archbishop Prospero Pinados del Barrio and others in the Archbishop's Human Rights Office were receiving repeated death threats. In spite of these pressures, church leaders went out on a limb for me. In November, Archbishop Pinados had made a televised statement about my abduction and torture. This attack cannot be seen but as a direct attack on the Catholic Church to force the Catholic Church to be silent and impede its denunciation of the crimes that occur in Guatemala. The Guatemalan Conference of Religious, Confragua, took out a full-page paid advertisement defending me against Guatemalan officials' claims that the abduction was a hoax. Strzok downplayed the persecution. Not to do so would have allowed a context for my abduction. In a note to the Secretary of State he acknowledged, the issue of church-state relations has begun to draw the attention of foreign and local human rights groups. But he dismissed the statements Pinados had made about church persecution, calling them unsubstantiated. We have no evidence that the government of Guatemala or the military have mounted a systematic campaign of attacks on the Catholic Church and its personnel, he wrote. In regard to the news from Quesada Torrefillo that the Army was collecting information on priests and parishioners, the embassy's comment was, the surveys are run by the Army's civic affairs units, which carry out development projects in the countryside. They collect such information to know their operational areas better and to be able to plan appropriate projects. 7. In March, Archbishop Pinados risked his life for me again when Minister of the Interior General Morales said the police had concluded their investigation and found that the abduction was a self-kidnapping, a hoax. Pinados told reporters the general's statements were false, and the paper ran an article headlined, "The Minister of the Interior Lies." Archbishop Pinados said the security forces are covering the facts of her torture with an unwelcome smokescreen to make people believe they investigate things. 8. At the end of the delegation's visit, the Archbishop offered his office for a press conference, and Archbishop Pinados and Auxiliary Bishop Juan Girardi were present for it, openly supporting the delegation's conclusions. Around 30 journalists attended, including some from wire services such as UPI and AP. The worsening human rights situation in Guatemala and the surge of violence against foreigners were now a focus of international attention. My case was one of the first against foreigners, but in December, a month after I was attacked, the office of the International Committee of the Red Cross had been bombed, and the second secretary of the Nicaraguan embassy was assassinated. 3 volunteers with Peace Brigades International, including an American, Meredith Larson, were attacked by knife-wielding men 1 block from their office in Guatemala City, and 2 were seriously wounded. The motive of the attack was clearly political. The men made no attempt to rob the women, and the Peace Brigade's office had received several telephone threats before the grenade attack on the office in August. In January, after prominent Salvadoran politician Hector Acali was murdered in Guatemala, a U.S. congressional letter signed by 80 members of the House decried the increasing level of violence in Guatemala in general and the rise in violent attacks on foreigners in particular, mentioning my case and Meredith Larson's among others. An April article in the Los Angeles Times noted, according to figures supplied by the Human Rights Office of the Guatemalan Congress, 54 people were killed in politically related incidents in the first 2 months of the year, 52 others were kidnapped. ____T. Here have been 100,000 deaths and 40,000 disappearances. These numbers far exceed the totals in Argentina and El Salvador, where political violence has been more widely publicized. ____The victims, one European diplomat said, are almost always people whose views or activities are aimed at helping others to free themselves of restraints placed by those who hold political or economic power. Even a doctor who tries to improve the health of babies is seen as attacking the established order. The situation is expected to get worse. Diplomats and human rights figures say that both the radical right and the military, trying to take advantage of uncertainty brought on by elections later this year, will seek to create such instability that the army will be forced to take 9 over. For the U.S. and Guatemalan governments, the situation was a public relations disaster. A declassified U.S. State Department analysis probably written in 1987 states the issue bluntly. Our ability to provide military aid and higher levels of economic assistance to democratic Guatemala will depend in large part on our ability to persuade skeptics in Congress and the media that improvements are in fact taking place ____ a few highly publicized disappearances or killings of GAM members or others could easily undermine our efforts in Congress to assist Guatemala economically and militarily. Point 10. In retrospect, it seems the embassy and the Guatemalan administration were badly in need of good PR, and promising to form a commission to do a serious investigation of my case was an easy way to get it. The embassy was eager to claim credit for the commission. Paul had asked Strzok to make a public statement saying that the embassy believed me. Journalists were telling Paul the embassy seemed not to believe me. Strzok wrote a letter to Paul, saying, "Both this mission and the undersigned, personally, are very pleased that at your insistence the President of the Republic of Guatemala has agreed to appoint a public commission to investigate the case of Sister Dianna Ortiz. This is a very positive step. It indicates the seriousness with which the government of Guatemala views the charges made by Sister Dianna. Further, it evidences a desire to find out the truth and resolve the situation. We support and applaud this action of the Guatemalan authorities and are pleased to think that our efforts on Sister Dianna's behalf may have helped to move this matter forward. As you know, I personally visited with Sister Dianna immediately after the incident in early November. I know, from my own personal observation, that she was seriously beaten and mistreated. She suffered a horrible, traumatic experience. As a fellow human being and the father of 4 daughters, I have suffered and prayed for her. No one in this mission has any reason to disbelieve the sworn affidavit given by Sister Dianna. However, as you know, important information is missing from her narrative. It is our opinion that, with Sister Dianna's cooperation, the additional facts and information needed to solve the crime can be brought to light. The Guatemalan Commission then should do everything in its power to bring a just resolution to this case. Point 11. Strzok told Paul he could use the letter publicly but declined to say publicly himself that the embassy believed me. We were all so excited about the delegation's achievements. We were all so naive. I decide to go back to Kentucky to get well so that I can participate in the case. Living in fear of the Guatemalan army, only 50 miles from the border, and struggling with regular nightmares and flashbacks, I've helped no one, not the refugees, not myself. Before I leave Mexico, Mimi mentions that some of the sisters at the Mount have been helped by inpatient stays at Our Lady of Peace, a psychiatric hospital in Louisville run by the Sisters of Charity. She's being diplomatic. I know she wants me to consider that maybe it's time for me to get some help. She has a point. I'm not getting any better by pretending to be the Sister Dianna everyone used to know, with the mere addition of some cigarette burns on my back. But it's hard to stop pretending. It's become a habit. On Good Friday, the sisters at the Mount gather in the chapel to commemorate the 14 Stations of the Cross. I sit close to the front and stare at a large wooden cross that has a purple velvet cloth draped around it. I remember that when I was abducted, I was wearing a purple shawl given to me by one of the women in San Miguel. The first station is announced. We stand and a reflection is read, then we kneel to recite, "We adore you, O Christ, and we praise you." I move my lips and stand and kneel, but only to fit in, to keep from arousing suspicion. I don't understand why we are adoring an act of torture, lingering on each detail, as if in the torture itself there were some kind of glamour. There has been talk this week about Jesus' resurrection. His body died but his spirit continued to live. I wonder if the whole story is a hoax, a fabrication. How could he have kept his spirit alive? My chest aches with wanting to believe it. The pew is hard. When we sit my tailbone throbs. The policeman kicked me there. Isis meets his mother. We are supposed to be reflecting on Mary's pain as she saw her son mistreated, the helplessness she must have felt. Instead I see my mother, as I saw her when Jose left me in the dark, before the interrogation started. I traveled in my mind or with my spirit and found her in her bedroom, lying on her side, facing the wall. Again, I see her that way. She is sobbing. Barbara and my sister Michelle sit with her, weeping. I sit on the bed beside her and run my fingers through her short, red hair, as she has always done with me. Mom, it's okay, I'm here. I'm with you. She keeps sobbing. She doesn't hear me. My dad is in the kitchen, trying to be strong. But I can see the pain in his eyes. I reach out to take his hand. My hand slips right through his, as if I were a ghost, already dead. I wander into the boys' room. JR, Josh, and Nick are sitting on the floor, speechless and still. The only sound in the house is my mother sobbing. Veronica wipes the face of Jesus. I tremble hearing the name. This is you, Veronica Ortiz Hernandez. She wiped the sweat and blood that poured off Jesus' face. I remember Alejandro bringing the wet cloth near my face. Jesus is stripped of his garments. I am not reflecting, but remembering when and how each piece of my clothing was removed. Jesus is nailed to the cross. I see blood spouting from his hand, flecking the head of the iron spike, spotting soldiers' knuckles. It takes several blows before the spike sinks through the web of his flesh. I watch each spike driven in. People are standing around. They can't look away. They feel horror but stand and watch in silence or mutter a few words of praise about his courage. His side is pierced with a spear. He is tortured, slowly murdered. The onlookers acquiesce. The thought hits me like lightning, like them, I'm a silent witness, too. I thought I could get away with the affidavit as my only testimony and then begin life anew, forgetting what I'd seen and heard in that basement prison. And my tentative plan to get strong and fight back. My excuse for returning to Kentucky was that just another way of running from Guatemala and my mission to help the people? As for the hospital stay, I was thinking about would I take that step so that I could be more involved in the case, so that I could help prosecute? Or did I just want a break? God, let me resurrect. Guide me out of this paralysis. Help me act to stop the torture. Chapter 5. Our Lady of Peace. The door opens before I can answer the knock. A man is in my room. I struggle to push myself up straighter on the bed, move the pillows and put my back against the wall. He tells me his name is Dr. Snodgrass. With a few brisk strides he reaches the far side of my bed, where he seats himself in a wooden chair, the only piece of furniture in the room besides the bed and a bureau. His back is to the window. He's blocking part of the light. I would much rather be able to look out at the parking lot and keep track of the cars pulling up. But I make myself give him a smile. He flips his notepad to a clean page, wraps his long fingers around a pen, and asks what has brought me to Our Lady of Peace. No notes, I want to say. They could fall into the wrong hands. But I say nothing. He would ask me which hands and how the notes could fall into them. And he would know what a tenuous line I walk between a world that seems vaguely familiar, a world that everyone else thinks is real, and the world I know, in which nothing that seems is, in which nothing can be trusted. I fix my eyes on his shoes to hide my fear. I'm good at it. This was my tactic when the Guat man and the policeman interrogated me, eyes down, mouth shut. The Guat man had a notebook and a pen, too. He wrote down my answers. And in that room, too, there was a wooden chair. Like the Guat man, Dr. Snodgrass is tall and fit-looking, in his 30s. He, too, has a mustache, the whiskers hang down in an orderly, uniform way. His forearms look well scrubbed under their fringe of brown hair, and they are muscular, veiny. Another similarity, Dr. Snodgrass is meticulous about his looks. His short-sleeved, light green dress shirt is perfectly pressed, and it goes with his dark green pants and brown shoes. Even his straight-backed posture in the chair suggests a kind of rigid order, an attention to appearance you could expect of someone in the military or someone who has something to hide. I should know. I myself am hiding beneath a squeaky clean facade. Before bed I showered, then again in the wee hours of the morning, and 51. Again before breakfast. When I smell the rancid odors and feel the hands on me, and when I remember what my own hands have done, the shower is my refuge. I try to scrub and steam myself clean. Because of the notepad, I say nothing. Nevertheless, Dr. Snodgrass scribbles something down. Then he sits back. Sister Dianna, one thing that comes to my mind is that you're thin. Very thin. How do you feel about that? One have no idea what to say. I keep my eyes fixed on the carpet beneath his feet. You told the nurse you've had a 20-pound drop in your weight. We need to keep an eye on that. The good news is, it's nothing that can't be treated. One has to learn how to eat responsibly again. Do you think you can do that? The policeman's sleeve, I can see it from under my blindfold, his hands on M wrist. He yanks me up off the floor. A single stroke of a far-off saw. No. A zipper. On my cheek, against the open wound his fist left, a clammy touch. A pulse. I raise my hand to my cheekbone to quell the throbbing. Dr. Snodgrass's sharp brown eyes follow my hand. He clears his throat. The sisters tell me you were beaten and burned. If you'd like to discuss that, he gestures with a hand, or if there's anything else you'd like to tell me, feel free. This is a safe place. I look up quickly at Dr. Snodgrass to see if he's telling the truth. His eyes express nothing. Maybe he's only a surface, perfectly groomed skin with nothing beneath it. I half expect him to evaporate when I blink. But he's still there, waiting for me to speak. But I myself am no longer present, not really. The part of me that feels and thinks is watching from a corner near the ceiling, and from that safe vantage point observes this woman sitting on the bed, bent over a pillow she has under her crossed arms. She twists her crucifix ring around on her finger. It has gotten too big. He shifts in the chair. It just takes me a while to feel comfortable, she stammers. Well, take your time. I'm not going anywhere. But after a few minutes he looks at his watch, tucks his pen in his breast pocket, and rises to his feet. He says he'll be back tomorrow and shuts the door behind him. Was he real, a human being, I wonder, when he has gone, or was evil using his body as a mask? I banish this thought. Although Dr. Snodgrass had seemed two-dimensional, like a paper cutout, everyone else seems that way too at the hospital, myself included. I am a body without feelings, a shell the animal has abandoned. The smell of food has the power to tug me back into my skin, at least momentarily. The scent, though faint, falls around me like a warm blanket, and my blood wakes up a bit during the trip down the hall from the ward to the cafeteria. I notice everything I missed when Sister Mary Matthias helped me check in this afternoon. The black and white marble floor of the hallway sports little suns here and there where the lights on the ceiling reflect off the stone. Paintings of landscapes are hung along the cream-colored walls. It's a beautiful hallway, especially compared to the ward, where the TV room and the meeting room are carpeted in a light gray shade and the furniture is covered with a rough tweed. I missed the artistic details, but I did give special attention to the foyer when Mary Matthias and I entered the building earlier in the day. Although the hospital had looked safe enough from the outside, large, modern-looking buildings of dark red brick and darkened windows, fortress-like atop a hill in a neighborhood of large houses and winding streets, exteriors can be deceiving. And when you've been abducted from a walled convent, you pay special attention to buildings and entrances. I scanned the corners behind the potted palms and the niches behind the big peach-colored chairs before I entered the building. I might have taken some comfort in the fact that all the doors to the wards were locked and only the hospital staff had keys. No one could get in without an escort. But no one could get out, either, and being locked in a building is not something I relish. The cafeteria is my favorite room because it isn't locked. The wooden doors that swing into the cafeteria from the hallway have windows of thick glass molded into a crisscross pattern, which reveals only colors and forms. I can eat without being spied on by outsiders. If the danger comes from within, I can escape, dash into the hall and out through the foyer. The white linoleum floor under the buffet is spotless, the gray and green carpet under the tables equally clean. The smell of tomato sauce, meatloaf, and cornbread laces the air. The salad bar, topped by fake sunflowers and ferns, contains things I have a chance at eating: yogurt, baked potatoes, cottage cheese, soft things. In the next room, I hear people laughing and talking. Suddenly, I envy them. I unwrap my baked potato and hold it for a moment in my cold hands, and the envy that gnaws at my chest becomes a flutter, a butterfly laughing with its wings. This place must have helped them. It will help me. This hope spurs me to take part in group activities, such as the morning check-in, where we gather in a circle in the TV room and talk briefly about how we are doing. I just say, "I'm Dianna. I'm doing okay." But I take the participation in group events a step further a few days later when a short, stout woman with curly, brown hair announces at dinner that a volleyball game is planned for that evening. Angie is her name. She plucks at her staff shirt, a baggy, blue blouse with turquoise and purple designs. "It's first floor against the second floor," she says. She raises her fist and gives the air a couple of punches. "Go first floor." "All right." Several people cheer. It will be a lot of fun. I hope everyone will join in. I want to be normal and laugh and cheer, so I follow Angie across the driveway and down a slope to the gym. In the gym it's cold and I shiver for a moment. Entering cold buildings reminds me of that day nearly 6 months ago in Guatemala. But the wood floor sparkles, and in a corner are some tables with bowls of popcorn and pitchers of lemonade. I remind myself this is not Guatemala, and the shivering stops. A stocky young man called Dan appoints himself the unofficial captain of our team. As he points people to their positions, I notice his arms, large and hard and veiny, and his chest muscles bulging against his thin white t-shirt. He motions me to a position by the net and saunters to his place behind me, stretching out his biceps. We haven't even started to play and sweat is already trickling down the side of his round face. His lips are drawn to a pucker of concentration and he trains his blue eyes on the other side of the court, as if daring the ball to disobey him. For Dan, the game seems a matter of life and death. He dashes around, slides onto a knee now and then, which I'm amazed he can do in his tight jeans, swears, calls out the score, and directs the other members of the team. He leaves me alone until I let a high ball sail over my head, expecting Dan to get it. I'm afraid to run backward, since I might fall into someone. "Hit the ball," he whines. I turn around. Dan has taken a few steps toward me and is scowling. I can smell his sweat. My legs start to tremble. I give him what I hope is a dirty look, to hide my fear. Could he be the Guat man in disguise? I try to concentrate on the game instead of examining this thought, but he has the Guat man's muscles, his short hair, and the same military strut. And he gives orders, takes charge. But it's his smell that's exactly the same, the acrid, heavy odor of sweat. I try to concentrate on the game instead of wondering what's behind the facade of his body and whether the devil can inhabit anyone. I try to concentrate on the game instead of wondering whether my torturers and the devil were one and the same. Another ball slaps the ground behind me. Hit the ball. This time the order is a howl. Something in me snaps. Who are you? Who are you to order me around? I have wheeled around to face him and am shouting. Why do you think you have the right to tell me what to do? I continue yelling after losing track of my words. His face is 2 inches from mine. Suddenly, his hands are on my shoulders, shaking me, his sweat drips onto my cheeks. This is what I imagine. What he actually did I don't know because I have bolted out the door and am running up a hill. My breath rips at my chest. I look back. No one has followed. I allow myself to collapse under a tree and sob into the soft new grass. I turn my head and let the blades ripple with my breath. Through the grass I catch sight of tennis shoes, pant legs, bright white in the dusk, coming toward me up the hill. White slacks, a nurse's outfit, a tall, blonde woman. Sister Dianna. She squats down beside me and puts a hand on my back. At her touch I pull myself up. It's all right. My name's Helen. Angie told me about what happened and asked me to see how you're doing. I want you to know it's okay to be angry. You told Dan what you felt and that's good. That's what it's about. She tucks a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. You okay? I don't think so. She's trying to comfort me, but I need information, not comfort. I need to know what's happening to me. I had no way of knowing I was going to start yelling and no way to keep myself in check. I just did it. If I can't control what comes out of my mouth, I'm in worse trouble than I thought. Helen, I can't even play a simple game without losing control. What's wrong with me? Helen offers no explanations but walks me slowly back to my room. Let's see if we can arrange something special for you that will help you relax. She closes my door. I won't let them inject me. I won't lose control of myself. I won't get into a state where they can get me talking without my knowing it. I finger the straw cross I have brought with me, carefully wrapped in tissue. I am told it was a gift from one of the women I knew in San Miguel. A few minutes later, Angie knocks. Her face dimples up in a smile and she hands me a hospital gown. I know what this is for. She's smiling to reassure me. But the gown is so I can't escape. Once they have taken my clothes I'm helpless. Upstairs, she says. In the elevator, I regret not bringing the cross with me. I'm being transferred. The first floor, where I've been, is for people not a danger to themselves or others. The second floor is like the first, and the third floor is for those who are dangerous. The elevator rises, and the orange light migrates through the 3, stops on the 4. The fourth floor I've never even heard of. It must be for people who are unfit for any kind of communal activity. I just don't want to be by myself, I tell Angie. The doors open. I'll stay with you, she answers, and leads me to the end of a hallway. She slides a key into the last door, opens it, and motions me in. The room is steamy. Go ahead and change. I'll stay right here and turn my back. The whirlpool's in the corner. Sunk up to my neck in warmth, I watch my gown rise and undulate on the bubbles. I move so a jet caresses the back of my neck, just where my hair begins. The water is cleansing me, it is pushing me back into existence, back into myself. My blood throbs. I draw my head under the surface and listen to the faint beat of the water. I gulp the air when I let myself up. Angie has her back turned, assuming I'm half-clothed, and to keep me company she is talking, telling a story about how she baked a cake for her aunt's birthday and used something in a Tupperware container that she thought was sugar. It was dishwashing powder. Angie bows her head to cover her eyes with a hand. When she flicks her hair back from her face and smooths it with her hand, I can still hear the smile in her voice. But Aunt Mary, she ate it, you know. A laugh bubbles up inside me. Warmth finds its way into my bones, and for an instant, I am completely inside my body, completely present. Tears of gratitude slide down my cheeks, gratitude for Helen and Angie, and for this gift, this warmth. This is the first of many whirlpools, a secret between Angie and me. A bit of the warmth stays in my blood, surges up each time I see Angie or Helen. Helen always smiles and asks me how I'm doing as she goes about her rounds. When Angie and I meet, often she winks and points upward. 8 o'clock okay tonight? And again, the warmth tumbles through me. After less than 2 weeks at the hospital, I realize I'm starting to shake the chill of the dank clandestine cell. Maybe because he sees I'm stronger, Dr. Snodgrass becomes more insistent about my progress in therapy. Up to now, I've offered little information. Maybe I've said something about the lovely grounds, the nice selection of food, my physical discomfort, abdominal cramps, nausea, that sort of thing. But he makes it clear that today is no day for small talk. You haven't gone back to volleyball, he says, to open the session. He clears his throat. No, I answer. I'm starting to sweat. We haven't discussed the volleyball incident. He begins to twirl his pen. The light blue cuff of his long-sleeved shirt rivets me. What's the difference between his wrist and the wrist of the policeman? I finally pull my eyes off his sleeve to steal a look at his face. He is sitting back in his chair, his left hand cupping his chin, 2 fingers pressed against his lips. You've been here more than a week now, sister, and have had some time to get acclimated. We have you down for group therapy, and, indeed, I think you would benefit. A hot current of fear runs from the solace of my feet to my chest. I'm not sure I'm very good at being with people. He combs his mustache with a few fingers for a moment. Well, maybe you could use some practice. What if I lose control again? What if I hurt someone? I want to ask but I don't. He doesn't know what I'm capable of. He thinks I'm a sweet little nun. I pick at a thread on my jumper. Your weight is continuing to drop and the nurses tell me you hardly eat anything. I've also heard you have trouble keeping food down. Do you typically vomit after meals? Yes. I don't mean to. I have parasites and I'm taking some medication. I don't know if that's what's upsetting my stomach. I think we need to look deeper than that. Are you sure you're not making yourself vomit? Could I be making myself do it? My body seems to vomit on its own. In fact, lately I don't seem to be able to make my body do anything, it seems to have been wrested from my control. I yelled at Dan without meaning to, and before that, before coming here, my body was changing, my breasts were hardening and growing. I was pregnant and there was nothing I could do about it except the one thing I did, and I'm not going to tell Dr. Snodgrass about that. I can't trust him. I can't trust any man. I also can't think of a clear answer to his question, so I say something like, if I'm making myself vomit, I don't mean to. Well, let's see what happens if you make an effort, a real effort, not to vomit after your meals. But first you need to try to eat enough. Then we need to try to do something to help you keep your food down. Wire my jaws together after meals? Tie them shut? Would it help you to be with other people after you eat, for example? Maybe you could spend some time in the TV room socializing after meals and stay away from the bathroom until your food settles. I let out my breath, grateful for these harmless suggestions. I wonder if one of the nurses could lock my bathroom door and that way I couldn't throw up. Dr. Snodgrass is pleased with my idea. As he stands to leave, he looks at me as if to say, "You're the type of person who'll make progress here." I think how little he knows of me. My cheek begins to throb. I could tell him if I dared. I could stop him, say wait, listen. Open your mouth, they tell me. Fingernails dig into my gums. Hands pry my teeth apart, open my jaws so wide my mouth rips at the comers. It is on my tongue, the thing that pulsed at my cheek. It is on my tongue. It tastes of urine, it vomits into my throat. I gag, I can't breathe. I try to spit out the slime. Someone wipes my mouth and my face with a rag that smells like wine. Drive Snodgrass might finally have something worthwhile to write down in his notebook, the single word that begins the blank page I've become, whore. At the next session, I tell Dr. Snodgrass I have gotten a typewriter from the nurses so that I can get some thoughts down on paper. At night, between showers, I type away, listening to my Walkman to keep at bay the screams I hear if I listen too hard to silence. Since I can't sleep, I may as well make use of my time. The writing is painful, but it's like making a cross above a snakebite wound. The poison needs a place to come out. Dr. Snodgrass must want to respect my privacy. He never asks to see anything I've written, even though when we are meeting and I shift positions on the bed, the papers crinkle beneath the mattress. Under the mattress, among other things, are my thoughts about Miguel. Jose had asked me about him. The other two had left me alone with Jose. After interrogating and burning me, and after all three had done worse things to me. But José's soft voice, his soothing Mayan accent, his country lilt added weight to his words. I'm not going to hurt you. Just tell me everything you know and then I'll pass the information on to them. I promise I won't let them hurt you. Trust me. Although I was blindfolded, I knew he was genuinely concerned about me. I could tell from his voice. He wanted to avoid any more brutality. That's what I told myself. It only shows that when a person is so desperate and feeling so alone, she is willing to latch onto anything or anyone that can keep her alive and quiet her fear. I told José what I knew. I figured it was nothing the army didn't already know. Rosa and Miguel had told me they were under surveillance by the army. José asked me if I had lived with Rosa and Luis Miguel Solis, and I admitted that I had. He wanted me to tell him more about them. I told him that they had family members who were disappeared, that they were active in GAM, and that Miguel was active in the group CANDEG, the organization for people in Guatemala displaced by the war. José said they had someone inside CANDEG who was reporting to them on Miguel's activities. I didn't tell José anything that he and the others didn't already know. I really believed I would be released, and I had already decided that the first thing I would do would be to warn Rosa and Miguel, and let them know CANDEG had been infiltrated. I was going to tell them to be careful. I wasn't released, and I wasn't able to warn them. I was fleeing for my life. But because I failed to warn them, I felt I had put Rosa and Miguel's lives in jeopardy. This is what I was writing about. I would learn later that Miguel was disappeared. They came for him. I have never been able to clear from my head the voices that tell me I am responsible. To communicate with Dr. Snodgrass and relieve some of the pressure building inside me, all these memories and thoughts I can't voice, I turn to art. The weather outside is grey and I am in the arts and crafts room by myself. Inside I am grey, too, numb as a cloud. I sit at the wooden table with a piece of paper before me, and before I know it I am sketching myself from behind, the broad plane of my back, my shoulder blades. I need a match, and I go to the TV to ask one of the patients who smokes. Returning with the pack of matches, I strike one, let it burn, and blow it out. Then I hold the hot tip to the paper, again and again. Small black marks appear. I make scores of little black burns on my back. When I meet next with Dr. Snodgrass, I hand him the drawing. He is silent. I don't know what to say, either. I tuck the drawing back behind my bed. What is there to say? This happened to me. He already knows that. I'm not sure any response of his could help me, anyway. Most of the time I don't understand what he's saying. I'm afraid to ask him to explain what he means. I'm afraid he'll think I am crazy. And I've heard what happens to crazy people. So, if I don't understand, I just let him keep talking. Have you been socializing with the other patients? Dr. Snodgrass asks me. Some. Have you been making an effort to mingle? I go to the TV room after every meal. And that's helping you not to vomit. A little bit. I do go to the TV room after meals and sit with other patients. I don't often talk. I don't look at them. I don't know their names. But I listen. It was in the TV room that I heard what happens to crazy people. A woman and a man were talking, standing in the hall behind me. The man told the woman he wasn't being allowed grounds privileges, and he felt locked up. His therapist was afraid his urge to drink would overpower him and he would find his way to a bar. The woman said, "You think being locked in here's bad? My husband decided I was crazy and they locked me up in the state institution. They treated us worse than animals. Don't ever let anyone think you're crazy. They'll put you away." They gave me shock treatment. It was at that moment, 2 weeks into my hospital stay, that I decided at all costs to seem normal. Now I force myself to smile when the nurses are around. I sit in the TV room as instructed and busy myself with crafts, flipping through magazines and cutting out pictures to make collages. But I can't stop throwing up. Because my bathroom door is now locked after meals, it works out better for me to be in the TV room, since I can sneak into the common bathroom down the hall. I carry a small can of air freshener in my sleeve so no one will suspect that I haven't mastered the art of keeping my food down. Looking good is a hallmark of mental health, of caring for oneself. But I can't stand the remarks, even when they're made by the female nurses and patients, "You look great today. What a pretty outfit." Avoiding mirrors is nothing new. I'm afraid of the eyes I will see staring back, but now I abandon my long skirts for jeans. I stop using my tinted chapstick. I stop wearing earrings and painting my nails. The policeman also found me attractive. I'd rather not look pretty. I'd rather not look like a woman. I keep up my routine of acting normal, and let drive Snodgrass TK, because if I stopped him and asked him to explain, if I told him I didn't remember much of the English language, he would ask if I had learned Spanish first as a child and if we had spoken it in the home. And I would have to say, no, English is my native language and I don't remember the meanings of simple words. They sound familiar, I even find myself using them, but I don't know what they mean. And even if he didn't lock me away, the torturers would be proved right. They had told me that if I managed to get out alive, people would think I was crazy. When my memory was wiped away, chunks of my vocabulary went with it. Trauma does that sometimes. I know that now, but then I didn't. I felt like a foreigner in my own country. My mother tongue, the only language that really resonated with me, was a language of images. My only real vocabulary was composed of the only vivid memories I had: being burned, being raped, being tortured. The language of that world was real to me, and in the same way that experiences are processed through language, all my experiences were filtered through those memories. The language of this world, in which some things are harmless, in which words are used to connect one person to another, for communication, not for degradation, this language was foreign and new. My tongue remembered it, but my mind couldn't take it in or make sense of it. In spite of the language barrier, my world of dissociation and fear, the bubble in which I am encapsulated, begins to break in the hospital. It starts with group therapy. A nurse's aide opens my door and peers into my room. "Dianna, it's time for group." My head is throbbing and my stomach hurts. The little lunch I was able to eat went straight through me. All I want to do is lay my head on a pillow and dream this nightmare away. But I trudge to the room at the end of the hall. The aide is watching me. She has me under surveillance. I must keep this thought to myself. It's probably crazy. I turn the corner into the room, then draw back. When I turn around to tell the aide I don't want to be here, that I've changed my mind, she's disappeared. The chairs are arranged in a circle. I study the room, already half full of men and women conversing, laughing. A few people interrupt their conversation and welcome me with smiles. I spot an empty chair between two women. One is biting her fingernails, her face half hidden by matted hair. The other stares vacantly at the carpet, arms crossed, hands clasping her waist. The thought of sitting next to a man repulses me. I sit down, draw my knees up against my chest, and rest my head on them. I run my fingers in circles over my temples to try to stop the throbbing. I take some deep breaths. When I raise my head, across from me is Dan. Our eyes lock. This is the first time I've seen him since the volleyball incident. I had no idea he'd be in the group. I feel tricked. It's a setup. I've been pitted against him for the entertainment of the patients, maybe even the staff. After all, this is a boring place. Maybe they want to see us interact to gauge my level of dangerousness or lunacy, to verify whether I am consistently a banshee. Or maybe they just want to see us patch things up. But they tricked me. I want to leave the room, but I can't move. I won't let him stare me down. I meet his eyes and I begin to shake, not with fear but with rage. In his blue eyes, a glint of fear, unease. Am I imagining this? Is he afraid of me? Does he recognize the evil I've tried to hide? I've let it show now, twice with him, on the volleyball court and in the fierce look. I look away, at the same time he does. The therapist is a woman I haven't seen before, nicely dressed in a green business suit. Her hair is short and blonde and gold earrings jangle as she talks. She welcomes us and introduces me to the group as the new member. I squirm. She reveals nothing about me, other than my name. I wonder what she knows? We go around the circle. Each person has 10 minutes to talk. I make a decision not to speak, other than to check in as some of the patients are doing. I'll say I'm fine, I'm glad to be in the group, I'm working on eating issues. A woman talks about her visit with her husband and children over the weekend. A man speaks of his urge to have a drink. I barely listen. I can barely breathe. I'm that angry. It's Dan's turn to talk. He clears his throat, rubs the palms of his hands together, and sets one of his legs going in a nervous bounce. I contemplate my shoes. I realize these are the tennis shoes I was wearing when I was abducted. I make a mental note to throw them away. My thoughts can't wander for long. Dan is talking to me. I know I upset you the other day. I can get a little competitive sometimes and forget a game's a game. I told you to hit the ball because you weren't hitting it. It was meant as friendly advice. And I guess I'd like to know why you got so furious about it. Tears start to stream down my cheeks. I'm crying in front of a group of strangers. I've lost control again. Before I can stop myself, these words come out of my mouth. When you ordered me to hit the ball, I heard the voices of my torturers. And I hated them because they raped me. I begin to sob, lost in my thoughts. Someone jangles change in a pocket. Heads, I go first, tails you go. A coin slapped on skin. Heads. She's mine. They're gambling for my clothes. No, not my clothes. My body. Dianna, pull yourself together, the sun is dancing on the floorboards by your bed, lighting the wood, the white curtain at the window is breathing with the breeze, the children are waiting in the classroom, this is your siesta, you've overslept. The policeman drags me up by the hair, as if pulling a mound of weeds from the earth. How he would delight in removing the skin from my head, peeling it off with his knife as if he were peeling an orange. Take your blue jeans and underpants off. Does he really believe he only has to ask and I'll submit to his every demand? If he wants me that bad, he's going to have to fight me. I told you, take your clothes off. Come on, Dianna, don't give up. Fight. Be strategic, the way women are supposed to be in these situations. I begin to tremble and ask God to forgive me for what I am going to do. Taking a deep breath, I command my hands to touch the policeman's body, to prostitute themselves for my survival. They tremble with shame as they rest on his hips. My throat constricts with nausea when the policeman's body starts to relax, when he says, "Very good. Now you want to cooperate." He calls out to Os and the Guat man, "Hey, she wants me. Don't feel. Don't think." I pull my body closer to the policeman, I feel his sex harden and grow. Then, I step quickly away and throw my knee with all my strength at his groin. A hand wrenches my knee away before it can hit. How can he have known? Can he read my mind? Another hand grabs my hair. Pain pounds through my knee. My scalp feels like it's on fire. One clamp my mouth shut. I won't let him know he's hurt me. And no matter what, no tears. They can take my flesh apart but my tears are mine. His breath is heavier now, shallower, faster. It is the only sound in the room. If he attacks you now, there's no one to blame but yourself. It's your fault, a voice in my head whimpers. Trembling, I gasp, "Forgive me, please. Give me another chance. Please." My words echo in the darkness. A fist rams into my stomach. I fall to the floor. It's a bad dream, one hear myself say. And if it's not, God will get me out of this alive, untouched. Right, Dianna? He's had hours to get you out. If he exists. The policeman is on top of me, tearing at my jeans. I fight to lift him off me. He smells of alcohol, cigarettes, body odor, and a hint of orange. My Spanish is broken, my lips tight. You're hurting me. He laughs. Don't. Please don't. You're only doing this because you've had too much to drink. People don't hurt each other like this for no reason. They can't. His actions roughen, he runs his hands over my body as if he were plowing soil. Please God, stop him. I want to see your pretty face, the policeman says and snags the blindfold down. He slides his tongue across my eyelids, my nose, and my cheeks, leaving a slug-like trail of spit. Open your eyes. I fight to keep my eyes closed, but he pries them open and grunts. What I see sends a jolt of horror through me. Flesh scarred as if by acid. Satan picks masks that please him. The eyes dead, like buttons. The lips pulled back in a yellow grin. You'll enjoy this, my little virgin. The policeman yanks my jeans and underwear off, throws my legs apart. Then he slices every nerve in me apart. God, stop, stop. He sighs with satisfaction, whispers into my ear, gracias. Your God, he says, pulling himself up, is dead. And the Guatman and Jose take their turns on me. Each thrust pushes the policeman's words deeper. I curl up, watch my body jerk in spasms, dried blood, cigarette bums, bite marks on my breasts, and on the floor the last of who I was, a deep red stain. Chapter 6. The second abduction. All I said was that I was raped. But when I lifted my head off my knees and looked around the room, everyone was wiping their eyes. My eyes met Dan's. His eyes were glassy with tears. I saw clearly then that I'd been wrong. These people are not the torturers, I realized. I don't need to fear them. Someone passed down a box of Kleenex. I wiped my face and passed the box back to one of the women beside me. After putting it aside, she took my hand. I went back to playing volleyball. No one ever yelled at me again. Nice ball, Dianna. My teammates called whenever the opportunity arose. I decided to take part in other group activities, and 2 weeks later a nurse with small, bloodshot eyes told me I'd be getting out soon. None of the patients cared for her, they called her the bulldog. This must be her idea of a joke, I thought, making fun of how wrecked I am. Well, you're better, she insisted. You've been here a month, and there comes a time when if you wallow you get worse. She was misinformed. I wasn't leaving. I was well enough to start healing at the hospital but not nearly well enough to leave. Remembering how wrong I had been about Dan made me braver with Dr. Snodgrass. He may not show his feelings, I thought, but he has them. According to what other patients had told me, he was a good therapist. If he played his cards close to his chest, it wasn't that he had anything to hide. It was just part of his job. It was odd, though. He never referred to my torture as torture. He called it abuse. And he had put me into classes to learn how to deal with stress and become more assertive. In assertiveness training, we role-played, telling other patients when our feelings were hurt and asking for what we needed. I could really use a hug right now. I feel hurt when you don't ask how my day was. 65. I drew several more self-portraits. In one, I was clutching my chest and screaming. In another, I was throwing my head back and screaming, crying for help. Why can't I just tell him that I'm having nightmares, that, whenever night falls, I feel their eyes, I smell their bodies, the policeman, the Guatman, Jose. They're watching for their chance. I asked myself that every morning, but I didn't find an answer. I just continued to keep watch at night. The parking lot that my bedroom window looked onto was so well lit that I could see faces clearly. If I drifted into sleep, the smallest noise woke me up. That, no doubt, was a blessing. A car door slamming, a nightbird's warble pulled me back out of the secret prison. Telling Dr. Snodgrass about what actually happened in Guatemala, not about my nightmares and fears, now was challenge enough. I wanted to tell him about the pit. I drew a tangle of limbs and heads. I drew myself from behind, naked, suspended above the bodies by the wrists. I couldn't draw the lime that frosted the dark hair of the corpses. I couldn't draw how it felt to have rats land on me as they were dropped from above, their claws on my head, in my hair. I couldn't draw the feel of bodies twitching under my bare feet, women, children, men, some decapitated, some moaning still, all caked with blood and swarming with flies and rats. I don't remember Dr. Snodgrass's response to my drawing or to what I said. I guess he just couldn't take it in. In the medical records he says I described being thrown into a pit with other alleged dead bodies. I hung over them until I passed out. Arms. Heads. Why would he write other, since I was not dead? Why alleged? But I wanted desperately to believe in him and his ability to help me get better, so I tried not to find fault with anything he said or didn't say. And I was getting better. Angie, I've got something, I've got a fish. Only a few minutes had passed since we had trekked down the grassy hill to the lake and baited our hooks with bread. SHH, someone said. Reel it in. Angie came to stand beside me in case I needed help, but I wound the reel and up out of the lake came a silver, gem-like fish. It flipped around on the line, opening its gills wide. Angie lifted it off the hook. We throw them all back in. A stream of pink ran from a corner of its mouth. I took the fish by the tail and tossed it out over the grey water. It sailed for an instant and splashed down. I would never fish now, but I loved it then. It was the first activity I loved after returning from Guatemala. I don't know if it was Angie's ridiculous stories, our laughter rippling over the water, each fish's fight to live, or the way each one got to tumble back, after a near-death interlude, into its world and go on. On the way back from the lake, I noticed the treetops were green, and half-grown leaves were waving in the breeze. Near the driveway I spotted a patch of flowers I must have passed for weeks. Daffodils, Angie said. Beads of dew glinted on the yellow cups. I stopped to sniff. Sniffing was my excuse. I was standing still for a moment to let the sunlight fall through me. Several times a day I had to drink Ensure, a protein substance that tasted like chalk. I put on a little weight, and I wanted to believe Dr. Snodgrass and the nurses when they said I was making progress. I wanted to believe that every smile I flashed the treatment team was real. I would have preferred to be well. But the real me, not the Dianna who was agreeably pinpointing strengths and weaknesses in self-assessment groups, the real me knew I was dying. I made a collage with clocks ticking, and pasted words around the edges, time is running out. I brought into therapy a self-portrait I'd made, my head barely above the surface, I am sinking into a sea of blood and reaching up with one hand to a sky raining more blood. The whole scene is enclosed within a vase. Why a vase? Dr. Snodgrass didn't ask. Maybe I felt people looked at me as they would look at a vase, a graceful-looking, decorative thing, and they couldn't see inside, where I was drowning in a storm and sea of blood. There was a small hole at the top of the vase, too small for a rescue team, perhaps, and maybe even too small for a rope. But the hospital was my chance to get help. I had to try. I drew another portrait, this time of myself in profile. My belly is puffed out. Inside it is a spiral, mirrored by a spiral in my head. Disordered words come from my mouth, change, freedom, which hang in the air, along with some images, a jagged boundary that's been stepped across, a tombstone with my name on it. Dr. Snodgrass must have questioned me about the drawing, what's in your belly here? Or maybe I blurted out what I had done when I found the torturer's seed developing in me. Sometimes I wondered whether the seed the torturers left really was destroyed. I wondered whether it would grow again in me and choke the last of who I was. That was another reason I barely ate. I couldn't nurture it. Anyway, I remember asking him, am I like them, am I like the torturers because I did that? No, he answered. I wanted to weep with gratitude. At the next session his attitude toward me hadn't changed. He didn't seem afraid of me or revolted by me. He looked at me in the same way as before, as if he were studying me, trying to understand. He accepted me. But I didn't have long to enjoy that acceptance. He told me that I was better. In a couple of weeks, he said, you'll be ready to leave. I thought of how I could answer, but Dr. Snodgrass, this place has felt safe. If I seem better, that's the reason. Out there, who will be waiting for me? I'm still taking 4 showers a day. I haven't told you anything about all the nightmares I've been having. I haven't even had the courage to share them with you yet. Instead I said just a few words. I'm afraid to go. I don't know if I'm ready. He suggested that I was afraid of exerting control over my own life. I said nothing. I stopped making such an effort to eat. I stopped trying to mingle. I stopped going to activities. When Dr. Snodgrass and I met again, he didn't understand that I was trying to tell him, once again, that I wasn't ready to go. Perhaps you're withdrawing, Dianna, he said, because you're afraid of improving. There was nothing to do. I'd had my treatment, the community had paid a large sum of money, and it was time to move on. You're a survivor, Dianna, I told myself. You're tough. You can handle whatever comes your way. In art therapy my hands knew better. They drew another self-portrait. My body, this time, was a male body, the body of the Gwot man. My head was an open kin with worms writhing out of it. I showed Dr. Snodgrass the drawing and told him I had opened a can of worms by talking about the rape and the pit and the choice I had made, and instead of being able to keep everything contained, now the worms were spilling out. He still thought I was ready to go. He said he would see me in 6 weeks and after that we would meet once a month. 6 weeks? I wasn't going to say anything. I was tough. He would refer me to a new counselor, whose office was closer to the Mount, for weekly visits, he said. I didn't like the idea of a new counselor. I had just made a huge investment in Dr. Snodgrass by revealing my secrets to him. But I had my pride. I wasn't going to beg. And when the moment came I packed my bags stoically and gave Angie and Helen stiff hugs. It was the best I could do. If I'd hugged them any other way, I would have cried. Shortly after I got back to the Mount, my mother, my sister Barbara, and her daughter, Amber, came to visit. A sister named Kim brought her 5-year-old nephew, Dustin, to play with Amber. After breakfast we watched them chase each other up and down the driveway on tricycles Kim had brought. They shrieked and hollered and raced. Along with my mother, Barbara, and Kim, I found myself smiling. One day we went to the pool, left over from the time when the Mount had a girls' academy. I wore a long t-shirt over my swimsuit, which gaped open around my legs. The shirt covered the bad fit, as well as the burn scars. I slid out of my shorts, and before anyone could see much of me, I splashed on in. My t-shirt billowed up, the cold set me trembling, but I didn't care. It was as if I were off in a corner, watching myself stand in the water, then step slowly forward. Amber swam up to Kim and wrapped her arms around Kim's neck, and Kim swam her around while Amber slapped her feet on the water like a beaver flapping its tail. I held the cement lip of the pool and watched. Amber called out to Mom, "Gamma, Gamma, it's cold." Barbara inched her way down the steps and let out a squeal when the water rose over her waist. "Hurry, Mommy," Amber called. But Barbara was tiptoeing still, folding her arms up like wings to keep them dry. "Chicken! Bok 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 bok!" Barbara seconds later was covering her head to protect it from the deluge of Amber's splashes. Listening to Barbara's shouts and Amber's cackles, the heaviness lifted off me and drifted away. My mother sat in a chair, watching. "Mom, you doing okay?" Barbara kept asking that. "Sure you don't want to come in? It's WRRMM." Mom smiled even more and waved away the possibility. When she thought we were no longer watching, her mouth relaxed. Her eyes looked swollen around the rims. I gave Barb a ride on the four-wheeler Kim had taught me to drive. But mostly during that week, I spent time alone. I was afraid that when Mom and Barb and Amber touched me, which they often did, the slug trail left on me would spread to their skin. You can't get it off. Even when you can't see it, it's there. Mom years later told me, I thought maybe you blamed me for what had happened. I thought to myself that my Hajita was angry with me because I had given birth to her, brought her into this world. Barbara said several times that she loved me. Amber hugged me a lot. I would be stiff as a tree stump, but when she pulled away, there was no disappointment in her face. Kim, who worked with deaf people, taught Amber to sign I love you. Amber kept giving me those signs all week. Mom, Barbara, and Amber were flying back to New Mexico out of Louisville, and Kim offered to drive them to the airport. At the gate, Mom pulled me into a tight hug and kissed my cheek. You take care of yourself, Nana. Tears were streaming down her face. I kept my own tears in. Barbara was also crying and fingering her rosary, maybe because she was afraid to fly. Barbara and Amber both hugged me. You sure you're okay? Mom asked. Her tears had left welts on her face. I had seen her with those marks several times during the week. I looked quickly away. I'll be fine. I'm all right. Please don't worry. Don't leave. I need you. I forced a smile to cover those thoughts and waved them out of the gate, then stood watching at the window until their plane was high in the sky. It was at the mount that I cried, in the shower and the bath where no one could hear me above the water. I cried before going to sleep. I got a scab under my right eye from crying. Most of the time I slept. I woke up for lunch and slept again in the afternoon. Then I'd go for a walk in the park, sit by the lake, and cry there too. My journal was my confidant. I'm told that the mount is my home and that the sisters are my family. Why can't I recognize people? Why do I feel like a stranger in a foreign land? Many of the sisters give the impression that they know me. Are they being sincere or, like my torturers, are they trying to play with my mind? I am walking silently with Mary Matthias down the driveway toward the shadowed expanse of the park, where the trees will shield me from other people's eyes and the wind in the leaves from other people's ears. I've asked Matthias if I could have a word with her outside. I have to know if I really can be part of this community. We reach a picnic table and sit at it side by side. To keep my hands from shaking, I tuck them under my crossed arms. A fly lands on the chipped green paint of the table. Don't hurt it, I think. Matthias shoos it away. What I wanted to talk to you about, Matthias, I begin. At peace I started to talk about some of the things that happened. And I wanted to share with you. All right. The leaves are waving in the breeze. A robin drags his shadow across us. Fear has made every detail sharp, Matthias's grey skirt and simple white blouse, her white hands folded neatly in her lap. One of the things. I can't meet her eyes. Unless I please her, I'm not safe because she's in charge just like my torturers were. And what I'm going to reveal will not please her. If she feels I'm not worthy to be in the community, she'll ask me to leave. Sister Dianna will cease to exist. I'll be left with them, the torturers, what they made me. Go ahead, Matthias says. The words tumble out in a squeak. I'm not sure I deserve to be a nun. Why is that? Because I stammer between sharp sighs. I was raped. That's not a surprise, Dianna. Her voice is gentle. We thought something like that might have happened. Of course, we didn't want to ask you, we wanted to let you bring it up when you felt the time was right. But that doesn't mean you don't deserve to be a sister. It wasn't your fault. I look up to meet her grey eyes. Behind her large, black-framed glasses, they are softer than I've ever seen them. It wasn't. No. Sometimes I wonder, if I fought hard enough. You didn't ask to be tortured and raped. I feel like I contaminate people. The other sisters. I don't find the nerve to tell her what I've noticed, how when I enter a room conversations stop, when I put my tray down on a table everyone at the table falls silent. The sisters must sense the evil in me. This may surprise you, Dianna, but some of the other sisters are struggling with the same issues. Some of the sisters have had very difficult pasts, including sexual abuse. Don't feel like you're alone with this. Because you're not. We're all here for you. My hands have stopped shaking. I put them on the table before me. Thank you, Matthias. She squeezes my hand. Then she stands up, turns to me, and enfolds me in her arms. We walk back in silence, our shadows falling on the asphalt before us, nearly life-sized in the afternoon light. Relief is flooding through me. I can trust her. As for the thought that creeps into my mind, what would she think if she knew about the rest? Would she still let me stay? I turn my face to the sun and let the thought melt away. Someday I'll tell her, maybe. But for now, I have to savor the moment and the green, tender bud that has started to open inside me. Kim and I drove around nearly every day on the four-wheeler to see the fields covered with corn and the big round bales of hay, the green tobacco and the Queen Anne's lace. In spite of those diversions, it soon became clear that what had been pushing open inside me was not a green bud. It was not even the can of worms I had drawn for Dr. Snodgrass. It was more like a barrel of cobras. The flashbacks were coming almost non-stop. A squirrel, a trip down the stairs, or a bad dream set them off. I woke up and I was in a flashback. I had started dreaming about the woman. In dreams, I relived every instant. Torturers take me down the hall to another room and leave me there. The walls and floor of the room are spattered with blood. In the middle of the room is a cot and something or someone is lying on it under a blood-stained sheet. I find a comer, put my arms around my knees and weep. Whatever is under the sheet is alive. I can hear raspy breathing, and the sheet is moving almost imperceptibly up and down with the breaths. Steel myself, walk toward the cot, take a comer of the sheet and slowly peel it back. A woman. She opens her eyes, and they are light brown in the black and blue of her face. Her teeth appear in the crack of her swollen lips. She is trying to smile. Catch a sob in my throat and gently take her hand. Her breasts have been cut and maggots are crawling in them. She squeezes my hand as if to say everything is going to be all right. With tears in her eyes, she asks me my name. I tell her my name. She tells me hers, or tries to. I can't understand and it's so hard for her to talk that I don't want to ask her to repeat it. She says, Dianna, be strong. They will try to break you. For what seems like hours, we hold on to each other. The policeman, the Guat man, and Jose burst into the room. Os is holding a video camera. So you've met, says the policeman. Now are you ready to talk? If you aren't, this will happen to you. He gestures toward the woman. I notice that he's holding a machete. He walks over to me, holds the machete out. And thinking the time has finally come, at last they're going to kill me or let me kill myself, I take it. Then he gets behind me, traps NVY hands under his, and forces me to stab the woman, again and again. The blood is splattering everywhere. Cries are lost in the cries of the woman. One woke up to blood covering my hands. It was on my face, too, and smeared along the stucco walls. I kept a pan and a sponge under the bed to clean up. And if the sisters saw this? Would they believe I struck out at the wall in my nightmares and skinned my hands? Or would the blood be evidence against me? I wrote God notes in my journal. God, I don't know who to turn to. I don't even believe in you, but yet I talk to you. I feel so raw that I want to die. The memories of the torture are so vivid and are gnawing at me. I don't want to remember the details of this nightmare. Please, God, take away these memories. Please. From my window I could see the Madonna room in the building across the courtyard. There were a lot of paintings of Mary in the room, but my favorite hung on the wall not far from the grand piano. I would sit before that painting in the afternoons, surrounded by dozens of depictions of the Mother of God and her Son. But in that painting, she had no baby. She was alone, and there was pain in her face. Sometimes I thought there were tears welling in her eyes, but that was when they were rising in mine and making her blurry. Her eyes reminded me of the woman's. Mary seemed to say with her eyes, "It will be all right. Be strong." After bad dreams I peered out my window. She was there, on the other side of the dark yard. I suppose that was why I didn't move my bed away from the wall, into the middle of the room where I wouldn't hurt my hands. I wanted to be able to look out, not only at the Madonna room but at the courtyard, as soon as I heard the slightest sound. The Mount wasn't a safe place. The torturers knew where to find me. They had a knack for getting into convents, and this one didn't even have a wall. Nightly, the policeman was on top of me. I fought to lift him off and for a second, I did. Only then I found the Guat man in his place. After another battle, Jose. I wrote about these encounters, but I told no one. Last night the Guat man, the policeman, and Jose tried to enter my room. They had the dogs with them. I heard the growling. I have to find a way to hide from them because sooner or later they're going to break the door down and the torture will start all over. If I told anyone this, they would say it was only a dream. To me it was so real. I pulled a chair in front of my door and lodged the back of it beneath the knob. At least it would make noise scraping across the floor. At meals the sisters stared at my puffy, scraped hands. No one asked about them. But Aunt Rita, an older sister I often sat with, one day took them in her hands after we'd finished eating and wordlessly tried to massage them. I tried not to wince. While her touch hurt my hands, it was a balm to my spirit. She wasn't afraid of me. After the meal, she often reached into her pocket and pulled out a peppermint candy, pressing it into my hand. I treasured those candies, for the thought, the gesture, and the clean taste. Another sister gave me a pair of cotton gloves, simply saying, "I thought these might help." I tore my hands through them, and in the morning when I woke up, the cotton was stuck to the wounds. I wasn't thinking very clearly then. Only later would I think to stack pillows around the walls. Eventually, going to meals became impossible. The dining room was half underground, and I started having flashbacks going down the stairs once again. I was going down to the basement prison. It was so hard to make the call, to start all over with someone new, but Dr. Snodgrass had given me Dr. Walker's number, and I knew I needed help. She gave me an appointment, without further ado, but approaching her office I was surprised to see the sign, Family Crisis Center. My family's fine, I thought. Dr. Walker, a tall, blonde woman, took my hand and welcomed me. Her breath smelled like smoke. Her office, a dark room with brown leather furniture, also smelled like cigarette smoke. I sat on the edge of a big chair. Droplets of sweat started rolling down my back. "How are you?" she asked. "Fine." She told me she was married and had 2 small children. "What about your family?" "I come from a large Hispanic family. I have a father, a mother, 2 sisters, 4 brothers, 5 nephews, and 4 nieces. My mom's name is Ambi. My dad's name is Pilar. The names of my nieces and nephews are J.R., Nick, Rick, Isaac, Stephanie, Veronica, Melanie, and Amber." I recited the information in a robot voice. I could barely breathe. The talk stayed focused on my family. We never got to why I had sought her out. My impression was that Dr. Snodgrass had told her nothing. But it didn't matter because we finished our introductory session early and I got out into the grey afternoon, gasping lungfuls of damp air. I was never going back. I needed a long scrub in the bath. I needed to wash my hair. I gathered the Ajax and bleach soaking in them was a trick I had learned to feel cleaner. Laying out my things in the communal bathroom at the end of the hall, I encountered a sister. Didn't you take a shower this morning? I stared at her. We're trying to conserve water, you know. She smiled tightly. I don't know if she was teasing or if we really were supposed to conserve water. I felt a little guilty. Here I was again, doing something wrong, but I washed my hair 3 times anyway, and soaked in the tub for a couple of hours. Even so, the smell of smoke persisted. Paul visited the Mount in late May to give the Leadership Council an update on the case. Congress, he said, was pressuring the administration for a total suspension of military aid. He pulled out of his briefcase a copy of the foreign aid bill recently passed in the House of Representatives. Look, Paul said, putting it down in the middle of the table, the House bill bans the sale of lethal arms to Guatemala and limits future military aid. I could tell Paul was excited, but I wasn't sure what any of this information had to do with my case. He scanned the bill for a moment, then read aloud, "Of particular concern to the committee is the case of Ursulin's sister Dianna Ortiz, a United States citizen who was abducted and tortured in November 1989 and who has implicated Guatemalan security forces in her sworn testimony. The committee is pleased that President Cerezo has recently decided to form a special commission to investigate this case. However, progress on this case will be a factor in timely receipt of any foreign military financing or economic support funds." Paul stopped for a moment and looked around. So even if Ambassador Strzok doesn't feel Diana's case is one the Guatemalan government has to solve, Congress does. My brain felt dull from lack of food and sleep. Paul, can you explain a little more about what that means? Unless the Guatemalan government makes progress on your case, the Guatemalan army might not get any money from the U.S. Money? But Paul, why are they getting money to begin with? I put my head in my hands. I was just too stupid to get this. I would have appreciated the bill more if I'd known that the State Department had tried repeatedly to get my name removed from it and that members of the House had insisted on including my case. I would learn that only later, when documents were declassified. Among the documents was this memo from Desk Officer Deborah McCarthy, informing a colleague about the foreign aid bill. The addition will be a new condition calling on the GOG government of Guatemala to show demonstrable progress on the investigation of cases of human rights abuse and politically motivated crime to include Blake/Davis, the San Carlos University students, Akali, Meredith Larson, and Dianna Ortiz. I indicated that the list was the same we had been pressing the GOG on with the exception of Ortiz. That case, I pointed out, has been hindered only by Sr. Ortiz's continued stalling on providing key information needed. Point 1. The State Department, I would learn from another document, also opposed the idea of a special commission to investigate my case. A cable drafted by McCarthy and signed by Secretary of State James Baker tells officials at the U.S. Embassy, "We are very skeptical about the proposal for a special commission and do not think we should pursue it actively with the GOG. Government of Guatemala. The embassy is requested to inform the appropriate GOG officials of the request for the special commission but not to pursue the idea too." Strzok in his letter to Paul said he was pleased to think the embassy may have helped with the commission. But, probably because the embassy didn't help, the commission was never appointed, formed, or called together. Even though the details of U.S. foreign policy didn't make perfect sense to me, at least I recognized Paul. I looked forward to his visits. One day a sister I didn't recognize appeared at my door with a bottle marked holy water. "It's from Rome," she told me. "It was blessed by the Pope. It will help you heal. It might also help you sleep. If you sprinkle it on yourself and all around your bed at night it should keep the nightmares away." I thanked her, but I wondered if she'd seen the torturers and was trying to get rid of them. I pictured the holy water sizzling when it hit my skin. I imagined myself melting. I'd been careful, avoiding Mass as much as possible. If I went to Mass, I would have to stay in the pew, conspicuous, while everyone else went to communion. "Lord, I am not worthy to receive you." I left the holy water untouched. I also received a gift from Sister Rita, who was the principal of the kindergarten where I had taught before going to Guatemala. It was a small, hardcover Bible in Spanish, the Latin American version. I was delighted to get it, but I never opened it. I went into a cloth store once when I was in town and bought a black cotton bandana, which I wrapped around the Bible, then knotted, bound, gagged, and blindfolded. That's how I kept my Bible. I was just so afraid that if it fell open, I would find words of judgment and reproach. I would hear God, a God I believed in just enough to fear, telling me I was evil. I'm in bed, listening to my Walkman, having missed breakfast one Saturday, when Sister Joyce comes to visit. She has brought me homemade bread and jam and a large pink rose, which she puts in a vase on the nightstand next to my bed. The fragrance fills up the room. This rose reminds me so much of you, beautiful and pure. I look into her hazel eyes. She seems to mean it. Is there still something human and pure in me? She sits on the edge of my bed. You had a hard night, didn't you? Your eyes are swollen. If I speak, tears will come. She pulls a sheet of paper out of her purse. I wrote a poem for you. I don't know if you want it or if you'll like it. I take it from her and unfold it. Thank you, Joyce. That means a lot. After reading it, I keep my eyes on the paper. Dianna, I didn't want to be harsh, but I needed to share my feelings. You're part of this community. You don't live in a vacuum, you know, and your behavior impacts on all of us. A lot of the sisters are angry. They feel hurt. I pull my knees to my chest and wrap my arms around them. What have I done to hurt anyone? She must know. Now don't get all worked up over this. Her voice is soft again. Like Jose's. She reaches out to touch my arm. I don't let her. Look, it's just that a lot of the sisters feel like you've shut them out. And it doesn't seem fair. If you knew how we prayed for you. We called everyone under the sun. We did everything we possibly could. Her voice wavers. We thought you'd never come back. For a lot of us, that was the worst night of our lives. And then we thought we had you back. But you're not back. I can't look up. I know she's near tears. Like you and I, Dianna, we were friends, we used to talk all the time, we used to share everything, and now you act like I don't exist. I mean, you're so secretive, like you don't even trust me. Joyce. She's running a finger under her eyes. You don't understand what happened. I'm fighting to keep control of my voice. Dianna, I do understand. I understand all too well. She flips her chestnut hair back. Maybe you're not aware of this, but sexual abuse did not begin and end with you. There are a lot of Guatemalas here. And while there's a time to grieve, there's a time to get over it. And I don't see you doing that. A lot of the sisters don't think you're making an effort. They think you're feeling sorry for yourself. And it's painful for them. They see you like this and you remind them of what they've been through, and a lot of them don't want to remember. I'm trying to get better. It's not that easy. Okay, I know, but what I'm saying is you're not the only one who's been affected. The community went through hell thinking you were dead, and then you come back and you walk around like you're on another planet. And yet, people feel hurt. And angry. Joyce stops and looks out the window for a moment. The thing is, Dianna, you made a choice to go back to that country. Guatemala. I don't like the way she spat the words out. That country. Right. You were getting death threats and we were all telling you not to go. But you went. You chose to go. No one else is responsible for that. If it's anyone's fault what happened to you there, it's yours. Please leave. Leave me alone. The bed creaks as she stands and I hear the door slam. My hands are shaking. I've been so careful to keep them to myself and still I've hurt people. I invited the torturers and I chose to go back to Guatemala. Now they continue their work through me, spreading pain. I run down the hall to the bathroom, grab the toilet with both hands, and try to heave them up. I can't. I get into the shower, hoping the water will drown out the words in my head, their words, "You're one of us. You'll never be free." As the water slaps the tiles it sounds like their laughter. When I return to my room, the rose is still there and so are the torturers. I can feel them. I take the rose out of the vase and remove the petals one by one, crumple them in my fingers, and throw them away. Years later I would understand that some of the sisters were reacting to my torture and the loss it brought them, not to an evil in me. The psalm in the lectionary for November 2, 1989, was Psalm 30. That night, waiting for news about me, the sisters prayed it. I praise you, Lord, because you have saved me and kept my enemies from gloating over me. I cried to you for help, O Lord my God. And you healed me. You kept me from the grave. I was on my way to the depths below. But you restored my life. Sing praise to the Lord, all his faithful people. Remember what the Holy One has done, and give him thanks. His anger lasts only a moment, his goodness for a lifetime. Tears may flow in the night, but joy comes in the morning. _____. That prayer may have seemed prophetic. The next morning I was alive. But it wasn't that simple. The sisters who had been my friends before November 2 had to grieve losing the friend they'd known and went through all the stages, denial and anger included. One sister has told me, "It was like you were a different Dianna, and I didn't have a chance to grieve the loss of the old one, and I was at a loss as to how to relate to the new one." When the sisters learned I'd lost my recollection of all those years, they could understand why I treated them as strangers, but in some ways this information gave them more to grieve. All that we'd shared was lost on me. Alicia, for example, one of my first and closest friends at the Mount, had often invited me to her family's house for the holidays, and her family treated me as another daughter. When her father died, I apparently shared with her a beautiful dream I'd had about him, which helped her through that time. When Alicia found out that I no longer had any memory of her father, she mourned the loss of him again. He'd been annihilated from my mind. It was as if, for me, he had never existed. Also, seeing me after I returned from Guatemala, the sisters had to face the evidence of what humans can do to one another, what God allows them to do. A few of the sisters found their faith shaken. Torture is calculated to destroy trust and the ability to communicate. In an atmosphere of mistrust and silence, organizing becomes impossible. Predictably, one of the ripple effects of my torture was that communication broke down. I had lost my sense of trust, so I confided in almost no one. Many of the sisters, meanwhile, didn't trust themselves with me. They were afraid they would say something that would upset me. Some of the sisters, including Nancy, my old friend and spiritual director, thought I needed space and wanted to respect my privacy. If I wanted to talk to them, they reasoned, I would seek them out. Others found it too painful to interact with me. Either they couldn't bear to see how unlike my old self I was, or I reminded them of pain they had suffered and wanted to forget. Many just didn't know what to say. One day I was sitting on a bench under an enormous sugar maple. I had my eyes closed, and I was listening to the birds. From time to time I opened my eyes to see the leaves, the blue sky through them, and, now and then, a flash of red wings. I was forcing myself to be aware of all the beauty I'd missed in recent weeks. "Hi, Dianna." I opened my eyes. One of these sisters I was supposed to know was standing above me. She sat down. "How are you doing?" Underscore 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 underscore. Before I could think of an answer, she asked, "Are you eating? You just keep losing weight. How much do you weigh now? How much do you weigh?" I wanted to ask. But she couldn't help being overweight. Her weight was none of my business, and mine was none of hers. After a pause, she continued. "You do know that the Catholic Church prohibits suicide." She was having trouble getting the words out, and I would have felt sorry for her discomfort, maybe even touched by her concern, if I hadn't been so angry. She'd hit a nerve. I fantasized about suicide day and night. It would just put my body in step with my spirit. I'd made no particular plans, but I'd clung to this dream of a dark hole where I could curl up and close my eyes. She wanted to take that from me. I stood up in silence and stalked down to the rose garden. To be fair, she'd taken nothing from me, she'd only pointed out what I wished I could forget: suicide wasn't an option. Before I had taken lives, I had begged to die. It was after I'd been raped. The first time. I was still curled up, sobbing, when I heard the Guat man telling Jose to bring him a bottle of wine. I knew then that it wasn't over. As he stood over me with a bottle in his hand, our eyes met. "Please, just kill me. Please." He didn't say a word. He poured the wine all over me. Then they brought in the dogs. I pleaded again hours later. I was in a courtyard. Next to me was the open pit. I could hardly remain standing. Jose was holding me up. I heard a gunshot. I thought the next shot was intended for me. Under my breath, I thanked God. "Are you going to kill me?" I asked Jose. He gave me a sad look and shook his head. "Stop asking questions. You can kill me. Please." Just then the policeman approached. He asked Jose what we were talking about. I couldn't make out Jose's words. Then the policeman turned to me. "Tell me what you were saying to him." I ignored him and lowered my head. He grabbed hold of my hair and put his face next to mine. "When I speak to you, you look me in the eye. What were you and Jose talking about?" I didn't respond. "I'm going to ask you one more time. What were you saying to Jose?" I didn't want to make him angrier because I knew he would take it out on me. I asked Jose if you were going to kill me. The policeman waited for me to continue. Then I asked Jose to kill me. The policeman let out a loud laugh. "I say when you die." Then he raped me again. Next to the rose garden was the cemetery, the final resting place of all the sisters in the order. If I chose to kill myself now, I realized, gazing at the headstones, I would have no guarantee that it wasn't at the policeman's prompting. He lives inside me, comes to me in dreams. Maybe he's tempting me. The church prohibition isn't the hindrance, I've already broken so many of those. It's knowing that I'll be in hell and there waiting for me will be the policeman, Jose, the Guat man. The torture will start all over, and it will be eternal. I could beg and beg to die, but even that escape would be closed. I have to stay alive. Finally, only one more day remained until my appointment with Dr. Snodgrass. Mimi was arriving from Mexico on the same day. Good things come in pairs, I thought. I braved the steps to dinner to load up on coffee. I had to stay awake all night. I couldn't go to see Dr. Snodgrass with swollen, bruised hands. I was supposed to be better. To disguise my weight loss, I would wear my blue jean jumper with a pullover sweater. Skin-colored makeup under my eyes would hide the dark circles. But as I paged through my journal, thinking about how the last 6 weeks had gone, I realized I would have to tell Dr. Snodgrass I was worse. I needed him to help me. Maybe I could ask him to prescribe some pills that would help me feel better, sleep better. Maybe I would explain why I couldn't eat. If I could bear the shame of telling him, we could move on to other things, maybe the loss of memory. I lay back against my pillow, relieved to know that finally I would be able to confide in someone, and sleep overcame me. I was back in the secret prison, naked and trembling in a corner of the cell. I had returned to propose a deal: if the torturers would leave me alone, I would call off the investigation. The torturers conversed among themselves. Smoke rings floated up to the ceiling. Then the policeman began to laugh. "What an idiot," he said. "Can't she see that the people who are helping her are really us?" I woke up thinking that even if the flashbacks ceased, even if the torturers got out of my dreams, they inhabited the people around me, the people I turned to for help. That's what the policeman had said. I was no longer eager to see Dr. Snodgrass. Kim and I are waiting in the reception room, paging through magazines. I can't focus on anything, not even the pictures. I'm working on breathing slowly. I hear footsteps in the other room. My eyes meet Kim's and she gives me a smile. I read her look. It's okay. The door opens. Dr. Snodgrass is as crisply dressed as ever. Hello, Dianna. Come on in. The greeting is warm enough. He points to a straight-backed chair opposite his desk. I suppose that means I'm to sit in it. He goes behind his desk and takes his seat. Then he actually gives me a smile. I remember the torturer's smile, a smile of approval. Very good. Now you want to cooperate. I drop my eyes to hide my nervousness. I feel his eyes on me, hear his soft breathing. At last he asks, "So, how are you?" I can't let him see my eyes. He might see the torturers, he might notice their presence has grown. Not very well. I want to stop there, the words are so hard to get out. I'm having a lot of nightmares. And the memories, they're so awful now, so vivid. And I don't know how to talk to anyone, to tell them what I'm dealing with. I feel so alone. I want to disappear. Perhaps you're feeling sorry for yourself. Nothing comes out of my mouth when I open it. It's that feeling of being punched in the stomach. No air is available. I've started shaking. I won't let him see me cry. I stand up and walk out. Let's go, I mouth to Kim. She puts down her magazine, eyes wide with surprise. We sit in the car for a moment before I can talk. He thinks I'm feeling sorry for myself, Kim. That's why I'm worse. Why would he say that? That's absurd. I'm sure it will get cleared up. It'll be okay. Kim reaches into the glove compartment and hands me a Kleenex. I'm not ever going to see him again. Kim, he doesn't understand. I needed him to help me. Mimi's going to be here in a few minutes. She might know how to find someone else. She might have some ideas. At least Mimi is coming. And at least I stood up for myself. I couldn't speak, but by walking out I told him he was wrong. I refused to subject myself to that kind of treatment. I took care of myself. Mimi arrives, jumps out of her car and holds her arms out, beaming. I get out of the car and fall into her embrace. We hug for a long time. I don't even want to pull away. We get into Mimi's car, and I tell her what happened. Dianna, why don't you come home with me, she says, maybe stay a couple of nights? Mom's got plenty of room. That way we could spend some time together. I can tell you all about Mexico, and you can catch me up on all that's happened at the Mount. I long to go. Mimi's family is like my own. Her mother is so lively, and her 11 sisters and brothers and their children would be in and out. To be surrounded by that warmth would be wonderful. Then I remember that Mimi's father died only a few months ago. She was at his funeral when I was abducted, and she never got a chance to grieve with her family. I tell Mimi I'd better go back to the Mount. We drive on in silence. Since it's already late, Mimi, Kim, and I stay at our friend Bill's in Louisville instead of driving back to the Mount. The next morning, Mimi and I hug goodbye. I know when I get back to the Mount I'll have to talk with Mary Matthias, tell her Snodgrass is not the right doctor for me, and ask for her help in finding another. I feel gritty from the car ride and my bones are aching from stress. As soon as we arrive at the Mount, I get my things together to take a shower. Before leaving my room, I hear a tap at the door. It's Matthias. Can you come to my office, Dianna, when you have a moment? I'd like to talk to you. What a relief. She's saved me the difficulty of asking for some of her time. She says it can wait until after my shower, and I stand under the hot spray, trying to wash off every breath Snodgrass breathed, every word, every look, every drop of Snodgrass. Matthias's door is open. She and another council member, a friend of Mimi's named Suzanne, are sitting on the couch. Their faces are white. I pull my lips up in a smile and say hello. Matthias jumps to her feet. Come in, Dianna. I asked Suzanne to be here. I sit down on a couch across from them. Dr. Snodgrass called today. He told us what happened. Her voice is shaky. A silence falls. Suzanne is biting at a hangnail. My underarms are getting slick. Why doesn't Matthias continue? Was it that rude of me to walk out? Dr. Snodgrass said his exact words were, I'm bound in conscience to let the community know that I consider Dianna suicidal. What? He's afraid you're a threat to yourself. He wants you in a safe place. We know what you're dealing with, Dianna. He told us about the abortion. She clears her throat. We've made the decision to readmit you to Our Lady of Peace. All the arrangements have been made. This isn't happening. Dr. Snodgrass thinks it's the best thing, Dianna. He can help you. You have to give him a chance. My throat closes up. I participate in packing my bags, and as we start off down the driveway I notice for the first time the American flag flapping above a building, right at the convent's heart. The torturers were in front of me the whole time, wearing the masks of friends. I can almost hear them laughing. Chapter 7. The Second Woman. Mimi was waiting at the door to the hospital when we pulled up. My memory of that afternoon is dim, but Mimi remembers it vividly and has filled me in. There was nothing I could do. Matthias and Rita kept saying, "You don't know, Mimi, you don't know. I guess they assumed that you hadn't told me about the abortion." I said, "I know what we're talking about. Let me take her home. We'll watch her day and night. Nothing will happen." My family even offered. But there was no way to convince them that this was not the best thing for you. In all the other cases where peace has intervened with any of the sisters, it's been good for them. This was something just totally out of anybody's knowledge, but Matthias really honest to God thought that was the best thing for you and was really fearful that you would take your life. You had this death grip on my arm and wouldn't let go, so they let me go up with you. There were 2 or 3 women moaning or screaming down the hall. It sounded like a bunch of people. There were no frills. We got to the room and you just collapsed. You said, "I'm not going to think about it." I said, "Dianna, you have got to fake it. You've been here before, you know what the rules are, and you've got to fake it and get out of here." It was good advice, but I was in another world. To this day I have no memory of Mimi's presence at the hospital, no recollection that she accompanied me upstairs. I was back in the clandestine prison. My first memory of that hospital stay, the second abduction, Mimi, and I call it now, is watching myself crouched in a corner, screaming, flinging my head against the wall. Then I crawled into bed and pulled the covers over my head. The sheets were soft and white. But even in that light, domed world, the torturers spoke. "No one gives a damn about you." I tried to reason this voice into silence. In the park Matthias had told me it wasn't my fault. 86. She had hugged me. But she was talking about the rape, and the abortion was another matter. It was my choice. She knows what I'm capable of now. I tried to keep myself locked up at the Mount. I tried to keep the filth inside me a secret, I tried to quarantine myself, but I was found out. They've rejected me now. They have locked me up on the floor for those who are dangerous. But if I were completely evil, why would I be concerned about the people in Guatemala, Rosa and Miguel, my family, Mimi and Darkin? Is there any way to convince the community that a part of me is not all bad? I hoped I'd be back in my room at the Mount, just waking up from a bad dream, and peered out from under the covers. It smelled like cigarettes. Smoke was creeping in under the door. The room was eerily clean. Perhaps the Guat man and the policeman have disguised my cell, added a bed with a light above it, and a window and a bathroom. But they forgot to take care of the chair. There it is, the wooden chair. They want to make me believe I am safe, that I am in a hospital, a place where people are cured, not injured. They want me to trust again and reveal information they can use to destroy me. Rita, Matthias, and Suzanne, my whole community, perhaps conspired with them. And, like that day 8 months ago in Guatemala, I didn't resist. I went like a lamb to slaughter. Within me, I heard the woman's voice. Be strong. You still have Mimi. I had forgotten Mimi, but the woman remembered. The first person I noticed in the hospital was a woman pacing the hall outside my room. I nearly mistook her for the angel of death. Her black clothes flowed out behind her. She was thin and oddly beautiful, with black hair that fell in front of her shoulders. She looked up for a second as she passed my door. Our eyes met. Her lips crinkled up in what seemed to try at a smile. She moved on, but her look stayed with me. Blue eyes, sleepless half-moons beneath them. For a moment I hoped that she was the angel of death. I feared hell, the eternal reenactment of my torture. But at least when I was being tortured my body was in shock, and the physical pain blocked some of the psychological pain. In hell, anyway, I would hope for nothing. The footsteps stopped outside my door. She'd come for me. A knock, as if I had a choice in the matter. The door opened. It was only a nurse. That's what I thought at first, anyway. She dumped a pill into her hand and held it out to me, hissing. Then I knew she was an instrument of the torturers. Sister, I know you're upset, the nurse said. I have something that will help you sleep. Too hoarse to respond, I turned to the wall. If you have second thoughts, sister, just come to the nurse's station. I'm not imagining it. She's hissing. Have a bite of this apple. Try that line, it worked for you once. Nothing held out can be trusted. Even if it brought me peace I wouldn't take the pill. I need to be awake. I'll lie here awake, perfectly lucid, and plan my escape. The next morning, sunlight cut itself into squares on the wall and fell across the salmon-colored carpet. The furnishings hadn't vanished. Perhaps this was no more than a hospital, and the nurses well-meaning sisters of charity. Even so, they couldn't help me. I had been through the adult treatment program before and had been offered before, as the brochure on my bureau advertised, the opportunity to learn valuable interpersonal skills, such as the ability to relate better with others, to meet new challenges with a renewed sense of self-reliance, and a healthy capacity to cope with everyday problems. A shower, some careful grooming to set me apart from the other inmates, and I was walking out. I have this unrealistic way of hoping. Barely interrupting my step, which I hoped matched my tone in being both casually light and authoritative at once, I told the hallway nurse, I'm going out for a walk. When she didn't answer, I looked back. She glanced up for a moment, smiled, and continued filling bottles with pills. Sorry. The only place you're going is breakfast. I begged. She scolded me. And when she turned her back, I ran to the door. Of course, the knob didn't turn. I shouted, let me out. And pounded on the door for a long time before sinking down on the floor. A crowd of patients gathered above me. A Kleenex wafted down. Ashamed to be making a scene, I barely looked up but managed to catch sight of the person who dropped it, a red-haired woman with a trembling hand. I know just how you feel, she said throatily, before the nurse sent them all back to their rooms. Angie walked through the door and found me crouched next to it. She wiped my tears and stroked my hair and convinced me to go to breakfast. But now she had a notebook, like Dr. Snodgrass. Her job was to record what I ate. I ate nothing. I was watching the angel of death. Angie was telling me how thin I'd become, how if I wanted any privileges I had to eat, and so on. I interrupted her to tell her I wasn't suicidal and 1 DMT belong here and to ask the name of the woman in black. Clarissa, Angie answered, and went on with her cajoling. We had our own dining room on the 3rd floor. I was sure that for those who died, there was a third-floor cemetery as well. The dining room here was eerily quiet. The only noise was the occasional scrape of a fork on a plate, a pot or pan clanging, and people chewing bacon or toast. Grits, eggs, muffins. The patients were eating it all, staring at nothing. Everyone seemed to have been drugged or flogged into compliance, maybe even surgically altered. I wondered momentarily if they were the people I had heard screaming in the building in Guatemala, people who'd been tortured and broken. They had that look. But Clarissa was building a pyramid on her plate, tearing a biscuit into tiny pieces and stacking them up. When the structure was balanced, she carefully lowered her hand and squashed it flat. Next she reached for her orange, rolled it palm to palm for a while, and hurled it across the room into the garbage. A perfect shot. No one even noticed. Clarissa must have felt me watching. She turned around. I smiled. Before leaving the dining room we had to line up, single file. I couldn't imagine why, although I tried. Was forming a line one of the everyday problems we had failed to solve? Were we being given another chance to meet this challenge? Or was it that we would trample each other in our excitement to get back to our rooms? It didn't make sense. The reason for the line became clearer when I realized how drugged the other patients were. They could amble out and still smack into the walls. Trying to line up, people kept tipping backward and stepping on the toes of the ones in line behind them, who then lost their balance, sending the wave of instability on. Clarissa started to laugh. She was at the end, just behind me, and everyone turned to look at her. This set off a true catastrophe. People didn't tip. They fell into each other. They caught each other. Clarissa laughed even harder. Eventually everyone laughed, and laughing, they fell to the floor and had no strength to get up. The aide finally gave up. Even she was smiling a little and opened the door. "Good morning." Dr. Snodgrass was heading for the chair with a blank legal pad tucked under his arm. He sat down somberly and drew a pen from his pocket. He could look at my back. I turned to face the wall and hugged the pillow to my chest. I pictured myself spitting in his face, wrapping myself around his neck like a snake. In the silence that followed his greeting, sleep overtook me. When I woke up, he was gone. I dreamed of a large, white-gloved hand, moving toward my mouth to extract something, or to force something down my throat. Behind the glove, Dr. Snodgrass. I woke up screaming, found the telephone, and called Mimi. "You can't leave me here, Mimi," I told her. Mimi was silent. "Dianna, listen," she said at last. "I don't know if I can get you out of there. But I've tried and I'll keep trying." How many times have I called Dr. Snodgrass? At least half a dozen. He won't take my calls. I've talked to Matthias time and again, and so has Carolina, the woman from church who was tortured in El Salvador. We've explained that the hospital is the worst place for you, that being locked up and listening to people scream and being under the control of someone who's betrayed you will only bring back the torture. There is nothing I can say that will make her think I know anything that comes close to what Dr. Snodgrass knows. She's listening to him. "Mimi, don't leave me here. I can't stay here. I can't be here alone. Will you visit me?" Mimi was silent for a long time before she spoke. "I want to, Dianna, but you don't have privileges. Not until you cooperate. Like I said, I'll keep trying, but I'm afraid that playing the game may be your only way out." I was furious with Mimi. I had tried cooperating the first time. I had confided in Dr. Snodgrass, and my compliance was turned against me. My only safety lay in refusing to play the game, in silence. Anyway, if I cooperated, I would have to accept Dr. Snodgrass's assessment of me, that I was suicidal, that I belonged in the hospital, that he was right. I would have to betray myself. I was furious with Mimi because she couldn't get me out. I felt bitter and abandoned and black inside. It was a mood I couldn't maintain. Gratitude ate at the edges of it. I began receiving gifts. The first was a basket of candy bars, anonymously left on my bed. Since what I ate was my choice, my only choice, and it was probably some kind of trap anyway, I tossed it into the trash. But then I remembered the red-haired woman who had dropped me the Kleenex. She had also given me countless quarters for the phone. I'd had to beg, since I'd arrived with no money, but she had put me at ease. She was in the TV lounge when I first approached her, looking at a newspaper that was upside down on her lap. She pressed a quarter into my hand, and with slurred speech she told me her name was Susan. If you need more, just let me know. I was touched that even in her state she was noticing and tending to the needs of other people. Perhaps I should have saved the candy bars for her. Angie, too, had left me things, some hard candy and a stack of quarters on a little smiley face note. I put the candy into my mouth, not sure if the warmth starting to flow through my veins was only a rush of sugar. But Clarissa gave me the greatest gift, a way out. She was in the TV room, which would have been where I met the woman, if this were the clandestine prison, a big room off a long hall. Clarissa was reading a book and grasping her ponytail in one hand, holding it forward over her shoulder. I sat on the other end of the couch and pretended to watch TV. She was so elegant in her tiny black warm UPS and matching black running shoes. She must have realized that I was glancing over from time to time to try to get a glimpse of what she was reading. "Do you like Plath?" she asked, putting the book on the coffee table so I could see the cover. "What? Sylvia Plath? I don't know her." "She's great. You can look through if you want." I moved closer, picked up the book, and paged through. "What does she write about?" "Death. Oh. Other things too. She's got this one poem about all the suicide attempts she's made and how she always manages to survive them." I put the book back down on the table. "I saw you with the orange." Clarissa returned the book to her lap and looked away. Then she turned back and studied me. "Do you have hunger pangs?" "What? Do you have hunger pangs?" I didn't answer. I wasn't sure what pangs were. "How much do you weigh?" "I don't know." "Right." She was quiet for a moment. Then she surprised me. She took a shoe off. "I've got something to show you." She lifted out the double insoles and put them on the table. "Look inside." I didn't really want to touch what she'd been running on for months, but Clarissa intrigued me. I didn't want to hurt her feelings. So I grasped the top one around the edges and peeled it back. In the white coffin her insoles made were 2 razor blades. She picked one up and held it out. I wasn't sure if she was showing or offering it. If I wanted it, I would have to take it by the sharp side. I wanted it. I reached out. She pulled it away for an instant, then relented and held it before me again. She kept the blade still while I carefully closed my fingers around it. "Thank you." I held it in my palm, turned it to catch the light, then took my shoe off and tucked it under the sole. "I've got a secret," I remember thinking. "Clarissa and I have a secret together." That night, I took the razor blade out of my shoe and went into the bathroom, where no one would disturb me. I crouched against the wall, holding the blade in front of me. Maybe death will just be a long sleep, I thought. Maybe a short period of rest, anyway, before the trial begins, where God will be the judge, and the woman, the people in the pit, the thing I destroyed, and the torturers will be witnesses against me. "She did this," the torturers will say, gesturing toward the woman. "She could have resisted but she gave in." I will try to explain that I tried to resist, but all of us will know that I should have been stronger. Miguel will be there, branded with wounds, mutilated. He will be there to speak of my omission to warn him. The people in the building will testify. If I could have provided more information, they might have been rescued. "You should have been stronger." Murderer. Razor blade, no. Not yet. I put it back in my shoe. Even if it was fear that prevented me from taking my life, having the means to die and choosing not to gave me strength. With the razor blade I was no longer the victim of the torturer's decision to let me live. I was no longer the victim of the sister's decision to hospitalize me or of Snodgrass's assessment that I was suicidal. I had control over whether I would live or die. And I was denning myself by choosing to live. Clarissa wasn't at lunch. I knocked at her door. "Clarissa, time for Love Boat." She had told me she didn't like to miss it, even if they were all reruns. I liked the program, too, and if they were reruns, I didn't remember. One good thing about memory loss. Not seeing her anywhere in the halls or common rooms, I asked a nurse about her. She told me Clarissa had improved. She'd been moved to the first floor. Mimi and now Clarissa. My only friend here is gone. She'll be able to go for runs on the grounds, be out in the sun, even have visitors. And all the while she carries a razor blade in her shoe. Once the anger had passed, I realized Clarissa had given me another gift. It was clear to me by then that no one was going to rescue me. If I was going to get out, I was going to have to get myself out. The only way was to play the game. During the interrogation in Guatemala, no answer I gave was right. Here I knew what the right answers were. I just thought I couldn't give them without betraying myself. But Clarissa had shown me that playing the game didn't mean total surrender. As children when they tell a lie cross their fingers to signal their faithfulness to the truth, I kept the razor blade in my shoe as a sign of my loyalty to myself, a symbol of defiance and of my respect for myself, my own life. And I began to cooperate. Dr. Snodgrass was surprised when he made his daily visit. "Good morning, Dr. Snodgrass," I said, before he could get a word out. I asked him how he was doing. Settling into the chair, he gave me a quick, uncertain look and muttered, "Fine." I was facing him, sitting up on the bed with the pillow behind me. "I'm fine, too." I plastered a smile on my face. "Your mood seems better." "Yes. I've been thinking a lot about what you said, Dr. Snodgrass, last week when we met in your office." I had rehearsed this silently all morning and the words tumbled out. "You were right. I was feeling sorry for myself. And all this not eating, not talking, this has been one big temper tantrum. I'm finished now. I'm ready to get better." He smiled, smug, complacent, gratified. His pen flew across the page. I was feeling pretty smug, too, in spite of the rage kicking around in my rib cage. He pretended he could help me. If deception was the game, two could play it. Angie was astonished when I loaded up my plate at lunch: mashed potatoes, Jell-O, crackers, yogurt. She gave me a smile and squeezed my arm. She, too, had something to write. And I ate. The mashed potatoes were warm and fluffy, sweet and salty, buttered. The yogurt creamy, with bits of peaches. If nothing else, my body was relieved. I started to feel better. And within a day I got transferred. In the hall with my suitcase I read the sign on the door to the stairs: "Staff, use caution when opening door. Patients from third floor will attempt to elope down stairwell." I got taken down on the elevator. Once on the first floor I found Clarissa's room. She let me in, smiling, pulling on her bony hands. Light poured through the window and illuminated the bureau, where in neat rows she had laid out a hairbrush, lipsticks, a nail file, all her books, pencils, and pens, 6 packets of saltines, and 6 packs of breadsticks. "Welcome to the first floor. So you've graduated. Sit down," she said and swept her arm toward the bed. I was relieved she didn't point to the wooden chair. She had her hair up in a bun, and when she spoke, I saw all the sinews in her jaw. She sat beside me on the bed, brushed back little wisps of hair, and folded her hands in her lap. As usual, she was covered in black, a long skirt and a long-sleeved shirt. Even her socks were black. "How was your trip?" "Great. I've been dreaming of walking out that door for days. Seems like years." I finally just fibbed and told Dr. Snodgrass I was ready to get better. You aren't. I am, but it's not possible here. You might surprise yourself. Sometimes you get better in spite of it all. I should know. This is my 5th time here. Do you think it's helping you? This time it is. I'm finally confronting the root causes. Yep, after my 3rd suicide attempt and years of anorexia and making myself throw up, she rolled her eyes. I'm finally dealing with the real issues. Good. Well, it's hard, but if you don't do it, you wreck your life, even more than you've already wrecked it. At breakfast, the dining room was filled with light and the clatter of voices. Clarissa was quiet. She reached for the salt, and her sleeve rode up. 3 bright cuts marred the white skin of her wrist. I quickly lowered my eyes. I didn't know if she knew I had seen. I didn't know whether to say anything. This must be how the sisters felt when they saw my hands. As we took our trays back, I said, "Be gentle with yourself." She dropped her eyes and didn't answer. I continued with my plan of resistance. I pretended to take the antidepressant Dr. Snodgrass had prescribed. The nurse's hand as she held the pill out didn't look human. I was sure that if I grasped the right place on her wrist, I could peel that white, manicured nurse hand off like a glove, and beneath would be the calloused, blood-crusty hand of the policeman. Every morning, I made a show of taking the pill. Then I spit it out in a tissue. Drive Snodgrass was beginning to suspect he'd diagnosed me wrong during my first visit, when he'd noted in my records that he thought I had a long history of an eating disorder that predated the abuse. By the end of my 2nd stay, he'd changed the diagnosis to atypical eating disorder and added rule out, which I've learned means he decided I had an unusual type of eating disorder and had been looking for evidence of it, but as yet had found none. I wish he had just told me he had no experience treating torture survivors and would read up on the subject or refer me elsewhere. Because I was riding the exercise bike, as required by the target heart rate program Dr. Snodgrass had placed me in, and because I was talking to him and doing artwork, I soon got visitor privileges. Mimi, her sister Audie, Kim, and Louisa, a sister who had worked in Chile, and our friend Bill came to see me regularly. They would bring Chinese food and we'd have picnics in a small room at the end of the ward, where we'd push some tables together. If we wanted to take the food into the main part of the ward, where the bedrooms were, all the boxes and bags would have to be inspected. One would always invite Clarissa to eat with us. Sometimes she'd come to enjoy the company. She didn't get many visitors, but she would never eat. I always had to get out of my room after Snodgrass had been in it. Clarissa always welcomed me. We'd sit on the floor with our backs against the bed. Often we'd talk about clothes, looking through magazines and smelling the fragrance pages. After about a week of this, I asked her why she always wore black. Because it was her favorite color, she answered, and it made her look thinner. I would have made a good nun in the olden days, hey. Maybe, Clarissa. A better nun than I make. I told her, finally, about why I was there, and a little of what happened in Guatemala. I had to talk about it. I told her why I despised Snodgrass, how he betrayed my confidence. I told her about the abortion. She put the magazine down. I had one, too. I remember it every year. Now that I have children, it especially hurts. But I just couldn't have had a baby back then. You have children? Yeah, 2 little boys and a little girl. They're great. She smiles for a moment, then wraps her arms around herself. I don't see them much. My ex-husband got custody. They said I was unstable, which I guess I was. Do you think maybe someday you could get them back? Maybe. One thing I've learned is that I don't really want to die. If I did, I would have pulled it off by now. It's not like it's rocket science. She's quiet for a time, staring over her knees, which she's drawn up under her chin. Then she turns her head sideways to me. Anyway, Dianna, if I'd been in your shoes, I would have done what you did. And I don't think the nuns saw the torturers in you. I don't see them in you. I think they just don't understand. Not everyone is going to understand you. No, they don't understand. And neither does Dr. Snodgrass. I feel so dishonest when I talk to him and so, alone. And the real problem is that here I'm pretending to be making a miraculous recovery so I can get out, but when I get out, where will I go? I dread going back to the Mount. I can't go back there. I don't know who to turn to. I'm in serious danger of crying. I really don't want to cry in front of Clarissa. She never cries in front of me. As if she knew that I was struggling to keep my composure, she stood and looked out the window. She started reciting something. I have no need for friendship, friendship causes pain, were the words that stayed with me. No one's there for you when you really need them, she concluded. Don't turn to anyone, if you ask me. She perched on the window seat, drawing her shoulders up and turning sideways so all I saw in the darkening light was the outline of her straight nose, thin lips, and bony little chin. She reminded me of a raven. But Clarissa, I finally said, I thought we were friends. You're the only friend I have here. After a minute she came back and sat on the bed. We are friends. It's just tempting sometimes to live by the words of that song. Every time you trust someone you risk getting hurt. But you have people you can trust, Dianna. I'm your friend. And Mimi's your friend. She's here all the time. So you're not so alone. Hang on to Mimi. I wish I had a friend like her. She's the real thing. I think you're the real thing, too. I hope so. Of course. An awkward silence fell. To break it, I asked what she had been doing in art therapy. She fished under the bed and pulled out a piece of paper. Then turned on the lamp. She had painted hands reaching out, with deep red cuts in each wrist. Under the image she had written self-portrait. You're more than your wounds. That's what I should have said, but I'm not sure I understood it myself. I just thanked her for letting me see. Clarissa, I said as she put the drawing away. Do you think the reason your suicide attempts haven't succeeded is that somewhere, deep down, you know that there's goodness in you, you know that you deserve to live? No. She was sitting on the bed above me, now, staring straight ahead with her arms wrapped around her knees. I stay alive for my children. I don't want them to have a suicide as a mother. And I want to see them grow up. Although when they get older, they'll probably be embarrassed by me. There's no way to keep this from them. All they have to do is look at my wrists if their father hasn't told them already. You know, sometimes I think about how I've wrecked my life and how much easier it would be just to end the suspense, to be able to put all the questions to rest, like, how badly have I wrecked it? Will I ever get my children back? Will I end up destroying myself? Will I end up destroying them? It would just be easier to kill myself and get it over with than to live with the fear. But you don't do it. No, I don't. I haven't yet. And as many times as you try it, you keep coming back here and trying to get better. Maybe your children will someday realize that they're lucky to have you for a mother. They can learn a lot from you. She looked at me quickly. Like what? Like how to fight. How not to give up. Dianna, I have a confession to make. She picked at the pieces of lint on her skirt. But I'm not a priest. She ignored my try at a joke. You know the razor blade? I pointed to my foot. I still have it snuggled inside my shoe. I gave it to you because I hated you. But Clarissa, why did you hate me? What did I do? Oh, it was nothing you did. You were skinnier than me. She got up and walked over to the bureau, opened a drawer and pulled something out. I have something else for you now. With it hidden between her hands she came back to the bed. She lay it down on the bed and waited for me to lift the cloth it was wrapped in. I pulled back a corner. Something gleamed. I looked at Clarissa. She was smiling. Another corner, and light shot off a bracelet, made up of tiny plastic shapes of all different colors. I thought it was like our friendship. It's beautiful, isn't it? Unique. It is. I slipped it over my wrist. That night at dinner Clarissa gave me a copy of the Simon and Garfunkel song she liked, about being a rock and having no need for friendship. I carried it around for years because it expressed what I often felt or tried to convince myself to feel so that I could remain protected. It would take me more years still to appreciate the irony. Clarissa lettered out this song for me about being an island, and she was my first bridge back. When Clarissa was able to go outside, she started bringing me rocks. Perhaps it was the exercise program, or maybe the stress of pretending to be well, but I was not gaining weight very fast. I couldn't even go out in the sun yet. One of the conditions for my final release was a minimum weight of 100 pounds. Susan and a few other patients with grounds privileges joined Clarissa in sneaking me stones. I hid them in my bureau between weigh-ins, sometimes bringing them out to hold them. It felt good to close my fist around them, as if I were holding on to the truth I had to hide. Dr. Snodgrass wasn't helping me and couldn't help me, and the only way I could get better was to get out of the hospital. Some of the other patients understood this, and the rocks represented that understanding. They meant I was not alone. I finally got grounds and even off-grounds privileges. I went to the TV room to tell Clarissa. She smiled and seemed happy for me. But beneath that smile was a bigger smile. Her eyes were gleaming. "Dianna, I've got good news, too. I'll meet you in your room. Give me 15 minutes. Her children must be coming," I thought. She tapped a happy rhythm on the door a few minutes later and walked in. Too alive with joy to sit, she shifted from side to side and tapped the back of one hand in the palm of the other. "So can you guess what the news is? I'm getting out. I'm going home." "When?" "Today. And I talked to my ex and he said the children have been asking for me and want to see me and we might even be able to set it up for this weekend. God, I've got so much to do. I want to get my hair trimmed and find something with color to wear so I don't look like a witch and clean the house and get them some presents." "What's wrong? Why are you looking like that?" "Like what?" "Like you swallowed something you shouldn't have. You're not happy?" "For me? No, I am. I'm really happy for you, Clarissa. I'm very happy." "Congratulations. I'm going to see them. I've got so much to do." She was counting off on her fingers. "I've got to pack, make calls, sign forms. I'll talk to you later." She was already at the door, with her hand on the knob. "I'll miss you, Clarissa." She careened back to the bed and gave me a half hug, so unexpected that I didn't even have time to stand. This was the first time we'd touched. "I'll miss you too," she said, and was gone. I didn't want to be alone. Some patients were painting at a card table in the TV room. I also didn't want to talk, so I took a seat on the window ledge and looked out at the powder blue sky. Two clouds were merging, forming a face. The eyes in it widened as the clouds split apart. The mouth gaped open. "Dianna." Only a few minutes had passed, but Clarissa was beside me, her eyes swollen and red. She handed me a piece of paper. "Here's my address." "Clarissa, what happened?" "My ex," he called. "He decided he won't let me see them." "He said." She waved a hand in front of her, as if chasing his words away, but all the same she struggled to say them. "He said he has to think about what's best for the children long term, not what they want right now." "I'm too negative." "That's what he said. And my energy could hurt them. I threatened to call my lawyer and he said don't push it. He might consider fixing it so I can't see them at all." She started to shake. "If that happens..." Clarissa's chin was trembling, her nose was running. "If that happens, I don't know what the point is. If I can't be their mother, what would it matter whether I die?" "Clarissa, hang in there." I grabbed her arm. "You'll get to see them. You have that right. They need you. I called my shrink. And now she has to see me before they let me out. She didn't like the way I sounded. But she can't see me until tomorrow, so I'm stuck here. God, I should just... A sob cut her voice. She practically ran from the room. In her own room, she was sobbing. I could hear her through the door. Clarissa. Go away. I'm sorry, Dianna, I need to be alone. All right. I'm sorry, Clarissa, just don't give up. I told myself that I wanted to respect her privacy. But I knew I should have insisted. I should have kept knocking until she let me in. I should have gone in anyway and laid my hand on her shoulder or just sat beside her. That's what I would have wanted if I had been her. I was afraid I would see her etching her pain into her skin with the razor blade. I was afraid of seeing blood. After dinner, I knocked again. This time she didn't answer. I left after hanging a bag with an apple and crackers on her door and pacing the hall for a while. In the morning Clarissa's room had been emptied. I was told she'd been discharged and seemed in pretty good spirits. That meant nothing, I wanted to tell the nurse. Anyone could fake their way into being released. Mimi and I were planning to go to the Arboretum, but all I could think about was whether Clarissa was alive or dead. Look, she's probably fine, Mimi said. And if she isn't, it's not your fault. But it is my fault. I should have told someone what she said, before they could release her. I should have told them she had a razor blade. But I didn't want to betray her. Was that the real reason, or was it simple cowardice? We convinced a nurse to call her. I just wanted to hear her voice. The phone rang and rang. No one, the nurse said. She must not be home. At the time I hadn't read the statistics. I didn't know how common it was for people to kill themselves after being released from a hospital. I didn't know that someone who had made previous attempts was much more at risk. I tried to tell myself that since she hadn't killed herself yet, she wouldn't do it. Mimi agreed to drive to her house. We searched for the street on the map and found ourselves driving into neighborhoods with ever bigger houses and yards. The house with the number on the mailbox match. The one Clarissa gave me was a huge, red brick colonial with a tennis court in back. Mimi, will you come to the door with me? Mimi rang the bell about 10 times. No one answered. We sat in the car for maybe an hour, listening to the birds, not knowing what else to do. A black sports car roared up behind us. Clarissa jumped out. She was carrying shopping bags. You? What are you doing here? I got out of the car and stared down at my feet, feeling the blood pool in my cheeks. It's great to see you, she said. Hey, Mimi. I'm sure Clarissa must have told us how the situation with her children turned out, but I don't remember. I probably wanted to believe that it was irrelevant, that she would have chosen to live regardless, even if she were going to be considered forever dangerous to the ones she loved. She showed us a dress she had bought. It wasn't just black, if I remember right, but had gold in it, too, and some turquoise. Before Mimi and I left, Clarissa and I embraced. I could feel the blades of her shoulders as she breathed. Beneath my hands, they dipped and rose again like wings. Chapter 8. Breaking out. Finally the scales hit 100 pounds. Walking down the marble steps in the foyer, opening the glass door, I made a vow, I will never let anyone take control of my life again. Coming out onto the driveway, into the air scented with just mown grass, my body hummed, nearly weightless. I was walking out through my own wool and wiles and the solidarity of others. I had rocks in my pockets as keepsakes. And I didn't hurt anyone. No one died. Mimi took me to Wendy's to celebrate my freedom and a new life. I didn't have to go back to the Mount. Mimi and I would be living in Owensboro, a small town about 15 miles from the Mount, distinguished by the largest number of fast food restaurants per capita anywhere. I would be working in the library of Brescia College, where a decade earlier I earned my degree in early childhood education. Mimi had found some tutoring jobs that would leave her enough time to visit me frequently. The council, which had set up the library job, had also arranged for me to live in a community with several other sisters. Mimi would have to find her own place. A couple of the sisters were people I had lived with before I went to Guatemala. I didn't remember them. But Kim, Clarissa, and Mimi had taught me that I could have friendships, and I was looking forward to living in a community, working, and being a normal sister. While I was relieved not to be back at the Mount, I was troubled about my relationships with the sisters there. I felt betrayed by the council, but the rift with the community at the Mount went beyond that. Even before I was packed off to the hospital, Joyce was telling me people thought I was feeling sorry for myself. She said the mere sight of me caused some of the sisters pain. I had been in my own world, I realized, and had hurt other people because of it. I would apologize. Dear sisters, it is with great difficulty that one write this letter. Yet I feel the need to share with you one fragment of my life's journey. 102. I am most hopeful that each of you knows in your heart that the 2 years that one spent in San Miguel Acatán, Guatemala, were perhaps the most invigorating and faith-filled years of my life. In such a short time, I grew to love, to respect, and to empathize with an oppressed but hope-filled people. With the help of the indigenous people, Mimi and Darkin, and each of you in your own unique way, I know what it means to live justice. During my stay in Kentucky last summer I discerned my call to be of service to the people of Guatemala. I truly believed God was calling me to accompany the Miguelinos on their journey towards resurrection. On September 18, I excitedly returned home to San Miguel. One was and continue to be grateful to Sister Mary Matthias and the present council for respecting my decision to return to Guatemala. And by no means do I regret my decision to accompany my sisters and brothers of Guatemala in their struggle towards liberation. In the next paragraph I dropped in some information that I hoped would help the sisters understand me. I mentioned that I was raped and that the memories of the rape and torture kept me from believing in myself and life. Then I continued. My way of coping with this struggle often leaves me feeling drained and hopeless and gazing at an unknown destination with so many unanswered questions. Will the pain ever subside? How does one gather courage to once again face life with confidence? Will innocent people continue to suffer? Is promoting the kingdom of justice a hopeless cause? So many questions and so few answers. I yearn to crawl under a rock and hide from what I sometimes consider to be my greatest enemy, reality. It is your love and gentle, yet challenging, encouragement that give me the courage to keep the storm of injustice from leaving its legacy. This same encouragement that is a light within me, enabling me to believe that in the middle of winter there is within me an invincible summer. The sharing of this fragment of my life's journey is by no means intended to be a sob story or a plea for sympathy. Rather, it is my way of thanking each of you for your support. I realize at times I appear to be distant, insensitive, and unappreciative of the countless ways in which so many of you have reached out to me and continue to reach out to me. My intense feelings of shame, filth, fear, humiliation, anger, etc., often leave me feeling unworthy of acceptance and love. And the last thing I would want to do is contaminate any of you with this ugliness that is so much a part of me. I apologize if I have in any way inflicted pain upon you, whether it be my remarks or insensitivity. I reiterate that your presence and support. 1 VJT 1 IK I/NUGIUJI_IJ continue to affirm my shaky belief that someday the kingdom of justice will prevail. I was owning my past, taking responsibility for my decision to go to San Miguel and for my behavior since returning. What I couldn't own was the present. In fact, I didn't feel loved and encouraged by the community, and it wasn't the community that was showing me the light of the invincible summer within me. I was the one insisting on that. I told myself that I had gotten so much better. At the library I didn't have to interact much with people, and the people I did interact with were patient, kind, and soft-spoken. One of my jobs was to catalog books on the computer. I had never used a computer, and I could barely recall the basics from day to day. I'm surprised I didn't delete all the files. The library was a clean, well-lighted place with whole walls of windows, and I was kept busy. When there was no other work, my supervisors had me decorate the bulletin board. It was odd to be drawing something positive. It was hard. But I could do it because I was well. I told myself that each morning as I walked the 2 blocks to Brescia and each afternoon as I walked home, I could do whatever I needed to do. When squirrels leaped out of the bushes and darted across the road, I paused and breathed hard for a moment, then walked on. I still scanned the sidewalks daily for any signs of the Guatman, the policeman, Jose, or Alejandro. I was now on public property, not in a convent tucked away among farms. They would have every right to walk down the street. When dogs barked, my breath came faster than my footsteps, and I didn't dare look behind me. Dogs were used in my torture in a way that was too horrible to share with anyone. Even now I don't talk about that part of the torture. Worse than the walk to work was the trek to the Rape Crisis Center, another 4 blocks away. I had to see a counselor there, according to the terms of my release from the hospital. I'm sure the counselor meant well. Maybe she was trying to explain that I wasn't treating myself with compassion, but all I remember are the words she said on my 3rd visit. Don't you see? You're just like the torturers. That session was my last. I didn't need to see her anyway. I could get along without any help from anyone. But she'd poked a hole in my confidence. She'd seen through me. She knew. I was like the torturers, and it was inevitable, I was going to hurt someone else. I withdrew. Instead of going to meals, I stayed in my room. I barely spoke to the sisters in the house. Mimi was the only person I talked to. I needed her so badly that I wouldn't even allow myself to consider the possibility that I would hurt her. The sisters in the house concluded that Mimi was the problem. If she weren't around so much, I might make an effort to bond with other people. She was blocking my recovery. A council member told Mimi that the sisters in my house would like her to stay away from me. Mimi just pretended that no one ever passed the message along and kept coming by. Her attitude was, "It's an Ursuline house and I'm an Ursuline. Besides, she tells me now, if I weren't taking you out for Wendy's hamburgers you would have starved to death. That's how I gained all this danged weight. I'd say here, eat this, this is good. And you'd look at it and I'd eat it." According to Mimi, I was losing a lot of weight and having flashbacks. A counselor who was head of the psychology department at Brescia says I came to see her regularly, at times distraught after something had triggered a memory. I don't remember any of that. I told myself I was doing well, and I must have made myself believe it. I had little choice. I wasn't going back to the hospital. At the mere thought of Dr. Snodgrass, my head throbbed. As the summer came to an end, I received information that Rosa, Miguel's widow, was in danger. She had been abducted and temporarily detained, apparently by men linked to the army. I had answered the torturers' questions about her, and I hadn't warned her just as I hadn't warned Miguel. I signed some papers to sponsor her for a visa so that she could come to the United States. I don't remember feeling anything. I don't think I was letting myself feel at that point. On November 2nd, the first anniversary of my abduction, the sisters in my house organized a gathering after work. It was a small gathering, which was what I wanted, just my 4 housemates and Mimi, Luisa, Kim, and Suzanne. I wasn't quite comfortable with Suzanne yet. The memory of how she and Matthias had forced me into the hospital had never left me. But she was a good friend of Mimi's, and she was making a special effort to be nice to me, I could tell. Maybe she regretted the role she'd had to play that day as a council member. Our plan for the evening was to play board games and card games. And keep our minds occupied with pleasant thoughts. But the sisters at the Mount sent me a dozen blood-red roses, which reminded me of the occasion. Flowers, as if I were dead? Or a rose for the survival of each month? I was confused and unsettled by the gesture, but touched, anyway, that the sisters had remembered the date. The same week Paul called me. Primetime Live wanted an interview with me, he said. It would be Dianna Sawyer. You know, she's from Kentucky. She's very good. I don't know. Dianna, I know it would be very hard for you. And this may not be the time, so use your own judgment. Dr. Snodgrass has already weighed in, and he thinks it's not a good idea. Why? He thinks you're not strong enough, is what he said, not ready yet. He's not even my therapist anymore. What gives him the right to weigh in? Why was he asked before I was asked? Once again, Snodgrass was the expert. He knew more about me than I knew about myself. Again, people were making decisions for me, as if I didn't exist, as if I were dead. I remembered the vow I made no one was ever going to take control of my life again, and I decided to do the interview. The producer seemed very gentle and sensitive, and she agreed to some ground rules. They would give me the questions in writing beforehand, and no follow-up questions would be allowed. I could take a break or stop the interview whenever I wanted. I could have Paul, the Brescia counselor, and Mimi in the room. I was terrified. Proving Dr. Snodgrass wrong was no longer sufficient incentive. But since the Good Friday service 7 months earlier, I'd known I had to do more than file an affidavit. I had prayed then for the opportunity to act, to speak, and now I had it. The US and Guatemalan governments had used my silence as an excuse to push aside what happened to me. They say there are holes in my story, I thought. Well, now I'll fill them in. Primetime Live was interested because Guatemala was now a story. In June, Michael Devine, an American, was killed in Guatemala, decapitated with a machete. His murder got a lot of attention, and the U.S. State Department finally announced a cut-off of military aid. But what about all the Guatemalans who had been killed? What about the hundreds of thousands? Miguel? The woman? I owed it to them to speak for them. I prepared for a couple of weeks, reading through my statements and going over the questions. I began to think about acknowledging what had happened to the woman. It seemed only right to tell about her suffering. I couldn't remain silent about her and not be an accomplice in covering up torture. The interview was at the Mount, in the Madonna room. There I would have the woman with me. I had felt her with me anyway in those weeks. I had felt her breath as I breathed. Mimi stayed with me in the guest house the night before, guarding me from nightmares. I was still uncomfortable there, but I hoped that after the interview the community would understand what had happened, why I still wasn't the old Dianna. The policeman's voice came to me as I walked across the grounds. I am holding the woman's hand. The policeman gestures with the machete. No one cares about her. No one is looking for her. Just like no one is looking for you. Yet, I still have fun with her. And if you survive, no one will care about you. No one will believe you. I reached beneath my coat and held between my fingers the sweater Mimi taught me to knit during her late-night visits, patiently taking the yarn from me when I made a mistake, fixing it, and handing it back almost perfect. I was wearing it as a testament to the life I'd remade and to Mimi's caring. The policeman was wrong. Mimi cared. Mimi believed me. Also my mother. Barbara. My dad. There was a long list. Trained on the spot where I would sit were 2 eyes, in human glass. The eyes of the torturers. The eyes that watched me thrust the knife in. The eyes that knew the filth on my soul. Alejandro's threat flashed through me, we have the videotapes and photos. I hadn't allowed myself to remember. Now I knew that might be the price of the interview. I would have to speak about the woman now, tell the story my way, say I was forced, before Alejandro could leak the film to the press. The torturers could have edited it, distorted it, they could have filmed from an angle that made the stabbing seem my choice. Even if the film showed the policeman's hands on top of mine, a torturer was behind the camera. It would be his image of me that the world would see, me as what he'd made me as he chose to portray me. As soon as I sat down the cameras peered into me, searching. Dianna Sawyer was giving me a warm smile. I've made a mistake, I wanted to say. I can't do this. The woman in the painting said with her eyes, be strong for us, for those who didn't survive. Recounting what happened, calling up the memories, putting them into words, I felt the burns, I felt my skin tear. My cheekbone throbbed. My tailbone ached. I felt the rough hands, smelled the blood. I heard the woman screaming. I remember so little of the interview, other than the pain. I've learned that it lasted 5 hours, and 10 times I collapsed, sobbing. According to Mimi, when my feelings got too intense I went out into the hall. I carried with me a picture of some women we had known in San Miguel, and in the hall I would take the picture out and look at it. Then I would pull myself together and go back in. After the interview, I asked Mimi if I had said anything about the woman. What woman? No. Mimi, what did I say? You talked about the pit. And the burns and the rapes. I went to bed and wept. I had abandoned the woman again, I had failed her. The torturers were still in control. Through the fear they'd put into me I had hurt her again. After a while, I was aware that I could still feel her presence. She had not abandoned me. A few days after the interview, a phone call came into the library. It was for me, but I wasn't there, and the person who answered the phone asked if she could take a message. The caller, a woman whose native language seemed to be Spanish, said, "Tell Sister Dianna to stop talking about Guatemala or else." The call was reported to the Owensboro police. According to the report the police submitted to the FBI, I was in the room when officers came to discuss the incident but did not make any statements and appeared very withdrawn. I must have pulled so far into myself. I remember nothing about being in a room with Owensboro police officers. I wiped the whole incident from my mind, including the call. I guess I just couldn't live with the fear. Classifying the call as a terrorist threat, a misdemeanor under Kentucky law, the police limited their investigation to spot checks on the house, meaning a police car drove by at certain intervals. Mimi remembers seeing a police car drive slowly by my house several times a week, and the spot checks are mentioned in declassified FBI documents. I refused to notice the police car. I was living in a la la land of deep denial, where I was a sister like any other. But the sense that I was in danger must have sunk in. I am in my room in the afternoon when the back door opens. Keys rattle. Then a long pause, silence. I don't hear the door shut. Footsteps cross the living room, so heavy I can hear them on the carpet. Again, silence. Moving quietly, carefully, I crawl under the bed. My breathing is loud, and I stifle it, putting my hand over my mouth. Across the dining room, into the kitchen. A drawer opens. The swish of water. Another drawer. Whistling. The policeman and the Guat man whistled. The footsteps approach, through the dining room, the living room. The back of my hand is wet with tears. The back door opens and closes. It's a ruse. He has his knife, now, is hiding in the house, waiting for me to think it's safe. My body took over for me, I fell asleep. When I awoke the house was still and my fear was gone. I crawled out from under the bed, dusted myself off, and noticed that the room was still bright with the afternoon sun. I sat for a few moments in its warmth before a larger, colder fear ripped through me. I had realized it, finally, I was worse than ever. A year earlier I wouldn't have cowered under the bed in the middle of the day, trembling and crying, falling asleep or passing out from hyperventilation, whichever it was, because a housemate had come in for lunch. Now that the wall of denial had fallen, I lived in terror. Flashbacks were no longer triggered only by surprises, sudden dogs, or squirrels. Walking into the office that I'd worked in every day for months I had a flashback looking at the desk. It was big and metal, like the desk in that basement prison. Feelings began to overtake me. The most potent was rage. Rage at the council, at many of the sisters, at Dr. Snodgrass, at the policeman, Jose, the Guat man, the Guatemalan government, the US government, and the God I used to believe in, the God I prayed to during that time when I was disappeared, the God who let me suffer then and now. The God who let the woman suffer, who let children be thrown half dead into an open grave, who let defenseless people be tortured and slaughtered. The only people I had seen as angry as I was were the torturers. I remember how rage distorted the policeman's face. He left his seeds inside me, and yet another abomination had sprouted, was winding around me, choking me, taking over. What if I mistook some innocent person for one of the torturers, as happened with my housemate, whose footsteps and whistling had me convinced when I was under the bed? My judgment was impaired. The desk in the library, though not identical to the desk in Guatemala, for a moment was the same desk to me. What if I attacked someone in uniform who looked momentarily like the policeman, or some strong, dark-haired man my eyes rendered as the Guat man? I was dangerous. People in Guatemala were also at risk. I could start to talk, I could tell more about the indigenous woman who helped me after I escaped, I could talk about people in San Miguel. Loose talk would be bad. Paul was encouraging me to meet with State Department officials. He explained that if I didn't do the interview, the State Department and embassy would say that I was not cooperating with the investigation and that I didn't want justice, only publicity. It would give them an excuse to do nothing. She talked to prime time, they would say, why can't she talk to us? The question itself suggested that I had ulterior motives and something to hide. The question was easy to answer. For one thing, Alejandro didn't tell me he had a friend at Prime Time Live. His friend was at the embassy. The State Department gives orders to the embassy. I could only wonder if the embassy gave orders to Alejandro, who gave orders to my torturers, if the State Department was the ultimate boss of the men who took my life away. I didn't think I could talk to those people, especially when I was feeling so out of control. It's the only way we can move forward with the case, Paul told me. How could I say no? If the Guatemalan security forces could do what they did to me, a North American nun whose case had caused international uproar in Congress and the press, if they could do this to me and get away with it, they would know they could do anything to anyone. More people would suffer. Talking, I could kill people. Remaining silent, I could kill people. I told Paul the first would think about it, and I started carrying my razor blade with me in a matchbox and sleeping with it under my pillow. If the courage found me in the middle of the night, I could do it quickly, before I lost my resolve. If the torturers found me, I would do it before they could take me again. In the midst of this turmoil, Darkin called to pass along a message from Sister Alice Zachman, the director of the Guatemala Human Rights Commission, in Washington, D.C. From the Commission's publications, I had found out about Miguel's disappearance and the ongoing atrocities in Guatemala. I was afraid Darkin had bad news. But the news was good. Alice had told her about a treatment center where Central Americans who were tortured were getting help. The director of the Marjorie Koffeler Center was a Guatemalan. The center was in Chicago, but I would be able to stay at Su Casa, a Catholic worker house specifically for torture survivors, run by two Sisters of Mercy and a Christian brother. About a dozen torture survivors lived in the house, Darkin said, all from Central America. I asked Darkin for the number of the Koffeler Center and dialed it more than a dozen times, hanging up before Mario Gonzalez, the director, could answer. When I finally summoned the nerve to let him pick up, his voice was soft, the lilt particular to Guatemalans, pulling the ends of his sentences up, even in English. I told him I didn't trust people, and he said that was just what the torturers had wanted. Torture was designed to break down trust. He used the word torture. I was so relieved. We talked for a long time. Mario, I said finally, I feel like I'm out of control. I feel crazy. Are you crazy? I took time to think. No, I said, I'm not. Well, I don't think you are, either, because if you were we couldn't be having this conversation. I laughed, half crying, and heard him laugh. You're normal, Dianna, for a torture survivor. Everything you're feeling is a normal reaction to an abnormal social situation, the situation of torture. He told me he thought the Kafalver Center could help me, and I believed him. There was a problem, though, and I didn't know how to bring it up. Some sisters had already remarked on the amount of money the community had spent on me. One told me, the community paid for Mimi and Fran to bring you back from Guatemala. Then we covered your expenses to and from Mexico. Then all the legal fees. Then your time at Our Lady of Peace. I couldn't ask the community for anything more. Mario, as if he'd guessed what I was thinking, told me I didn't have to worry about expenses. Everyone who worked at Kafalver volunteered their services. I called Paul and told him I would talk to the State Department, but after that, in January, I was going to the Kafalver Center in Chicago and I didn't want to be contacted there. I just wanted to heal. First I had some business to take care of in New Mexico. Mimi and the counselor from Brescia went with me. After supper my first night there, we called everyone but the children into the living room: Mom, Dad, Barbara, and her husband, Abel, my other sister, Michelle, Shell for short, and her husband, Richard, my brother Ron and his wife, Ida, and my brother John. I told them I was interviewed by Primetime Live. Then I stared at the rug. One heard Mimi clear her throat. Maybe she was trying to encourage me. I told Dianne Sawyer a lot of things about what happened, and the interview is going to be broadcast in the spring. I wanted to let you know what I told her before it came out on TV. I don't think it's such a good idea to have all that coming out on television. I didn't dare look up to see who was talking. I heard the person turn to Mimi. It's just going to cause her more pain. I let Mimi answer. I was busy imagining what they might say about the rape and how I would answer. You shouldn't have let them do that to you. Didn't you fight? You shouldn't have gone back to Guatemala. It was your choice to go back to that country. If anyone is to blame for what happened, it's you. I couldn't bear to tell them. I handed out copies of my affidavit. A minute went by, paper rustled as they turned the pages. Then Mom started wailing. Beside her on the couch, my dad put his arms around her. She's still alive, he said. Stop doing that. She's still here. He knew what we all knew. Latin women wail that way when someone has died. My mother's wails finally broke into sobs. The others were still reading. Paper crinkled. Barbara let out a scream, a sound so like the woman made. I was hurting them. Do something, I told Mimi. Sons of bitches. Abel cursed. I'll kill them. Listen, y'all, Abel, that reaction you're having, now you understand why Dianna has to fight this, Mimi said. This cannot just happen and no one do anything about it. That's why she has to make it public, so they can't just get away with it. Little by little, the sobs subsided, Abel fell silent, and everyone stood to circle around me in a hug. We love you, Nana. It wasn't your fault, I heard in those words, those touches. So how are we going to fight it? What's the plan? Someone asked. I wished they hadn't said we. I saw my mother, pallid, red-eyed, and I wished I were an I alone, an island, no community, no family. Then no one else would get hurt. Mimi told them about the meeting with the State Department next month and my plan to go to Kafalver. Dianna needs to get strong to fight back. And she needs to fight back to get strong, to get her life back. After a silence, my dad spoke up. We'll support you in whatever you decide to do, Nana. God will be with us. It's not just about you, it's about the other people in the building, isn't it? Shell asked, stroking my hair. I nodded, and Shell circled me tighter in her arms. Then do it, Nana. Fight. I think what matters right now is what's best for Dianna. My mother's voice was uneven and hard. This is just going to keep hurting her. Fran and Paul were in Guatemala, trying to move the case along. Guatemalan Attorney General Acisclo Valladares was blocking the formation of the independent commission to investigate the case, questioning the president's authority to appoint it. The president wasn't putting up much of a fight. He wouldn't meet with Paul and Fran and would be out of office soon anyway. At least Paul could bring to the ambassador the good news about my upcoming meeting with State Department officials. Only a few months earlier, Strzok had complained to Paul in a letter. I am very concerned that, as we approach the first anniversary of the crime suffered by Sr. Dianna, very little to no progress has been made in seeing that justice is done. The more time goes by, the more difficult the task. My staff and I continue to wait for the information requested at the beginning of the year and to have Sr. Dianna speak directly with trained investigators. Without this information and the cooperation of Sr. Dianna, it will be very tough if not impossible to bring the perpetrators of the crime against her to justice. In addition, Sr. Dianna's affidavit reports that other people were being tortured at the same site and time as she. We would like to help find this place of illegal incarceration and torture, shut it down, and bring those operating it before the courts. 1. Strzok should have rejoiced at the news of my meeting. He could finally shut down this clandestine prison. Instead, as we learned years later when documents were declassified, he panicked, cabling the State Department the following message. Embassy understands there is a possibility a representative of ARA/CEN Andean Regional Affairs/Central America will meet with AMSIT American citizen Sr. Dianna Ortiz either next week or early next year. Embassy wishes to state its strong objection to such a meeting. We see the proposed meeting as a lawyer's stunt meant to blunt our criticism of Sr. Dianna's year-long refusal to talk to the appropriate USG investigations, e.g., the FBI. 2. The State Department responded. For the past year we have consistently told Paul Soref that there are key aspects of Sister Dianna's account that need to be clarified and that at some point she should make herself available for a full accounting of what happened. If we do not follow up on Sister Dianna's offer to talk about the events, our refusal could be misconstrued to mean we are washing our hands of the case, which is not our intention. We feel more at risk, from a public relations point of view, in refusing to meet with her than in doing so. 3. Strzok replied. We believe that the upside of meeting Sr. Ortiz under these conditions is only a short-term PR gain. The downside is that if the department meets with her, pressure from all sorts of people and groups will build on the department to act on the information she provides. She, of course, will be free from any legal responsibility for any possible misstatements. We remain concerned that we are going to get cooked on this one unless we follow the FBI line, i.e., the case is closed until she cooperates with the USG agency that has the responsibility. Until then, we believe there isn't much more we should do. 4. In January, Deborah McCarthy and her colleague Bonnie Page came to the Mount. Strzok had been overruled. I'm not sure how excited McCarthy was about the trip. Paul had asked specifically for her, saying I would only talk to a woman. She has risen from the dead. 5. McCarthy wrote in an internal memo referring to me. She went on, I guess my great reputation of a sweet, well-bred, compassionate Catholic has spread far and wide. This is my fate in life. Last December I flew down to babysit the only witness to the Jesuit murder. This winter it is Kentucky and a kidnapped nun. What next? But she did think the State Department should meet with me to show that they were still working on the case. She also understood my fear and mistrust and sent me photos of herself and Bonnie Page, along with some personal information. Page was the mother of a young child, whom she was holding in the photo. McCarthy was in a restaurant in her photo, pushed back from the table and smiling, looking toward someone on her left. She was pretty blonde, young. But as far as I was concerned they were the enemy. I wasn't very nice to them. I sat down across from them and met their chit-chat with a cold stare. After the interview, a sister who had been in the meeting asked Mimi why I had to be so rude to those ladies. I was supposed to sit down and have a pleasant chat and smile and compliment them, I suppose, then tell them it was a pleasure talking with them. Well, it wasn't. I relived the torture again for the second time in 2 months. No questions were sent to me in advance, but I did impose some rules. I told McCarthy and Page that they couldn't look at my face, they had to look down. And they did. Mimi checked. I basically read them my affidavit. That way I knew I was revealing only the information I wanted to reveal and nothing that would endanger anyone else. I didn't understand what information they could gain from the meeting that they didn't already have, but I must have answered some questions, too, because after the meeting McCarthy wrote this memo to Phil Taylor, the charged affair at the U.S. Embassy. Basically I believe something horrendous happened, she was questioned and tortured and probably raped. But she is not telling the whole story as to what she may have been involved in or on all the details of how she was picked up and released. She looks like a little girl but she is very articulate and strong in her own way. The order was delightful. I think even they are getting frustrated with her. I think we have enough to go on and suggested to Soref that they hire an investigator. We got many details on the location and Alejandro. He may have been an American. 6. One of the women, in the notes she took during the meeting, wrote, "Is it possible that someone fr mission rescued her?" Nick Ricciuti says, "It could have happened." 7. Later, Bonnie Page wrote Deborah McCarthy the following memo: "Have you talked to Phil Taylor on secure phone? Please let me know. Nick Ricciuti, my office director, wants to talk directly to Phil on secure if you haven't been able to convince him to take our theory seriously." 8. Nick Ricciuti, Bonnie Page's boss, was the head of consular emergency services for U.S. citizens abroad and would know better than anyone how embassies might operate when an American disappeared. He had also been consular general at the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador during some of the worst years of the dirty war there. And he found McCarthy and Page's theory entirely plausible. Alejandro was an American from the U.S. Embassy, fr mission, who had taken me out of the secret prison. Perhaps Strzok had argued so desperately against a meeting between me and State Department representatives to prevent just such thoughts. Part 2. Speak, bear witness. Between the hammer strokes the heart survives. Like the tongue. That between the teeth. And in spite of everything. Goes on praising. Rainier Maria Rilke, The Duino Elegies. Chapter 9. So Casa. Silence would not stalk me at this old house in Chicago, not as it had in Owensboro, at the hospital, and at the Mount, where in the quiet of night I had almost heard again the screams of the man and the woman. Voices wafted up from the street, buses rumbled by, and all the way down the hall, radios were playing, even though it was nearly midnight. My new housemates were as sleepless as I was. The only person I'd met so far seemed familiar, not her alabaster face or the dark hair pinned up off her neck, but the way she hunched, as if trying to hide. Coming out of the cold night into the dimly lit house, we had descended a long stairway to the basement, where the kitchen was, and she was there wiping the counter. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She didn't see us. She just rubbed and rubbed at the counter, as if willing it to reflect a different face than the one she bent above it. She raised her head after a while and glanced toward the pantry doorway, where I was standing. Our eyes met. She was afraid, I could see it. She was taking my measure. Looking into the white light of her fear, I seemed to be seeing myself in a mirror. Mimi and Suzanne, who had driven us up from Kentucky, were in the pantry fixing snacks. The volunteer who was showing us around finally led us on into the kitchen and introduced us to Dolores. Hola was all Dolores said. And she went back to wiping the counter. The jangle of melodies from my neighbors' rooms had almost lulled me to sleep when a woman called my name. I am Eloisa, she said in Spanish. Can I come in? I scooted up onto the pillow, drew my knees to my chest, and said yes. Si. A large woman with dark hair hanging down her back bounced to my side and folded her arms around me. Bienvenida, she said. The last time I remembered hearing that word it came from the policeman, Bienvenida a su palacio. 119. Pulling out of the hug, she seated herself in the chair across from me. The lamp beside her revealed fine wrinkles in her forehead. She told me she was from Guatemala, from the capital. And she smiled. I tried to smile back. But she had dropped her eyes to her lap, and when she raised them they were full of something she wanted to say. As she began to speak, I felt my soul floating up like a soap bubble to the corner of the ceiling, where I could rest, safe, and look down. She was like Jose. Her story was a sad one in her case about the reasons she had to leave Guatemala, and she confessed something she had done that she wasn't proud of but had felt to be necessary. I could only wonder why she was telling this to me, a stranger. Was she going to ask me for forgiveness, like he had? I know a little of what happened to you in Guatemala, what we heard from the news, she finished. I just wanted you to know that there are people who understand. There are people who have suffered, too. She stood up and gently touched the hand I held against my mouth. I let her take it. If you want to talk sometime, I am here, she said. You can confide in me. She kissed my forehead and gave my hand a squeeze. We have suffered, she said, but, Dianna, we are alive. Never forget that. Later Pat and Juanita, the sisters who ran the house, came to ask if I had everything I needed. Juanita recalls that I was curled up on my bed, in a corner. When she knocked I turned toward the door. You had such a frightened look, she remembers. Your eyes darted back and forth. I realized how traumatized you were. And I thought, oh, dear God, give me strength so we can handle this. She was right, I was afraid. I was remembering that I was alive. That meant there was something the torturers could still take from me. I set my coffee on the table beside Eloisa, who reached over and squeezed my hand. She knew that within an hour I would be having my first meeting at the Kofler Center. A hug for Dianna, she called. Two children ran into the kitchen and pressed themselves against my legs. I couldn't help smiling. They trusted me enough to press their little bodies as close as they could get. If I were completely evil, they would have sensed it and stayed away. One of the little girls was Eloisa's child, the other Raul's youngest daughter. Raul was fixing toast for her and his 3-year-old son, Marcos. While Raul poured coffee, his older daughter, Celia, spread the toast with mayonnaise and poured the young ones their orange juice. Celia was 7 and her childhood was over. I could see that in the way she carried herself, as if her small body were meant for work, and in the way her round, dark eyes kept watch. Raul had been a rural Protestant catechist in Guatemala, educating people and distributing food. When his work became too dangerous, he left for Mexico, then went on to Texas, where he was in a program to go to Canada. He planned to bring his wife and children to Canada once he got settled. But while he waited, his wife was disappeared. He started back to Guatemala to get his children and was arrested on the way. In the Mexican prison where he was detained, he was beaten, tortured, and starved until he was close to death. A man in the cell adjacent to his, whom he never saw, kept telling him, "Don't give up. You have to make it. You have children." One day his neighbor said, "I'm going to be leaving. I'll get someone to come and get you out." Soon, a Franciscan missionary came and got him released. Before leaving, Raul asked the guards where the man in the cell next to him had gone. The guards told him there was no man, that cell had always been empty. Raul believed the Lord had been speaking to him. He went to Guatemala, got his children, and swam back across the Rio Grande into Texas with his 3 children clinging to his back. It was Pat, the older of the sisters, who drove me to my appointment at Kofler. Pat was gray-haired, slim, and energetic and had worked as a missionary under the repressive regime in Peru. Mimi accompanied us, and while I was grateful for her support, I was too tense to do anything but stare out the window at the frozen lake and the joggers beside it, chasing their clouds of breath. Too soon we were parking beside an enormous white building. The Kofler Center, Pat told us, occupied just a few offices on one of the floors. The building inside was run down and dingy, worlds apart from Dr. Snodgrass's plush waiting room. The Kaffer Center, I would learn, was the idea of an Argentine doctor who worked in a Chicago emergency room, where she saw Latin American patients terrified of the bright lights, the instruments, and the table. She realized they were torture survivors like herself, and she knew a center like Kaffer was needed. Drive Antonio Martfne offered me tea and we sat down in his office. I had a good feeling about him. He had nice teeth, warm, brown eyes, and fuzzy thinning hair. "It is hard to be here, yes," he said. "It will get easier. But, Dianna, I have to be honest with you, you are going to feel worse before you feel better." I didn't believe him. I couldn't feel worse. Before our next meeting was over I knew he was right. I felt worse. "What would you like to talk about?" he asked, and a long silence followed. I didn't know whether to trust him. After our first meeting I'd been so sure of him. Antonio had agreed not to take notes about me then and had put his notebook away. I had almost laughed when he asked, respectfully, if meeting again on Wednesday would be convenient for me, as if I were in Chicago for any reason other than to meet with him. Emerging into the hallway, where Mimi was waiting, I had told her, "I'm in the right place." But now it was Wednesday and I'd had a few days to think. People can seem nice at first. Maybe I was swayed, the first time, by the crinkles around the edges of his eyes, his deep smile lines. Maybe his Puerto Rican heritage influenced me, the fact that, like my father, he was a naturalized citizen, a Hispanic, and spoke English with that accent. I resolved not to walk into another trap. I had my affidavit in my backpack, figuring I could give it to him if I decided to trust him that much. I stared at the floor, trying to make a decision, and felt his eyes on my face. "Please don't look at me." I hadn't meant to sound that harsh. I hadn't meant to say anything. "I did not want to make you uncomfortable," he answered. "What can we do to put you at ease?" "What? How can I help you feel safer? Why don't you face the wall?" He stood up, turned his chair to the wall and sat back down. "Is that better?" "Yes." I listened to his breathing. I sniffled. Keeping his head turned away, he pushed a box of Kleenex toward me across the desk. We sat in a long silence. After a while I asked if we could stop, and he walked me back to the waiting room. I couldn't stop my tears. And he saw me with them. He said something to Pat that I couldn't hear, then told me he'd see me next week. I couldn't look at him. He had seen me cry. And asking him to face the wall, he knew how weak I was, how frightened, how crazy. As Mimi and Pat and I walked down the stairs to the dining room, I could hear the clatter of Spanish conversation and plates being served. But when we entered the room, everyone became quiet. Sister Juanita, a soft-featured woman who was warm and open with her emotions, came over and wordlessly gave me a hug. Eloisa put her arm around my shoulder and patted me on the back. The silence continued through dinner. "We understand that you are in pain," the silence said. I glanced up once at Dolores. The fear was gone from her eyes. I had many more silent sessions with Antonio, staring at the bald spot on the back of his head. From time to time he would ask if I was okay. I would say yes, and we would let silence fill the space between us again. The first week of my forced stay in the hospital, when I had refused to talk to Dr. Snodgrass, the tension in my chest and the tension between us had grown. Finally I was forced to talk. It was my only way out. Between Antonio and me, as the moments passed, a bond formed. He showed me that there would be no punishment for not cooperating, for not playing the game. I was the one who set the agenda, who drew up the rules. He cooperated with me. I started bringing my woman friend with me. In the silence, I went back to the room where she was, took her by the hand, brought her out of that building. I imagined her sitting by my side. No, I willed her to be there, and I tried to put myself in her situation. I tried to envision what it must have been like to have another person, me, bring harm to her. Maybe it was selfish on my part, but I wanted her to hear from me what had happened. What she must have suffered before we met I'm sure was horrible. And after I left, if she was alive, maybe they continued torturing her. Or maybe she was thrown into the pit with all the others. I don't know. I didn't ask her to repeat her name. I have anguished so much over this. If only I had, I could have tried to find her family. I could have told them about the daughter, the mother, the sister they had been separated from. I could have helped put closure to her life on earth. When she told me her name, I couldn't understand what she said. I didn't want to exhaust her, to drain her of the little strength she had. I thought she would need that strength for a later time. Bringing her to therapy was my way of conveying to her that not knowing her name didn't keep me from remembering her and all she had suffered. She was and continues to be part of me. Sometimes I imagined that this bright light was calling her, waiting for her, and she was like a lost soul in limbo. She held back and turned away from it. Like me, she needed healing. Maybe she, too, had been forced to do things, and what she had seen and been forced to do kept her from walking toward the light, from allowing it to embrace her. I wanted to say to her, whatever happened, it was not your fault. Leave your burden behind with me. Go and rest. Be at peace. Mimi went back to Owensboro to quit her jobs. Pat and Juanita had offered to let her help out at Su Casa. Her Spanish was fluent, and she could drive. She could be useful. I was relieved. I did what I could to mingle, meeting the other guests in the kitchen at night where they, like me, drank coffee. Pat and Juanita seemed accepting of me. They hadn't said anything about all the showers I was taking or the meals I missed. But basically I was afraid. I wanted Mimi to stay, but I also wanted her to have her life. Mimi, don't you want to go back to Mexico, or maybe to Chile again? I asked. You don't need to stay here for me. I'm okay. Dianna, even when I was in Mexico, I wasn't really in Mexico. If I'm going to worry about you, I'd rather have you right here in front of me, where I can see you're doing all right. What, are you trying to get rid of me? She gave her big smile. Eloisa was the first person I really got to know. She always had something to teach me. She was tossing withered peppers into the trash can, sorting through the weekly box of vegetables we got from an organization that distributed food to shelters for the homeless. I started on the fruit. On top, with large gray spots on the sides, were peaches. I got brown goo on my hand picking one up. I started to pitch it into the garbage. No! Eloisa cried. She took the peach from me, rinsed it, and carefully sliced around the rot. Those are still good. We can use them for shakes or fruit salad. She was right. The piece she handed me was firm and sweet. Dolores was a shy person, like me. The first conversation we had was about a Venezuelan soap opera. She plays two characters, this woman, one who is evil and one who is good. Nearly every guest in the house was glued to the set. Dolores summarized the ins and outs of the plot. Slowly, as time passed, she did the same for her own life. We were alone in the kitchen one night, the same place I had first seen her, the light leaping off her black hair, which hung now down her back. I was making coffee and she was boiling water for tea, and as we sank into our chairs with our respective brews, she said she was tired. She had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to be at work on time, and getting up early didn't agree with her. It's not your cup of tea. I smiled, hoping my little play on words would work in Spanish. She looked at her cup for a minute, then at me. After a moment's hesitation she began to drink the tea anyway, and I could see it was no time to explain that my remark, in English, made sense. She was far away. I watched her steep her tea, lifting the bag in and out, holding the string between her chapped fingers. I left them in Honduras, you know, my children, with my mother and sisters. 2 daughters and a son. That is why I am working so hard, to send them money. She cleaned a home for disabled children. She didn't mind the work, but getting up early and going out to wait for the bus in the dark was scary. Our neighborhood was known for drugs and crime, and some of the guests at Su Casa had been mugged. In Honduras, she told me, she had been an accountant for the government. Her husband had worked for the courts but was fired when a new administration came in. He was trying to claim some money the government owed him, and the government resented his efforts. He was followed and threatened by armed men. I could see him some nights, when he could sneak home, but most of the time he was in hiding. Then he stopped coming. And these men came to the house and asked me where he was. More than once. They threatened me. Dolores was quiet for a while, staring into her cup. In the silence I poured myself another cup of coffee, imagining what she hadn't said. You have to tell us everything you know or we start on your children. Then your sisters. Then your mother. We know where they are. Or maybe we take you. One of the men probably touched her under the chin with mock tenderness. A real man would come to rescue his wife. Or maybe they did more to her than she was going to say. So Dolores left. When I sat down before her again she wiped her face with the palms of her hands. I do not know where he is. He always hides with his friends when he is in danger. Probably he is hiding. When I get political asylum I am going to bring them here, my husband and children. Dolores was a few years younger than I, and as time passed and we spent more evenings together in the kitchen, I began to feel she was my sister. We would work on each other's hair sometimes. She even trusted me to give her a trim and a perm with a kit we had found among the bags of donated clothes. Dolores had a few bad hair days after that. Sometimes a priest came to Su Casa to say Mass. I remember the first time. I had been in Chicago for about a month. We were gathered in a circle in the living room, all 20 of us who lived there, including guests and staff. Raul led the music, strumming his guitar. No one went to communion but Sister Juanita, Sister Pat, and Pat's brother Dennis, a Christian brother. The rest of us stood with our heads bowed. I wondered if the other guests, like me, felt unworthy. I hurt for them, if so, and at the same time I was relieved. I didn't feel so sinful, so out of place as communion was given. No need here to move my lips as if I were praying. The prayers were few and simple and many people remained silent instead of participating. From a discussion of a gospel reading, I knew a number of the guests didn't quite believe in God. The priest had invited us to reflect on the passage where Jesus asked his disciples, "Who do people say the Son of God is? And who do you say I am?" The room had become very quiet. It was quiet for a long time. One of the men said at last, "I do not know God. I do not know who God is. My God died when I was put in prison and beaten." I think it was Eloisa's husband, Otto, who spoke, or maybe Rigo from Honduras, or possibly Luis, from El Salvador. They had all been beaten. I just stood there with my mouth open, feeling like I was the one who had spoken. Raul answered, "I do not know God, either, but He is somewhere. I know this because He has watched over my family. He has led us here." Sister Juanita cleared her throat. I was worried about what she might say to the first person who spoke. She, after all, was a nun, and someone had just said God was dead. Her voice was gentle. She turned toward the person who had spoken first. "Sometimes," she said, "sometimes our life experiences change our image of God." She said this in Spanish, a language she was just learning. She was reaching across the divide, not only of language but of experience. She herself had not been tortured. I don't know how her words affected the person who had spoken, but for me they opened up a world of possibility. She didn't say directly, "No, God has not died." That would only have started an argument. But she suggested that the idea one had of God could die, the conception, while God could still exist. One could learn to see God another way. I knew my old God had died, the God who was strong, powerful, a protector. The Good Shepherd was no longer someone I believed in. If I were to see God in a new way, based on my experiences, God would have to be helpless, broken, tortured, but still alive and able to love. In the corner of the room on a cross hung Jesus, whose resurrection I had questioned during Easter services at the Mount. How could he still survive? I had asked. How could he have risen? From Antonio I was learning about the goals of torture, that torture was a strategy, something people studied, that the torturers wanted me to see myself and the world in a way that would render me powerless. I was starting to question some of the things the torturers had said to me about myself. It was an act of resistance to question. I was not letting them define me. Then why let them define God? Wasn't it an act of resistance to refuse to believe that God was dead, to reject the world they had tried to make me believe in? Maybe my absence of belief in God was another blindfold the torturers had tied on, one I could now take off. I unwrapped my Bible one Sunday afternoon, uncotting the black cloth. I was learning that no one was going to reprimand me or toss me out of su casa for doubting, and without the pressure to believe I felt freer. At the Mount I always worried about that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I was well aware that God was the center of a nun's life and that I didn't believe in God. I felt panicky about it. The only shred of my identity I had left was that I was Sister Dianna. That was the only link I had to being a member of a community, to belonging anywhere. And it was centered on a lie. I was in a community of non-believers now, of doubters, and I was free to question and explore. Antonio, meanwhile, helped me understand that I indeed had a community. He had played by the rules I set in therapy and had never pressured me, and he had earned my trust. I let him read my affidavit, and I told him about my feelings of dirtiness. I told him I felt guilty. It is not a surprise that you feel that way, he said. Many survivors feel that way, feel they could have done something more, something different. I don't believe you are dirty. I don't believe that you are contaminating me. I haven't heard from the guests at su casa that they feel you are contaminating them. I have heard that they care about you. And the children, they love you. Those words are ingrained in my mind, almost as deep as the torturers' words. Maybe deeper. As for my other community, the Ursulines, the ties seemed to be snapping. Antonio had recommended that I try a medication called Halcyon, to help me sleep. I trusted him enough to try a drug he recommended, but the problem was the expense. Normally I didn't need money. I paid no rent. Food and clothes were provided. But now I did need it and I would have to call the sisters and ask. I was scared. That one sister's remark about all the money the community had already spent on me gnawed at me. But I was learning to ask for what I needed. We were encouraged to do that in therapy and at su casa. People can't read your mind. You have certain needs as a survivor and you have to make those known. The torture has left you with the fear that whatever you ask for will be denied, that your very need will be used against you. You are not back there in the torture chamber. You have to be brave and ask. Besides, this was a different sister, not the one who had made the comment. I was embarrassed to say I was going to be taking medication. I just said I needed some money. There was a pause. Then her voice, Dianna, I really don't think it's right of you to ask the community for any more money. Later, Pat and Juanita waited as I struggled to tell them about the conversation. Then they explained that Mercy Hospital would donate the medication. Not long after that, Pat asked me to a staff meeting. I walked down the hall with my lower lip between my teeth, biting down to steady my nerves. But Pat didn't look stern. She asked me to sit down, then invited me to join the staff part-time. I would work as a liaison between the guests and the staff, interpreting for the Spanish-speaking guests, teaching English as a foreign language, and supervising the children and helping them with their homework. I said yes, blinking back tears of gratitude for their trust in me. Years later I learned that other staff members weren't paid. Pat and Juanita gave me a stipend so that I could have some pocket money. I took the medication for a few months and I got some sleep, but because the nightmares that came with the sleep were so intense, I eventually opted to go off it. Antonio supported my decision, fortunately. He suggested another change, as well. I think you would feel more comfortable being able to talk also with a woman therapist, he said. What do you think? His suggestion surprised me, but I felt relieved. He and I both knew there were issues I wouldn't discuss with a man. That session, in spite of my relief, was especially hard. Maybe it was the fact that I had finally been offered a woman therapist, that someone was looking out for my needs, that I was being understood and listened to, even though I'd said nothing about wanting a woman therapist. I felt so vulnerable after the hour was up, like a husk had been stripped away. The long ride back to Sokasa with Pat was painful. We sat in silence, my feet on the seat, my legs folded up before me. I felt naked. Sleet tapped on the car roof. The windshield wipers creaked back and forth. Against the glass, ice crystals were coming to life and streaming down the windshield, as if they'd been freed. How scary, I thought, to slide like that, to careen out of control, to give way again to the earth's pull. At a gas station where Pat stopped, a police car pulled up behind us, and the policeman got out. Even though this man was an African American, above his light blue shirt I kept getting glimpses of the pock-scarred face of the policeman. I jumped out of the car, ran into the gas station office, and hid there until the police car pulled out. He would tell the Gwat man where I was living now, and they would come for me. I wondered if the seed he had planted in me, the seed of hatred and rage, the seed that grew into my participation in the incident with the woman and my choice about the pregnancy, I wondered if that seed had spread, if, like a plant germinating, the very evil within me had caused the policeman to spring up behind us. At Sokasa, when we got out of the car, I was shaking. My fingertips were bleeding, where I had bitten the nails down. I wondered if the policeman would tell everyone, all these people who had treated me so warmly, what I had done to the woman. Welcome to reality. You thought you could escape. The policeman's voice. My shoulders ached. My cheekbone and fingertips throbbed. On the mirror next to my bed was a picture of a quetzal, Guatemala's national bird. A Guatemalan sister had sent it to me, thanking me for caring about all the quetzals who were in captivity. She meant people, Guatemalans, but couldn't say so in a letter. The picture and her thoughtfulness weren't enough. The nightmare was starting again. I let my eyes wander down to the Bible on the dresser. Please, God, I prayed, I need you to tell me I am not all evil. I wanted to let the Bible fall open to any page God chose, but I was afraid of words of condemnation. There were words like that in the Bible. I knew from praying with the sisters at the Mount, reading the breviary. Finally, I dared. I closed my eyes and let the pages part. The Bible fell open to the parable of the sower. As he was scattering the seeds, some fell along the path and the birds came and ate them up. Some fell on rocky places, where the seeds had little soil. Plants sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow, but so were the roots, and when the sun came up the plants were scorched and withered. Other seeds fell among the thorns, which grew up and choked the plants. Still others fell on good soil and bore grain. As I understood the parable, the torturers, like the birds, had tried to take God from me. They had filled me with weeds and stones and a burning rage, but there was still good soil in me, soil where goodness could grow. After that, I began to ask, how do I put my life back together, God? How do I live with what's happened? The Bible kept falling open to the miracle of the loaves and fishes. I kept slamming the Bible shut in disgust. God's idea of a joke, I guess. Go get a snack, Dianna. At our next meeting, Antonio introduced me to Mary Fabry. I spent the hour looking at her long, dark hair. Eventually, I would learn about her work counseling terminally ill patients and their families at the county hospital, even about her love for good margaritas. In that first session I just looked and listened, hearing her gentleness even through the sharp, flattened vowels of her Chicago accent. In a report she wrote the next year for legal purposes, Mary said. The first meeting between Sister Dianna and myself was in April of 1991. She was dressed neatly and simply. Her demeanor was quiet and withdrawn. She requested that we sit in such a manner that she could view me from the side rather than face to face. She apologized for this and explained that direct eye contact was too difficult. She spoke softly and her affect was sad and frightened throughout the session. At times she was tearful. She tearfully admitted to transient suicidal ideation but reported that she had no intent or plan. She stated that she just wished she could go to bed and never wake up. This feeling, although less frequent, still arises in response to stressful situations. Although her cognitive processes appeared intact, Sister Dianna had and continues to have profound gaps in memory. This includes simple premorbid information, such as her date of birth, and other more recent details, such as dates outlining her return to and events in the United States after her kidnapping and torture. These memory difficulties persist, consistent with the diagnostic criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. As the session neared completion, Mary asked, "How are you doing?" "Not well." "Scared?" "Of what?" "Going back to Sokasa." "The car ride?" "I don't know how to explain this, but it's hard to be in an enclosed space with someone else for 45 minutes after this. I feel so exposed." "What if we met at Sokasa?" Mary asked softly. "Would that be better for you?" I wished she had been facing me, so I could nod. My voice came out ragged, as if it had squeezed through a barbed wire fence in my throat. As a staff member, I had some structure built into my life and had to interact with people other than Mimi. I had to get out of my room, where I used to sit for hours with a dictionary, relearning simple words. "Slow as a turtle," someone had said. What was a turtle? But teaching English to our Spanish-speaking guests reminded me that I did have mastery of my mother tongue. Words here and there were missing, but not the kinds of words you use every day, which is what they needed to know. And spending time with the children was a blessing. In the afternoons I babysat Raul's youngest child, Marcos. "I want to be like Dennis," he'd say. He revered Pat's brother and he would toddle across the room, stiff-legged, sticking his belly out as far as it would go. After dinner, the children would perform little plays or dance to a boombox to show us their latest disco moves. It was irresistible. No matter what we were dealing with in therapy or our lives, everyone, down to the last person, laughed. If there was an unspoken rule at Sokasa, it was try to celebrate whatever you can. Birthday parties, saints' days, even minor holidays were cause for a party. Celebrating was hard for me, but I was learning that sometimes you can pretend to feel something and end up feeling it. Pretend, after all, also means try. I was both trying and pretending. I was making it down to dinner more often, and with the other guests I thanked God for the food and for the others standing around the table hand in hand. We asked God to help the homeless and the needy of the city, and to end the blessing we sang a song in Spanish that began with the vow alabar, I will praise. Looking around I saw people who had suffered every bit as much as I had, if not more, people who also questioned God's existence, and they were praising and thanking God and asking God's blessing on those less fortunate. Just in case. I went along with it. I sang. Because I wanted to believe. Easter was a challenge. I still didn't believe completely in resurrection, not Christ's, not my own. I was still sealed up in a dark cave. Some days, when I felt better, it was more like a translucent bubble. But I was separated from others, walled in, numb and half-dead. I had never completely walked out of that prison. I'd brought it with me. But the Easter story was a challenge to go on believing, in spite of not seeing any prospects for living, to risk hoping that one day I could break out. I read as much as I could about the life of Jesus. Time and again, he had been labeled and misunderstood by those in authority and even by those who were his friends. Jesus also was tortured, and he cried out on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me?" When I thought about the Son of God saying those words, I was comforted. Jesus acknowledged his aloneness, his estrangement from God and the human family. I suppose he became absorbed in himself. For a moment he forgot about the other two men who were being crucified. He forgot about the hungry, the poor, and the oppressed. When I was first taken down to the basement of that building in Guatemala, I asked myself the same question: why had God abandoned me? I prayed for my deliverance first, then remembered to ask God to help the people whose screams were ringing through the room. And I was a nun, a woman who had committed herself to God's people, to service. Scripture was allowing me to see that human weakness doesn't make one wholly evil. God can exist in the midst of it. I began to look for the God in the human and found God in Otto, as he let Eloisa sob on his shoulder after a phone call from their daughter in Guatemala, who was despairing of ever seeing them again. When Eloisa quieted down, Otto wiped the tears from her eyelashes with his fingers. I saw God in Brother Dennis when he was on his way out the door to teach a college class, and Marcos burst in from the yard, grabbed Dennis's pants, and pulled him toward the kitchen. "Brother Dennis, I want WA." Instead of telling Marcos to ask someone else or saying "I don't understand you," Brother Dennis let himself be tugged along, filled a glass of water for Marcos, and left him with an affectionate pat, never checking to see the grimy little handprint on his pants. I saw God in Raul, when he played the guitar and got everyone to sing along. I saw God in the volunteers from the synagogue who prepared a meal for us once a month and sat down with us to eat. God, I saw, was not a shepherd watching over us, his sheep. This was a God of the same species. I began to consider that we were made in God's image, and that everyone except the Guatman and the policeman, who I still equated with the devil, contained the seed of divine goodness, even the people in the State Department, even Ambassador Strzok. I loosened my grip on the real world. I let my list of enemies shrink. In June, when Prime Time Live aired, everyone gathered to support me, all the guests in the house, the staff, Mary and Antonio, Mimi, and Darlene, who came from California just to be there with us. The State Department, meanwhile, had made its own preparations for the broadcast. 4 months after the women from the State Department took my description of Alejandro and concluded that he could have been an American, Deborah McCarthy sent this message to a State Department colleague. "Ortiz case, very important. We need to close the loop on the issue of the North American named by Ortiz as being involved in the case." In a letter to Sorev, copy attached, we said that upon receiving a fuller description of the man, we would be happy to inquire as to whether he was known to anyone in the embassy. This was an effort to respond to his request to have photos and names of all Americans in Guatemala, including embassy personnel. We now have a fuller description, both that given to Bonnie Page and I, emailed to embassy as part of our notes, and in the new affidavit. We will send cable asking embassy to follow up. The embassy is very sensitive on this issue, but it is an issue we will have to respond to publicly when the show airs. Point 1. I dreaded watching the Prime Time Live segment, but I wanted to find out what I had said, if I'd mentioned anything I shouldn't have. A bit of Mimi's interview came at the beginning of the show. She was asked about the reasons I was targeted. She said, "The message it's sending to the church is pretty clear: don't help the indigenous. Don't help the poor too." There was footage of the garden I was taken from, the dirt road the Guatman and Jose led me down, the drawings I had made in the hospital of the pit and of my back. I heard myself telling about what I felt in the pit. I felt myself walking on heads, I felt bodies jerking. I heard myself telling that I was raped and that my breasts, as well as my back, were burned. I started to smell the alcohol, the cigarettes. To center myself, I looked at Otto. Although his eyes were on the screen, they were vacant. He seemed to have drifted off, perhaps to thoughts of Eloisa's rape or to memories of his own beatings when he was disappeared after supporting Unionists. Raul's face was twisted up, and he was shaking his head. I knew he was wondering if the army had done the same things to his wife that I was describing. I had put them all back in their prisons of memory. I could only hurt people. I left the room. Mary came and sat with me in my room for a couple of hours. She says I lay on my bed, facing the wall in a fetal position, and told her I felt evil. Eventually, I fell asleep and Mary left. Mimi stayed with me during the night, and Mary came back the next day for our session. I was in the same position. I didn't want to talk. She just sat with me. I was in a support group by then for Guatemalans who had suffered trauma. They had invited me to join, overlooking the fact that I was an American, a citizen of the country that had given rise to their suffering, overthrowing a democratically elected government in 1954 through a CIA-sponsored coup and then supporting decades of military dictatorships. To them, I was not an American. I was one of them. After Prime Time Live aired, Adriana, a woman I knew from the group, wanted to talk about the broadcast. She thought that maybe the bodies of her 2 young daughters were in the pit I'd described. They had disappeared with other family members during an army raid on the house. When Adriana had arrived, the soldiers were hosing down the floor. I didn't know what to tell her. I was just sorry that I had given Adriana another possible ending to the story, one that would haunt her. The Guatemalans thanked me for doing the interview and speaking about what was happening in their country. They knew I had spoken for all of us. I appreciated their comments, but I was sorry for the damage the truth could do. The next time Mary and I talked, I asked her what she remembered of the broadcast. I had missed a lot. Prime Time Live had interviewed officials in Guatemala, Mary told me. I asked Mary what they had said. I both wanted to know and didn't. She told me that former Defense Minister General Hector Gramajo was asked about his allegations that a lesbian love affair was the cause of my disappearance. I never said lesbian, General Gramajo insisted. Dianna Sawyer showed him several sources quoting him. A New York Times article said Gramajo claimed the abduction was a staged ending to a lesbian love affair. A Boston Globe article quoted him calling me a leftist and a lesbian. You did say lesbian, Dianna Sawyer insisted. With a sheepish smile, as though he'd been caught at a schoolboy prank, Gramajo repeated, a love affair. Sawyer passed along to him questions I had raised. How could I have inflicted burns on my own back? How could I have raped myself? How could I have tortured myself over and over? Gramajo was no longer smiling. This is outrageous, this is outrageous, I'm sorry if those things happened. But you believe this was a love tryst? Torture? Bruises? Burns? I said that, but then I signed a letter to the Roman Catholic Church. The letter was the one Joe, Marie, Paul, and Fran had gotten him to write a year earlier, in which he had said there was no evidence that any love affair was at issue. Mary gave me the basics. It would take 10 years before I could watch the video myself and catch all the details. But the basics were enough. Sawyer interviewed Minister of Government General Morales. She asked him about the rumor that I had staged my own abduction to cover up a lesbian tryst. General Morales said he was told this by some people in the U.S. Embassy. Sawyer noted that, according to sources in Washington and Guatemala, Lou Anselm said I was a lesbian. A member of the ambassador's staff, Human Rights Officer Lou Anselm, started spreading rumors about her, and pretty vicious rumors at that. Several sources told us that Anselm had told them that Sister Ortiz was a lesbian. And before long Guatemalan officials were saying similar things in public. No embassy officials would talk to Sawyer about the rumors or about Alejandro. Knowing what I know about the video now, I'm glad I didn't see it all when one was at Su Casa. There was some footage from a massacre. In December 1990, 13 unarmed civilians, including women and children, were gunned down as they peacefully protested outside an army base in Santiago Atitlan, calling for an end to army violence against their community. In the first 5 months of 1991, more than 500 people throughout Guatemala were disappeared, and in September of the previous year, a Guatemalan anthropologist had been stabbed to death on the street. I wouldn't have had the strength to see the indigenous women rocking back and forth, wailing over the bodies of their loved ones, to see Myrna Mack, lying in a pool of blood on the street, or to see General Gramajo's round, heavy-jowled face, his tiny beady eyes, his smirk as he lied. It was hard enough to hear this secondhand from Mary. I knew already that the embassy didn't believe me. I knew the Guatemalan government had said I was a lesbian. I knew that Lou Anselm had made some derogatory comments about lesbian nuns and about me to a congressional aide. I didn't know that some people in the embassy had told the Guatemalan Minister of Government, the official in charge of investigating my case, that my abduction was only a hoax, a cover for some illicit affair. So this was what the embassy, which ever vowed its seriousness in getting to the truth, was doing on my case. My trust in everyone was shaken again, including my trust in God. Why would God allow the goodness to be scorched or choked out of people? And if evil could conquer good in a person, when would it overtake me? I became intent on gardening. We didn't have a garden, but I made one in the courtyard behind the house, and I watched carefully for weeds. Sometimes it was difficult to distinguish them from the things I had planted. Before our sessions I took Mary out to show her what was growing. As the weather warmed, I suggested having our sessions outside, on the steps leading down to the courtyard. She sat on the middle step. I considered. I could sit next to her, or a step in front of her, or a step behind her. I sat down beside her. Later on I set out lawn chairs, side by side. As the summer progressed I turned them by tiny degrees until finally Mary and I faced each other. I wasn't afraid of her by then. But I was afraid she would see the terrors in my eyes. "You're going to think I'm crazy," I said. "But they live inside me." Her face showed no surprise. "It makes sense that you feel that way. Do you want to hear how I see things?" She waited for me to say yes. "We all have personal space and psychological space," she continued. "In torture those personal boundaries are totally broken down." What she said sounded right. Even the barrier of my skin was broken. Cigarettes and fists did that. Words broke the membrane of my beliefs. "It makes sense that you feel the torturers have seeped inside you," Mary said. "And we can talk about ways to release that negative energy." She gave me some tactics other than showers. I started burning sage, a Native American tradition to dispel evil spirits. Eventually I tried various kinds of alternative healing techniques under Mary's supervision, from reiki to treatments by a shaman. I felt they worked. The therapy also worked. Mary was compassionate. She supported me, and she never judged me. She permitted me to be myself, and I grew to trust her completely. I could tell her anything. When I told her I not only felt the torturers inside me but sometimes next to me, as well, in the room, she still didn't think I was crazy. "You were tortured, and torture happens," she said. "There are torturers in the world. So in a way you're right. They're out there. That negativity you feel is part of reality, a part that we all have to acknowledge. If we don't acknowledge it, we can't do anything to stop it. And if we don't acknowledge that all of us, under the right circumstances, have the capacity to be torturers, we can be led down that path." Mary believed in fighting the evil without and within. She became my ally. Mimi went back to Chile, realizing that I was in good hands. She had given me the strength and support I needed to settle in. I was doing well. I was busier than ever and stretching myself into new tasks. Julio had arrived. He was a young Mayan, 23 years old, with broad cheekbones, luminous brown eyes, and a beautiful toothy smile. He arrived with his friend Pedro not long after being released from a Guatemalan hospital, where he had spent 6 months in a coma. Julio had refused to join his town's civil patrol, a supposedly voluntary organization of civilians who were armed and took orders from the military. As a result, he was picked up by the army, taken to a military base, and tortured for a month. He wasn't released. He was left for dead on a roadside 100 miles away from his home. His throat was slit and his belly cut open. Volunteer. Firemen found his body and took it to the morgue, where a heartbeat was discovered. When he regained consciousness, emerging from the coma, he was unable to utter a word. He finally managed to gain enough control over his hand to write his name. That's how his family was contacted. He was still having trouble speaking. When Julio would try to speak to people at su casa about what had happened to him, he would simply say, "Julio, torture," and lift his shirt to show some of the scars. His father, who came to su casa later, was asked to speak at a university in Chicago. He kept repeating, "I am Joaquin Qualcoben, the father of Julio Qualcoben. My son was tortured." I was asked to translate, and Joaquin kept repeating the same thing, 10 times at least. After the third or fourth time I asked, "Do you want me to say that again?" And yes, he wanted me to repeat it. Some of the people in the audience later told me I should have said something else. How could I have said something else? I answered. One was translating for him, and this is what he wanted said. And no one left that room without knowing his name and his son's name, and without knowing that his son was tortured. There was a man on staff, but Julio and Pedro felt comfortable with me, and they wanted me to show them things. So it fell to me to show them how to use the toilet. They had never seen a toilet. In the countryside, you use bushes. I took them into the bathroom and stood before the toilet with them and tried to explain what it was for. They didn't understand. Finally I reached under the cabinet for some liquid soap, the kind that comes out of a hole in the top of the bottle. I held it down near my crotch and aimed it into the bowl. At last they erupted in laughter. "Oh, you urinate into this thing." Julio and his father worked in the garden with me. It was physical and spiritual therapy. We got seeds for a type of Mayan squash and planted the vegetables with mounds of dirt around them, as they do in Guatemala. Julio needed to practice moving. His right side was very stiff. In the sun I could see even more clearly the enormous scar on the left side of his head. I think it was from a machete. Working the earth with Julio, sharing excitement over things that were growing, was one of my happiest times. Almost all my memories of su casa are good ones, but I know I wasn't really doing that well. Mary's assessment of me, written after I had spent a year there, makes that clear. Every aspect of Sister Dianna Ortiz's functioning has been impacted by her experience of torture. She describes, accurately, torture as the destruction of personality. Certain aspects of daily living are extremely difficult for Sister Dianna. These include making direct eye contact, shaking hands and receiving other expressions of warmth, seeing uniformed individuals, entering long hallways and descending stairways, and smelling cigarette smoke and alcohol. Each of these stimuli resemble an aspect of her torture and can precipitate at the mild end an intrusive recollection and at the extreme end an actual sense of reliving the torture. Her efforts to avoid these activities and situations impair her daily functioning, as well as her relationships with other people. Although Sister Dianna describes herself as overreacting to events which symbolize an aspect of her torture, overall she has a diminished responsiveness to the external world. This is psychically protective emotional numbing. Sister Dianna describes it as being in a bubble, seeing the world around her but not experiencing it. She feels detached from others and unable to express emotions. This lack of emotional investment in daily activities includes not only interactions with the external world but also Sister Dianna's relationship with herself. Her self-image and self-esteem has been damaged by the torture experience. Sister Dianna describes a profound sense that the evilness of the torture has infiltrated her being. An increased sense of arousal and hypervigilance persists for Sister Dianna. She has difficulty falling asleep and remaining asleep, and reports significant numbers of nightmares. Her ability to concentrate has been impaired. She has difficulty completing tasks and even describes having difficulty reading for pleasure. Sister Dianna is profoundly aware of the limitations that she brings to interpersonal relationships as a result of her torture experience. Although there is a wish to be more involved and freely express her feelings, it is marred by her fear of loss of control. For example, as she experiences anger, she anticipates that rage will be unleashed and potentially cause harm, whether emotional or physical. In addition, the expression of her feelings also leaves her feeling exposed and vulnerable to others. These two aspects of control and vulnerability result in ambivalence towards the expression of her feelings. At times Sister Dianna admits to preferring her bubble where she feels nothing, yet this promotes the feelings of isolation and results in the feelings of being a non-person. This predicament is directly a result of the strategic torture process which dismantles an individual's personality and leaves one with the task of rebuilding a sense of trust, not only in others, but in oneself. None of us at Socasa felt entirely safe, and healing in that environment was difficult. Activities in Chicago to support human rights or raise awareness about Guatemala's poor had been infiltrated. Participants would show up with the trademark dark glasses and military strut of the members of the Guatemalan intelligence services. Residents at Socasa sometimes received anonymous threats by phone or mail, especially before their political asylum hearings, where they would have to talk about the abuses they had endured at the hands of the Guatemalan army. Oftentimes the phone rang, and on the other end of the line was dead silence. Pat wore a whistle around her neck for just those occasions. Someone was interested in monitoring our activities at Socasa, that was clear enough. One day Juanita was talking on the phone and Pat, to make her get off and attend to another task, was walking back and forth in front of one of those motion-sensitive toy dogs that barks when you pass by it. A while later the phone rang. Pat picked up and heard a click, then Juanita's conversation in full, with the dog barking in the background. In the midst of these kinds of events, Paul called and asked me to consider returning to Guatemala to press my case through the judicial system. In my dreams I played out my options. I either sat by and watched others being tortured, or I risked torture myself to save them. Little did I know those dreams were prophecy. The woman is crying for help. 1 a.m. paralyzed with fear. I sit in the cummer and weep. She walks up to me and embraces me. Together we weep, paralyzed, sitting there watching as they torture and rape other women and children. I hear the cries of the Guatemalan people 24 hours a day, I wrote in my journal, as if their cries are coming from a clandestine grave site. I must never forget that I had so many people to fight for my life, my family, my Ursuline family, my church family, the international community, etc., but what about the people of Guatemala? Who will speak on their behalf? Please forgive me. Jose cries out. My woman friend is coming toward me. She vanishes. I have her, the policeman says. If you want to save her, you have to come to me first. Throwing out the idea of the independent commission, the new administration in Guatemala had assigned a special prosecutor to my case, the first in Guatemala's history, and the court system was now our only option. The prosecutor had offered at one point to let me send him answers to his questions in writing, and Paul had invited him to come to the United States to interview me, but we had heard nothing more from him. Paul wanted me to consider going to Guatemala to speak with him and to formally file suit in a higher court. Paul explained that I wouldn't have to give my testimony to the court there. The court had my testimony already because we had filed it with a judge in Kentucky, in compliance with a formal request sent by the court through diplomatic channels, a process known as letters rogatory. But I might have to answer a few questions, Paul said, and do something called a judicial reconstruction, which would involve going back to the scene of the crime, the Garden of the Posada de Belén. I had some misgivings about the trip to Guatemala, but Julio confirmed my decision to go. One morning I was working with him in the ESL classroom, teaching him English phrases and helping him relearn and practice Spanish ones. After a few minutes he asked if I were sad. Yes, I told him. Dianna está triste. I told him I had had nightmares. He repeated the word several times, practicing, and nodded. He knew what it meant. Then he walked over to the map and pointed to Guatemala. Tortura, he said. I nodded. He nodded, too. He let his eyes wander over the map for a while, then pointed to Peru. Tortura. Yes, I told him. He pointed to Colombia. Tortura. I nodded. He scanned the map again and pointed to China. Tortura. Yes. I think so. I went over to the map and pointed to some other countries, Honduras, El Salvador, South Africa, and Russia. Acqui tumfin. Tortura. Julio shook his head. I had never before seen him angry, but his voice was hard and loud. No. Dianna habla. No tortura. Dianna habla. Dianna speak, he was saying. Dianna must speak out against it. At Christmas time, our celebration was one of mixed traditions. Everyone got a few useful items wrapped up in Christmas paper, and sometimes the guests would shed tears, overwhelmed. Presents weren't a given in their culture. In the nights preceding Christmas, we observed the Latin American tradition of the posadas, or the inns. The children played the part of Mary and Joseph and their guiding angels, reenacting the search for shelter in Bethlehem as Mary neared the end of her pregnancy. Adults played the parts of the innkeepers. Approaching the first two innkeepers, the children sang a plea for lodging and were turned away with a harsh chant, "If you do not stop bothering me, I will hit you with a stick." The third innkeeper let them stay in the stable, since the inn was full. Daniel, a man who had arrived from Guatemala several months before, was sitting at the kitchen table, holding his head in his hands. He said the posadas made him feel sad. Just Daniel and I were in the kitchen, everyone else was upstairs, and in the late-night quiet I asked him to tell me why. He turned his face to me and ran his hand up and down the pink burn scars covering one side of it. He had been burned in a factory fire. Doctors at the hospital where he was treated advised him to get plastic surgery on his neck, chest, and face. When he tried to get the factory owner to cover the cost of the surgery, the owner fired him. Daniel pulled out his wallet, flipped it open, and showed me a photo. "That's my wife, Marisol. She was young and slim. And that's Sylvia, she is 5 years old. And this is our baby, Jacqueline. She seemed about 2 and had rounded cheeks." He put the wallet back in his pocket. "My friends told me that I was asking for problems, but I kept fighting for my rights. These men, tough guys, started following me. I did not want my family to be in danger because of me." He paused for a moment. "I am going to bring them here when I get asylum." It was the same story so many of the guests told Dolores, Rigo, Luis, Otto, Eloisa, all were petitioning for asylum, which only a tiny percentage of Central American applicants obtained. Many were turned away before they could even apply. Daniel, after journeying through the Mexican desert, was picked up by U.S. Border Police who told him he would be sent back to Guatemala the next day. He was taken to a detention center, which was better than the desert. He had a place to lay his head, and he had food. A non-profit organization that provided legal services to refugees told him he could apply for asylum and helped send him to Su Casa. "So you found refuge," I said. "Yes, but the posadas still make me sad." "I do not know how Eloisa did it," Daniel said, staring down at the tabletop, keeping his head turned away from me to hide the scars. "She had 3 children with her. That they are still alive is a miracle. The border police were much kinder to me than my own friend. They gave me a place to stay. My best friend, he turned me away. My house was being watched and I was afraid for myself and my family. I needed a place to stay while I got ready to go. I asked my friend if I could stay with him, just for a few days. He said no. I spent the night in an alley behind a broken car and left to come here the next day." After hearing stories of the folks at Su Casa, I had some perspective on my own feeling of being a refugee in the United States. While I felt estranged and lost, I had not left my family on the other side of an international border. I felt like a person with no identity, but at least I could work. The others at Su Casa had to beg for a green card. I didn't have to struggle with a totally unfamiliar language, and I had a college degree. Many of them, as they tried to cope with their past, were also trying to support children, find work, get legal status, and master the language. Some were not privileged to have had an education at all. Eloisa couldn't read or write, even in Spanish. If she wanted to work, someone would have to go with her to fill out the forms. Others at Socasa were highly educated but couldn't work in their areas of specialty because our country didn't recognize their credentials. The first times I watched the posadas were also hard for me, although the children were cute, and I helped them wrap up in sheets. Unlike Daniel, I had no memories of being turned away from a haven. I simply knew no haven was safe. The convent retreat center I was abducted from, the Posada de Belén, translates into English as the Inn of Bethlehem. As the children playing Mary and Joseph were invited into the stable, I could not help but think about myself, the Inn of Bethlehem where no new life came forth, only death. The other guests sang the song of praise for the shelter Mary and Joseph had found. Did they really think Mary and Joseph were safe or that they themselves were safe? I knew they didn't. They lived with the fear of being deported. Even so, Casa was only a brief refuge. With time they would be expected to find work and move out. Mary and Joseph themselves had to leave the stable and flee in the night to Egypt, threatened with political violence against their child. Yet the guests celebrated. I came to understand that, although all shelters are temporary, maybe some last long enough for birth, or rebirth. Some of the adults put on blindfolds and whacked at the Christmas piñata, but mostly just the children played. The blindfold, the stick, and the smacking sound made the game hard for most of the adults. I tried to take the sting out of watching by asking what the game symbolized. One of the Guatemalans, Otto, I think, said the Pifiata tradition reflects our journey through life, we try to find the good things and work hard to get them. Raul's version was different. The Pifiata symbolizes the devil. You have to hit him hard enough to make him let go of all the good things he has stolen. Chapter 10. Back to the garden. The plane's shadow slid along the Guatemalan earth, vanishing now and then in ravines but always reappearing beneath us, waiting for us to close the distance, to fly back down into it and be whole. Like my old self, I hoped. All we would have to do was touch down in Guatemala, and I would step back into the person the sisters at the Mount missed, the Dianna with a past, with memories of childhood. I was going home. We would spend Holy Week in Guatemala, the place where my body and spirit had parted. If Jesus could rise, break out of that tomb of darkness and still live, maybe that was a journey we were all supposed to make, not after life, but here on earth, a journey from darkness to light, from numb half-life to full consciousness. I would prove to the torturers that I was still alive and they hadn't knocked the fight out of me. Maybe it would weaken their resolve to see how ineffectual they had been and they would give up. There were others lucky enough to survive torture. Otto, Julio, and Eloisa were just a few, but not all were lucky enough to leave Guatemala, and those who did still had family there. They couldn't easily go public with what had been done to them, and they certainly couldn't demand justice. The security forces had made the mistake of torturing an American and letting her live, and I would prosecute, hold the Guatemalan army accountable for the first time in history for the crime of torture. That was a kind of resurrection in itself. If they took my past, they didn't take my voice or my will. I squeezed Mary's arm. Look! A volcano stemmed up in the distance. She, Sister Mary Agnes, and Father Mike Ledoux, who were all new to this journey, peered out the windows. Mimi, we're almost there, I called across the aisle, not because she didn't know that but because I had to call it out. Fran and Paul sat in front of us, reading. They had made this flight too many times to look and only 2 months earlier had come to make arrangements for our trip. Sister Mary Agnes, a council member, was along to report back to the community and to lend support and authority. 145. To our group. Father Mike was there to provide support and whatever clout a priest could add to our cause. Sean, a young lawyer working with the Center for Human Rights Legal Action, was helping Paul with my case and, unlike Paul, was fluent in Spanish. We were ready. I shuffled through the newspaper clippings Paul had given me, reminding myself that in spite of my excitement I needed to be realistic. The special prosecutor seemed none too friendly. After Paul and Fran had come down to make the arrangements, foreboding articles began appearing in the Guatemalan press. Linares, the first special prosecutor in Guatemala, said he has never been able to speak with Ortiz, read one, and the event occurred such a long time ago that gathering evidence is becoming more difficult all the time. Many people are now controlling what Ortiz says and does, especially the Council of Ursuline Nuns, Linares said. Perhaps they are trying to hide something. After 2.5 years, he said, she is offering to come to Guatemala and we hope that she helps us now, although much of the evidence has vanished. In any case, she must prove the veracity of the incidents of threat, kidnapping, rape, and torture, and in no way permit her lawyer, Paul Sorev, to try to make a political image of a case that should be strictly judicial. We have carried out many investigations, but because of the lack of cooperation of Sister Ortiz in the past, this case is practically stalled, he added. One. A Reuters article was headlined, Guatemalan prosecutor calls on U.S. nun to back rape charges as if he didn't know we were already planning on returning to Guatemala to prosecute. Point 2. Paul had fired off a letter to Ambassador Strzok. We are extremely saddened and concerned to hear that the individual that we had been led to believe would conduct a thorough and impartial investigation into this case is taking a public stance questioning Sr. Dianna's cooperation and veracity, before he has even met her, especially given his persistent refusal to interview her. But the articles kept coming out. As we circled above the airport, I tried to brush off a sinking feeling. The truth cannot be denied indefinitely, I told myself. It has its own force. If Ambassador Strzok's attitude toward the case had been published in the paper, my resolve would have broken up like a cloud. Unlike Linares, he was secretive. The cables containing his opinions would remain classified for several more years. After Paul and Fran left Guatemala in February, Strzok had written the Secretary of State, the Ortiz delegation has modified its former antagonistic approach to the embassy. There was no mention of previous accusations of USG United States government involvement in whatever happened to Ortiz November 2 to 3, 1989. It remains to be seen, however, if Ortiz actually comes to Guatemala, and, if so, what will result from her interview with Linares. Tune in next week for the next episode of what has become, most unfortunately, a sitcom instead of a serious attempt to discover the truth. 3. If I had been able to read Strzok's memo, as I was able to read Linares's remarks, I would have wondered who Strzok thought the actors were and what was funny. If he realized that no serious attempt was being made by the Guatemalan government to discover the truth, Strzok should have been concerned. He had said, repeatedly, that discovering the truth in my case was an embassy priority. He should have leaned on the Guatemalan government to get the job done. At the very least, he should have told us about the sitcom and saved us the trip. Unfortunately, I was staying at Ambassador Strzok's house. The idea repelled me, but my lawyers and the Ursuline community thought it was the best, if not the only, option. They were concerned for my safety, and the embassy had offered to let us stay there, conduct all our meetings there, and provide transportation and an escort everywhere we went. I wanted to go to San Miguel, but the embassy wasn't up for it. At any rate, I was afraid of endangering the people there by my presence. If we had known how Strzok was using his offer of protection and hospitality, we would have stayed away. In a cable to the State Department he said, Ortiz is now due to arrive in Guatemala next month to testify and will, for her protection and ease of mind, stay at my residence, a development unthinkable at the outset of this case when our officers were accused either of having taken part in her alleged torture or trying to cover it up. 4. According to Strzok, our acceptance of his invitation meant we no longer believed the embassy was guilty of anything. We flew down into our shadow, and several people clapped. When everyone else was off the plane, embassy officers boarded to inform us that they had planned to get our passports stamped while we waited in a lounge area, sequestered from the press, but the media had squeezed into that room and were waiting for us. The officers suggested that we leave by a side door. I refused. The embassy was trying to silence me. I wanted the Guatemalan people to know why I was there. We walked out of the gate and I was pinned against the wall, blinded. Cameras snapped like jaws. I crouched down behind Mimi and Mary, but still the eyes found me, exposed me. Did you hear that, Dianna? They said they were for you, not against you. That reporter said they had to cover this story so that impunity could end. I tried to take it in. These people are regular people, I told myself. They are not the torturers. I repeated those sentences like a mantra during the following week, in various situations, many in which the mantra didn't fit. Some things I remember with absolute clarity, but many of the commonplace details escaped me. Perhaps it's best if Mary Agnes tells part of the story. She was paying attention to details, writing an account for the Ursuline community. The group was driven in a bulletproof van to the ambassador's residence, where they were greeted by Ambassador Thomas Strook and his wife, Marta. Dianna, Mary, and Mary Agnes were shown to their rooms on the second floor. The others were taken to the Camino Real Hotel in downtown Guatemala. We were tired from traveling but had a full day ahead. We had to coordinate strategy with our Guatemalan lawyers from the Archbishop's Human Rights Office, and we were meeting with them that afternoon at the Mary Noel house. On the way, through the thick glass windows of the van, I saw soldiers with submachine guns patrolling the streets, buses oozing black fumes. I wasn't feeling at home. During the meeting, I kept looking around for something familiar, but I didn't remember anything about the Mary Noel house. I had spent time there the morning I escaped, but it seemed to me that I'd never been there before. That worried me more than my court appearance, which was a mere formality. I began to suspect that I wouldn't recognize anything in Guatemala, that this home would be as strange to me as the United States, as strange as the self I'd left here. My Guatemalan lawyers, Ronnie and Edgar, were intent on the case. The stakes were high. Lawyers working on cases against the army had been known to show up riddled with bullets or dead from convenient accidents. The Archbishop's Human Rights Office, where Ronnie and Edgar worked, had already received a number of death threats. Ronnie and Edgar were helping with the case because they knew the Guatemalan court system, and we had to have lawyers licensed to practice in Guatemala. We were counting on the high profile of my case to protect them, as long as my case received international attention, the army couldn't harm them without consequences. You could see the tension in their faces, and sometimes a paper they were holding would tremble. After the meeting, Father Mike said Mass, and I took communion. Lord, I am not worthy to receive you, I said the same words that had haunted me for years, but for the first time I heard and believed the second part of the phrase, but only say the word and I shall be healed. God would make me worthy to partake of the grace and strength communion conferred. God would, perhaps, forgive me for the choice I made regarding the pregnancy, for not being strong enough to resist the force of the policeman, for not warning Miguel. I was actively fighting the torturers now, and that made the separation between myself and them more clear. I was on the side of the good, the same side as God, and on the side of the people. God represented truth and that was why I was there. When I took communion, I felt strength flow into me, as if I had been reunited with God. Dinner was at Ambassador Strook's house. If not for the account that Sister Mary Agnes wrote, I would have no idea that Strook's wife was at the long dining room table with us, along with Deputy Chief of Mission Phil Taylor and his wife and Consul General Sue Patterson. Strook was talking about his term coming to an end and life back at his ranch in Wyoming, and I listened only long enough to know it was chit-chat, that the order of the night was to wear a mask. Then I withdrew. I played with my forks, which were lined up according to height. They reminded me of a children's story I'd read to Marcos. A big fork, a medium fork, and a baby fork. One was supposed to be just right. I didn't know which. I had never had more than one fork. The elegant china threw back the outlines of my head, but my face had disappeared into shadow. In the mirror of this opulence I didn't exist. This is what Goldilocks might have felt like if the bears had invited her to stay for dinner, ignoring the broken chair, the dirty spoons, the porridge she'd marred, their smiles dripping with honey. They were biding their time, setting some kind of trap. Fran and Mary Agnes were the only ones willing to banter. At my end of the table, where Mary sat, silence hung thick. I couldn't eat. I excused myself. We spent the next day meeting with our lawyers and church officials, including Bishop Juan Girardi and members of the Conference of Guatemalan Religious, Confragua, the group of religious leaders that, at peril to themselves, had placed ads defending me. At the meeting, Confragua leaders discussed the 1991 stabbing of anthropologist Myrna Mack, another case they were involved in denouncing. The police investigator, who posited that her murder was a political killing, not an incident of common crime, was a little too honest. He was shot to death after identifying a member of military intelligence as a suspect. Confragua was also involved in the case of Brother Moises Cisneros, a Marist monk who was the principal of a Marist school. In a speech to the parents of the students attending his school, he had said, "For you, the poorest, the most needy, the Marist school exists. You are the first who have the right to be registered here _______ you, the poorest, are the preferred in the Marist school." A month later, he was stabbed to death in his office. Confragua had a dinner for us. The room was full of Guatemalan religious leaders. They wanted me to speak, but I couldn't. I was overcome by emotion. They had stood up and applauded when we entered the room, and I got Mimi to speak for me, thanking them for their courage and support. Ephraim and David, the priests I had worked with in San Miguel, had traveled down from the village to see us. Everyone kept telling me how important it was to push my case through the judicial system, to expose the brutality committed by the state, to demand accountability and be the voice for those who had none. Mimi and I were up way before sunrise. I laid out my clothes, along with the necklace I would wear, loaned to me by the Argentine doctor who founded the Kafalr Center. She had made it in prison. In the shower I prayed for strength, closing my eyes, feeling the hot steam rise around me. God, you are the truth, speak through me. I asked the woman to lend me strength and be with me in the courtroom, to let me speak for both of us. Sister Mary Agnes recorded the details of that morning. April 7, very early on Tuesday morning, 6:40, the van and the hotel group arrived at the residence to take Dianna to court. No time for breakfast. They were going very early to try to avoid the press. The van was permitted to drive into the basement garage of the courthouse, and the group crunched up on one elevator and were taken up to the courtroom. The press were there waiting and stayed around for several hours. Sister Dianna was whisked into the courtroom as soon as Judge Leticia Sequeira arrived. The judge, the court reporter, and Special Prosecutor Fernando Linares all introduced themselves. Linares was middle-aged, with short, black hair still bearing comb marks. He held his head high on his stiff neck. He reminded me of the Guat man. A cold chill traveled through me as he shook my hand. Sean and I were instructed to sit on a small, hard couch. This was like no courtroom I had imagined. A large desk stood opposite the couch, on the other side of the room. The judge seated herself behind it and shuffled papers until a photographer appeared. She invited him in and, to my surprise, she walked across the room, positioned herself on the couch next to Sean and me and looked at his camera. I tried to stand up to get out of the photo. "Stay," I was told. We had our picture taken. I caught Mary's eye. She looked worried, but tried to give me a reassuring smile. Mary and Antonio had gone to great trouble to submit to the court in advance a report detailing how interviews and judicial proceedings could affect survivors of torture and what could be done to make the experience less traumatic. The report made no mention of cameras, but I didn't like being ordered to stay and have my picture taken. The report made clear that, for survivors of torture, being ordered around and having no say in how the proceedings unfolded paralleled the dynamics of the torture. Torture survivors, like rape victims, must prove that the event actually occurred, that they are innocent of some yet unidentified wrongdoing, and that they are of deserving character. The legal system is experienced, not as an advocate for victims, but as an adversary. This experience complements the tactic of torturers of telling the victims, overtly or by inference, that no one will listen to them, believe them, or care about what happened to them. This is a way of increasing the likelihood of later silence. The torturer's tactics are re-experienced and reinforced when survivors are in a situation in which their story is not believed. Torture destroys an individual's sense of personal control. Tactics include spontaneous shining of a flashlight in a victim's face, intermittent awakening for observation, tying victims' hands so that they cannot use them to cover their face, around-the-clock scrutiny, and intrusive face-to-face interrogation. Staring also undermines the survivor's sense of control. The torture survivor has frequent loss of composure while being interviewed. These displays of emotion are accompanied by intense feelings of vulnerability and defenselessness. The survivor has a need to recompose and control such displays as much as is permissible by the questioning process. The survivor needs an available network of support to counteract the impersonal and unsupportive treatment by investigating agencies. The therapist's presence at questionings can be an important source of emotional support for the survivor. What Mary and Antonio didn't note was that, unlike in the case of rape victims, the government in a case of torture is often the investigator, the prosecutor, and the accused. And government officials involved in a case of torture represent not only authority, which is difficult in itself for us, since we were ordered around helplessly, but the very authority that betrayed us. If she had read the report, the judge wasn't swayed. She said that the report, as well as a psychological evaluation of me that Mary had submitted, were inadmissible because they were on the wrong kind of paper. I don't know whether Linares had read Mary and Antonio's report. If he had, he drew on it for ideas, and if he hadn't, he made lucky guesses. The first thing he did was object to Mary's presence. The judge asked her to leave. He objected to the presence of everyone in our delegation except myself and one Guatemalan lawyer. Edgar, the lawyer who stayed, suggested that Sean act as interpreter. He knew that if Sean left, he and I would be facing the Guatemala army alone, with no international legal presence. The judge appointed Sean to act as interpreter, but Linares again objected, saying an interpreter had been chosen already. He went to his office and he returned with a woman who, as we later learned, would pass on information to U.S. Embassy officials. 5 Edgar kept arguing for Sean. There is nothing illegal about having someone here to verify the interpreter's work, he suggested. Sean could do that. The judge let Sean stay. Next she pulled out a sheaf of papers. Unfortunately, she said, holding up my affidavit, the court in Kentucky before which you swore this testimony was not competent to receive it. The Guatemalan government had issued letters rogatory, requesting that I make a sworn statement before the appropriate U.S. authorities. I had done that over a year ago. I didn't understand why the judge was saying that the court in Kentucky wasn't competent. Also, she continued, it is not on the right kind of paper. You will have to swear your testimony today, before this court. Well, okay, I thought, I can do that. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and it's right there on that piece of paper. That's what I did in Kentucky, when I swore the testimony in response to the letters rogatory. Sean was pale. Dianna, she says the affidavit is invalid, Sean whispered. She won't accept it. Sean, what does that mean? I have to tell the whole thing again. Yes. A humming began in my ears. I would have to testify. If I said no, I would be letting people down, giving in. See, she's not cooperating, the authorities would say. She's not telling the truth. She has something to hide. If I could go back to that moment, knowing what I know now, I would have walked out of the courtroom and called a press conference. I would have told the media that the court was refusing to accept my affidavit, although the U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, and the Embassy of Guatemala had processed and approved it. I would have mentioned that the affidavit arrived in Guatemala a year and a half after I swore it before the court because the Guatemalan embassy in Washington sat on it for months. I would have said the Guatemalan judiciary was obstructing justice, trying to wriggle out of its obligations by saying the affidavit was on incorrect paper, a detail the Guatemalan embassy should have noticed. I would have offered to have it retyped on correct paper. I would have challenged the media to ask the court why the Kentucky Federal Court was found incompetent to receive testimony pursuant to a letter rogatory when the Justice Department and the Embassy of Guatemala and the Guatemalan Foreign Ministry had apparently found otherwise. Instead, I let myself be interrogated, just as I walked with the Guatman and Jose out of that garden without screaming. "If you scream," the Guatman had said, "we'll hurt your friends." This time silence could hurt them. Linares kept getting very close to me and staring at me. Sean had told him I couldn't bear to be stared at, but he didn't stop doing it. He barked questions out, interrogation style, and used words that made his disbelief apparent, words like alleged torture, supposed abduction. He was calling me a liar, indirectly. I was trembling and couldn't get warm. I rubbed my throbbing cheek. My tailbone ached. I was waiting for the break. Wasn't there usually a break? But the questions went on. They were asked in Spanish and translated to English, the language I preferred to testify in. I responded in English, the interpreter rendered the answer in Spanish, and the court secretary typed the response into the record. Then he read the answer back in Spanish, which was translated for me into English so that I could make sure the answer was the one I had given. Then the next question was asked. The repetitions of my answers were like the echoes in that cold building. I had to hear my answer as I said it, then 3 times more. As in the interviews with Diane Sawyer and the State Department officers, while I told what happened, I was feeling the physical pain of it. But this time the present vanished. The Guatman, Jose, the policemen were coming toward me. I smelled the alcohol on their breaths, felt the cold cement against my bare skin. I screamed, "No, stop!" I held my arms out, struck at them and cried as I began to feel the blows and the burns. The judge called Mary. We went into the bathroom and she tried to put me back together. Then I had to go back in. I felt exposed, naked, ashamed. I knew one had lost track of reality, lost track of what I was saying, talked to people who weren't there. The judge and Linares probably thought I was talking to myself. They probably thought I was crazy. I could barely get my feet to take me across the threshold, but I thought of the woman, of all the women, of the people in the pit, and I went. As I entered the courtroom, the officials were laughing and chatting. I screamed myself hoarse, and no one rescued me. The torturers were coming alive in Sean and Edgar, as well as in Linares and the judge. As if they were at a play, everyone watched but no one lifted a finger. I expected Edgar or Sean to stop the proceedings and say this was way too much for me, I was having flashbacks. But their attitude seemed to be that I was okay, I would get over it in a few minutes. Each of those minutes I was feeling the burns of the cigarettes. I was feeling raped. I hoped they would stop and say we needed to find a way to do this that was less re-victimizing to me. No one at any point asked me what my needs were. I would have said I needed Mary with me, I needed the right to have breaks anytime, I needed statements rather than questions. For example, let's talk about this part of your experience, tell us what you remember, and I needed not to be stared at. But it was clear that what I needed didn't matter, and I knew protesting was useless. I was afraid I would be accused of complaining and feeling sorry for myself. I kept hearing the policeman's voice, "Nobody cares about you. No one is going to rescue you. Where are your friends now? Where is your God?" Those are the same thoughts I had before the policeman even voiced them for me, the same ideas that came to me when I was first left in that dark room. Where was everyone? How could they have let this happen? How could God have let this happen? How could I have let this happen? I had walked back into the torture chamber. I heard the torturers' laughter. Estipeda. The judge and Linares seemed tired and impatient, but they were the ones prolonging the session with myriad questions and delays. It occurred to me that they were trying to see how much I could take, waiting for me to break so that they could say I stopped the process. I wouldn't stop it, I wouldn't break. I answered their questions. Finally, my flashbacks were so intense and numerous that the judge and Linares let Mary stay and sent Sean out. Mary purposely kept me in the room. She wanted the court to have to see the flashbacks instead of shuttling me out the door. Mary remembers that Linares, during the flashbacks, joked with the court interpreter. At the end of the court session, 12 hours later, Edgar and Sean encouraged me to object to Linares's tactics formally and for the record. By then the damage was done. I was beaten down. I felt abandoned, and I felt the lawyers had betrayed me. That night, I couldn't eat. I vomited and lay on the bed, my body aching. Well, they can't say I didn't cooperate, I thought. Tomorrow is the reconstruction. But at least I won't be in court for 12 hours, answering questions. I wondered if I had done as Jesus would have done. I thought of Jesus at his trial, how he refused to proclaim his innocence or speak much in his own defense. He was turning the other cheek. More than that. He was handing his body over to be crucified. He had challenged the institutions that trampled on the lives of the poor, those who were treated unjustly by the rich, those who were thrust off to the margins of society. That's why he landed up in such trouble. Was it not his obligation, there before Pilate, to speak out, to continue to defend the truth and the rights of the poor, and to hold accountable those who violated their rights? If Jesus wasn't obligated to speak, was I? Couldn't I quietly, in good conscience, accept the official characterization of me as a liar, my story as a hoax, when Jesus himself did that? My brain was trying to look out for me. It wanted me to give in. But I knew the analogy wasn't apt. Jesus, after his torture, walked as a nobody with his disciples. They didn't understand him or believe him when he identified himself. They thought he was dead. That was more like my situation. He had to open his hands and side to Thomas and stand the pain of being examined. That was the cost of being believed, of spreading the message. The next morning, at the Posada de Belén, I was told to begin the reconstruction by sitting on the stone I had sat on the morning I was abducted. As soon as I entered the garden and saw the stone and the trellis arching above it, I had a flashback. Nothing had changed, it seemed. And if I took my place, sat down on the stone, the action would begin, the events of my torture would play out inexorably. I did the things requested. I found the stone and sat on it. I relived the moment, as required, playing again on my Walkman the Cry of Rama tape I had been listening to at the time. Next I had to find the hole in the wall the men led me out of the garden through. A new wall had been built behind it and reinforced with bits of broken glass cemented into the top, and I had to climb up and look over it, at the old wall. I found the spot and felt triumph and righteous anger well up in my chest. No one seemed impressed. And the journey wasn't over. Mary Agnes, in her report, wrote about that long morning. Retracing her walk to Calvary was exceedingly painful for Dianna. Many times she would sit and sob before she could go any farther. Mary, who was next to me during the proceedings, picked me up when I fell and held me when I couldn't support myself anymore. She wiped my face with tissues. We undertook the next leg of the reconstruction, walking alongside the river to the main road where the buses passed. Linares stopped at a stand to buy a pack of potato chips. He began crunching away, then looked at me and smirked. "Want one?" he asked. I have a clear recollection of this incident and of the image that popped into my head in response, a vision of myself smashing the bag of chips in his face. The walk along the river was hot and dusty. Court officials were knocking on the doors of the houses alongside the little footpath, asking if anyone had seen me being kidnapped 2.5 years before. Apparently the police hadn't yet asked and court officials felt this was the time, with an entourage of TV cameras behind them. Very few people answered the door and those who did said no. "See, we just can't find anyone to corroborate your story," Linares said. Then the bus rumbled over the bridge on its regular run. It was all too real and Dianna suffered flashbacks. Luz fags the busto en the Guatman degree pens his jacket T0 show me estemda if you try anything, innocent people will die. Os gets on first, then I get on, with the Guatman behind me. The Guatman takes the last seat, the one directly behind the driver. The driver lets me sit on a container next to him that looks like a large white jar. Every now and then the Guatman puts his hand on my shoulder, reminding me. A sticker of the Virgin of Guadalupe watches from the front window. Mary knew to wait until my breathing slowed or until she saw a pause in the movements of my eyes. Then she could say something to orient me and I might be able to hear her. But because I was flailing and screaming, Mary was pressured by the others in the van to intervene. Paul or Linares or someone said, "Do something, stop this." She ignored her better judgment, said my name and touched my arm. I gouged her with my fingernails. A while later I asked, "Who are you? Where are you taking me?" The embassy driver identified himself. Mimi said, "It's Mimi, Dianna. It's okay. I'm here." "How do I know you're not working for the torturers?" I shouted. "How do I know you weren't all sent by them?" It was about 50 minutes before she was able to resume the trip in the van, this time accompanied by the court officials. I was supposed to identify the little lane where the police car was waiting. Mary said, "You don't have to do it, Dianna. We can stop this now." I said, "No, I can do it. I can recognize it. Let's just get it over with." They drove on the bus route back to Guatemala and Mexico. As mysterious as it may sound, Dianna was able to recognize the area where they took her off the bus, crossed 4 lanes of traffic, and led her into this secluded area where the police car awaited her. We parked and walked around the tall bank of earth to the hidden lane. The Guatman is pressing hard on my arm. One try to twist away, but he clamps down harder and shoves me into the car. "I see your trip was successful," the driver says, turning half around. "It's the policeman." He sneers. The motor turns over. Os pulls the dark blindfold out of his backpack. It was a long time before she could regain her composure. The judge called closure for the day. Drive Mary Fabry wanted to stop the whole process before it destroyed Dianna. The Guatemalan lawyers came up to the hotel room and discussed the implications. Stopping now meant, 1. The court would close the case and declare she had made it all up. 2. The Catholic Church in Guatemala would suffer in many ways because they had supported her. 3. The lives of the 4 lawyers would be in grave danger. At this, Dianna uncurled from her fetal position and said, "I will go on." It was at such a poignant moment as this that one was acutely aware of the power of the prayers of the community. No other force could have given her such strength. God was truly bearing her up. At 8 p.m. we once again met with Confragua to discuss the wisdom of continuing the campaign. The papal nuncio found out we were meeting and called the Marinoel house to invite himself. The superiors told us this case and the paid ads were the only voice Guatemalans had. If any Guatemalans spoke out, they would die. Their only hope of letting the world know how bad things were for the poor in Guatemala was for us to continue the ads and the efforts to keep the world's attention on their plight. After the meeting with Confragua, we went back to the hotel to plan. I could barely focus. It was Wednesday night, and I hadn't eaten since Sunday. Whenever I tried to eat, I vomited. I even vomited when I drank. I huddled on the bed while the lawyers discussed the statement I was preparing to give at a press conference the next morning. I had done what I could with it and they were touching it up. My lawyers had told me before not to mention the American who gave orders to my torturers. "If you do," they said, "we won't get any help from the embassy." And everyone knew that if the embassy didn't set up meetings with Guatemalan government officials, getting the meetings was impossible. On this trip, we had been totally dependent on the embassy for security. It was hard to picture pursuing the case without the embassy's help. In the written statement we prepared to pass out to the press, I made no mention of Alejandro. After the press conference, I would go to the courthouse and resume the judicial reconstruction. I had to try to identify the location where I was tortured and the area where I escaped from Alejandro's jeep. Then there were photos of police officers to look through. It's possible that I had made a start already in identifying the building where I was tortured. During one of our drives, we passed a colossal building, castle-like and walled. I tensed up and squeezed Mimi's arm. I went into a cocoon, Mimi says. The tops of my thighs found my chest and I sat there, curled up, breathing fast. When we got by it I said, I feel like we've gone past a really evil place. I don't remember that incident well, but Mimi and Mary were struck by my reaction and found out that the building was the Polytechnica, an old military academy where people were known to have been tortured. APR/79, we met at 6:30 Thursday morning for breakfast at the hotel to plan the last day. Mimi went to court at 8 a.m. to give her testimony. Sister Mary Agnes accompanied her. Sister Dianna went to meet with Archbishop Panados, who called to say he was back. But his receptionist mixed things up and they did not get to meet. At 9 o'clock, 80 to 90 media people showed up for the press conference. Dianna read her statement although she broke down a few times. The dreaded time for question/answers came. Once again prayer empowered her and she spoke her answers in a strong, clear voice. I began my press statement with a verse of a poem by Guatemalan poet Julia Esquivel. There is something here within us which doesn't let us sleep, which doesn't let us rest, which doesn't stop pounding deep inside. What keeps us from sleeping is that they have threatened us with resurrection. The New York Times, the Washington Post, and the London Times covered the conference. Networks that broadcast throughout Latin America also were there, and in Guatemala my statement was aired in full on TV. I made it through my statement, saying the things I needed to say. In January of 1989, when I first began to receive written threats, I knew that I could return to the United States and leave my fears and the dangers behind. But there was something about the indigenous people of San Miguel Acatán that kept me from fleeing. I felt at one with them, they had become part of me and I had become part of them. Their suffering had become my suffering. My commitment to a suffering people has grown to include more than the people of San Miguel Acatán. It includes all Guatemalans who have suffered any abuse of their basic human rights and their dignity as human beings created in the image of God, whether they reside in Guatemala, in refugee camps in Mexico, or in the United States or Canada, seeking political asylum and simply trying to survive. I return to Guatemala for you. I pursue the investigation of my abduction, interrogation, and torture not just for myself but for all of you who have been tortured or disappeared or forced to flee your homeland, and for all of you who carry in your hearts the pain of the hideous crimes that your loved ones have suffered and continue to suffer. Likewise, I pursue the investigation for all of those who dedicate their lives to justice and all the people who risk their lives in promoting the gospel of justice and peace. I pursue the investigation because the truth of your oppression must become known to the rest of the world, and because the torturers and assassins must be stopped. Accompany us on this vigil. And you will know what it is to dream. You will know how marvelous it is to live threatened with resurrection. To dream awake. To keep watch asleep. To live while dying and to know oneself already resurrected. Weeks earlier, when I'd written the talk, I had believed those words. I was dead again now. I didn't trust Paul and Sean, who sent me off to what Fran and Mary Agnes kept calling my Calvary. They all watched, silent and complicit witnesses. I didn't trust my Guatemalan lawyers, who, as I saw it, did nothing to protect me and were putting the burden of their safety on my back. I was back in the torture chamber the night they laid it all out for me. If you don't talk, innocent people will die. Now are you ready to cooperate? I didn't trust in my own goodness. I could kill with a shake of my head. Mimi and Mary the first could perhaps trust, but who knew? Appearances couldn't be trusted and neither could my judgment. A number of reporters approached me after I spoke. Paul kept them at bay. I had to go on to court and didn't have the energy or time to give interviews. But in the hall a couple of reporters passed and quickly slipped me pieces of paper. I read them on the way to the court. One was a poem of encouragement, and I knew that the reporter meant the words for himself, as well. He was the one running the real risk. I would be flying back to the United States the next day, but he would be here, playing a dangerous game with words. Which one would tip the balance and get him on a death list? Even giving me the poem was a risk. I carried in black and white a sentiment the army would consider subversive, respect for the truth. The other notes said "Si fuerte." Be strong. I was sure that the woman was speaking through him. At 11:30 Dianna returned to the courtroom and came out at 5:30. Something had happened to Señor Linares. He was much more human. They decided to end this session. They said she could have her forensic medical exam in the States and at a later time could return to identify pictures at the National Police Office and point out the building where she was tortured. They realized Dianna had given her all and could do no more at this point. In fact, I could go on. I was saying I wanted to go on. I wanted to look at the photographs of police officers at the police headquarters. I wanted to finish the judicial reconstruction. I offered to submit to a medical exam to prove I had scars on my back. Let's just get it over with, that was my attitude. I've come this far. Let's go all the way. But the court cancelled the judicial reconstruction, saying the reconstruction of the day of my escape would have to be done on a day with similar weather and time of sunrise. The court would have to consult the governmental department responsible for keeping records on the weather patterns. As for the medical exam, the judge said it wasn't possible due to the late hour and a scheduled holiday the following day. It was also too late, she said, to look at photographs at the police headquarters. When we asked about doing it the next day, we were told that a parade would prevent access. According to an account Sean wrote up, the judge indicated that Sister Dianna's testimony provided the court with ample information to take further steps to investigate her case, including calling additional witnesses who could provide additional information. The judge also indicated that she would be sending further letters rogatory to the U.S. Federal District Court in Kentucky to receive any additional testimony or medical examinations needed for the case to proceed. She did not explain why the court would be any more competent to accept this request than it had in the prior instance. I was frustrated. One thing seemed clear, the court had shut the proceedings down. Perhaps the court had never intended to carry out all the proceedings and had counted on my inability to go on, my lack of cooperation. Maybe the Guatemalan government, by ending the court session, hoped to give international media interest a chance to subside. In my press statement I had criticized the Minister of Defense and the Minister of the Interior for slandering me. I had criticized President Serrano for refusing to permit the formation of the independent investigative commission that President Cerezo had appointed, and I had blasted Linares for refusing to interview me in the United States, for saying I hadn't cooperated, and for adopting a partial attitude in favor of my torturers. I stated that the Guatemalan government had never fully investigated my case and the only significant action the Attorney General's office had taken was to appoint the special prosecutor. The news coverage was very positive. Lawyers representing the Ursuline sisters have accused authorities of blocking the investigation to cover up official complicity, while international human rights groups have cited the case as an example of the government's unwillingness to prosecute crimes involving the security forces. The New York Times reported. 6 Although I had not mentioned the American in my statement, we'd handed out my affidavit to the press, which contained the information about Alejandro, and the New York Times reporter included that information, ending the article on this note. The next day, the statement said, a man with what Sister Dianna described as a North American accent apologized for her treatment and took her from the warehouse. By the last day of our trip, I was hating Guatemala. I asked if we could go to an area where there were ordinary people, like the people I had worked with. Nothing had snapped me back into the self I had inhabited before I was taken out of the garden. Maybe nothing would. But one part of that self that had stayed with me and that I didn't want to lose was my love of the Guatemalan people. We visited the city garbage dump, where the poorest lived, scraping together an existence from the discarded things they could save. Smoke hung in the air from garbage burning in a pit. Shacks made from cardboard boxes swayed with the wind. Raw sewage flowed through ditches. Above us I heard wings. Blackbirds bigger than any I'd ever seen were gliding in circles and descending to perch on hills of garbage. I thought. Pat asterisk. F the birds of the Bible that ate the seeds of the Lord's word before they could root. But beneath the birds children were playing, people were living and working as a community, getting by as best they could. A priest from Kentucky was helping to build a church. Women were teaching in a makeshift school. There was a kind of intangible truth in that, a goodness the birds couldn't steal. Chapter 11. The Embassy's Cross. The moon must have been nearly full, since it was almost Easter, and I imagine our shadows lay down beneath us on the driveway as we waited for the basement door to be opened. It was a few hours past midnight, and there was probably one of those pre-dawn breezes that carries the scent of wet leaves. Maybe the garden, where Julio had been digging, mixed into the wind a scent of soil and mint. It's hard to know. All I remember is waiting for the door to open and wanting to lie down. Juanita rang the bell again. After a minute the door was pulled open and a long, dark hallway was before us. The shadows made it look like a tunnel. Juanita and Pat caught me as I collapsed, screaming. After a while I could hear them. They told me I was home. The policeman's hand was not on my wrist. We were not coming back from the room where the woman was. I was not naked. Her blood was not running down my arms. They told me I was home. But I didn't recognize the white oak stairwell, the room they said was mine, with a postcard stuck in a corner of the mirror, a cracked pottery bowl on the dresser. Juanita already knew how lost I was, and I didn't try to hide it. When Pat had come to pick us up at the airport, I had turned away from her embrace and had barely mumbled a greeting. I just didn't remember her. So when Juanita asked me if I wanted to take a shower, I answered honestly, yes, but I don't know where that is. I'll get your things together and take you there. She led me down the hall and handed me a towel, a bucket of shampoos, and a pair of checked pajamas. These belonged to someone else, another self I had left behind in the prison. Juanita slept on a mattress on the floor beside me, and I lay awake with the lamp on until a grey light filled the room and it was safe enough to sleep. Someone is holding a glass out. One could barely ask for the water. Thirst dried the word up, but he understood. The light is behind him, his face in shadow. The rim is warm. The liquid is warm. I gag, spit it out, try to wipe it from my lips. 164. With my bare arm, but it has invaded my throat, seeped into my tongue. He is laughing. Dianna, you need to try to drink this. A small man with dark hair and glasses and a long, wiry mustache was next to me. Dianna, this is David, my husband. Mary Fabry was beside him. He's a doctor. I can't drink. Try, Dianna. Mary took the glass from him and held it out. Her eyes were full of concern, and I remembered her wiping my face and holding me up. I took the glass from her and tried a couple of times to get it to my lips. I gagged. Later in the morning I had visitors. People with Guatemalan accents, a couple of men, a woman, some children. Another woman with pretty eyes. They all looked worried when they saw me, but still they smiled. One of the women tried to touch my shoulder. I pulled away. I don't remember them, Juanita, I told her when they had gone. I'm supposed to know them, aren't I? Tell me their names. The man with the chipped tooth is Otto. The larger woman was Eloisa, and the young, slender one is Dolores. Throughout the day, in the quiet between songs on my Walkman, I heard the policeman hiss, "Eres una loca. Estúpida. La matist. You killed her." I told Pat I needed more noise and she brought in a TV to drown out the torturers' voices. Mimi stacked pillows against the walls and the windows so I wouldn't hurt myself and switched off with Juanita and Pat, guarding me at night. If I went from a nightmare into a flashback, Mimi, Juanita, or Pat would talk to me, telling me where I was until I came back to the present. I could hear the aquarium in the hallway and I imagined myself as a tropical fish, suspended in a different element, separated from the world by a glass wall, able to see out but untouchable. Unable to harm or be harmed. My words mere bubbles, breaking on the divide between my world and theirs. That's how it should have been in court, I thought. The words I blurted in my flashbacks should have vanished on the frontier between past and present. I don't know what I said. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming. Someone was talking about the hospital, getting me in before my kidneys blew out. I opened my eyes. Juanita, Mimi, and Pat were talking with Mary and David in a corner of the room. Don't send me to the hospital. I was trying to yell but my voice was barely audible. I pictured Our Lady of Peace, the locked grey door at the end of the hall, Dr. Snodgrass, whose face kept fading into the Guat man's. Don't send me there. Please, Juanita, Mary. Mimi, don't let them. Mary came over to me after a moment and took my hand. We're not sending you anywhere. You're staying right here with us. David came back with an four and gently put it in my arm while Mary talked to me. You don't have to do anything now, Mary said, just rest and recover. And try to drink this. She left a glass on the bedside table, and it was still there the next day, when she brought me more. Finally I took the risk. I drank it. It was some kind of herbal tonic, Mary had said. It tasted awful, but it was cool and nothing like urine. In a matter of days, according to Juanita, I was calling the other guests by name. I'd either relearned their names or regained the memories, I'm not sure which. But at some point all my memories of Su Casa did come back. And meanwhile Eloisa made it easy. Dianna, soy Eloisa. She always announced herself and pushed the door open with her hip to bring me oatmeal with sugar and milk. Dolores brought me slices of avocado and warm tortillas. Eloisa would talk about her children or herself or something random, but Dolores and I would exchange shy smiles and I would swallow over the knotted fist in my throat while she sat and made half-hearted small talk. Dolores felt hurt at the way I was acting. She knew I had forgotten her. Shame hung in my chest, shame about hurting her and having been so weak in Guatemala, so quickly broken. Shame about needing like this, being dependent. It was more than my pride. It didn't feel safe. Needing anyone was a setup for betrayal. As the guests at Su Casa were taking care of me, I thought about the woman, wishing I could have helped her, nurtured her back to health. And the ones moaning in the pit, I wished I could have pulled them out and cared for them, kept their life within their bodies. I suppose I'd had a secret hope that going to Guatemala and speaking about the people in the pit would undo their deaths. I would prophesy, like Ezekiel in the Valley of Bones, and they would be clothed with life. My trip was a rescue mission and I had failed. They were dead. I couldn't even talk about the woman. I couldn't do her the honor of acknowledgement. And when I talked about the pit, Linares and the judge didn't believe me. It was clear from their questions. Where was the honor in that for the people who died in that building? Their grave had been spat on, and I was the agent of that dishonor. I should have died back there in Guatemala, I thought. I survived the first time, while others died, and the second time I survived too, walking out, leaving the dead. I didn't want to eat, but I was afraid I would be sent to the hospital if I didn't. I choked the food down and kept it down, and after a week David took the 4 out. I had lost 15 pounds but was no longer dehydrated. Mary visited every day. She said what Juanita and Pat and Mimi were saying, that I had been strong and gone the distance and made a difference in Guatemala, and I should be proud, not ashamed. I wasn't convinced. I had lost control of myself. Even over the noise of my Walkman and the TV and the birds singing in the trees outside, I heard the policeman saying, "No one will ever believe you. They will think you are crazy." And now I had proved it, losing control of myself in the courtroom, in the van, in front of the cameras at the Posada de Belén. I had meant to show that one can survive torture. I had meant to wrest away some of the army's power over the people, diminish the terror. Instead I had been an advertisement for the army's power, like the bodies left on the roadside with the eyes burned out. I had shown what torture can do. I'd worked for them again, been their instrument, just as I had taken the machete, only to find my hands trapped. They would always trick me, use my will against me. I had hurt the sisters at the mount the first time I returned from Guatemala. I had hurt my family later, telling them about the rape. Now I had hurt people once again, terrorizing the Guatemalans with my obvious lingering trauma and making my close friends sad. Mary looked tense and dismal. She had drunk in the evil I carried. Juanita's eyes were puffy. I remembered that she had lupus. She should be resting instead of waiting on me. And Mimi should be back in Chile, not sitting here with me, trying to be cheerful. I had taken her away from her life. I had taken the life out of all of them. After a week or so, I was strong enough to get up. I did what I had to do, helped cook or clean, but whenever I could I stayed in bed. I kept thinking about my lawyer Sean and the hug she had given me after my 12 hours in court, as if she cared. I wanted to believe her. Maybe she was waiting for me to tell her when I'd had enough and couldn't go on. But I just remembered how she and Edgar watched while I was burned again. I thought about Paul, too, his suggestion that I drop the accusation about Alejandro. Either he didn't believe me or the torturers had gotten to him. Maybe he was working for them. Out my window I could see a ruined church. It had all been one complex once. Franciscan friars had worshipped in the church and lived at su casa. I had walked through the narrow passageway that connected the two from a door leading off a landing in our stairwell. The tall Gothic windows of the church were boarded up from the inside but light beamed through in places. Wooden benches, ornately carved, served as pews. Even in the dusty light I could tell the church had been beautiful. From my bed I kept my eye on it. Homeless people slept in there, we were told. We had to keep the door to the passageway bolted. I wondered if the torturers had taken up residence, if they were responsible for the liquor bottles that littered the yard. Would anyone protect me from them if they decided to come for me? I doubted it. No one had protected me in Guatemala when the torturers had shown up in the form of Linares, the judge, and my lawyers. I didn't even protect myself. A friend who has heard me speak of the trip had a dream. I was nailed to the shut door of the courthouse, and there, in public, I was being raped. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I think that's what it felt like. And once again, I didn't fight hard enough. I betrayed myself. When I wasn't staring out the window I stared at the wall. Like the floor it was wood and the light glowed gently off it. A whirl in the dark wood seemed to form the face of a cherub, or maybe a dolphin, arching. I dreamed once that I was sinking, moving toward a light flooding the underwater world, and a dolphin took me to an island where I rested in the sand. Remembering the dream, I took comfort in the wooden image. Then it changed. I saw the policeman's face. Is this what the rest of my life will be like if I look at something and think it's beautiful? Is it going to change? The torturers were invincible. They had fooled me at the mount, when I was sent to the hospital, and in Guatemala again, and now they were in my room. I couldn't decide which was real, the smiling cherub or the ghoulish leer. The smell of pine sol came from the hallway bathroom, strong enough to keep the torturer's odor of liquor and smoke away. The blankets piled on top of me kept out the cold, and I wrapped the sheets around me like a shroud. The weight made my body ache, but I didn't mind. I let them push me down. Earth Mother was saying, go ahead, come, I'll catch you. I no longer cared whether it was a trick. The torturers appeared here on Earth in so many disguises. At least once in hell I'd know not to trust. That's what my mind was saying, my body was struggling to heal. Andrea, a massage therapist who volunteered at Kafulver, came several times during those first weeks. I kept my clothes on but let her touch my shoulders and my feet. Nearly every day Juanita took me to sit in a whirlpool that a priest named Father Jerry had in his bathtub. Sometimes Father Jerry cooked for me, and I was relaxed enough after the whirlpool to eat. Faced with my body's willfulness, my mind must have intensified its tactics. I guess this is too painful to remember. Somewhere my memory put a moratorium on pain, but when I talked to Juanita and Pat years later as I was piecing together the odds and ends of my time at Su Casa, Juanita's face reddened and her voice broke. "If I talk about this, I'm going to cry," she said. "When you came back from Guatemala you were very bad and we almost lost you. You called me in and said, 'I want to show you something.' You had a suicide letter. It was a letter to your family. It said that you couldn't face this anymore, it had to stop." Tears were running down Juanita's cheeks. "You felt that you didn't have a life, that this wasn't living." I asked Juanita more about her reaction, sorry that I had caused her such pain. She said, "I was surprised that the letter was to your family. You hadn't talked to them for almost a year. You agonized over it, but when they would call, you'd say, 'I can't talk to them. I don't know them.' And I thought, this will be the first communication that they will get from you. You said you couldn't go through this anymore, you were very tired, and you hoped they would understand. You just couldn't go on." I kept my composure, but it was really hard. I said, "It would really make me and many people here sad if that happened to you, but I don't know your pain and I can't say you don't have a right to do it. And we're here for you." But I was nervous after that. "Pat and I took turns accompanying you at night for about 8 weeks after that trip. I showed the letter to Mary, and you talked to Mary about the letter, too. You had a battle going on. You said, 'I have a right to die,' and you felt that Mary should help you do it. You were furious with her for refusing to help you. You didn't even want to meet with her because each time you had the same conversation. I guess I thought Mary should understand how raw I was and have compassion." The flashbacks that had stopped for nearly a year were back, and I'm sure I was doubting that I would ever be free of them. Also, I apparently felt alone with the burden of the case. I had gone to Guatemala as a voice for the voiceless, and that was now my sole reason for living. But it was a constant reminder of the deaths of the people I had left behind in that clandestine prison. Mary, nonetheless, wouldn't be persuaded. While Mary was trying to pull me back together, the American Embassy also was working to repair the damage my visit had done. Consul General Sue Patterson was helping Linares's investigator, Carl West, track down information about Clara McGowan, the Maryknoll sister who had arranged for Darkin and me to go to the retreat at the Posada de Belén. Patterson had heard that McGowan was a psychiatrist, and she and West were trying to establish that I needed a psychiatrist before I was ever abducted. Patterson, who had heard that McGowan lived in Belize, wrote to her counterpart, Rudy Boone, the Consul General at the Embassy in Belize, "One of our crosses to bear is the case of Sister Dianna Ortiz. Big political problem for Guatemala because everybody believes a nun more than they do. The Guatemalan army let me know what you can learn. I write this informally because we have to be so careful so as not to be accused by Sister Dianna or her lawyers of being partial or disbelieving one." Ambassador Strzok was busy with my case, too, that spring, passing along to the Secretary of State the opinions of Guatemalan government officials. In an interview several years later with CNN Presents, Strzok provided a context for his comments. CNN reporter, "Let me go back to her refusal to cooperate or to talk to embassy officials after escaping. Given the fact that she believes there was some American connection, wouldn't it stand to reason that she would be suspicious of people in official capacities?" Strzok, "No, I really don't understand. You have to believe that the United to do that. You'd have to believe that the United States government is involved in a huge conspiracy in Central America to take away people's rights." CNN reporter, "Given the long-standing ties between the United States government and the Guatemalan military and the Guatemalan government, extending back to a 1954 coup, is it so unreasonable that she would be suspicious?" Strzok, "Yes, I think it's totally unreasonable because what you're saying therefore is that the United States Embassy is going to take the side of the Guatemalans, and the official representatives of the people of the United States are going to support Guatemalans over Americans. And that's an outrageous suggestion as far as I'm concerned. Point 2. But Strzok's April 1992 reports to the Secretary of State contained these comments. Due to the inconsistencies in the information Ortiz has provided, it is impossible to draw any conclusions as to who might have committed the acts. Both Special Prosecutor Linares and Judge Leticia Sequeira have doubts about her version. Linares is also puzzled about why her torturers would not have resorted to stronger, more effective methods of torture if the cigarette burns were not achieving results. He thinks the torturers exhibited unaccustomed patience. When asked about his future plans, Linares indicated he will not resign for now. However, he may resign prior to Sister Dianna's next trip to Guatemala, as he feels his continued presence might provide wind to the sails of the GOG detractors. He said, "This is all a big show, and I am not the best actor." 3. The investigation and court proceedings were a big show. Linares himself admitted it, and Linares was an actor in that show, not someone really trying to prosecute my case or achieve justice. Strzok passed these comments along to the State Department without any expression of concern about a miscarriage of justice in the case of a U.S. citizen. Instead of finding out how to press for justice, rather than a show, Strzok in the same cable went on to outline for the Secretary of State the ways my case could be closed. The CG Consul General asked how, assuming the GOG is not able to identify the perpetrators, could the GOG finalize the case once it had gotten all possible information from Sister Dianna and pursued all leads. Linares said that there is a little used way to close a judicial case called sobreseimiento. The concept is roughly equivalent in U.S. terms to quashing. It is used when the accused person dies prior to sentencing, when there is insufficient evidence to support the facts, or when there is a lack of evidence that a felony was ever committed. Depending on what happens, this may be the route the GOG follows. In this case, the Attorney General's office would have to request the judge to close the case based on the inconsistencies and lack of proof. This written request could be published and publicized, and be considered the final report of the case. The ambassador in the same cable reported on the meetings embassy officials had been having with the judge to learn about the testimony I had given and what her opinions were, even though the ambassador himself would be giving testimony in my case, and the question of the involvement of an American connected to the embassy was still an issue in the court case. On April 23, Judge Sequeira visited the embassy at our request and met with the charge and CG. She too has serious doubts about the veracity of Sister Dianna's story. Sequeira reported that in the courtroom when Ortiz was asked a question she did not know how to answer, such as about how many bodies were in the pit into which you were thrown, she broke down and cried and then requested a recess, during which time she went into the bathroom with her therapist. Upon returning to the proceedings, Ortiz provided the answer. Throughout the proceedings, Ortiz appeared to be parroting information provided by others. In addition, her attorney asked both the judge and Special Prosecutor Linares not to look at Sister Dianna as it made her too nervous, a request with which they could not comply. I think it's just as well that I didn't have access to these secret documents back then. I had my razor blade under my pillow, as always, and was just a hair away from using it. But first I wanted Mary's sanction. I wanted her to tell me I had a right to end my pain. Instead, she said that if I ended my life I would be allowing the torturers to control me. I would be completing their attempt to silence me. I still felt I didn't have the right to be alive. So many others weren't, and I couldn't bring them back. But Mary had thrown a wrench in my plans with her comment. Now I remembered the policeman's remark, "Bien, ahora quieres colaborar." Good, now you want to cooperate. And I couldn't do it. Somehow my mother ended up visiting. I had exiled myself from my family, not wanting to hurt them anymore, but I'm sure cutting off contact with them was more painful for them than anything else I could have done. Nonetheless, my mother came. The weather was warm and we spent a lot of time in the garden. I showed her what I was growing and she gave me helpful tips. She fit in at su casa, speaking Spanish, cooking Mexican food, and making herself useful. And so I had a family again, 2 families really, including su casa. Meanwhile, my family at Su Casa was growing. Dianna, a guest from El Salvador, had a baby and asked me to be the godmother. I was flattered and thrilled, and I got to lavish on Jenyan all the attention I would have shown to the baby I didn't have. But our extended family, all those relatives waiting to be brought to the United States once the conditions were right, shrank by one. One morning, as I emerged into the hall after my shower, Dolores was standing by her door, mesmerized. "Don't you smell it?" she asked, without looking at me. "What?" "My husband's cologne. Can't you smell it?" I couldn't. The next day I heard her sobbing after a phone call. Dolores allowed me to come in when I knocked on her door. She didn't let many people in when she was upset, and she sat up, moved to the edge of the bed, and put her feet on the floor. Even though I was closer to her than any of the other guests at Su Casa, she wouldn't lie on the bed and sob in my presence. She pressed a Kleenex against her lips and let the tears flood her cheeks in silence. After a long while she spoke. "He was shot. Her husband had been in prison for over a year," she explained, "and after he was released, when he was walking away from the prison, he was shot in the back. When he visited me yesterday, he was asking me to help him. He was warning me. I didn't understand. I suggested that maybe his spirit had come to visit her after he was dead, to tell her he loved her and had not forgotten her. She couldn't see it. She was to blame, that was all she knew. She didn't protect him. To make matters worse, she couldn't go to the funeral because she was afraid she would be detained. I was afraid for her, too. I thought she might be killed if she went back to Honduras. And, since her asylum case was still pending, she might not ever get back into the United States. Not going to the funeral meant no chance for closure, no chance to grieve with her close friends and relatives, no chance to see her children. She would also be adding to the suspicion among some of her relatives that she had run off to the States to be with another man. I hugged her, took her hand, patted her shoulder. She received my shows of affection stiffly. I wanted her to know she wasn't alone, but I couldn't imagine what she was going through, separated from her children and mother and sisters, knowing the man she loved was dead. That night I dreamed she was out in the ocean, and I was in a rowboat. I saw her, but she wasn't calling out for help. I had a life jacket on and she was going down, and I threw her the life jacket and she said, "No, don't give it to me." I said, "Put it on." I also threw her the lifeline, and it went in every direction, but not to her. She just kept floating farther away and I just kept throwing the donut. Eventually she did take hold of it, but she didn't have the strength to hold on to it. She let go of it, and then I woke up. I initially thought it meant she was going to die. What I came to understand was that a part of herself was going under and couldn't be saved. She was sadder after that, permanently sadder. But I couldn't spend all the time I wanted with Dolores. I had to face the question of the case again. We were supposed to go back to Guatemala in a matter of months to finish the reconstruction, and I had to decide whether continuing was worth it. Mimi had already gone back to Chile. "It's all talk," she'd said, packing up. "There won't be a second trip because the court's not going to do anything. They don't have any interest in calling you back. If they were serious about the case they would have let you finish everything the first time." But Paul and Sean had more faith in the judicial process and were soon back in Guatemala City pursuing leads for the next phase of the reconstruction, when I would have to identify the place I was tortured. Sean had her baby with her and she posed with him on her hip while Paul snapped pictures of them outside the Polytechnica. The pictures weren't really of them. Of course Sean and her baby were nearly out of every frame in the roll Paul shot. He got the building from every angle. Once back in the United States, he sent the photos to Juanita, and she called me into the conference room, shut the doors, and opened the envelope. 2 pictures was all it took. I ran from the room and threw up. Looking at the rest of the roll, my eyes were convinced of what my body knew. The Polytechnica was the place. Knowing I could go back and identify the site of my torture, I felt I had. Some ammunition for the truth. I was furious with the embassy for the letters they were sending to my supporters and with Linares for the remarks he continued to make to the press, now questioning my mental health. All I could do was rant and plan to go back. I would lead them to the place. Everything would be just as I said. Mary suggested a plan. If I decided to go back, I should wait until I was fully ready and use the trip as an opportunity to exert my will and reclaim control. Mary knew I felt victimized by the proceedings. We had been caught off guard by the court's requirements, and we had all been too passive. Going back, we would know what to expect, and we could be prepared. If going through the court proceedings mirrored the situation of the torture, perhaps asserting myself and having a team of people with me to support me would be a chance to revisit that day in the secret prison, not as a passive, helpless victim, alone, abandoned, and betrayed, but as a forceful person with a community of people fighting beside me. Ambassador Strzok had offered to testify, so, contrary to Mimi's prediction, the court proceedings were moving on. As the ambassador put it to the legal advisor at the State Department in a May memo, we believe that it is clearly in our interest to do, and be seen to be doing, all possible to clear up this case for. The Secretary of State wrote back, granting Strzok permission to testify and outlining the parameters of his testimony. Ambassador Strzok's deposition will be limited to those questions which Judge Sequeira provides to the embassy prior to the deposition. 5. The State Department would also review the questions before the ambassador's appearance in court. Secretary of State Baker also sent a cable to Strzok saying, Department reiterates its request to review the proposed answers before the ambassador's deposition. 6. Ambassador Strzok was urged to keep with him a copy of the limited waiver of diplomatic immunity note, stating that he would answer only the questions he had seen in advance. The judge did as the State Department asked, and the ambassador forwarded to the Secretary of State the list of questions, along with his proposed answers, all of which have now been declassified. Does the embassy have any knowledge of whether a U.S. citizen named Alejandro collaborated with the security forces of the government of Guatemala in November of 1989? The embassy has not been able to identify Alejandro, nor do we know if any U.S. citizen of that name and description collaborated with Guatemalan security forces. We polled every employee of this embassy, both U.S. citizens and Guatemalans, to see if any had such knowledge, and none did. 7. Under oath, however, Strzok changed his answer from the one he proposed to the State Department to a one-sentence statement about not knowing the name Alejandro. No one in the embassy knows that name, nor do I personally. 8. What worries me about that permutation of his answer is that I might have been mistaken about the American's name. After all, I was blindfolded. All I heard was someone, the Guat man, I think, call out, "Hey, Alejandro! Come and have some fun." I was focused on trying to curl into a ball, trying to defend myself from being raped. Then I heard, "Shit." I assumed that the man who had cursed in perfect American English was Alejandro, answering the invitation. But what if the American had someone else beside him named Alejandro, someone who had led him to me and disappeared before my blindfold was removed? I cannot swear that the American's name or code name was Alejandro. I may have made a blind assumption. Strzok ended the list of questions and answers he sent to the State Department with this remark, comment, "We cannot get into any trouble if we stick with the facts of what we know and what we did. We are firmly on the side of truth, justice, mom, and home-cooked apple pie." One knew the ambassador's statement wouldn't be helpful to me, but I was hoping it would be outweighed by the testimonies of Darkin, Archbishop Pinados, the female attorney who had written my first statement in Spanish, and the dermatologist who had examined me in Guatemala the day I escaped. If I had known for sure that the judicial process was all a big show, I would have told them all not to bother. Darkin had been uprooted from Guatemala because of me and was living in California, trying to make a new life for herself. I knew it would awaken memories for her to go back, that she had been traumatized when I was disappeared, and that the case was dragging her back into that trauma. I felt responsible. But in order to speak out and obtain the truth, I had to hurt someone. That was the pattern. If I had known what a farce the whole proceeding was, I wouldn't have wanted the Guatemalans involved to endanger their lives by testifying. The court, however, had subpoenaed them, based on my testimony, and I'd been told that if we dropped the case, my Guatemalan lawyers' lives would be in danger. And all those people I was speaking for and demanding justice for would be abandoned. So the doctor, the woman lawyer from the Archbishop's office, and the Archbishop went bravely forward and told the court what they knew. After they testified, Strzok sent the following summary to the Secretary of State: the court has achieved no new information on the 24-hour period when Dianna was missing. He recounted Linares's opinion that none of the recent testimonies has provided useful new information, including that of Darkin. Linares termed the 24-hour period a mystery. He said the court wanted to interview the indigenous woman who helped me and would take depositions from former Defense Minister Gramajo, former Interior Minister Carlos Morales Villatoro, and former Maryknoll priest Maurice Healy. Linares does not expect any breakthroughs on the case, he concluded. Point 10. While Darlene testified, Fran, Paul, and Sean met with Strzok, protesting the remarks he had made in his letters to my supporters about my activities during our April trip. Strzok reported on his response to them in a cable to the Secretary of State. The ambassador stood by his written comments. He pointed out the case has failed to move precisely because both sides seem more interested in generating publicity and engaging in debates via press conferences and paid advertisements than in pursuing an active and thorough investigation. We underlined that nearly 3 years after the reported November 2 to 3, 1989, kidnapping and abuse of Ortiz, we are no closer today than we were then to solving this case and getting to the truth. Comment: as we have done for the past nearly 3 years, we will keep pressing all sides to move this case forward and seek a resolution ASAP. We will also keep pressing on all the need to confine activities to the judicial process. Despite all the admitted shortcomings in the Guatemalan legal system, it is only in the Guatemalan courts that the case can be resolved. Point 11. At the end of the declassified cable is a handwritten note from one embassy or State Department employee to another: K.S. Mitchell should fill you in on the bad history of this case. It will continue to plague us. RSJ. At least that part of the document was true. Meanwhile, someone was sending messages to me. Juanita and Pat picked up the mail and handed me an envelope addressed to me, but my name was made up of cut-out letters, just like the final threats in Guatemala City. I refused to open the envelope. I asked Juanita to do it. Inside was a threat. Neither Juanita nor I remember the exact message. I forgot all about the incident, and only discovered it again going through right UPS of interviews the FBI did with Juanita years later. Juanita remembers that the threat was aimed at getting me to shut up. Another letter, similar to the first, arrived a few weeks later. I must have been frightened, so frightened that, as I had with the phone calls at the Mount, I blocked the letters out. If agents of the Guatemalan government were trying to terrorize me into silence, they didn't count on a denial mechanism so honed that it wiped out their words, as if they had never spent hours paging through magazines, looking for AZ to write my last name, as if they had never meticulously cut out the letters and glued them on the page. At least they learned what it's like to put forth an effort, deliver a message, and have it be futile. They got a small taste of my court experience in Guatemala. Undeterred, I continued talking to Sister Alice Zachman about the possibility of traveling to Washington, D.C., to speak at a conference on torture in Guatemala. Alice wanted me to give the keynote address. After a number of phone calls back and forth, I said I couldn't make a firm commitment to speaking. Hundreds of people were expected, and I had never faced such a large crowd. I would have to see how I felt when I got there. I rode down to D.C. with Pat, Juanita, and Dennis. During the drive I looked over my talk. I was worried about how I would sound. I was afraid people would think I was crazy. The conference was held in the auditorium of Catholic University, and the place was packed. It was Friday night, and everyone had come to hear the keynote speaker. I scanned the audience, saw no one from the Mount, and felt something between disappointment and relief. The people who were here looked serious and well educated, though, and according to biographical information in the program, nearly all the speakers were professionals. Many could list initials after their names: MD, PhD, Sci.D. On official documents I followed my name with OSU, Order of Saint Ursula. I tried to console myself with those initials but couldn't quite believe they gave me the right to speak. I was relieved to find no mention of my name in the program. Alice had left a space open for me to speak if I wanted to, but she had set it up so that I had no obligation. I don't remember when I first met Alice. She became so important to me that it seems I've always known her. Maybe we spoke at some point during the reception or found a moment to talk during a meal. I was intrigued with her, I do remember that, and I'm sure I asked her questions about how her ministry evolved. Being from a southern, rural, conservative community, I knew few politically active nuns other than Pat and Juanita, who had chained themselves to nuclear reactors and participated in dozens of protests and all kinds of social justice work before beginning Su Casa. Alice's focus was on ending human rights abuses in Guatemala, and I felt a debt of gratitude to her before I had even met her. The information she had passed on about COFLR had been vital to me. I'd also heard that she had mobilized her networks and worked for my release on that November day. She was gentle, with a quick smile. She gave anyone she was talking to, no matter who they were, her full attention and was savvy but down to earth at the same time. She had started the commission in 1982, during the worst of the massacres. After a trip to Guatemala, she had intended to move there to become a missionary. She had felt so comfortable with the people and had been so moved by their simplicity and courage and the horrific poverty they endured, perhaps because she had known terror and poverty herself in Minnesota, where everyone in her town had spoken German until the United States entered World War II, and they feared they would be put in concentration camps. People in Guatemala asked Alice to put aside her plans for missionary work there. They wanted her to be a reverse missionary to go to Washington and tell the people of the United States about the Holocaust that was unfolding in Guatemala. Little information was getting out in the news. Alice left her work as a teacher and school principal, and with no money and not one contact in Washington, she moved to D.C. and opened an office in a room at Catholic University. Eventually, the office had grown. The small staff conducted a campaign against torture, bringing people from Guatemala to speak in universities across the United States, lobbied Congress, and now were putting on this international conference. Alice was already at the age when most people retire, and she was a bundle of dry wit and energy. The keynote speaker at the conference was Alan Nairn, a reporter who had written for the New York Times, the Washington Post, the New Republic, and the New Yorker. He had covered events in Guatemala for many years and had witnessed a massacre in Dili, Indonesia. Alan and another reporter, Amy Goodman, had placed themselves in the front of the crowd as soldiers began firing on East Timorese demonstrators. Alan and Amy shouted that they were journalists, hoping that the soldiers would realize the international press was there and act with more moderation. Instead, the soldiers beat both Amy and Alan with rifle butts, fracturing Alan's skull. In his first sentence, Alan said, "Over the years people like you have tried to publicize what is happening in Guatemala and to change the criminal complicity of the U.S. government in the mass killing and torture there." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. This was the first person I had heard speak of the U.S. government's complicity in torture in Guatemala. Alice, sitting at the end of our row, was nodding slightly, her mouth set. Hardly anyone in the audience looked shocked. The tragedy in Guatemala, Alan went on, is repeated in country after country. Last year in East Timor I had an experience similar to what many thousands of Guatemalans have suffered. I am alive to tell about it mainly because I am a U.S. citizen. I wondered if he, too, suffered the shame of having been saved. As he continued speaking, I realized how important it was that he was alive. As an American, he understood our system of government, had the freedom to speak, and was able to press for change. Alan began telling us about his experience and what it allowed him to understand about Guatemala. During the chaos of that terrible event in East Timor, I thought of the massacre at Santiago Atitlan in December 1990. In the middle of the night, soldiers had broken into a house and beaten a man, nothing especially remarkable in Guatemala. That night, however, as word about the incident went around, something happened in the town. People snapped. And, as the Timorese did in Dili, the residents of Santiago Atitlan spontaneously poured out of their homes in the middle of the night. The mayor and mayor-elect were there. Unarmed, the people marched to the plaza and then to the military garrison to beg the military commander to stop the torture and repression. As the crowd approached the base in Santiago Atitlan, the military fired on them with US-made M16s, the same weapon used by the Indonesian troops in East Timor. The guns used in Santiago Atitlan had been part of a shipment of 16,000 M16s sent from the United States in 1989 as a result of a deal negotiated by Democrats in Congress. I knew about the massacre in Santiago Atitlan. That had actually made the news. I didn't know the guns used to kill the people, including a 13-year-old child, had been sent to the army by my own government. Something crumbled inside me, a wall I was hardly aware of that stood between me and the truth. Some of that flimsy wall I built myself. I didn't want to believe my government had betrayed me. I didn't want to believe I lived in a country that had overseen my torture. The wall had allowed me to stay at the embassy during my trip to Guatemala. To sit at the table with the U.S. ambassador. To leave the mention of the American out of my statement to the press. I had even hoped at times that he'd been no more than a hallucination. Alan spoke and the wall crashed down. Tears came down my face, tears of anger and sadness, and also of relief I wasn't crazy. I didn't imagine Alejandro. But where did it end? With the wall down, I felt afraid. The Guat man had a pistol, not an M16, but I found myself wondering if it, too, had come from the United States. Alan continued. Over the years I've talked to many torturers in Guatemala, El Salvador, and elsewhere, soldiers who describe how they cut off people's fingers, tore out their tongues, or administered electric shock. While a few of these people were crazed or psychotic, most came across as relatively normal in other aspects of their lives. The fact is, the number of true psychotic killers in Guatemala is not large enough to stock an army. They wouldn't stock even an intelligence unit. However, to impose systematic terror on a country, the leaders must pressure normal people into acting in this demented, inhuman way. And the frightening thing is that it works. Jose, before collapsing in tears on my knees, told me his family was hungry. He said, "Sometimes we live at the expense of others." Alan explained. Torture is not rooted in the culture or society of a country. If, over the years, the U.S. had adopted different policies toward Guatemala, there would be no need for this conference. Torture as a systematic policy in Guatemala is something that appeared at a moment you can mark on the calendar. It is something that is traceable to a policy decision made in Washington and then other policy decisions made to reaffirm the first one. From 1944 to 1954, Guatemala had democratic reformist governments that began to move the country out of a semi-feudal system, give basic legal rights to peasants, develop a healthcare system, and make Guatemala a modern capitalist society. Threatened by these changes, the United Fruit Company labeled the reforms communist and asked the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency to stop them. The CIA sent down a counterintelligence team headed by David Atlee Phillips, who later wrote about the experience. From Arbenz government files and those of other public organizations, the Phillips team compiled the Black Book of Guatemalan Communism, a list of more than 70,000 people who belonged to labor unions, left-wing or reformist political parties, student organizations, professional leagues, etc. The Guatemalan military death squads used the Black Book to compile their death lists. Phillips referred to this information as intelligence pearls that could be fondled for years. For decades, people returning to Guatemala from exile for occasions such as funerals would be abducted minutes after passing through the airport. Their bodies would be found on the side of a road. Their names were still in the CIA-complied Black Book of Guatemalan Communists. In the early 1960s, when the CIA used Guatemala as a staging ground for the Bay of Pigs invasion, cadets from the Polytechnica revolted. The Polytechnica. I was tortured at the seedbed of the revolution I was accused of supporting. The CIA flew bombing missions in Guatemala to quell the revolt. When some ex-cadets and others formed the first strong guerrilla movement in the country, the U.S. military attaché in Guatemala, Colonel John Weber, organized an operation called the Mano Blanca. Working with the self-described Party of Organized Violence and the Guatemalan military hierarchy, Weber put together a program in which Mano Blanca members were licensed to kill peasants who were guerrillas or potential guerrilla supporters. During this operation, they killed approximately 180 guerrillas and 10,000 potential guerrillas. They compiled death lists with pictures drawn from several sources, including passport and police files. These lists were dropped from military planes and scattered through Guatemala City and the countryside. Some are still around. Many on the lists were hunted down, killed, and then photographed, some with their amputated genitals stuffed into their mouths. Leaflets with the photographs were circulated to show what happens when someone defies the army. General Arana, a leader of Mano Blanca and military attaché in Washington, was made president. In his inaugural address he declared, "Those who do not obey the law will be broken in two." During the next few years, after the guerrilla movement was essentially crushed, between 20 and 40,000 civilians disappeared. In addition to armed insurgents, targets included anyone organizing or showing signs of independent thought, people from the church, and those becoming active in labor. In the late 1970s, the U.S. stopped sending military aid to Guatemala, but the White House National Security Advisor negotiated with Israel to send field rifles, transport planes, and submachine guns. A myth about U.S. policy says that in 1977, when the United States cut off aid to Guatemala, the military there went wild and the U.S. had no leverage to control them. The truth is that the U.S. covertly sold specialized military equipment to the Guatemalan military, more than $35 million worth of tanks and laser-aimed rifle sights. In addition, the U.S. gave its blessing to Israel, which was supplying Guatemala with the large hardware items. When Rios Montt came to power, he sent the army sweeping through the Northwest Highlands, decimating village after village. Soldiers told me how they would pull people out of the crowds at random. One soldier demonstrated how they used a rope around the neck as a tourniquet. "With this, we would make people tell the truth." The soldiers would ask, "Who here is against the army, is critical of the government, is close to the church, gives food to the guerrillas?" If a person failed to spit out names, they would simply strangle him or her and move on to the next person. The army destroyed 662 rural villages including hamlets, during this period. It was no secret. The Guatemalan Bishops' Conference issued a pastoral letter saying the assassinations were becoming genocide. The conservative newspaper El Gratifico listed more than 500 massacre victims and described a massacre in which babies were decapitated and pregnant women's wombs were slit open. Amid this Holocaust, what did the United States have to say? United States Ambassador Chapin said, "The massacres have stopped. Guatemala has come out of the darkness and into the light." After meeting with Rios Montt in Guatemala, President Reagan said Rios Montt was getting a bum rap on human rights. When Rios Montt was asked about the Guatemalan Army's scorched earth policy, he replied, "It is not true, we have a policy of scorched communists." After Rios Montt, the abductions and assassinations were more selective because what they considered the guerrillas' rural base of support had been almost totally obliterated. During this period, the Mutual Support Group, GAM, was born. Relatives of the disappeared, led mainly by women, held vigils in front of the National Palace, asking the whereabouts of their loved ones. President Mejia Victors said, "This is becoming intolerable. It is a threat to peaceful Guatemalans." When GAM leader Hector Gómez, known as a particularly effective orator, left the GAM meeting during Holy Week of 1985, he was abducted at a bus stop. His body, with the tongue torn out, was found the next day. At his funeral another GAM leader, Rosario Godoy, gave a speech blaming the army for Gómez's death. A few days later Godoy, her brother, and her infant son were abducted. Their bodies were found in a ravine. She had been raped and mutilated, and her baby's fingernails had been torn out. At a news conference, when I asked General Mejia how the Godoys died, he took a drag of a cigarette and responded, "They died in a traffic accident." I said, "If they died in a traffic accident, how were the baby's fingernails torn out?" He replied, "That is disinformation." This in spite of a photograph taken of the baby's body at the wake. How did the U.S. government respond? In response to a letter from Amnesty International, Elliot Abrams, then Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights, said that no evidence indicates that the Godoys did not die in a traffic accident. The Guatemalan military began to realize they would have problems restoring open U.S. military aid to Guatemala as long as one military regime succeeded another. Drawing foreign investment and tourism would also be difficult. So in 1982 the military leaders made plans to seat a civilian president, but with the army retaining power. In 1985 a presidential election was held. Only weeks before Cerezo took office, the outgoing Mejia passed a total amnesty for members of the military for any crimes they might have committed. When members of the Christian Democratic Party asked Cerezo to repeal that amnesty, he refused. Cerezo did promise that if the killings and disappearances continued, he would denounce them. The army, however, sent Cerezo a message to ensure that this would not happen. Beatriz Barrios was a school teacher who twice had been abducted by the army but escaped because she had relatives in the army. In fear for her life, she asked the Canadian consulate for asylum in Canada. Until she was to leave the country, she stayed with friends at night because she was afraid. The night before her scheduled departure, she ordered a cab to take her to the airport for her early morning flight. She never made it to the airport. Her body was found the next morning with machete marks across the chest and her amputated hands lying on her body along with a note that said "Faltan mas more to come." This occurred just a few days after Cerezo's election. She was abducted in a taxi, I realized, not in the usual SUV with tinted windows. When the Guatemalan government says I couldn't have been abducted on a bus because the security forces don't use buses, maybe I should bring up the case of Beatriz Barrios, even though they don't use taxis either. As a rule, in each case they do whatever makes the most sense. And she wasn't going to step into a Land Cruiser with tinted windows. In my case, since I never went out at night and since praying in the garden in the morning was the only time I was ever out alone according to Darkin, it was something I had a habit of doing. The torturers knew they had to abduct me in daylight hours. Stuffing an American nun into a vehicle with tinted windows, a death squad vehicle, as they were known in broad daylight in a tourist center full of foreigners, could raise some eyebrows. Having me get onto a bus in front of a man whose gun and grenade were in his pocket didn't look so suspicious. I turned my attention again to Alan. Assassinations, torture, and disappearances actually worsened during Cerezo's administration. However, with a civilian as president, Democrats in the U.S. Congress could say that things had changed in Guatemala. They restored U.S. military aid, such as the shipment of the M16s. The U.S. sent the National Guard and Reserve units to teach maneuvers to the Guatemalan military and Green Berets to work with the Kabyles, the self-described messengers of death. The United States has maintained an extensive military relationship with Guatemala, but much of it is off the books, in the sense that it is not covered under a foreign aid bill and does not go through the appropriations process. Under the guise of fighting drugs, the U.S. government openly sends down helicopters and U.S. pilots, even though the Drug Enforcement Agency admits that the main drug traffickers are the Guatemalan generals themselves. With the new administration in Washington, a change in U.S. policy is possible. It was a year of hope. Pat and Juanita had talked about it on the way down in the car. Although none of us wanted to be unrealistic, Clinton had just been elected, and it seemed that, for once, things in Latin America could change. Alan reminded us that the Democrats in Congress had not had a clean record. Although the new administration will include Democrats who, over the years, have supported the Guatemalan military, they will be challenged to justify their policies. After all, Guatemala, like East Timor, is not an area of high strategic interest to the United States, as are the Middle East with its oil, South Africa with its mineral reserves, and Europe with the massive U.S. troop commitment. More than 300 U.S. corporations make money from cheap Guatemalan labor resulting from the country's crippled labor unions, but that money is a tiny fraction of the total income of U.S. multinationals. With sufficient grassroots pressure, every aspect of U.S. aid to the military could be cut off, including the so-called war on drugs, government and commercial arms sales, economic support funds, and various covert CIA programs and Pentagon projects in Guatemala. This was the first mention I had heard of covert CIA programs. Generally, when I mentioned the American who gave orders to my torturers, people looked either shocked or doubtful. But here was a well-known journalist, telling me, for the first time, that what I had been saying made sense. The CIA had various covert programs in Guatemala. So perhaps the man I'd always thought of as Alejandro was with the CIA. The reign of terror in Guatemala continues. Citizens there realize that efforts to change the situation can still result in a bullet in the head or the disappearance of a loved one. In spite of this, and after decades of terror, Guatemalans continue to oppose the repression. One question remains: how will the Guatemalan government continue to respond? I think that depends largely on what the U.S. government does. A complete withdrawal of support would tell Guatemala that no longer will we prop up its military. In effect, that means we are throwing in our lot with the people. The IIICLIIIUU 33J3VIWW. Church, unions, human rights groups, and peasants. I believe that state terrorism in Guatemala would disappear in a matter of months. The answer to torture in Guatemala lies in Washington, D.C. The roots lie in policy decisions made largely without the knowledge of the U.S. public, thanks to the media, which often either distort or fail to cover the situation. Guatemalans are putting their lives on the line to change the situation in their country. But they cannot change U.S. policy. Only we can do that. Rising to my feet, I realized how much lighter I felt. I was no longer alone with a secret few people believed and with the burden of guilt and responsibility that knowledge entailed. Everyone in the room, around 500 people, understood the involvement of the United States with Guatemala's torturers. Their applause was a promise to change it. Time to speak had been left open for me after lunch. I was still vacillating. I had none of the dulling exhaustion that had steadied me through the press conference in Guatemala. My intestines knotted when I even thought about speaking. There was a stage and a podium and graduated rows of seats. I had heard that some of the Guatemalans speaking at the conference had been accused of terrorism and criticized by the president for staining their country's image. In a newspaper article included in the program, President Serrano said, "The army does not torture," and he vowed to put an end to such accusations. That was tantamount to a death threat, yet here they were, speaking. I felt a twinge of shame. But I believed firmly in the right of survivors to protect themselves in whatever way necessary from situations that recalled the torture. And I knew that with rows upon rows of eyes on me I would feel naked, exposed, and unsafe. I had worn jeans, knowing that I probably wouldn't speak. I don't have to talk, I told myself. No one can make me. I'm in control here. The words of the next speaker coaxed me out of my mulish and fearful frame of mind. Vitalino Similax, an indigenous Protestant pastor working with rural communities in Guatemala, said, "Torture is an institutionalized practice in Guatemala, but there is little known about it because the majority of those who have been tortured are killed. Only very infrequently do we have access to survivors' testimonies." I uncrossed my arms. Maybe I had something important to offer. However infrequent his access to survivors' testimonies, Vitalino understood torture. Torture breaks human beings in the most intimate ways, he said, shattering one's sense of self. While this was hardly news to me, I was astonished that someone outside my Chicago circle understood so well the devastation of torture. It shouldn't have been so surprising. The effects of torture are the same all over the world. But Chicago was the only place where I had found people who understood them, and even there, sometimes, people seemed to forget. Julio and his father were being pressured to give talks around town at churches and schools. They were being encouraged to file charges against the army. Julio, it seemed, was viewed by some as a case or a political tool, when in fact he was a human being who needed to be loved and healed, not objectified once again. Vitolino had established his credibility with me, so I believed him when he said, "What most hurts torturers is when their victims speak out about their hope and denounce what they have suffered." If he was right, some torturers were hurting. Another survivor was speaking, a young woman about my age whom I had met once at Su Casa, where she had stayed overnight as she passed through Chicago. Carmen Valenzuela was a Guatemalan doctor who had been kidnapped and tortured 3 months after I was. I could see fear in her eyes, and as she began speaking, I could hear it in her halting voice. 2 days ago, Guatemalan Defense Minister José García Samayoa was quoted in Guatemala's major newspapers as saying that torture does not exist in Guatemala. I am living proof that General García is wrong. I was kidnapped from a women's softball game by members of the Guatemalan military. They detained me for 8 days in a military installation located on La Reforma Avenue in the heart of Guatemala City. This would be important information. Carmen, I would learn later, was detained at the same place I was. Army officials tortured me, brutally beating me and slowly puncturing my legs with wires. During my ordeal they kept my hands cuffed and my head hooded. I felt as if I was going to suffocate. This technique, called the hood, consisted of tightening a plastic bag around my neck to force me to talk. They also might have broken one of my ribs with their fists or their feet, I don't know. I was released thanks to an intense national and international campaign that pressured the government. But my release was conditioned on my agreeing to give an official story to the media and police about my kidnapping. I was told to state that I had been kidnapped by criminals seeking a ransom. They said that unless I agreed to tell the official story, my family, which is still in Guatemala, would suffer the consequences. Upon my release, my captors made me promise to contact them every 2 weeks so they could monitor my activities and my contacts for an undetermined period of time. Under those circumstances, my life has never been the same. They said to me when they released me, "Your suffering, doctor, has just begun." Carmen and the torturers both knew what so many others struggled to understand: surviving torture is worse than the torture. The magnitude of the social conflict in my country is so great that the government has undertaken a campaign of terror unprecedented in Latin America in order to preserve its hold on power. It uses torture as its principal tool to keep the population silent and passive in the face of a dehumanizing social system. During my detention, my captors explained the need for torture in Guatemala. One of them said to me, "Do you believe, doctor, that President Cerezo himself doesn't have a security force that does all these things in order to maintain stability? What we do might be construed as illegal, but we do it precisely in order to control those who are outside the law." It has taken me more than 2 years to speak out about my experience. This is mainly because I have felt guilty for still being alive, guilty because they didn't rape me and stopped torturing me after 4 days when I started to collaborate, guilty because I caused my family and friends suffering, guilty because I was released even though those responsible for kidnapping and secretly detaining Guatemala's many victims rarely release their prisoners, and guilty because some of my relatives, and many of my professors, classmates, and friends, who weren't as well connected as I was, were killed, and I did nothing to help them because I was afraid. I also feel guilty because I would like to be in Guatemala, doing something to help prevent the torture and abuse of others. But I am too terrorized to consider going back. The fear is overwhelming. I am extremely afraid for my family in Guatemala. I believe the threat issued by my abductors before they released me, that any statement revealing the truth will result in reprisals against my loved ones, was real. I am also nervous about my family's reaction to my public statements. I am sure they will think I should have consulted them before speaking out. I simply do not have the right to jeopardize their lives. But I can no longer be silent. The mental anguish is overwhelming. Carmen was in a more helpless and dangerous position than I was. I could go back to Guatemala, at least for short periods, my family was safe from physical harm, and as a U.S. citizen, I could demonstrate, lobby, and vote in elections here, 3 things Alan Nairn mentioned as pivotal to changing the situation in Guatemala. I began to wonder why I wasn't doing those things instead of gardening and teaching English. Carmen's personality was different from mine. She was an extrovert, a go-getter. She had played on Guatemala's national softball team and been elected president of the Guatemalan Women's Medical Association when she was only 30. But as she continued speaking, I realized how similar the impact of torture was on our lives. From the time of my torture, I have been confused and ambiguous about decisions in my life: where to live, what to study, what to wear, what to eat. My life, which used to have very well-defined interests and goals, became a total mess. And I was unable to communicate my feelings because I was embarrassed to speak bad English. Try to imagine yourself in my situation. I was a physician, university professor, and respected scholar. I had finished graduate studies and was appointed to numerous positions in professional and women's organizations. Suddenly I was forced to abandon everything. I was forced to live in exile and start from scratch. I had to seek immigrant status, apply for a scholarship, prove through tests that I can be a scientist, and look for a job in order to subsist. But not everything has been negative. I still feel that I was a lucky survivor. I feel fortunate to have had options, and I feel that if I am still alive it is because, as my mother says, I have something important to do. What was it I had to do? I refused to think about it, it was too overwhelming, and I was having enough trouble just staying in my chair. My body seemed to know already that I was going to speak. That, at least, was one thing I could do. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were on me. I'd told Juanita, Mary, and Pat to look at the floor. At least I knew some people weren't looking at me. I could look at them and that made me feel safe. What I would like to share with you this afternoon, I began, is based not only on my personal experience of torture but on the experiences of other survivors of torture. I stand here before you, not as an individual, but as one with them. Mary, Antonio, and Mario knew nothing about the friend I was going to introduce. But they had told me over and over that it was okay to feel whatever I was feeling and think whatever I was thinking, that I wasn't crazy. So I continued, on behalf of other survivors of torture, I have the honor of introducing to you a rather unique friend, a friend who is a frequent visitor of ours, a friend who journeys with us wherever we go, a friend who comforts us in our darkest moments. I held up beside my face the razor blade Clarissa had given me. Perhaps for some of you it's beyond your comprehension how anyone in their right mind could consider a razor blade a friend. With a little help from our friend, we know that we can put to rest the violent memories of torture that have been embedded within us. With the help of our friend, we can say goodbye to yesterday. When we are feeling most alone, haunted by the memories of the past and with no hope, we sometimes reach the conclusion that the only way to escape from the web of this nightmare is through death. But we do have a choice, to participate in the torturer's ultimate goal, which is to destroy life, or to embrace life. Destroying our own lives would grant the torturers the satisfaction of knowing that their mission to destroy and silence us was accomplished. Our friend, who may represent the destruction of life, speaks to our conscience, reminding us that torture continues to exist. At this very minute someone is being tortured. Someone is being interrogated. Someone is being forced to participate in the torture of another human being. Our friend reminds us that death is everywhere. We are resigned to dying. But before that, we must make known the ugly truth about torture. This unique friend of ours refuses to allow us to run away and hide, confronts us with raw experiences of pain, calls upon us to abolish torture in our world. We believe the spirits of our tortured sisters and brothers who have gone before us dwell within us, giving us the strength to hold firm to our convictions of justice for all people and to bear witness to the heinous atrocities committed by oppressive governments like Guatemala's. I had come to this position after Dolores's husband was killed. Remembering the peaceful, half-smile on Dolores's face as she smelled her. I*VL, Iliahu.GNU husband's cologne and sensed his presence, I was sure he wasn't communicating urgency. He had come to tell her he was moving on. I began to believe that, just as Dolores had mistaken her husband's message, perhaps I had misinterpreted the flashbacks and dreams and memories I so often had of the woman and the people in the pit. I had taken them, on some level, as rebukes, don't go on into the future. We weren't able to live. Why should you? But maybe the memories, dreams, and flashbacks were the only means those souls had of telling me they were with me. I remembered the note the Guatemalan journalist had written, "Si fuerte." The woman had found another way to speak to me, and I felt her presence more strongly, as if she were not only beside me but within me, vying for space with the torturers. The spirits of the people tossed into the pit I believe came back with me, too. By returning to Guatemala I had opened myself up to those spirits and allowed them to find refuge in me. I understood, now, that I was not a voice for the voiceless, but a voice with them. And with them I spoke. We're here to say to all the Rios Monts and all the Gramajos of the world, no matter how many times you have slashed our throats and thrown our bodies into ravines to be eaten by vultures, no matter how many times you have beaten and burned us with cigarettes, no matter how many times you have humiliated us in every conceivable way, we are alive. Chapter 12. Into the Other World. Through the hollow trunk of a tree you descend into the other world, the place of your journey. Soft drum beats began. Journeying was a Native American tradition, and Mary, Juanita, and I were incorporating it into the measures we were taking to strengthen ourselves for our next trip. Going down to Guatemala, we always said. Descending. That was another world, too, and I had made a decision to go. Mary said the court proceedings could be therapeutic the second time around. We would set limits with the lawyers and with the judge. I would not lose all my memories of people at Socasa, she assured me, not permanently, and I would not go crazy or kill myself on returning. She would be right beside me the whole time. But there were things she couldn't help with. Paul was going to ask for the identity of the officer in charge of the Polytechnica in November 1989. Even if the government denied knowledge of who tortured me, the officer in charge of that military installation would be in the Army's records. And, as the officer in charge, he would be responsible for what was happening in his building and should be called to answer questions before the court. Was I getting too close now? This time, would Alejandro release the videotape of my crime against the woman? To silence me, he might prefer to use a bullet. No amount of preparation on our part could control what Alejandro, the Guatemalan torturers, or others in the Guatemalan army might do. In spite of the limitations of the exercise, it wasn't my place to deny Mary and Juanita this journeying experience, and if they felt I needed to be part of it so that we could bond more before going down to Guatemala, I was at least going to try it out. We were lying on the floor with our eyes closed in a room where a friend of Mary's practiced different kinds of alternative healing. I was shivering, in spite of the blanket she had laid over me, because she had described the other world as the lower world that appears through an opening in the earth. It sounded like hell, and I knew the torturers would be waiting. But I didn't object. Mary. 193. And Juanita had already spoken about why we needed to journey. Mary said that the last time we'd gone to Guatemala we hadn't been prepared, and the corners of Juanita's eyes had reddened when she'd spoken up to add that the trip had taken a toll on everyone and everyone had felt isolated. What I was feeling was too complicated to articulate. I didn't know how to draw the line between my responsibilities to the Guatemalans, dead and alive, and my responsibilities to my family. I would probably survive the trip. Even so, during my week in Guatemala, my mother my entire family would relieve the trauma of the night I was missing. No doubt they had during our last trip, too. But now that I had contact with my family again, I was all too aware of their suffering. Aside from hurting my family, I could hurt Guatemalans if I was too weak or disoriented to carry out all the proceedings just as I should. In a flashback I could reveal details about the indigenous woman who helped me, facts I'd locked away from my conscious mind. I could also become too tired and too traumatized to go on. According to our plan, we would stop the proceedings if that happened. That was the whole point, not to be re-victimized. But then the case might be closed, and my Guatemalan lawyers, left without the publicity that involvement in an international case afforded, might suffer retaliation. And if the proceedings ended prematurely because I stopped them, we wouldn't be able to take my case to the OAS. The torturers would walk free. I would be giving them that right. I was already beginning to feel dangerous again. In the other world, which you will glimpse at the end of a long tunnel, you will find the animal that accompanies you on life's journeys, the animal that gives you power. The rhythm of the drumbeats was soothing, matching the rhythm of my heart, and I started to relax. I imagined the tree and saw myself enter the trunk's hollow. Inside was a hole in the earth. I gazed in. A delicate scent rose from the opening. I leaned forward to try to see and started falling. Soft white sand buffered my landing. I was on an island, surrounded by a turquoise sea. The fragrance that had drawn me was the tang of salt air. I sat for what seemed hours in the sun, with the foam from broken waves lacing around my shins. A dolphin wound through the waves and rested in the foam beside me. Her skin would feel like satin, I knew. I wanted to run my hand across it, but I was afraid my touch would wound her. I looked away and waited for her to leave. Out of the corner of my eye I saw her trying to get my attention, thumping her fins on the wet sand. A mound of sand was forming beside her fins as she thumped. Finally I turned to look. She was building a sand castle. I was astonished, then moved. Then I went cold. It wasn't a castle. It was the Polytechnica. I smashed it with my hand. Miami, where we met up with Paul's legal advisor Frank, as well as with Mimi, Fran, and Ted Keating, the head of the Conference of Major Superiors of Men, was our first stop on our way to Guatemala. The sand was white, the ocean the same bluish-green as the sea in my imagined journey. Mimi walked on one side of me, catching up on community news with Fran. Juanita and Mary walked behind me, talking with Andrea, my massage therapist, and trying to prepare her for the trip. Andrea had decided only a few weeks before to come to Guatemala with us and had missed out on the journeying, meditating, praying, and chanting that Mary, Juanita, and I had been doing together. I trusted Andrea completely, but I had learned only a few facts about her in the year she'd been giving me massages. She was in her 30s and was married, with a daughter and a little son named Eric. Like Mary, Andrea often volunteered at the Kafalra Center. She and Mary could both be making tons of money with pleasant clients who would talk about their boyfriends or children or gardens. Instead, they were choosing to involve themselves for no money at all in the gullies of torture survivors' anguish. I realized how much they were giving up, in general, and in particular, for me, by going on this trip. Andrea, like the torturers, used touch to bring about change. But her mission was to heal, not destroy. I was hoping that getting massages from her in Guatemala would remind me that my body belonged to me, not to the torturers, and that I didn't cause pain to everyone who came close enough to touch me. Andrea kept a journal on the trip. In Guatemala she kept her difficulties to herself, or anyway, kept them from me. In her journal she wrote, "I feel deeply the responsibility I have right now to reserve the space we have created for Dianna's grief and pain. My own will wait." Even while we were still in Miami, Andrea noted, painful, difficult memories of the last trip are surfacing for almost everyone. The tension between Paul and Mary is palpable. Makes me tense. Mary would never tell me so, but I knew she was dreading this trip. I think she felt more pressure than the first time, since she had assured me that we could do things differently and possibly make the trip therapeutic. Her realization that she had to be vigilant and take more control or encourage me to may have been the source of the tension between her and Paul. I tried to ignore the tension and pain I felt I was the cause of and remember the dolphin and the rest of my imaginative journey. After squashing the dolphin's sand polytechnica, I drew my legs up and placed my head on my knees, exhausted. Cold water rained down on my head and I heard a gurgled bleat. The dolphin was splashing me, laughing. So I waded up to my waist in the sea and splashed back. We played like that for a while. Then the dolphin motioned with her head toward the deep ocean. I refused, I couldn't swim. "Don't be afraid," she said. She came and offered me her fin. I took it and we swam far out and floated for a while on the water. Then she wanted to swim to the bottom of the sea. She wanted to take me under. I didn't want to go. I found myself tensing as the water rose over my ears. The dolphin placed herself more firmly beneath me, turned her head, and said, "No one can hurt you here. You're safe with me." I stared into her eyes and realized she was the same dolphin I had dreamed about. I hugged her, and we swam to the sandy ocean floor. There was nothing scary down there. There was nothing but peace. After our deep dive to the ocean floor, the dolphin and I walked on the beach. I know it sounds strange. Dolphins don't walk. Dolphins cannot survive out of water. This dolphin could negotiate both elements. In the murky underwater she could see. She could go beneath the surface, find nourishment, and carry herself back up. We stopped near a large palm tree, and some women were there, sitting in a circle. As I strained to make out their words, I heard the rapid drum beat used to call us back. The dolphin took my hand and turned around. "But I'm not ready to leave," I said. I wanted to see the women's faces. I followed the dolphin, turning around once more to look at the women. But the women were gone. Andrea's journal has given me some insight into what happened during our trip and what she experienced. Saturday night, Miami, watched Dianna battle out the editing difficulties in her statement to the press with Paul, Frank, and Sean. She's feisty. I was feeling great to be part of the team, but also tense, nervous, pounding headache. If the feelings of anger and betrayal that I harbored toward Sean and Paul, irrational as they may perhaps have been, had any advantage, it was that they made me more willing to fight for myself and stand up for what I believed in and wanted. I was trying to set a tone, what I say goes. But it was so much more complicated than that. My case was much bigger than me. It involved many more people and had implications for many more people than myself. Was it really my right to make decisions based on my needs? Sunday afternoon, El Camino Real Hotel, our entrance into the country was smooth. Before we knew it, we were in the bulletproof van, escorted by the Assistant U.S. Ambassador and Mike, a serious, suited, 6-foot-tall American assigned as our armed guard for the week. The hotel we will call home feels like any large, nice hotel in the U.S. Although the hotel was better than the ambassador's residence, the plush lobby was a shock after the simplicity of Su Casa and the pollution and grime of Guatemala City. We had 3 adjoining rooms with 2 double beds in each. Paul and Ted Keating shared the farthest room from us. Andrea, Fran, and Sean were in the middle room, and in the last room, Juanita and Mary shared a bed, while Mimi slept with me. We designated our room as a safe place, meaning we would have no meetings related to the case there. We proceeded to cleanse the room of negative energy, lighting sage and carrying the smoking herb into every corner. Juanita followed with a rattle and a drum, pounding the evil spirits out. Paul was worried about our Secret Service man, Mike, who was stationed outside our door, and the Guatemalan man hanging out around the corner, a short man with dark sunglasses, tan polyester pants, and a white button-up shirt. He was so much a type that he may as well have worn a badge that said G2. "What are they going to think you're smoking?" Paul demanded as the rituals went on in our room. "I don't care what they think," Mary answered. We kept smudging and rattling and drumming. On the dresser we made an altar, a place where we grouped things that were special to us. Everyone put something on it, everyone except Paul, who wasn't quite at home with our rituals. Poor Paul. I think he thought we had lost it. Sunday evening, Dianna held her first press conference to announce her arrival and her itinerary. I was awed by the crowd of press that came to this on a Sunday evening. I remember feeling relaxed and confident as I announced our plans for the week and explained the reasons not all the procedures were carried out on our last trip. I was glad to be able to correct Linares's and Strzok's disinformation, which was remarkably similar in content what Strzok wrote in his letters to Congress. Linares echoed in statements to the Guatemalan press. Linares had resigned, since we had protested and requested a new prosecutor, and Strzok was back on his ranch in Wyoming. Good riddance, I thought. I made a point of setting some limits with the press. The first part of the plan Mary and I had talked through to keep me more grounded this time around. I ask that while I am here, you respect the fact that I will not always be available to respond to you. One ask that you not pressure me. I talked about how the legal system treats survivors of rape and torture and said that while I would provide all the relevant information I could, I would not allow myself to be revictimized. Meeting next with our Guatemalan lawyers, we explained our plan to them. Fernando, a young lawyer who had participated in the conference on torture in D.C. and had been threatened for it, was on the case now. He and Edgar were gentle and understanding as we explained that we would have to regulate the pace of the events so that they wouldn't overwhelm me, and they seemed willing to negotiate with the judge whatever scheduling changes I needed. Edgar, like Fernando, was running serious risks for his work. After my first trip to Guatemala, Edgar's mother was called by someone who, without identifying himself, told her that Edgar had died in an accident. Edgar, who was in Miami at the time, got a call minutes later at his hotel. He should call his mother, he was told. With this routine, the anonymous caller was able to let Edgar know that, even in Miami, he was being tracked. His mother's whereabouts also were known, and Edgar and his mother both were given to understand that Edgar's life was in danger. To top it off, Edgar had to listen to his mother's concern and pain, minutes after she thought he had died. It was an effective reminder of the costs of his work. The Guatemalan lawyers are very formal with Dianna, very respectful. They say they want to demonstrate commitment to the judge by agreeing to meet early, 9 to 9:30 a.m. Dianna agreed. They spent a long time establishing the need to set limits with the judge to take a small part every day. This trip is also about finishing the processing of everyone's grief and horror of last time. Edgar asked Dianna what her objectives are for the case. Dianna said justice, not revenge, for her and for others, especially others in the prison she was in. To identify the place and the people who did it and hold them accountable. The next morning I lay in bed, gathering my strength. I would see a lot of uniforms at the National Police Headquarters, where I would spend the day looking at photos and trying to identify the policemen. Juanita, Mary, Andrea, and Mimi were carrying out the morning meditation. Someone began tapping on the drum, and I found myself remembering my second and final journey to the island of the Dolphin. The tunnel that led to the other world now was strung with lights. The Dolphin, I knew, had put them there, sensing my fear of the dark. As before, I landed on the beach, but this time the Dolphin was waiting for me. "This isn't where I'm supposed to be," I told her. "I'm supposed to be with the women." I looked around the island for the palm tree where their circle had been. The Dolphin tried to pull me into the water. I dug my heels into the sand. She splashed me. "No, I don't want to play," I told her. "Don't you understand? I have to be with the women." The Dolphin scooped up sand in her fins and poured it over my feet. The sand was warm, and my muscles began to relax. "You have a long journey ahead," she said. "You need to learn how to take care of yourself, to let go of your fear, to play." "You don't understand," I sputtered and lowered my eyes to keep her from seeing the anger in them. "I understand everything about you. I know about your feelings of despair. I know you want to be free of the torturers and erase the past. You're afraid to trust other people and even yourself. We're here to help you, to give you strength." "Who's we?" I looked up to find I was sitting alongside the other women now, and the circle had grown. Some of the women were so familiar, with their broad cheekbones and dark hair. I knew I should remember their names, but I didn't. Mimi was in the middle of the circle, adding wood to the FRRE. Darkin was going around, pouring some kind of drink into the women's cups. Mary and Juanita were there for a moment, but they disappeared. Then Darlene and Mimi also vanished. Next to me was my woman friend. She reached out and took my hand. Our hands locked, as they had in that basement room, and again she smiled. I tried to find words. "There's nothing to explain," she said. "You did what any of us would have done under those circumstances. You fought and you're still fighting. You're fighting for all of us." The other women in the circle, like my woman friend, had black and blue marks on their bodies and their skin was rent and hung from open gashes. Dry blood was caked on their thighs and lips. The faces of some of the women were completely disfigured. But they didn't seem to be in any pain. I realized then that the external appearance was inconsequential. They each came up to me in turn, took my hand, and offered me a drink from their cups. This ritual completed, we sat around the circle, and although no words passed between us, we knew each other's thoughts. My body started trembling and my cheekbone began to throb, as it does when I sense evil. I turned to see the policeman and the Guat man approaching. I couldn't see Jose. Fear made my breath short. My woman friend took my right hand. A child took my left. Blood oozed from the sockets that had held her eyes, but a smile spread over her face. All the other women also locked hands. The policeman tried but couldn't break through the circle. The Guat man took a turn, too, and failed. They stormed away, and the policeman turned to shout, "Volveremos! We will return!" We were too strong for them. That had to be auspicious. During the second journey I was connected with the women, and the sense of solidarity and connectedness was so great that the torturers couldn't break it. Maybe this time, Guatemalan authorities and anyone else acting on the torturers' behalf wouldn't be able to break me. We had breakfast with several members of the Guatemalan Religious Conference, Confragua, and the new papal nuncio. I couldn't eat, but it was nice to be with them, exchange hugs, and feel their support. I didn't talk much, and I barely followed the nuncio's analysis of the political situation in Guatemala. High-level leaders of the army and the church were having discussions moderated by the president. That was as much as I got. Maybe that was as much as I wanted to hear. If church leaders felt so threatened that they were having to meet with the army in the president's presence, I wasn't so sure I wanted to know about it. Archbishop Pinados, when he'd spoken about my abduction 3 years earlier, had attributed it to just such tensions. And I needed to be calm, not fearful. Mary and Sean would be at my side at all times. The new judge, Letitia Lamb, was far more understanding than the one we'd had on the previous trip. She was already the 5th judge on the case. The judge we'd had on the previous trip had resigned after reporting anonymous threats. According to articles in the Guatemalan press, she said she thought they were coming from Supreme Court President Juan José Rodil Peralta. 1 I didn't doubt that the Guatemalan military was ultimately behind the threats she and Edgar had received. I wondered if the Guat man himself had called. I ran my fingers across the silver dolphin Mary had given me to wear around my neck and touched the soft wood of the cross Raúl had made me. Before he went into exile, before his wife was disappeared, and before he was tortured in a Mexican prison, he had faced difficult situations in Guatemala. One day in group he told us about the people whose town served as a base for his itinerant preaching and education work. He distributed food there as part of his ministry. Raúl arrived on the bus as usual one day, got off with his provisions as usual, and found that everyone in the village had been slaughtered by the army. On another occasion, he switched seats with a man, riding the bus from one town to another. The bus was stopped en route by armed men who boarded it and wordlessly shot to death the man in the seat Raúl had originally taken. The bullet, Raúl knew, was meant for him. He had lost family members, too. Shortly after arriving at Socasa, Raul received news that his father had been killed and dismembered by the army. His sister was killed a few weeks later. He got the news just before Christmas and told no one at su casa until Christmas night. He didn't want to spoil the day's celebrations. Raul had shaped the cross from dark wood. Another person might have taken the cross as a sign of hope, evidence that Raul could still believe and create and give after all he'd been through. But since November 1989, I have never seen a cross as anything other than an instrument of torture. So I wore it as a symbol of the torture Raul and other Guatemalans had suffered. La lavaré, I told him. The Spanish verb lavar means both to wear and to carry. I hoped I could keep my promise. I glanced down and saw the morning paper next to my chair, at Paul's feet. I scanned the headlines. None of them read, La Maña Dianna es asesina. Alejandro was biding his time. Sister Dianna will not be revictimized too. That was the headline in the paper that Monday morning. I imagined the Guatman, the policeman, and Alejandro reading it. Would they be provoked into testing my claim? Pigeons foraging on the sidewalk flapped out of our way, but the police headquarters remained solidly in front of us. We would have to go in. The sun's already warm, Sean said and took off her jacket. I was starting to shiver. Inside it was even colder. Our footsteps rang on the stone floor and our voices echoed. I seemed to see the policeman's round, acne-scarred face above every uniform we passed. I had to look closely and shake the dolphin, which had a tiny bell inside that called me back to what was real. I hadn't seen him yet. But I wondered if he was around the next corner, or somewhere in the building, watching. Hey, I'm strong. That's what I wanted my body to say. You didn't win. I held my head up high, but my eyes might have given me away. I wasn't going to stop checking every corner, every movement. Mary, Sean, and I were shown into a large room lined with file cabinets. You can start wherever you want, an official told us. We stood there, stunned, with no idea where to find the photos of employees in 1989. Finally, one of the officers who was escorting us through the building went to a file cabinet and pulled open a drawer. We looked inside. Employment cards with small black and white photos in a corner were stacked upright in the drawer. Thousands of cards. I knew there was no way the photograph of the policeman would be left in the files for me to find. But I started in. I had to carry out all the procedures the court in Guatemala required, exhausting all legal remedies within the country, before I could pursue my case before the Organization of American States. When my vision blurred from the strain and my brain became numb from concentrating, I stretched my legs and rested my eyes by walking down the hall to the bathroom. On one of these trips I met in the ladies' room a female officer. Seeing me, she peered under the doors of the stalls, and finding no feet there, she threw her arms around me. She said, "Thank you, Sister Dianna, for what you are doing." My chin rubbed against the fabric of her uniform, a fabric my skin knew. Feeling her arms on my back, I tried not to panic. The external appearance is inconsequential, I reminded myself. Beneath the uniform is a person. When she pulled away, I saw kindness and honesty in her face. Maybe someone like her, who wanted change, had put the policeman's picture in the file for me to find. I looked with renewed vigor, but 2 drawers and several thousand photos later I realized I would have to settle for finding photos of officers who resembled the policeman in some way. He had hair like this, I told the judge. The shape of his face was like this. I went through about 10 photos with her, trying to give a picture of what he looked like. We finally left, hoping to have more luck the next day developing sketches of the torturers with a forensic artist. Tuesday, again, the morning papers cover Dianna's story on the front page. Since one of the main goals of this effort is to educate this society about the torture in its midst and to create an open, public dialogue about military/government involvement in torture, we feel immensely satisfied with the press response to Dianna's case. This, despite their crazy claims and outrageous inaccuracies. Today the papers report that she identified 10 policemen who tortured her, which is absurd. The sketch artist we met our second day at the police headquarters wasn't wearing a uniform and couldn't have been more than 24. When I showed him the photos that matched some aspect of the policeman's features, he studied them carefully, and a crease formed between his brows. Seeing the policeman's face, even on paper, could send me into a flashback. I was nervous. But the artist's youth, his seriousness, and the plain clothes he wore all helped me to trust him and feel comfortable, and I was glad to have a chance to rest as his pencil whispered across the pad on his lap. After about an hour, he blew some eraser dust off the sketch, touched something up, and nodded slowly. He passed it across the table. Fred Flintstone minus some hair stared back. Sean started to snicker. I trapped my laugh with my hand. One of the Guatemalan lawyers hissed to the official in charge, "Did you get this guy off the street?" The artist blushed. I don't remember what I thought of the results of the other sketches because I could barely look. I was afraid I would burst out laughing. From a declassified document, however, I know it wasn't just our overwrought nerves that made the lawyers and me either laugh or sigh at the artist's attempts. Consular General Sue Patterson surveyed the sketch of Alejandro with the judge. Both thought it looked like Fidel Castro. 3. Later that afternoon, I had to select hairlines, eyes, noses, and mouths from a box and create composite pictures of the torturers. The only problem was that the kit was imported from the United States, and all the features were for Caucasians, Asians, or African Americans. I did my best. "The nose isn't right," I said, putting together a composite of Jose. "It's a Mayan nose, not an African American nose." In Mary's words, it was an exercise in absurdity. As we broke for lunch, it started to rain, and with the rain came bad news. I had to have a medical exam. The court had the record of the exam performed by my family physician, Dr. Gutierrez, about a week after the torture. But I had to provide more proof. It's hard to explain why the scars provoked such shame, and why they still do. Each scar is like a thumbprint to me. As an artist who works with clay leaves fingerprints in the finished piece, or as the Aboriginal artists of Australia sign their rock art with a handprint, the torturers, leaving scars, declared that they made me, remade me. They owned me. My own skin declared that I was inextricably bound up with them. One of them held the cigarette to his mouth to light it. One of them, the Guat man, I think, moved the cigarette toward my back and pressed it against my skin, and my back like parchment carries that tale of their mouths and hands and brains. I'm still trying to learn the lesson about disregarding the external. We had to wait 40 minutes for the judge in the court's basement garage. From all I've seen and heard, I understand that judges and lawyers in Guatemala, no matter how well-intentioned, often become paralyzed with fear and hopelessness. They arrive late. They forget or inexplicably neglect to do important things. By comparison to many, our judge was phenomenal. 2 of her brothers had been killed in the violence, and she, I believe, was trying her hardest. Nonetheless, the garage was dark and damp and I was afraid. I held on to my dolphin and pictured warm sand on my feet. It didn't work. My feet were freezing. I had to be able to get through the examination of my back. If I could do that much, maybe the court would be lenient about the rest of the exam, the gynecological part. I didn't know if I could go through with that. Mary and Sean would be with me to support me. I needed their support. But I couldn't imagine having that sort of exam with them standing there. The judge might also insist on attending. What proof of rape a doctor could find at this late date was beyond me. Maybe some scarring. I didn't know what those exams could reveal, but I was terrified that the doctor would find evidence of the choice I had made. Sister Dianna is an assassin. The headline flashed before me again. If the doctor found such evidence, the government would have another tool to convince me to drop the case. The judge finally arrived, and we drove until the tall buildings and little businesses vanished, and farther still. When at last we turned down a driveway, someone said, "Look at all the ads for cheap funerals." If there's one thing that's a bad omen when you go to the doctor's office, it would have to be multiple signs for funerals. Of course, the ads made sense given where we were going. The doctor's office was in the city morgue. But I still considered the signs bad omens. I told myself as we pulled up to the building, the court wants me to see a particular doctor. This is where he works. There is nothing more to it. But my gut knew we were driving into a deserted place under a darkening sky. Anything could happen. I remembered the heightened tensions between the church and the army. Maybe they would want to make an example of me once again. This, for example, could happen. I go into the doctor's office. Mary and Sean are forbidden to enter. It's just me and Judge Lamb. The doctor arrives, takes us through a door in the back, maybe through another door, and there, waiting, are the Guat man and the policeman. They take us back to a basement prison. They torture the judge. They force me to stab her. They torture me again and kill me this time, or maybe have someone else do to me what I did to the woman. To those waiting in the van, the doctor would say that I went to change into my gown and that was the last he saw of me. The judge said she was going to look for me, then she, too, vanished. Perhaps the judge had felt sorry for me, having to undergo so many procedures, and wanted to hide me. Perhaps we had run away. Perhaps I had something to hide. Another hoax the church was perpetrating on the army. Mary, Mimi, Sean, Judge Lamb, and I climbed out of the van. My legs were unsteady. I had no idea what to expect. I had never been into a morgue. I was dreading what I would find inside. Dianna, I told myself, the woman died long ago. There is no way she could have survived. So often I'd hoped she hadn't died that I had almost persuaded myself she was still alive and still could be rescued. But one wrong move on my part and the torturers would kill her. Maybe that wrong move was returning to Guatemala a second time. Maybe they had killed her and left her for me to find. Maybe that was why the medical exam was taking place in a morgue. An official at the door told Mimi she couldn't come in. Only Mary, Sean, and the judge could go into the morgue/exam with me. I curled my toes against the sole of my shoe. My razor blade was in there. I don't know if I was keeping it with me as a sign of strength and resistance or as a possible out in case I got taken again. We were led to a large room. I was shocked at how well lit it was. It smelled of chemicals, not of urine and blood. The floor and walls were spotless. But the differences ended there. As soon as I stepped into the room I felt alone, unprotected. The circle of women was breaking. The room was freezing. Our footsteps and voices echoed. Hang on, don't give in, I told myself. In the middle of the room was a table, not a padded examination table that normal doctors have, but a metal table. It reminded me of the cot the woman lay on. I was so afraid I would blink and be back there, the walls splattered with feces and blood, the woman there in front of me. Don't go through with this, a voice inside was telling me. But I listened to a stronger voice, I have to because this is something they're holding against me. A man in a white coat walked in, carrying a clipboard. He washed his hands. My mind projected a scene, he turns toward us, peels off his face, which is no more than a mask. It's the policeman. He has a machete. I stood between him and the table. The light shone out from behind him. He was walking toward me. Darkness spilled out of him. It slid along on the ground before him. His shadow reached and consumed me. I turned away and saw his shadow or my own fall across the cot like a knife. That was the last thing I knew. According to Mary, the doctor apologized that he had to do this. He asked you to undress. You started screaming, backed into a corner, and crouched down, screaming and crying no. Stop. The doctor said, I can't do this, and he left. They left me in the room with you to get you oriented. It took a while. For Andrea and the others in the van the wait was hard. Mary, Sean, and the judge accompanied Dianna into the building. Mimi tried to go in with them, but was turned back, and returned to the van in tears. That's when I really began to feel the horror of that place, of this whole case. In the van we all waited in silence. I felt like I was sitting by as someone I loved was being raped. The wait was agonizing, and I had a hard time controlling my fear, my horror, my tears. Finally she came out sobbing, more broken than I've seen her. Sean's face was grim and set and she shook her head to Paul, communicating no success. Dianna had a flashback when the doctor approached her, so the exam never happened. I assumed I had gone through with it. Back in Diana's room, we all sat in silence until finally Dianna asked Sean what had happened. Again, my tears flowed, and I so much wanted to break down and just cry and cry. I fought it back and urged Mimi to let me give her a massage. It helped me to recompose. We all realized what a mistake it was to give in on our most important guideline of the trip, only one event per day. The evening got better as we all gathered to eat and laugh with Brother Gregorio, an American who has lived in the Guatemalan highlands for 11 years, enduring flying bullets, nearby massacres, and constant military threats. But we were all left with a sense of ominous clouds on the horizon. Tomorrow's reconstruction. Is it really worth it to risk these terrifying flashbacks when the results are so questionably important? We all weighed the consequences and ultimately looked to Dianna for the answer. Wednesday, the judicial reconstruction. Dianna has been given one final opportunity to say no, but she has said yes. She will go ahead. We asked Ted to say Mass in our room in the morning. I knew I would need the strength it could provide. During the reconstruction at the Posada de Belén, with the garden, the opening in the wall, the path that the torturers led me down, the places where we got on the bus and into the police car, I relived the abduction. It took all day to reconstruct, although the abduction itself probably lasted only an hour. Now we'd move on to the torture. The morgue had represented to me a piece of the torture, the part with the woman. But the Polytechnica, which I would have to identify, represented that and everything else that happened during those 24 hours. Unlike the metal table, it was more than a symbol or a trigger for memory. It was the actual place. But I was going ahead with the reconstruction. If I couldn't manage to present my body as evidence yet again, and if the sworn accounts of Darlene, Mimi, the Archbishop, and the doctors who examined my back in Guatemala and New Mexico weren't proof that I was tortured, that basement itself would be proof. The new prosecutor and new judge, both of whom seemed much better and more fair-minded than the last, could go in and find the garage, the door, the steps leading down to the 208. The blindfold size basement, the long hallway with the rough cement floor, the water cooler I'd mentioned, the room with metal filing cabinets I had noticed before leaving with Alejandro, the room with the metal desk that I was kept in, the cement slab that covered the pit of bodies in the courtyard. I was afraid of the pain of reliving in flashbacks every step of the torture. But I wasn't going to miss my chance to prove that the torture occurred. About the reconstruction I remember few details. Sean let me wear her jacket because I was cold. Andrea rode in the other car, and she must have been writing in her journal the whole time. It's hot, and we wait. This time, because Mary is sick, Dianna seemed so distraught/scared/hurting in the AM. Though an interview with two reporters from Telemundo, the Spanish-language station from Miami, seemed to enliven her tremendously. She gets more frail and looks so frightened going into these hard days. Her breakfast consisted of mineral water with a slice of lime. She finds it almost impossible to keep food down. The van and a fleet of press vehicles met outside the court where Juanita, Mimi, and I went. Paul in Edgar's car, Ted and Fran split into cars with press people, and we took off like bats out of hell for Mexico. The embassy driver drove like a madman all day long. Somewhere, 20 minutes later, on a hillside, the caravan turned around and retraced slowly, under an underpass which Juanita said she last year identified as the place where she was taken off a bus and put into a police car. Dianna got out at one point and was crying. And down the road away, Mary got out to go behind a building to throw up. The press was mostly respectful and kept a distance, but how embarrassing. The caravan continued at breakneck speed, back into the city, to locations behind and around the Instituto Politecnica, that horrid building that looks like Eric's castle all grown up. Now we've stopped 2 blocks from where we think she was detained. She's probably having a flashback. As an eyelid peels back to reveal an eye, the faces of Mary, Sean, and the judge peel off. The Guat man, Jose, and the policeman await. From beneath the van the police car emerges. We are going back to the basement. So Casa, Mary, Juanita, all of it was a dream. I slept while the torturers drove me around. I've woken up. I never escaped. Top. Dianna with children in San Miguel. Above. Dianna with Mimi. Antizane. Right. Children of San Miguel. In a Christmas procession. Above. At the 1993 reconstruction of her abduction in Guatemala, Dianna with Judge Letitia Lam. Right, Dianna and Judge Lam. Below. Judge Lam, Mary Fabry, Dianna, her lawyer Sean, and Mimi. When we stopped again, someone said, "Well, here we are." But I wouldn't look up from the ring on my finger. I could feel the evil. It made my cheekbone burn. Someone asked if I felt like getting out. There was no way I was getting out of the van. That would be the first step to being in that building again. I put my left hand up to my cheekbone, and I could smell on my wrist the perfume my mother had given me. Sweet Honesty, it was called. Every day I had worn it as a kind of invisible charm, a way of staying in the present when the smells of cigarettes and body odor invaded, and a way of keeping the recent past my mother with me. With my right hand I held the cross Raoul had made. Someone asked me if I wanted to go on record identifying this as the place. If I even looked at it, everything I had accomplished or pieced back together in my life was going to crumble. The memories I'd built up in the last 3 years, my love for my family, God. I kept smelling my wrist and holding Raoul's gift. And I raised my eyes. There it was, grey, massive, grotesque. The building seemed to vibrate. Maybe I was trembling. Chills went up and down me. My mouth tasted bitter. I remembered the passage from the Acts of the Apostles that describes Peter's release from prison. The chains snap, the doors swing open. As we sat there, I stared at the building and wished with all my strength to see people walking up out of the basement, out the door. The woman. That didn't happen. We drove around the block, looking at the building from all angles. We saw what looked like a parking garage, maybe the one Alejandro had led me to. Then the judge got out and talked with the soldiers standing at the gate. They were armed with submachine guns. They wouldn't let her through. She asked if she could take some photographs, just from the outside. The soldiers said no. I wondered if the Guat man and the policeman were peering out through the window slats, observing us. They were probably just going on, doing their work. Why wouldn't they? They didn't have to let anyone in, not even a judge. I could point out the building, but I couldn't save anyone. I did go on record. That was the place I was kept. And as we drove away I was still whole. And Mary was still Mary, Sean was still Sean, and the brave judge was still the brave judge. Reality hadn't betrayed me. When we stopped at the next place, I got out and my legs held me. That was when I realized that the women of the circle were with me still, the women I carried inside me, or the women who carried me. I was able to face that building only because the people who died there had given me the strength. From there we went to the Banco de Guatemala, where we could finally get out of the car and be close to Dianna. She looked very good, and as we returned to our cars, Sean gave the word, "She's doing great." Hooray! Back in the car, on the way to the next and last stop on the reconstruction, Juanita, Mimi, and I all held on to each other and let some of the tears come. Then I could feel how completely scared I had been now that it could be balanced by victory. Next stop, travel agency, where we all waited downstairs while Dianna and the officials went up. According to Mimi, one of the Guatemalan lawyers pointed out to her and Andrea which of the bystanders looked like a G2 agent. He was wearing dark glasses, standing on the stairs. Apparently, his job was either to keep watch over the group or intimidate us. But Mimi, who finally had somewhere to direct all the anger that had built up in her over the years, let all her rage out through her eyes, glaring until he eased away. That night Confragua had a reception for us. As Andrea noted in her journal, the Confragua members broke into applause when I entered the room. I couldn't take in that detail myself at the time, not only because was I tired, but because I knew I didn't deserve it. They deserved the applause. They were risking their lives by supporting me, and they were risking their lives every day by doing their work. Photographs of religious people who had been killed working for human rights were hung around the walls, along with roses and baby's breath. I didn't take in too much more through my ears or my eyes. I was taking in through my heart the support of the people there and feeling, finally, a flicker of joy. I saw them, in spite of the darkness they lived with, celebrating a moment of being together. I started to realize that I could celebrate, too, maybe even under the eyes of the martyrs, without feeling guilty. Yes, I survived while others died, I realized, and perhaps I don't have the right to live. But what the Confragua people showed me is that, for those of us who are living, maybe being able to have fun and enjoy life is the ultimate act of defiance before an authority that survives on terror. Thursday, while we sit in morning meditation, Dianna has a nightmare while she is attempting to nap. Of course, all the most awful memories have again surfaced in her. Last night Sean and I were interviewed by a reporter and were able to focus in on the treatment of Guatemalan refugees and post-traumatic stress disorder. Guatemalans are almost in complete denial as a culture about the trauma of torture. They don't understand why Dianna as a religious woman has not yet recovered from something they take in stride. What toll, we ask, in abuse of children, wives, alcohol, drugs? To some extent this society has been effectively silenced. And it certainly points to how psychologized is our culture. A quick breakfast. Then, to the court to finish. Linares left 300 questions for me to answer. These were the kinds of questions Linares wanted the judge to ask. When you were being burned, did you protest? Luckily, the judge ruled that 85% of the questions were obstructive, repetitive, or irrelevant. I answered the ones that remained. The judge, as we understood it, agreed that we could continue to work at composite drawings in the United States. According to Andrea's journal, she also said that the medical exam could be conducted by a U.S. forensic doctor. After court is over, 1:30 or so, in the van, Dianna is triumphant. "We're done," she declares, and we all clap and cheer. I was kidding myself. The worst part of the day was before us. We were meeting with Rosa, the woman in the family I had stayed with that summer in Guatemala City, Miguel's widow. That was why I'd had the nightmare. Sometimes alone in my room at Su Casa I would think about Rosa and what she lived with on a daily basis. I thought about her children, now fatherless. And I asked myself a question I still ask: why had I remained silent? I don't remember exactly how or when I learned about Miguel's disappearance. I only remember knowing and agonizing about it during my first hospital stay. Receiving the news must be another event I've blocked. And the fact that the torturers asked me about Miguel and Rosa, was that something I'd remembered all along, something I perhaps just didn't want to think about, since I had answered, or something I recalled only when I learned of Miguel's disappearance. I didn't say anything to anyone, not to Miguel or Rosa, not to Paul, who could have warned them on his trips to Guatemala, not to Mimi, who could have helped me decide what to do. After Miguel's disappearance, I didn't warn Rosa that the torturers had asked about her. And then she had been abducted, too, and detained for a few days. That was over a year and a half ago now. Rosa had tried to remain in Guatemala, but things had gotten worse, so the staff at Su Casa were helping to bring her to the United States. I was sponsoring her for a visa, and we were meeting with her to iron out the details of her trip. When we got to the Confragua office, she was already there, in the small sitting room. She was staring at the floor. When she saw us she got up and embraced me. In her woven skirt with its colorful quiche pattern, her long, dark ponytail dancing, she could have been any stranger, simply another Mayan woman who'd come to the city to live. I didn't recognize her. But how closely we were linked. She was pressed against me, and I could smell the sorrow in her breath. I breathed it in. It belonged to me, too. ¿Cómo estás, Dianna? She asked. All I could do was nod, to indicate that I was okay. The confidence, energy, hope, and all the strength and solidarity I felt from my imagined circle of Mayan women were flaking away like cheap paint. The grain underneath would be exposed and in it Rosa and everyone else would see, not leaping dolphins, but the face of the policeman. I held the dolphin Mary gave me, letting the metal warm in the palm of my hand, letting the warmth travel through me. Rosa took a gulp of the coffee we were offered. It was steaming hot, but she didn't seem to notice. She clasped her dark, weathered hands together tightly and told the story of her search for Miguel. I couldn't listen. Some of the words found their way in. Amenazas. Threats. Fear for her children. The room was closing like a coffin. My shoulder blade strained against its joint. I drove my nails into my hands and pressed my teeth together, about to blurt out, "It's my fault that Miguel disappeared." I wanted to confess, to give the poison a way out, to be, if possible, forgiven, and if not, justly punished. But I wanted even more to protect myself, the life I had, the friends and love I had found. So, like the Guatemalan government, I kept quiet about my role. I hugged Rosa goodbye, when the time came, and told her I'd see her in Chicago. She patted me on the back and turned around to say goodbye to Mary, Mimi, and Juanita, and I looked toward the door, planning to make a beeline for it. There, leaning against the doorjamb, was a woman who I assumed was waiting for Rosa. She was dressed in a turquoise top with bright embroidered flowers and a skirt of traditional indigenous cloth that had faded from washing. On her feet she wore black plastic sandals, which I remembered from San Miguel. The women there wore them because they were good for the mud. They didn't slip, like tennis shoes, and were easily washed. Regaining a memory of San Miguel brought a smile to my face. The woman didn't return my smile, but she responded by walking across the room and taking my hand. She was shorter than me, and I bent down when I saw that she wanted to put her mouth to my ear and whisper. Pressing her fingers gently into my hand, almost massaging it, she thanked me for what I was doing. She kept hold of my hand. She had more to say. My son, Victor, they took him. He was lost for a long time, but we found his remains. The only thing that was left to me were some pieces of his bones. She pulled away for a moment and I could see tears glistening on her face. With her free hand she pressed a small object into my palm. I want to give you one. I turned my hand over and opened it. A small white bone with a tiny hole in it lay in my palm. It looked like a vertebra, or part of one, but was smooth. It sounds corny, maybe even sick. Part of someone's body who was probably tortured to death brought me peace. But it was true. A peace or energy, maybe simple gratitude, was flowing through me. When we got back to the hotel I turned on the hot water in the bathroom sink and let it run until I couldn't see myself in the mirror, until I couldn't even see my hands in front of my face. Shrouded in steam I crouched against the wall and sobbed. I didn't feel worthy of the woman's gift. I knew that Rosa and Miguel were in danger even before I was tortured. What I told the torturers was common knowledge, the groups they belonged to, that sort of thing. But did I say something that I don't remember? Did I know something about them that I don't remember knowing? Did I say something that would make it easier for them to disappear Miguel, reveal something about his habits, the places he went? I was being burned. I wasn't thinking clearly. But there is no excuse for the way I forgot them when I got back to the States. I should have at least written a letter to Rosa and Miguel telling them to be careful. Their safety shouldn't have been pushed to the back of my mind. It should have come first. Rosa even now doesn't know that I answered questions about them. I'm afraid she'll blame me for what happened. All I can say is that I tried to be careful. I felt that their questions were a trap. They were asking me things they already knew to check whether I was telling the truth. After the torture, I was effectively silenced. The torturers had severed my connections, quashed my will to do anything. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to come to terms with the effects of my silence on Rosa and Miguel. I doubt that I shared with anyone on the trip what was going through my mind. I know I didn't talk to Andrea about Rosa and Miguel and how I had failed them. She was aware of some of the difficulties surrounding the case and some of the pressures we were still facing in Guatemala, and she felt in my body that I couldn't let her healing touch in. Thursday night, the complexities of this scene here are immense. The case is influenced by the church/military conflict here, the seeming incompetence and/or fear being exhibited by the Guatemalan lawyers, the fears of the judge, the antiquated judicial system, the crazy, inaccurate sensationalism of the press. The last 2 to 3 nights were made especially crazy by the need to give time to press interviews. Phones ringing constantly, much pressure to respond to Guatemalan and U.S. press people. As for Dianna, her capacity to receive is waning. The tension she is holding just will not let go. Sometimes her feet are the only part of her body I can touch. Other times I can soothe her neck with calming oils. Finally, I gave some good work to Juanita and Mary, who fell into bed. Then/fell into bed, after XH of Franz beer and some stretches for my poor back. On Friday, I dressed quickly, already thinking about the trip home that afternoon. After the press conference, we'd stop by the Archaeological Museum and the Crafts Market before we caught our plane. I thought about things I could bring back for people at Su Casa. I hadn't forgotten them. I didn't bother to spray perfume on my wrist. After the morgue and the Polytechnica, the press conference would be a piece of cake. I practiced my statement several times nonetheless, knowing the effect the clicks and flashes of cameras could have. Sometimes the flashes blinded me. Sometimes it was only my nerves or my tears that made the words blur together. We didn't know how much media to expect. Because of the tension between the church and the army, we couldn't ask the Archbishop's office for help. Paul had instead asked the embassy to send out our press release. I didn't care too much how much press we got. The words of my statement themselves were enough to relish. Whoever showed up, I would get to say. I have provided the courts and the government with sufficient evidence. The military has failed to provide the names of the commanding officers, civil patrol leaders, and officials of the G2 in Huehuetenango in the area where I was working, and during the reconstruction of the events, the military refused to allow the court permission to photograph the military installation where I was held. It is up to the court and public ministry and the government to follow through on my case to reach a resolution. I hope that they will proceed effectively and without additional delay. If they do not, the case will be pursued in the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, given that I have exhausted all recourse within the country. Mimi walked with me down to the hotel conference room where reporters were gathering, setting up their cameras and settling in their chairs. I arranged my papers, adjusted the microphone, and felt a dull thud begin in my cheekbone. I smelled Alejandro's cologne. Mimi asked me afterward if I had seen the G2 agents, if that was why I had suddenly become so tense. They didn't even register. My cheekbone didn't burn, and my tailbone didn't ache when the little men with dark glasses followed us around and tried to be menacing. They simply weren't evil enough. What set my jaw throbbing was the presence I felt in that room of power mixed with pure evil. I had felt it before, with the Guatman and with Alejandro. I scanned the crowd. None of the men holding notebooks and tape recorders and meeting my gaze expectantly resembled either one of them. But my body knew, one of them was near, just outside the door, maybe in the next room. I picked up the first page of my statement and it shook so much that I had to put it down again and lean over close to see it. I thought about going back to the room, where our sage and all our talismans were, where I could lock the door. Sean could report on the week's events. My fingers closed around the cross Raoul had given me, the dolphin from Mary, and the piece of bone that had formed part of Victor's body. Touching it reminded me of his mother. And then I thought of Rosa and Miguel, of obligations I hadn't fulfilled, and of the damage silence can do. And I started to read. Much of what I talked about was revictimization and the after effects of torture. I wanted anyone who had been tortured to know that the guilt and the shame and the rage, the feelings of being dirty and crazy, were normal and could diminish with time. I wonder if I was trying to convince myself as much as anyone else. I had a message to deliver to the Guatman and Alejandro, as well, a tacit one implicit in the fact that I was standing up and speaking. I'm back and I'm strong. You're not going to beat me. You failed. I had to insist on that, even though it was hard to hold my head up, to find space in my throat for words. The evil in the room was a stone drawing me under. I was gasping for breath and breaking into sobs because the evil wasn't just out there, I wore it around my neck, the invisible weight of Miguel, the woman, and the child whose life I had ended. But I managed to finish, remembering the dolphin arching above the water, feeling the woman's hand on mine and the touch of the child with no eyes. Chapter 13. A Leave of Absence. The porcelain cup was warm against my cheek, drawing the ache out. Mimi sat across from me in the living room at Su Casa, the small one for the staff, which Mimi was part of again at least until she felt I had life-giving plans for the future, as she put it. I don't know if someone told her how close I'd come to having plans of another kind after the trip to Guatemala the year before. I was much better this time, but Mimi wasn't taking any chances. She's always felt she almost lost me once because she was away, that if she'd been in Guatemala, she could have prevented the abduction somehow. Now she'd postponed her return to Chile, and every morning we drank coffee together and talked about our plans for the day and beyond. Sometimes we just listened to the bird calls coming through the window and watched the flashes of color in the trees. The view from my place on the couch was good. Through the window I could see the remains of the old church, which had been torn down after being deemed an unsafe refuge for the homeless who sought shelter in it. The Guatman, the policeman, Jose, and Alejandro would have nowhere now to hide. All of beauty that could be salvaged had been removed, and all that remained were piles of stones that were bleaching in the sun. I remembered the church in its last days, how it would tremble when buses rolled past the same way my hands trembled lately as I cleaned the house, gardened, laid out coloring books for the children, held my tea. How long would it be before the darkness inside me broke loose, before the walls I hid it behind caved in? The time was coming. I could feel it. So I wanted to go on a cruise ship. I showed Mimi the brochure, Jobs at Sea. The white, cursive letters hung above a cerulean swimming pool glimmering in the center of a ship. I could nearly smell the chlorine, a smell like bleach, and the clean salt air and the geraniums that hung around an awning and dotted the rail. They would smell the way the earth smelled. 217. After a rain. See, they have child care jobs, I could take care of the plants, and I could clean. It would be so different from Su Casa. Mimi knew what I meant. I wouldn't be with other survivors, listening to their stories, living their pain. Nothing would remind me of my own ordeal. I would stand by the rail and stare out at the fuzzy seam of the horizon. The spray on my forehead would cleanse me, the breeze would run its fingers through my hair, and at night the waves would lap at the ship and lull me to sleep. In therapy with Mary, I had focused on my feelings of guilt. But no matter how much I talked about those feelings and no matter how much Mary said I wasn't to blame for anything, I knew that I was. I wasn't suicidal. Mimi needn't have worried, but as I lay awake at night, listening to buses rumble by on the street, watching headlights flash on the wall and vanish, I knew I had to find something to live for, something that justified my life. With the case more or less over as far as my participation went, I no longer would have the opportunity to be a voice for the Guatemalan people, a survivor fighting on the side of right. That identity had allowed me to stand myself. Now I had to give it up, and who was I? Miguel was still dead. The woman, 2. And the growing seed whose life I had ended was dead. On the ship I could grieve. No one would know me. No one would tell me just to turn it all over to God. No one would have to worry about deportation, green cards, the safety of family members, and I wouldn't feel by comparison so fortunate that grieving for myself seemed wrong. The passengers would be people on vacation, people who were happy, who were living the life I might have had. And it would be okay for me to feel all the rage at what had been taken and cry as much as I needed and let the sun bake out of me whatever the tears couldn't release. Maybe the beauty around me would find its way inside me. Maybe floating countryless I would find myself, and find myself to be something other than Sister Dianna, assassin, fraud. Mimi, I need to ask you something, I said, after she'd looked through the pamphlet. Shoot. Do nuns go on cruises? Well, I don't know. They could. You'd be working. And you might have some time to think. Her answer worried me a little. I was afraid of thinking. As long as I was preparing for trips to Guatemala, I had focused mainly on what I was going to tell the court and how I was going to get through the proceedings. My secrets, the questions I had answered about Miguel, what happened to the woman, the choice I had made were thoughts I had pushed aside. But as long as they were assailing me, and they were, now that the case was over, I might as well be on a cruise ship. In truth, I was hoping Mimi would say, no, nuns and cruise ships don't mix. That answer would give me an excuse for the second move I was thinking of making. Mimi, if I went, I ventured, I wouldn't go as a nun. What? I'm thinking of leaving the community. Dianna, why? She put her cup down and searched my face. I dropped my eyes. I don't feel worthy to be an Ursuline. You're worthy. Of course you're worthy. Her answer baffled me. She knew about the things I had done. What I had done with the pregnancy, the church considered that murder. And I couldn't look down at my hands without thinking of them splattered with blood. I was living in a state of mortal sin. What that meant was that whatever torture I might get from here on out, even for all eternity, I deserved. There was the sacrament of confession, but I didn't believe in it. Whenever I went to Mass, I dreaded the Lord's Prayer, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. I wanted desperately to be forgiven, but I couldn't forgive my torturers. I didn't understand how I could forgive them without condoning what they had done to me and to other people. So what right did I have to forgiveness? After a few moments of silence, broken by nothing but the shrieks of a blue jay, Mimi suggested a leave of absence. She explained that I would still be an Ursuline, but the leave would be a way of claiming an exemption from some of the expectations and traditions. I would only be bound by the vows. That was fine with me. I was comfortable with a simple lifestyle, so the vow of poverty was no hardship. As for the vow of chastity, I would never let anyone touch me. Obedience was the only vow I didn't like. The first memory I had of obeying was remaining silent in the garden when the Guat man told me not to scream. I've always regretted following that order. But the leave of absence would take the pressure off you, Mimi argued, and give you time to learn about what the vow of obedience really means, what living as an Ursuline means. I turned it over in my mind. Lying in bed at night, I kept remembering the circle of indigenous women that Mimi and Darlene had formed part of on the island of the Dolphin and how they had vanished. I wondered if that was a premonition. Finally one morning during our break in the staff room I brought it up. Mimi, my friends who are Ursulines are so important to me, you, Louisa, Kim. A tree near the window beside me was reflected in my cup. I turned the cup in my hands, but the tree with the window and the blue sky never moved. If I took a leave, if I decided not to be a nun, I don't want to lose you. I heard Mimi take a couple of steps to cross the room, and I felt her sink in beside me on the couch. Dianna. I looked up at her. She put her hand on top of mine. I don't care if you're an Ursuline or not, Dianna. You'll always be my sister. Nana, why are you doing this? Barbara was sitting beside me on the bed I must have slept in throughout my childhood and the bed she must have sat on numerous times before to question and counsel me. Out of the corner of my eye I could see the hand she held out, palm up, as if to receive my answer. The bed creaked, and the mango, vanilla, coconut smell of her hair, freshly washed, was stronger now than the fragrance of coffee and bacon that lingered from breakfast. She must be leaning toward me, I realized, trying to see my face. But I just wanted her to watch my hand. Then she could add her name beneath, on the line designated for the witness. Her name was simple, Barbara Murrieta, with no sister in front of it. I could have a name like that. But I didn't seem to be able to get the pen down to the page. Everyone, like Barbara, would question what I was doing. Even I questioned it. That's why I couldn't afford to meet Barbara's eyes. If she saw the loose threads in my resolve and tugged at one, even gently, my decision would unravel. And I would lose control. I would cry. One of those loose threads was fear. I was afraid that some of the sisters at the Mount might say, "Ingrate. Once the case is over and we've spent all this money on her recovery, once she's well enough not to need us, she moves on." Guatemalan and U.S. officials might start rumors that I was suspended from the order for sexual activities or that I was leaving because I wanted the freedom to have love affairs at will. Another snag in the weave of my plan was my own pride, my defiance. If word of my leave got to the Guatman and the policeman, they would feel smug, knowing they had destroyed my faith, at least the kind of faith I once had, a calling. I didn't want to give them that satisfaction. Most of all, I wanted to avoid the pain of admitting, even to myself, that the policeman had taken my faith. But he had, and it hadn't come back. If I looked for that calling, I might find that it was gone forever. I was running that risk and a greater one. If I admitted that I lacked the commitment now to serve God as a nun, the evil the torturers planted in me might have nothing to contain it. Staring out the window morning after morning at the piles of stones that had been the church, I realized Sister was the shelter I took refuge in, a shaky structure that no longer served. I envisioned darkness invading the daylight as I tore that structure down and spreading, inking the sun out. The bed creaked again. I tried to think of an answer for Barbara. I gave her the only short one I had. I don't feel worthy to be an Ursuline. The long answer was that I hated myself, I hated life. I was bitter toward God, the torturers, my community, and the lawyers. Yes, the lawyers again. They were not at all convinced that the case would move forward in Guatemala. I had heard them say that before, but I had clung to the belief that the information I provided would persuade the court to continue to investigate, that the torturers would be found and held accountable. Believing that was the only way I could get myself through the proceedings. I suppose I'd also hoped someone would come forward and confirm what I was saying. I even hoped that person would be Jose. I was still waiting for him to rescue me. Now I finally understood. I remembered what I had done with the policeman, running my hands down his hips. I had believed I could prevent him from hurting me if I played his game. Now I felt that I had prostituted myself, not to one person, but to an entire oppressive institution that was interested not in truth but in protecting those responsible. I couldn't really fault my lawyers for my naivete, my refusal to believe their warnings. I tried to remind myself that, even if we didn't obtain justice in Guatemala, at least more people were aware of the dirty secrets of the Guatemalan army. Still, I was bitter. And I was afraid that hatred and bitterness would consume me. Mimi described me as gentle and understanding. She reminded me about the children when they came knocking at the door in the morning in San Miguel. I always would stop and be friendly with them, even if I had work to do. Or if they brought me rocks, no matter how ugly, I was grateful. But I didn't know that person. That person was dead. I had hoped to resurrect her with my trips to Guatemala, but she was buried and I was a person full of hardness and without any memory of my faith, of why I had become a nun. I didn't believe in the God the sisters invoked, the God who was aware of the fall of every sparrow. As a nun I was supposed to turn my life over to God. I couldn't do it, not again. Before I had gone out into the garden at the Posada de Belén, when I was praying with Darlene, I had put my life in the hands of God. When the Bible fell open to Jeremiah, I felt God was directing me to stay in Guatemala. And following that God, I had lived a parody of the Christian ideal. I had died to my old self and been reborn, not in Christ, but in the image of the torturers. Fear no evil, we are told. But I trusted in the shepherd and was led into a trap. I remembered praying in that dark room, God, I have given my life to you. Get me out of here. Is that too much to ask? Maybe God had gotten me out of there. Sometimes I thought so. But by then I didn't know if I was still a lamb. I didn't know who I belonged to. I had made a kill. Maybe I was a wolf in a fleecy wrap, the mantle of holy sisterhood, sent back to lure the sheep into the wilderness, one by one. But if I were the torturer's instrument, as I feared, every action I took the leave of absence included might be just one more way to hurt my community and my family. The leave would certainly confuse people and open the door to misinterpretations. But going on as I had also caused pain, and I was likely to cause more. I couldn't clear up the confusion. I couldn't tell Barbara and my parents that nuns don't carry in their souls a hatred, a rage so deep they could kill if given the chance. Often I imagined myself back in the basement of the Polytechnica. But this time, there was a gun on top of the desk, a gun the policeman or Guat man left there. I reach for it, I have the gun now, aimed at their hearts. They are begging me to spare them. The policeman is on his knees, saying, please, please. There is a part of me that wants to listen. But I say, no. This is from me. This is from the woman. This is from my family and my friends in the community. This is from every person you hurt. And I unload the gun into them, bullet by bullet. Time after time I had sinned in my thoughts. The paper in my lap seemed like a confession, something the torturers had written up that I had to admit to. Guilt rolled through me like a black wave. I signed the form. My mom and dad, when they asked about my decision, got the same answer I gave everyone else: I wasn't worthy to be an Ursuline. They didn't press me for explanations. But Barbara has told me that after I left New Mexico, my mother said, they must have done something worse to Nana, something she hasn't told us. Pat and Juanita were growing smaller. When I could no longer see them out the train window, I sat down and massaged my neck. Now I've done it, I thought. I've made my choice, and there's no going back. Juanita had said, you're always welcome at Su Casa. You know you can come back anytime. Dolores had asked several times, are you sure this is what you want to do? She was probably just trying to encourage me to talk about my decision. Or maybe she didn't want me to leave. But I read into her question a doubt about my ability to handle the outside world. I would prove her wrong, her and anyone else who didn't think I could survive on my own. No matter how my decision turned out, I wouldn't go back. I had my pride. A voice at my shoulder made me jump. I turned to see a man in a uniform staring at me. My mouth dried out. Ticket, he said. I rooted through my backpack, my hands shaking. Stay calm, Dianna. You have your ticket. I gave it to him and he left, but every so often he strutted down the aisle and panic knocked at my chest. I was afraid of having a flashback. But at Koffler I had learned ways to ground myself, and I practiced them. I counted my fingers several times, then counted the wrinkles on the backs of my fingers. Closing my eyes, I tried to recall the pattern of creases on each. Memorizing my fingers was a way of making them mine. So was using lotion. So often I would check my hands for roughness, calluses, growth, any signs that they were becoming the hands of the policeman or the Guat man. I was even afraid that the wrinkles could harden into ridges like crocodiles have, into scales, the reptilian evil I carried in them finally drawn to the surface. I painted my fingernails to exert my will and have my hands reflect it. When my nails had dried and the sun was sinking behind wheat fields, I pulled out my book of crossword puzzles. I didn't even read the clues. I wrote my own messages in, finding words that intersected. It got dark before I could finish. I knew I wasn't ready to leave Sokasa. I was still afraid of the dark. I was afraid to get up and go to the bathroom, so I wouldn't let myself drink anything. I should have waited until I was better, I thought, until I could handle cigarette smoke and the smell of liquor and men I didn't know walking around half-dressed. Then I could have gone on the cruise ship. Instead, I was going to a place where I wouldn't have to face those things. I was going to the West Coast to be a consultant at another treatment center for survivors of torture. It was small, just starting up, and Julio and his family would be there, along with a family from San Miguel. If I had flashbacks, people there would understand. If I asked people not to smoke, they would know why. And I had a unique gift to offer. Anyone could take care of plants and children, but not many people understood survivors of torture firsthand. Also, I knew that if I'd waited to leave Sokasa, waited until the dark and smoke didn't scare me, I might have waited forever. The cruise ship was tempting, but when I imagined myself alone with my rage and grief, feeling it, finally, I saw myself losing control, screaming, going wild. I couldn't do that around total strangers. There would be consequences. I was so afraid of my anger. There was a point during the torture where I lost control and screamed out in anger and was punished with something so horrible I can't even say it. I imagined the people on the ship tossing me overboard or having me committed at the first port we came to. And deep down, I still didn't believe I had the right to grieve and feel rage, and I wanted to distract myself again with other people's pain. It was so much less scary than my own. Within a few weeks I knew I had made a mistake. At Sokasa I had learned to reclaim my voice, but at the new treatment center my voice didn't seem to matter. I didn't agree with the authoritarian manner in which the program was run, but because it was run in that way, no one wanted to hear what I had to say about it. I wanted to help people who hadn't been tortured understand those who had, but I found myself in a situation similar to the torture. My words were useless. Furthermore, I was told that since I was at the center as a staff member and not to receive treatment, I had no right to have feelings. I told myself to grow up and deal with it. This was the real world. And I was afraid to discuss the situation with Mary. She might say I had made a mistake, that I'd left Chicago before I was ready. But finally, out of desperation, I gave in and called her. "What?" she said. "You don't have to put up with that kind of treatment." I was relieved to hear that the outside world could be better, and I started planning my next move. In the privacy of my room, I combed the newspaper ads. I was willing to do just about anything. As luck had it, in a nearby shopping mall a nanny agency was conducting interviews. I sneaked out. That is, I tried to sneak out. Julio's 13-year-old sister, Juanita, saw me leaving and wanted to come with me. She needed a mother in this strange new world and sought her in me, sticking to me like glue whenever she could find me. "You are my American mother," she said, trying out her English. "I go with you." I had no good excuse prepared. I just told her I had something I had to do alone. At the interview I was much smoother. I amazed myself. I sat down face to face with a strange woman and answered questions. No flashbacks, no tears, no fumbling for words, just answers like a normal person. I mentioned nothing about my torture. I had been a teacher in Kentucky and a missionary in Guatemala, I said, and I had a degree in early childhood education. "You're going to be in great demand," the interviewer told me. "A lot of mothers are going to want you to take care of their babies." I was stunned. Not only was I coherent and normal, she must have seen a part of me that was gentle and nurturing. I held on to her words and replayed them again and again in my mind. A couple of weeks later in the mail was an offer for a job in New York, taking care of a baby adopted from Mexico. One of my tasks would be to speak Spanish to the child. I pictured holding the baby, feeding her, changing her, talking and singing to her in Spanish. And I knew I would have to say no. Taking care of an infant, I would consider the child mine, the child I didn't have. It would be a bad situation for everyone. What I wanted more than anything was to go back to Guatemala. I stayed at the treatment center, tantalized by the promise that soon they would open a center in Guatemala. My plan was then to transfer there. I told myself I had a number of friends in the US Congress now and the army wouldn't dare do anything to hurt me. Besides, the situation in Guatemala would soon be different. Ramiro de Leon Carpio, the former human rights ombudsman, was now Guatemala's president. He was elected by Congress after President Serrano declared an auto coup, dissolved Congress and the judiciary, and was forced to resign, under national and international pressure. De Leon needed time to get settled, the Guatemalans at the center told me. He had only been in office for about 6 months. He needed more time. Then things would change. A letter caused my plan to disintegrate. It was from Paul. In September, he told me, General Gramajo had spoken on a panel in Washington, D.C., about civil control over Latin America's militaries. The conference was sponsored by the Woodrow Wilson Center, and the room was packed with scholars, journalists, and Latin American military officers. When the time for questions came, Paul stood up and reminded Gramajo that he had been sued under the Alien Torts Act and had failed to appear before a federal court to face charges that, as defense minister, he was ultimately responsible for my torture. The moderator tried to call on someone else, but Paul walked up on the stage and handed Gramajo a summons requiring him to show up the next day and declare his assets, since he would no doubt be found guilty by default. Gramajo never went to my lawyer's office, of course, but he was red in the face and speechless, and the media that was present to report on the progress of Latin American militaries and their respect for civil rule focused instead on the case against Gramajo. How powerful I felt! If the Guatemalan court system was a waste of time, at least in the United States Gramajo could be held accountable and if not actually forced to pay me or the other victims, at least embarrassed publicly. It was a small victory. Very small, I began to realize. Maybe too small for the cost involved. Now he and his friends in the military would be enraged with me. Now I didn't dare dream of a life in Guatemala. I no longer lay awake in bed, calculating how many more months it might take to set up the treatment center, what season I would arrive in, what I would pack. But Paul and I decided that in January I should go to Guatemala for a week. Mary, Juanita, Andrea, and Mimi wouldn't accompany me this time. I wanted to prove I didn't need them. Only Fran and Paul would be with me. They were making one final trip to check on any progress in the case before turning all resources toward the OAS case. This time, as a follow-up legal procedure, I would be asked to identify, once again, the Polytechnica, but not from the safety of the van. I would have to go inside. We stayed at the fancy hotel again, arriving on a Sunday. Paul had told embassy officials that he didn't think an escort from the airport or a bulletproof van with an embassy driver would be necessary this time, given the lower profile of the case and the improved conditions in Guatemala. Conditions had actually worsened, though, and we ended up with a van. On December 10, International Human Rights Day, GAM leader Mario Polanco had been abducted, brutally beaten with a baseball bat, and left naked, unconscious, and bleeding on the side of a road. A message to the international community from the army: that's what we think of your Human Rights Day. The month we had chosen to return, January 1994, ended up being the bloodiest month in Guatemala since 1991. According to the Archbishop's Human Rights Office, 46 people were assassinated that month for political reasons. 20 more people were attacked, 10 were abducted, and 3 were tortured. We spent the first part of the week in meetings. The Human Rights Ombudsman's office was our first stop. We wanted to know if the investigation of my case had progressed any since our last trip. To our surprise, the judge who presided during my first trip to Guatemala, the one who told embassy officials that I was parroting Mary, who must be giving me the answers during our breaks, was now working in the Human Rights Ombudsman's office. That was only the first bit of bad news. The second was that my entire case file had disappeared. The new ombudsman, Mario Garcia LaGuardia, said, "A number of highs that were here before are gone now." He shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Someone on the previous staff had cleaned out the cabinets, it seemed. Meeting with judicial officials, we learned that the court had done nothing since I had been in Guatemala the previous year. No sketches had been circulated, no police officers had been called to testify, and no answers had been given by the military to our questions about the army officers in relevant positions of command at the time of my abduction. Judge Lam had done all she could. Only a month after I had identified the Polytechnica as the place I was detained and finished the reconstruction, Acting Ambassador John F. Keane met with Supreme Court President Juan José Rodil Peralta to find out what would be needed to close my case. In Washington, too, officials were making Judge Lam's job difficult. The judge had asked the U.S. Embassy for the names of all U.S. government employees working with the Guatemalan security forces in October and November of 1989. The embassy turned to the State Department for guidance on how to respond. The answer, Keane asserted, would have to meet the objective of putting to rest the issue of whether someone connected to the embassy was somehow involved in the alleged kidnapping of Sister Dianna. 1. A dozen notes were written between embassy and State Department officials debating how to answer. The State Department finally advised the embassy to respond that it was unclear the kinds of cooperation to which the judge's note refers. The response acknowledged that embassy officials had contact with personnel from a wide range of agencies and entities of the government of the Republic of Guatemala, including the security forces, in the course of their official duties, but invoked a semantic argument, claiming that none were assigned to the Guatemalan security forces during the period in question. The GOG is well aware which U.S. personnel work with units of its police and armed forces, the response noted. The State Department, in effect, was telling Judge Lam to find out the names of those U.S. employees from the Guatemalan government. In spite of these obstacles, we forged ahead. On Wednesday morning, Fran and Paul and I met my Guatemalan lawyers, Ronnie and Edgar, as well as a young American interpreter named Karen, Judge Lam, and the helpful U.S. Embassy consular officer, Chuck Keel, outside the Guardia de Honor, a military institution just behind the Polytechnica. At the Guardia de Honor I went through the motions. I suppose I entered the building and looked around. But my focus was on the Polytechnica. Common sense told me the army would have left no evidence at the Polytechnica of anything I had described, not of the stairwell, the metal door at the bottom, the desk, the file cabinets, or the pit. Logic told me time had passed. But that building and that day, November 2, 1989, were intertwined in my mind forever. Maybe the building represented that place inside of me where time hadn't passed, where I kept waiting to do that day over, to undo it, to make it not have happened. I had this fantasy: I would walk in with my lawyers, with the judge, I would go down the stairs, I would find them there, still torturing the woman. There they are. I would say. We would stop them. I would save the woman and myself. That may be the real reason I agreed to do the identification again when it was clear that the case in Guatemala was going nowhere. Paul had talked to me about the importance of doing everything possible with a view to our case before the OAS. But the legal ins and outs didn't really interest me anymore. This was a battle I had to fight. I had to prove that I could walk back in and retrace my steps. Soldiers were watching from the guard towers and their eyes and bits of their faces showed through the windows in the turrets. We went through the side entrance. Every bit of my body was listening for the screams. As we got closer, an odor thickened the air. I don't think anyone else was aware of it. It was the smell of the pit. I was walking back into that day. The ground would give way beneath me. I would be back in that basement with no judge, no team of lawyers. This time the torturers would end it as they'd meant to. It was my own death I was smelling. I remembered when the rage had found its way out, I had shouted, and the policeman was preparing a punishment that filled me with a fear so intense. What he did to me is too humiliating to recount. Putting words to it would only rekindle the shame that engulfed me as I stood at the door of that building with my legal team and felt every instant of that punishment. My skin, my nerve endings remembered it. And I ran. The Ursuline lost control and fled through the gate that opens onto 2nd Avenue, between 1st and 2nd Avenue in Zone 10, a reporter wrote. Those accompanying her went in pursuit of the nun and after reaching her took her to the hotel too. The rest of the proceeding took place without me. The judge entered the building and examined the rooms she was shown by military officials. Since the year before, when she'd been turned away, the army must have had time to seal up a stairway. 3 She found no sign of a basement. At our press conference the next day I gave vent to some of the rage I had held within me for so long, stating that Guatemala was a country whose democracy is defined by the military. I reiterated my certainty that the Polytechnica was where I was held and said my case was one more example of how the Guatemalan government pantomimed the administration of justice. I ended with a promise to the people of Guatemala and the Guatemalan army. Although I may not physically be present in Guatemala, I will continue to struggle for your liberation and your justice. And I say loud and clear to the individuals responsible for these acts of disappearances, kidnappings, assassinations, and torture that I will remain a piercing thorn in your side until justice is done. Well, I had committed myself. But I found myself on a plane a few weeks later, headed for New York, where my work would have nothing to do with Guatemala, torture, or refugees. I was tired, and I needed something that would bring me back to life. Children would do that. I loved working with children. In New York I would live with Kim in a community of other sisters and take care of children whose mothers were in prison. Breaking the news to Julio, Joaquin, and Julio's sister Juanita hadn't been easy. I knocked on the door of the room the family shared and said I had something to tell them. Julio and Joaquin sat down on a bed to listen. As Juanita and I sat across from them on another bed, Juanita took my hand. Her hand was hot and sweaty. I tried to pull away but she tightened her grip. I want to tell you that I'm leaving, I said. Vacation? To visit your family? Joaquin asked me in Spanish. Familia. The corners of Julio's mouth lifted. No. I'm going to stay in New York with a friend. When will you come back? Juanita asked. In her brown eyes I saw her fear. I'm not coming back. Juanita let go of my hand. Her dark hair fell in front of her face and her shoulders started to shake. She had lost her brother, in a way, and she had lost her family as she knew it. She didn't need to lose anyone else. Julio took Joaquin's hand and said something to him in Cachical. Joaquin answered, Juanita chimed in, and then Julio turned to me and said in Spanish, No. Dianna, stay here. No abandone. I pushed my feelings away with words. Julio, I have to leave. I'm not doing any good here. I'll always carry you in my heart. Juanita turned to me. Don't go. We need you here. Joaquin asked me to stay until they left for Guatemala. But I knew that if I waited, even a couple of months, I might be too depressed to go anywhere. I can't do it. I can't stay. I'm not happy here. I'm very, very sad. Triste. Dianna, triste, Julio said. He nodded. He understood. Juanita cried again when we hugged goodbye. Julio's and Joaquin's eyes were full, like mine. I didn't cry until the plane was rising up into clouds so thin they were barely distinguishable from the air, just wisps of thickness that gathered and disappeared as if they had never existed. I told Kim that I was only staying for several months while I figured things out. I enjoyed getting the 2 kids in my charge ready for school and helping them with their homework. Stefan, a little African-American boy, sat on my lap, squeezed my cheeks, and kissed me on the nose. Danny, an Italian boy, told me about what he would do with his mother when she got out of prison. And I had time to read Newsweek, Glamour, People, National Geographic, and the New York Times and piece back together my knowledge of the world. But I kept trying to think of ways to get back to Guatemala or to work somehow for change there. As if fate were testing my resolve, I got a phone call from a woman named Jennifer Harberry. Her voice was hoarse and tired but enthusiastic as she told me about a group she was forming, a coalition of U.S. citizens who had been attacked in Guatemala or lost relatives to the political violence there. Jennifer was one of the ones who had lost a relative. Her husband, a Guatemalan guerrilla commandant, had disappeared in a battle 2 years earlier. Jennifer believed he'd been captured by the army. A young man who had fought under her husband and had been captured himself had seen him at a military base, being tortured. Jennifer hoped that by joining together we could exert pressure on U.S. government officials to adopt policies that might lead to change in Guatemala, as well as lobby for action and information on our own cases. Another coalition member Jennifer mentioned was Meredith Larson, who was stabbed at the end of 1989 while working as an escort for human rights activists in Guatemala. Jennifer and Meredith were contacting other people they knew of and working to expand the group. So, do you think you might be interested in joining? Jennifer asked. It sounds like a way to be a thorn in the army's side. I was going to tell Jennifer I had promised no less in my last press conference, but as soon as I got the first sentence out her laugh came through, high and startled, and ended in a low chuckle. Yeah, we'll stick it to them all right. Then her voice was serious again, hoarse and gravelly with fatigue. She told me that the prisoner who had seen her husband, Everardo, being tortured had seen 35 other captured guerrilla combatants in secret detention. They were being held and tortured by the army as part of a new program aimed at turning them into permanent army informants. Santiago, the witness, had been in detention for 2 years before he managed to escape and get the news out about the secret program. There's a good chance they're still alive, Jennifer said. The whole point of the program is to keep them alive so they can be useful to the army. And what I'm asking is that the army comply with international humanitarian law and its commitments under international treaties, present the prisoners, hold them in a public place where they can be monitored by the Red Cross and human rights groups, and give them a fair trial. But don't torture them. Do you think that's something you can be part of? Yes, Jennifer, I said. You can count on me. About a month later, I received an information package. Meredith and Jennifer were organizing a congressional briefing. We would each tell what had happened to us and ask Congress to pressure the Guatemalan army in specific ways. We were going to ask, for example, that Congress cut off Guatemala's military and economic aid until the human rights situation improved. They wanted to know if I would participate. I called Meredith and told her I needed time to think about it. Pushing my case through the court system in Guatemala, I was hardly a threat to the army. I'd learned that much: if judges and lawyers were not intimidated, eliminated, or bought, the system itself was so inefficient that the military was guaranteed impunity. Gouging a hole in the army's coffers was another matter. And publicly joining with a guerrilla commandant's wife as we made those demands could open me up to accusations that I really was affiliated with the guerrillas and had a political agenda. Torturers would feel justified in having interrogated me and applied measures to force answers from me. After all, they could tell themselves, I was a subversive. Those who doubted I was tortured in the first place would be able to say that the torture story, like the congressional briefing, was a stunt to get a cut-off of aid to the Guatemalan military. If I had asked the lawyers whether I should join in the coalition's efforts, they probably would have said no. I wondered if it was worth the risk of participating if I really had anything to say in a briefing that other coalition members couldn't say as well or better. But I remembered my promise to the Guatemalan army that I, personally, would be a thorn in their sides, and I remembered that people, including Jennifer's husband, were being tortured. I called Meredith back, and as I told her I'd be there, I felt a swell of defiance and strength. Jennifer was at the gate to meet me, along with Alice, the director of the Guatemala Human Rights Commission. The Commission, or GHRC, as it was known, was the only group in Washington that was willing to support Jennifer in whatever way possible. Other organizations were afraid of being associated with the case of a guerrilla. Alice looked no older than when I had seen her a couple of years earlier, at the conference on torture. Someone had told me she was nearly 70, but she looked no older than 50. Jennifer looked younger than I'd thought she would be. I'd expected grey hair and a lined face to match the tiredness in her voice. But her hair was sandy brown with streaks of blonde where the sun had bleached it, and her face was smooth and young. I felt silly in my skirt. I thought that since I was going to Washington I had better look professional. Jennifer was wearing jeans, beat-up pumps, and a tattered black coat. But she didn't seem to notice what I had on. Her large green eyes shone, and she wrapped her arms around me in a light hug. "I'm so glad to finally meet you," she said. Alice hugged me, too, and the chill I had felt on the plane disappeared. I stayed at the Assisi community, where Jennifer was living, along with about 15 other people. The members of the community had chosen to live a simple lifestyle, in an old row house in a low-income neighborhood, and all had some connection to peace and justice issues or Latin America. I knew of some of the people who lived there. Father Joe Nangle, another community member, had visited me at Our Lady of Peace to tell me about the trip he and Marie Dennis had made to Guatemala in the beginning of 1990 to press for an investigation of my case. I was glad I would finally get to talk to Joe and Marie, but I was also tired and nervous about the upcoming events, and I didn't want to socialize. Early the next morning we turned into the driveway of an old 2-story stucco house not far from the Assisi community. "This is it," Alice said. Her car rattled after she turned the engine off. "That's its death rattle," she said, patting the dashboard. A huge strip of Guatemalan cloth hanging on the wall above the landing was the only thing to look at as we walked up the creaky flight of stairs to Alice's second-floor office. In white letters that nearly glowed in the dim light of the stairwell the banner spelled out a message, "For a people's right to live." I guessed that was Alice's mission statement. The GHRC office was clean, and sunlight poured through the large windows. Jennifer was in the other room making last-minute photocopies. Alice was washing out mugs in the bathroom so we could have coffee when a woman in her 40s with shoulder-length brown hair and a delicate, sensitive face came up the stairs. She introduced herself shyly as Trish and wandered around, looking at the photos. Randy was the next coalition member to come. He may have been about the same age and was dark-haired and clean-cut. He looked like a responsible businessman. A blonde woman bounced up the stairs behind him and threw her arms around me, introducing herself as Meredith. Then she began bustling around the office, taking papers from Jennifer and thwacking them on the table to straighten the edges. She was in her late 20s, with flushed cheeks and piercing blue eyes. Josh also was young and extroverted like Meredith. Tall and lanky, with curly blonde hair, he shook my hand and gave me a broad smile. Jennifer sat down and rattled words off so quickly that I looked around to see if other people were staring at her without following, the way I was. No, they understood her, and when they spoke it was with the same vocabulary and intensity. Maybe I had been living with Spanish speakers too long. Or perhaps I just didn't fit among these people. When they introduced themselves, I learned that Trish was a professor. Randy had an important job with the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I already knew that Jennifer was a lawyer with a Harvard degree. I had read that in her testimony, which came in the packet Meredith had sent me. Meredith was working in an AIDS prevention program in San Francisco and was applying to graduate schools in public health, and Josh was in law school in Michigan. I was the only one who had no second degree, no plans to get one, and no idea about the legislative process. But as soon as the conversation turned to our own cases, the differences in our backgrounds no longer concerned me. We all had pain in common and the loneliness of being U.S. citizens and knowing what we knew that our country was largely responsible for what we and the Guatemalan people were suffering. And when Jennifer asked toward the end of the meeting who would assume leadership as the coalition chair, I felt comfortable enough to volunteer, if someone else would agree to be CO chair. Meredith took the job on. After the meeting, Meredith, Jennifer, and I had dinner at a restaurant down the street. Jennifer looked at her shoulders as we sat down and raked them quickly with her fingers, clearing off the fallen hairs. I need protein, she said. My hair's been falling out like this ever since he disappeared. Your hair's been falling out for 2 years? Meredith asked. Well, there was a break in there, Jennifer said, opening her menu and ignoring it. He disappeared in March and after a couple of months we thought there was no way he was still alive. The way it always happened was the army would torture prisoners for a few weeks and then kill them. That's why there have been no prisoners of war in Guatemala in more than 30 years of conflict. Just to be sure, we tried to have the grave exhumed where the army said he was buried. I went as an international observer, since no member of the URNG, the Guatemalan National Revolutionary Unity, the guerrilla umbrella organization, could go into the country to make sure the forensic report wasn't falsified. Besides, I was the only one who would recognize his teeth. I took some friends from Texas lawyers, a politician. Just as we're getting down to the body bag, Attorney General Acisclo Valadares comes running up and orders the exhumation to be stopped. We told him we had permission from the human rights procurator. He said it didn't matter. He gave a series of bad reasons why we couldn't see who was in the grave. He was red in the face, panting. He had flown by helicopter from Guatemala City to get there in time. What was it that he didn't want you to see? Meredith asked. Everardo wasn't in the grave, Jennifer answered. We finally got an exhumation last summer and it was a young compa who was tied at the ankles, shot, strangled, and beaten to death. Meanwhile they had Everardo under torture. None of us thought he could still be alive. When the exhumation was cancelled, we figured whether he was in the grave or not, he was dead. So from May to Christmas I grieved for him and tried to go on with my life. I went back to Texas, started working again on the book I was writing when I met him, went for long runs. Then we found out from Santiago that during those whole 7 months that I was running and writing and thinking he was dead, Everardo was under torture. I'll never give up on him again. Jennifer was quiet for a moment, looking at the menu before her without seeming to see it. It's a long shot, she said after a while, but I think there's a chance we can save him. She looked from me to Meredith, and I realized that by we she meant us. I asked how the embassy had been. Great until a couple of months ago, when Ambassador McAfee sent a letter asking for my case to be removed from the congressional resolution on Guatemala. You're kidding? Meredith said, leaning forward on the table. No, she wrote a letter to Congresswoman Morella's aide. She said there was no evidence he was ever captured. There's plenty of evidence and she knows it. McAfee was really good until now. I mean, this could get him killed. It's a clear message to the army that the US doesn't care what they do with him when they're finished with him. She took a long drink of coffee, hiding her eyes behind a curtain of steam. Your case was included, Dianna. I was surprised. McAfee had asked for Jennifer's husband's case to be removed, but not mine. How strange. Maybe the US Embassy was now willing to take my case seriously. What a change from the embassy under Strzok. Why do you think Everardo might still be alive, Jennifer? Meredith asked the question gently. The information he has. And if he's given it already? He hasn't. If he'd talked, the entire command structure of his faction, known as the Revolutionary Organization of the People in Arms, ORPA, would have gone down. When someone's captured, normally all the safe houses are changed right away. But Gaspar, as a way to honor Everardo, didn't even change the safe houses. Gaspar. He was the head commandante of ORPA. I knew that from reading the Commission's human rights updates. Everardo was Gaspar's closest friend. Gaspar said, Everardo doesn't even talk as it is. If they make him mad, he sure won't talk. If all goes according to plan, the army will find that it's more trouble to keep Everardo and more costly to kill him than to present him or just let him go. I've been meeting with the defense minister and unofficially negotiating. I told him that if the army managed to find Everardo, in the jungle or something, I wouldn't ask any questions. I'd thank the army publicly for helping me find him. As a show of good faith, I even offered to stay for 6 months in a military prison, where they'd know I couldn't blast them for human rights abuses. I'd let bygones be bygones. Just so they give him back. The defense minister was very interested all of a sudden. He said, "You're a very intelligent young woman," and offered me another cup of coffee. I think he's trying to work it out with the rest of the army. It would be a big PR coup for the army. Our food came, and we tried to turn the conversation to lighter topics. I was nervous about my manners. Meredith and Jennifer were the kind of people who would know which forks to use at a fancy dinner. But Jennifer gave me a smile and started talking about her time in the mountains, interviewing combatants for her book, eating roots cooked over a fire, and bathing in a stream. I could guess that the campfire etiquette among campesinos wasn't too strict. I started to feel at home. The briefing room must have intimidated me. The raised platform, our names placed in front of our seats on a long, curved table, a silver pitcher of water, and row after row of well-dressed, sophisticated-looking people who stared back at us, read, or worked at something in their laps, as if every moment of their time were precious. But what I remember is pain, not fear. Trish carried it in every muscle of her face. Her teenage daughter was in the audience, and Trish's pain was mirrored in her face until Trish looked up at her. Then her daughter managed a little smile of encouragement. We were speaking in chronological order, so Trish went first. Her sister, Anne Kerned, was killed in 1976. After her sophomore year in college, she was volunteering for the summer in an agriculture project in the Guatemalan highlands. Because the roads were so bad in the mountains, people got around when they could by plane. An American Mary Noel priest, Father Bill Woods, had his pilot's license and a small plane, and he was transporting a group of people that included Anne to a neighboring province. His plane crashed midway. Trish went through the facts without flinching. Her voice betrayed only a slight edge of outrage when she told how her family was lied to by the Guatemalan government. Bad weather was responsible for the crash, the government said. But Trish's family found weather records for that day. It was perfect weather for flying. Then Guatemalan officials claimed the plane had exploded and burned, but witnesses at the crash site attested that none of the wreckage and none of the bodies showed any signs of having been burned. The information about the fire was quickly deleted from the official government account of the crash. The next explanation the government put forth was that engine failure had caused the crash. But the engine was thoroughly examined by the National Transportation Safety Board and found to be in working order at the time of the crash. In the years following the crash, the U.S. State Department ignored requests for further investigations from congressional allies of Trish's family and the families of the 4 other Americans killed when the plane went down. But the families learned on their own that Father Woods had received numerous death threats, and just before the crash, the U.S. ambassador had told him his name was on an official army death list. Several witnesses came forward and said they saw Guatemalan military snipers shoot the plane down. Randy's brother, Nicholas Blake, was a young journalist in Guatemala who was working on a story about the country's civil war. Along with his young photographer, he was executed in 1985 by members of the Civil Defense Patrol in Huehuetenango. I spoke next. The aqua carpet stretched out across the room like a calm sea beyond the black and white of the page I held before me. I read, trying not to think about what the words meant, thinking instead of the people beside me, how we made a curve there on the dais, as if we were part of a circle. Meredith told about walking with 2 co-workers back to the house where they all lived in Guatemala. It was night already, and they had met her at the bus stop to walk home with her because members of the house had been receiving telephone death threats and a few months earlier a grenade had been thrown and had damaged part of the house. Meredith was a spunky 23-year-old at the time, so when 2 men rushed out of the shadows with knives drawn, Meredith put her arms in front of her chest, as she'd learned to do in a self-defense class. The assailant's knife opened a gash in her arm instead of her heart. Meredith and her companions threw their valuables down and yelled at the men to take them, but the men had no interest in their money. They fled back into the night, after stabbing Meredith a couple of more times and wounding the other two human rights workers less severely. Meredith stopped talking for a moment. Her cheeks were flushed and she kept her eyes on the table before her. With the fingertips of her right hand, she absently traced over the long scar that ran down from her left //. Shoulder to her elbow. She seemed unaware that she was providing a visual aid to her testimony with a gesture that had become habitual. She took a deep breath, wiped her eyes, and went on. The embassy doctor attended to Meredith and she was transferred to a hospital in the United States to be checked for nerve damage to her arm. The following spring, when Ambassador Strzok was recalled to Washington to show the seriousness of the U.S. commitment to human rights, the State Department mentioned Meredith's case as one the Guatemalan government would have to resolve. But Ambassador Strzok told a visiting delegation in Guatemala that the attack wasn't politically motivated, it was a case of Latin American men getting excited over North American women. In 1990, Josh was working with homeless children in an organization that gave them housing and took care of their basic needs. As he was standing on the sidewalk in Guatemala City, a man in plain clothes grabbed him, held a gun to his head, and dragged him toward an unmarked car. Police officers intervened and asked the man for ID. Josh's assailant produced military identification. The officers let him go, beat a street youth who was with Josh, and attacked Josh's co-worker. Then they put Josh into their patrol car, drove him around for an hour, and threatened him. Jennifer gave the final testimony, holding up a photo of Everardo. He had black hair, full lips, and intense black eyes. The photo seemed almost alive, and Jennifer held it the entire time she spoke. She explained that Santiago had told her the Guatemalan army was trying an experiment that had worked in Argentina, using physical and psychological torture to break certain valuable prisoners and redirect their sympathies so that they would work permanently for the army. The prisoners were taken out in handcuffs to identify their fallen comrades and reveal the locations of weapons caches and other information. After months of torture and re-education, they were given an army uniform and a salary. On some, this tactic worked. Not on Santiago. He pretended to have been broken. He joked with the officers, all the while learning their names, ranks, and nicknames. After a couple of years of being a model worker but giving old or rather useless information, he asked to visit his uncle in a nearby town for Christmas. He was given a pass to leave and he fled to Mexico, where he went straight to a human rights organization to report the entire operation. Santiago saw Everardo tied to a table at the military base 2 months after Everardo disappeared. An officer was pointing a gun into his mouth and telling him he'd better talk. 2 months later, Santiago was sent to another base on a mission, and there he saw Everardo again. His right leg and arm were in a cast. Some kind of drug was being administered from a tank beside the table. Everardo's face and body were grotesquely swollen, and his speech was slurred. Jennifer was sure the army would keep Everardo alive as long as possible. A commandante with 17 years of experience in the mountains, he would be a treasure trove of information, and as long as the peace talks were underway he was valuable as a negotiating chip. Besides Santiago's testimony, the army had left a paper trail. After Everardo disappeared, the URNG leadership requested a description of the body the army said it found after the battle and buried in the cemetery. The army sent the guerrilla leadership a perfect description of Everardo, feature by feature down to the centimeter, including the type of underwear he was wearing. With the description, the army had proved that they had him. And Jennifer had proved that he wasn't in the grave. "I'm not asking that he be exempted from the law," Jennifer finished. Obviously, he was breaking the law. He was a guerrilla combatant, a revolutionary. I am only asking that the Guatemalan government abide by the Geneva Conventions and international humanitarian law, which make it illegal to secretly detain and torture prisoners of war. This is a test case. Is the Guatemalan government serious about the peace talks? Does it plan to adhere to the human rights accord it just signed with the UNG 2 months ago? Is the international community, the United States, which is playing a key role as a facilitator in the talks, going to stand by and let the government sign pieces of paper and call that progress toward peace when one of the highest-ranking guerrilla commandantes is in a secret army detention center being tortured, when in the past 2 months alone, human rights violations have skyrocketed? If the army can get away with secretly detaining and torturing the husband of a U.S. citizen, in spite of eyewitness testimony and other evidence, protective orders by the Organization of American States, and condemnation by international human rights organizations, the army will know they can get away with anything. And they will be right. Jennifer spoke for us all when she asked members of Congress to suspend aid to Guatemala's military until human rights reforms were carried out and to cancel a U.S. National Guard training program that paired U.S. reserves with Guatemalan Army soldiers in ventures such as road building. We also asked Congress to withhold economic support funds until the Guatemalan government respected labor rights. Many union organizers were still being harassed or killed. Also, we wanted the civil defense patrols abolished. They were supposed to be voluntary organizations, but Julio's resistance to participating was only one example of the brutality that followed such refusals. We demanded, too, that the Guatemalan government recognize communities who had fled into hiding during the massacres of the 1980s as civilian populations instead of continuing to bomb those communities, and that political prisoners and prisoners of war be released or presented to the courts for fair trials. Finally, we demanded that all files containing information about victims of politically motivated disappearances or assassinations be released to family members and human rights organizations, that the rights of returning refugees be fully recognized and respected, and that impunity be brought to an end. Back at the office, Alice, Jennifer, and I discussed the briefing after the other coalition members had left. The briefing had gone over well, and we talked about the coalition's potential for growth. At least 26 U.S. citizens had been killed in Guatemala since 1976 in circumstances pointing to the Guatemalan army. I talked about my work in New York and how I was searching for something that would put me in closer touch with Guatemala. Alice crossed her arms, cleared her throat, and tilted her head to the side. Would you ever consider working here? I was flattered. But listening to the children in Queens speak longingly of their mothers and watching Trish and her daughter interact at the briefing, I wanted more than anything to be with my family.